coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Happy birthday! Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. It is April 6th, a day I particularly enjoy a lot. It is my birthday, and it's currently 8:03. We're about 1 minute off. Restream was having a little bit of a fit to start the show, and as promised, as we do every year on my birthday, we are looking to do a live stream with you. We're going to be talking for 12 hours. Yes, 12 hours of a live stream talking about not just politics, not just breaking news, but anything that you could possibly want. And you can reach us today throughout the entire day for 12 hours. You can go over to Rumble or Facebook or Twitter or YouTube. Just reach out to us and send us a message and say, hey, Mike, let me talk to you. Let me see what's going on. You want to talk about my experiences in Moscow. You want to talk about being a stockbroker, being in the military, growing up in the Bronx in the 80s during the crack epidemic. If you want to talk about movies, sci-fi, comic books, entertainment, you want to talk about anything at all, today is the day. I will spend 12 hours. I will answer any question that you could possibly have on any and every single subject. So I'm looking forward to this. Please take the opportunity, join in with everyone, and ask away. Throughout the day, I'll be going back and forth on the breaking news, covering what's going on there, and giving you more insight than I do even on my Sunday live stream, which I know for most podcasters, most people on YouTube, they consider my Sunday live stream a marathon in and of itself because we're usually there 5 to 7 hours. But no, this is 12 hours. 12 hours, other than when I walk my dog. We will have some guests that will be coming on today. Now, I've invited many people to join us if they wish to. Popular individuals with 1 million subscribers that are very popular in this nation, and individuals that aren't. I've asked members of our elected offices, federal offices, members of Congress and others in the state and local legislature to join us. They may or they may not. I know there's a couple of candidates and other individuals that will be joining us, whether they stay for 5 minutes just to say happy birthday or they want to be here all day. We will find out. I don't know. I kind of wing my birthday. It's not something I plan out in depth. It's something that I do. Now, I want you to understand one of the reasons why I am doing this today is because we are raising money for the Jericho project. And the Jericho project, it helps. It is a individual company that goes out and helps the homeless, veterans, and families in need. That's all they do. And they're local. They are helping people in New York City. They help about 3,000 homeless people a year. And you may say, well, that's not a lot. It is. It is a huge number. And considering that in New York State, we spend $81,000 per homeless person. $81,000. So every person we can help today helps you in terms of paying taxes. It helps to reduce the burden on you, not just in New York City, not just in New York State, but across the nation. These are federal funds as well as state and local funds that are dedicated to the system of homelessness, not homeless people. That's where we're getting all the, we have studies and talking groups that work together with government, and they sit around in a committee and they do nothing. They don't help. The number of homeless in New York State, like in California, like in many parts of this country, are growing. And this affects people that are age 16 to age 70. Anyone in America can become homeless at any point in time. I've been homeless twice in my life. That was when I was 26. You can become homeless, and many people are closer to being homeless than they imagine. Just losing a job, not having money for a month could be enough to take you into homelessness as well. So every person that we can help to get back onto their feet, to re-engage their life, to restart and to become part of our society again, guess what? That is a benefit to everyone. And I know this personally because I've gone through this personally. And I know that one of the biggest risks is that the longer that you are homeless, the harder it is to break the cycle of homelessness. That's a hard word, homelessness. And we want to break that by reintegrating people, reaching out to them, giving them the things that they need. Some people need medications. Some people just need a job. Some people just need to reconnect with their families, get off of drugs. There's a lot of different reasons why people become homeless. It's not just because they're lazy. It's not just because they're a bum. It's not just because they're on drugs or that they're crazy. There are a lot of reasons that I have seen people, and I myself have been homeless. So everything we can do to help those individuals overcome those burdens as quickly as possible, the better it is for them and the better it is for our society. Whether you want to look at it from a moral point of view or you want to look at it from any other point of view, it's always a benefit. By the way, I see the first person to respond this early morning. Hello this morning. And that is Dal. Hello, Dal. Thank you for joining us. I'm so happy you are here. By the way, I just need to fix something. There we go. Bingo. That looks a little bit better. Hey, Dal. I'm glad you joined us. By the way, Dal, let me know if the link is working whenever you get a chance. I just want to make sure. I didn't know if you wanted to join in, but I need someone to test the link. So let me know about that. And, oh, that reminds me, I need to move my face over a little bit. There we go. So you guys can see me while the comments are up. And I do appreciate, thank you for having birthday with me. So 50% of every super chat, 50% of everything we get in Patreon and PayPal, in Zazzle, at the Zazzle store, every single way that I can draw in money today, 50% of that will be going directly to the Jericho project. Please, if you do nothing else today, take $2, $5, and make a donation to the Jericho project. Pool it with me. 50%, $5. That's all it is. $5. You make a one-time super chat, $5. And if I can only get 200 people, we will hit our goal of $1,000 to be donated to the Jericho project to help the homeless. That's all it takes. You don't have to be super rich, although if you know a billionaire, please let them know about this and ask them to donate $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 because they're a billionaire. But if you don't know a billionaire, and I don't, and you don't know any millionaires, I know a couple, and speak to them and say, hey, you know what? Just Joe Average, your buddy at your job, your friends down at the church or wherever, $5. If we can get 200 people to watch this program over the next 12 hours, and each of those 200 people are able to donate $5, whether you're a subscriber or not, then we can hit our $1,000. That could change 1, 2, 3 people's lives. It could help an entire family. I tell you what, something a lot of people don't know was when I was homeless, it didn't cost money to get me to stop being homeless. I had invested everything I owned, into a business. We called it Post Station. Me and 4 other guys. We were within 15 minutes of making $10 million. This is all legal. We were building up a film studio. I've talked about this before. I don't know how much in depth, I forget over the years, but we created a company. It was called Post Station. We were trying to put together a movie studio with lighting and post-production out in Valencia in California. We had 2 movies that were set to use some of our stages. We were buying the entire stage, Valencia Studios. We were buying that. And we had 2 movies that were set to come in. And we were so close. We had investors coming from overseas. This is back in 94, somewhere around 94. And we literally were down to the wire. We were promised from our overseas investors that they were going to send a wire that would have closed the company. We would have funded the company. The bank was ready to, as soon as the money hit, they were going to give us the purchase. We were going to be able to move forward. Everything was go. We'd have made $10 million within a week. And the money, as it turned out, was coming from the mafia. We didn't know that at the time, but the United States government did know because they were checking where the wire was coming from, since it was coming from overseas. And they put a hold on the money. Well, that was enough to get past the deadline for making the payment for the movie studio, which was difficult. And sure enough, we lost everything. And I became homeless. I was living out in the streets, literally living on the streets of Hollywood. It's not as glamorous as you think. You know, the movies and, the red carpets. It's not really, Hollywood isn't really glamorous at all. But I was living out there. I was living on the streets, walking up and down Hollywood Boulevard, trying to get odd jobs, trying to get cigarettes, bum off cigarettes from people, trying to stay safe. And I was out there for a while, learning how to live as a homeless person in California. And I had some people who helped me. I've talked about this story many times about the church steps and how I was able to finally get some solid sleep. I had 1 bag that I was living out of, had a pair of jeans and 2 shirts. That's all I had to live on. And I've talked about that a few times in the past. I'll talk about it again today if you guys want. But then I was able to get a job because a company, California PIRG, CAPIRG. You ever get those phone calls where someone says, will you take a survey? It'll only take 5 minutes. You only have to answer 3 questions. Next thing you know, you're talking for about 20 minutes and you've answered about 50 questions. You ever had one of those people call you up on the phone? I know those who are older definitely have gotten those calls. But if you're younger, I think they still do it with cell phones. that they make these calls. Now, this is a nonprofit group, and yeah, they make these phone calls, usually related to some leftist ideology. Let's clean the planet or end oil or renewable energy, whatever it is. And they have these across the country, usually in the bluer than blue states. They have this a lot. They hired me. They hired me without an address, without any questions. And that is what got me back into cycle of becoming a productive member of society. So it's not about money. It's about the opportunity. That's how we can help homeless people. Very often, a large number of people just need an opportunity, that re-entry back into the normalcy that everyone else takes for granted every day. It's just, you take it for granted. You're going to go to work, do your 9 to 5, come back home, you pay your bills, and then whatever you have left over, you try and splurge on something that will entertain you. Okay, that's fine. But when you become homeless, that system is broken. The sooner we can rebuild that system, the sooner it is you get to go back to that normal type of life. And that's how I was able to get back onto my feet. They gave me the job. They didn't ask me about my address. They knew there were questions, but I wasn't on drugs, or at least as far as they knew. And it's true, I wasn't on drugs, and I didn't look like I was on drugs, and I was as clean as I could keep myself. So they gave me the chance. They said, we'll give you a shot. And luckily enough, I'm good on phones. I'm good at making sales. So they had me on, and I was doing a good job, and I got to rebuild my life. And by helping the Jericho project, maybe we can help an entire family, a bunch of veterans, other individuals who are homeless in the same way, to give them that opportunity to restart their life. $5. Super Chat, $5. Rumble Rant, $5. 200 people, $5. We will hit $1,000. We can change several people's lives. It isn't that hard. It just takes a little bit of effort. I'm putting in money too. I'm dirt poor. I'm putting in money today. I have at least a $25 that I will be putting in myself because I'm dirt poor. But I'm going to give, as I do last year. This winter, I did it as well. Remember, this winter, we donated in November and December. We gathered another $200 that we were able to donate to the Jericho project. And thank God we did. I said I did not trust Mayor Mandami, Zoran Mandami. I said I do not believe his policies are going to be helpful to the homeless. I said it was dangerous. And in January, Zoran Mandami became the mayor of New York City, and 19 homeless people died. That's a record for New York City. And it's not because he was a radical socialist. No, it's because he's insane. Zoran Mandami's policies don't work. It's not because he's a Democrat, not because Republican. No other mayor, Republican or Democrat, has lost 19 people in the modern era because of the homeless being out in the cold. Zoran Mandami did it. He broke a record because he left the homeless out in the parks, under the bridges, in the areas that no one looks at, in the little bit of alleyways, and no one looks at that. And he left them there in the snow in -5 degree and less degree weather with winds blowing through, and he let them die. They froze to death. Guess what? You helped to keep that number below 20. Your donation with my donation, we put our money together, and we were able to make a donation on January 2nd. We helped to save lives. I don't know how many. Maybe it was one. Maybe it was a dozen. It doesn't matter. We helped to save lives because the government couldn't and wouldn't do it, because government will not always be there to do something. Government is there to be government. They just grow bigger. They waste money. Think about it. $81,000 That's how much New York City spends on homeless per person. $81,000. Most of the people who are watching YouTube right now, as you go to work right now, you don't make $81,000. That's more than double what the average salary is in America. The average American isn't making $81,000. And those homeless are not getting the benefit of $81,000. Literally, we could put every single homeless person in a hotel and they'd be able to have enough money to buy food lavishly on $81,000, even in New York City. And we still have homeless. So the money isn't getting where it needs to be. That's why we need the Jericho Project. Okay, I've talked about that for about 20 minutes. Thank you, Dal. I see. Yes, the regular audience knows about this. It's not something I'm embarrassed by. I know some people are embarrassed about homelessness if they've had troubles in their life. I don't. I hope that when you hear me talk about being homeless, it's not me bragging, because there's nothing to brag about. It's not something that you can look at as an achievement. It's just an example that when you are having trouble in your life, whatever it may be, you can overcome. You can survive. You can excel. It is possible because I've done it. And if I did it, you can do it too. And your friends can do it too. I know what it was like in 2020 and everyone got depressed because we were all locked in and we were all alone. 2020, it was just me and my dog, Khan. That's it. Me and my dog, Khan. The job I had closed down. And I was running at that time for county legislator with zero support from the Broome County GOP. Thank you, guys. Yes, Broome County made me a dozen promises how they would support me running for county legislator in a district that was 80% Democrat. 80%. Bob Wessler, a guy who I know, and Bob is a nice guy. I have no bad things to say about Bob as a person. I disagree with his politics. I've said that to his face. I say it before the election. I say it now. I have no problem saying, Bob, I don't agree with your politics. Is he a nice guy? He's a nice guy. I know him personally. And you know what? Bob, the GOP threw me to the wolves and let me go. So I was going through an election that I was trying to win with no support from the GOP. Every promise they made, they broke. They gave me no recognition and no support. At the same time that people were terrified to open their doors because they thought they would die. At the same time that I lost my job because the business closed down. And I was living all by myself with just my dog. All of that was happening. And then I lost the election, which it was a difficult. Most incumbents won in 2020. Almost all of them won. It was like 95%. People were afraid to vote for it. They were afraid to open their door. They weren't hearing about new candidates, so they just elected the candidates they already knew. Again, Bob Wessler, not a terrible person. He did not have bad intent. He had bad policies, like defunding the police, which was one of them. I disagree with that. Most people disagree with that. I still got 36% of the vote in a district that's 80% Democrat. I, as a hardcore Republican, got 36%. So I'm not that upset about it. But it was a very difficult time. I got depressed. Like a lot of people, I was very depressed in 2020 going into 2021. Massively depressed. I know how you felt. Guess what? I got through that. Now, I did lose my house. I lost 95% of everything that I own. And there are people in this audience right now. They were there. They came to my home. They cleared out everything I owned. They know that. They know I didn't lie. There were witnesses because they were hauling my stuff out. Some of it to go to the garbage. Some of it was being donated. Some of it were just people just taking stuff. I said, just take it. It's gone. I can't take it with me. $60,000 in recording and electronics and software that I used for hardware that I used for doing this show, gone. My studio, gone. My Go set, my chess set, couches, beds, it all went. So I know how you feel. And the thing is, we keep going. We don't stop. We will survive. I don't tell you these things because I'm some kind of great guy. I am most of the time. I got my faults too. Yeah. But we can overcome, and we will overcome together. By the way, I do see that oh my God. Here it is, first thing in the morning, and we have a wonderful $20 super chat that just came in from John. Thank you, John. John R. I know who you are. Thank you, John. You are a wonderful supporter. I thank you so much for being my right-hand man for so many years. John gave us a super chat, and he says, Mike was reading a story this morning about a Democrat assemblyman having his party changed without his knowledge by his opponent. Really? But I heard elections are super safe and secure. Oh my God, I've got to look that up. John, send me that link. I will try and look that up. This morning, throughout the show today, I'm going to go through a lot of news stories, and I will cover them all as they come up. But yes, send me that. I definitely want to cover that story. Thank you for the $20 to help the Jericho project, to help the homeless. And yes, John, that's true. John was also one of the people who were with me in clearing out all my stuff when I lost 95% of everything I owned. And I don't say that to brag. It's not a brag. It's not bravado. It's that you too can survive and do well. You will overcome difficulties in your life. I have been in coups. I've been in earthquakes. I've been in fires. I've been hit by a car. Yes, I got hit by a car. I was on my motorcycle, got knocked off by a car. You can survive the worst of the worst. You just don't know it. Hopefully, you will never have to experience it. But you can survive these things. Absolutely. I have faith in you. Okay. So that's the first half hour of the show. Let me start into some of the politics. Again, this program, just leave me a comment. Whether or not you do a super chat, it's fine. Or super chat, rumble, rant, however you want to do it. But if you do, even better, because it helps the Jericho project. We're already today with the $25 from me. We've got $20 coming from a guest who's going to be on the show later today. That's Gonzalo Duran. He's putting in another $20. That's $45. And now we put in another $20 from John. And that means we're at $65 so far. We have already raised $65. We have already raised $65 out of our goal of 1,000. We're already off to a great start. We've only been on for about half an hour. I'm so happy. I am happy. We are getting there. We're going to get there, folks. We're going to get there. All right. I want to talk again. If you want to talk about any subject, just let me know. We can talk about any question you guys have. I don't care what it is. I'll start off with some of the news. There's breaking news out today that there is a ceasefire talk that is happening at this moment. Now, it's unclear whether it's just about the Strait of Hormuz or if it's the entire U.S.-Iran conflict. I tend to believe it's about the Strait of Hormuz. The entire conflict, I think, will continue. Now, I've said from the beginning of this conflict, because it isn't a war, hasn't been declared a war. It is effectively a war, but it is not an official war. I have said that it would be 3 to 6 months. It's just, unless there are boots on the ground, this will last somewhere between 3 to 6 months. That's realistic. And I understand why Donald Trump is saying, no, it's going to be over in a couple of weeks, which he said several times now. We were supposed to see it over in a month. Now it's a month and a half to 2 months. It'll be 3 to 6 months. If it isn't over by August, well, that's going to be an entirely different set of circumstances. And politically, it will have a backlash. But I expect somewhere in around June to August, we will probably see this end. But this ceasefire talk, which I think is more specifically targeting the Strait of Hormuz, I think that is realistic. Now, they're talking about a 45-day ceasefire, which would then open up the opportunity to actually have a peace talk and end of conflict. We'll see how that goes. Now, we've heard from Iran literally from the first day of fighting, and intermittently since then, the foreign minister of Iran has intermittently been saying that Iran wants to talk, that they want peace. And I believe that behind the scenes, outside of the public eye, that Iran has been reaching out to America, to Donald Trump, and saying, no, let's stop this. Let's stop. Let's hold up, stop, and let's talk about this. I think they have been trying to say that. I think Donald Trump has said no consistently. And what's changed now isn't the position of the United States or Donald Trump. It's the fact that the rest of the world has suddenly realized they're going to be out of oil, that the Strait of Hormuz being blocked off, 20% of the oil around the world, is creating a short-term spike in inflation, which is going to drive up costs. And that's going to have a significant impact on, well, a lot of things, but in particular, and I think this is the part that no one's really been talking about. Let me take this off. Let me give you some advice, folks. If this war, if this conflict, whatever you want to call it, if it continues through April, if we get to the end of April and the Strait of Hormuz is still blocked off, or majorly blocked off, if still 20% of the world's oil is not getting through there, then you will see prices for food start to go up, and they will continue to go up until 2028. Not 2027, 2028. Let me explain this. And I'm saying this to you not to panic you. I believe that the more information human beings, adults have, the more they can make plans and the less fear they will have. I don't believe in fear mongering on this channel. I never fear monger. I want you to be informed so you can make a plan, so you will not be taken by surprise, so that you will be able to provide for yourself, your family, your friends. There will be a shortage of food. If we get through April and we still have the blockade and oil is reduced, we already know there are several countries that are running out of oil as we speak. I think Australia had 45 days of oil left. So we're already in that countdown phase for many countries, especially the third world and second world nations. They need to plant their crops. This is spring. This is when we see farmers go out, and farmers can confirm this, I'm sure. They go out now and they start plowing the fields and they start planting most of their long-term crops like the wheat and the corn and such. And so they need to go out and they need to go and plant that. But oil is gasoline, and gasoline is expensive. And there's a limit on what they can do with that. So if you can't afford, as a small farmer, if you can't afford to fill up your tractors, to buy all the seeds and to plant them, then you're going to have a smaller crop. If you can't afford to fill all your field and you can only afford to run the tractor to get half of your field, well, you'll still get some crops, but there will be less there. Same thing for larger corporations. Now, not to the same extent, but yes, they will also, it's an extra expense. This is money they did not plan to spend on. Many of these larger companies, and yes, even the Monsantos out there, they're running on thin margins of maybe 5%. They're rich because they have a lot of money coming in, and 5% of $10 million is still a large amount of money. But they don't have extra money just free flowing everywhere. I mean, that's the impression the news media, the left, would like you to have. That's not the reality of what they have going on. And if they have to pay more for energy, well, that means they have less profit and maybe even no profit. Maybe they go into debt. So that means they're going to be able to grow less food. That's in the US. And we're talking about in that scenario I just described. That's one of the best case scenarios because America is actually very profitable. We're the powerhouse, economic powerhouse of the world. Imagine being in a third world nation where everyone's poor, everyone's impoverished. They can't afford these things in the first place. They can barely make enough to fill half a field, let alone get the tractor to run for a full field planting. That means many nations will not have enough food. They will not have enough crops planted during the spring to be able to feed their people. And you won't hear much about it in the news. The news isn't going to talk about it because they don't pay attention to the spring, the planting of crops. They don't really think about that. And they don't think about it in the summer as the corn stalks and wheat stalks are growing. They don't really think about that. And then comes the fall when we sow or reap all of those stocks. We take in the food to get it processed. And then we suddenly find out that we're 10, maybe 15% short. Mind you, we're already in a global food crisis. There is 30%, 35% less food in the world today than in 2019. That's because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Now, we've gotten used to it at this point because the war has been going on since 2021. We're used to 2022, to be exact. It's been going on for so long. We've lived with that. And we are lucky, most of us who are watching this right now, many of us are in first world nations. You're in the United States, England, Germany. We have Japan. We have a large audience in many of the first world nations. But if you're in a second or third world nation, you're still dealing with this. And you know there is a ton less food available than in 2019. And now you're going to have even less. Another 10, possibly 15% less food on top of the 30% less food compared to 2019. That means more people will starve and the price of food will go up. It will continue to go up as long as it's conflict. And here's the thing, even if the war ends in the middle of, like I think, in August, the damage has already been done. If it goes past April, the damage is already done. The planting season has been missed. Even if they run out and they just try and put out as many crops as they can in May, they've missed the window, so there will be less food available. The price will go higher. And then we have the winter, can't grow any crops in the middle of the winter, so there goes 2026. In 2027, we've got to wait for the land to thaw. Then the spring comes, we have to plant, they have to grow, and then we get them. So that means at the earliest, we will get back to current production levels, assuming the war has ended, the Strait of Hormuz is free. The earliest would be 2027 in the mid-fall. That would be like October. That would be the first opportunity for food prices to drop down. So realistically, we're talking 2028 would be the first time you'd see prices of food capable of dropping down. That's devastating. And not a lot of people are thinking of it that way. I am. It's the same way we were thinking about it in 2022. And you may recall, and you can go back and see the video, that in February of 2022, we were talking with you and we said, hey, you better start stockpiling food. Learn how to have preserves, buy grains, rice and wheat and flour, and be able to make long-term foods, plant foods in your backyard like tomatoes and various vegetables in your, carrots in your backyard, because the price is going to go higher. And if you listen to us in February of 2022, by September of 2022, you were saving money and you had food to feed your family. Well, we are in that scenario again right now. And I wish I had caught it sooner, but I didn't. But I am seeing it, and I am warning people now. You start planting potatoes. You go and start planting your carrots, your cabbage, whatever your favorite vegetable is. Start planting that. Even if you're in the city and you have a windowsill, put out a carrot or potatoes. Potatoes are easy. You can grow potatoes anywhere. Go and plant some potatoes because the prices are going to go up. The question is how much and for how long. And if I am correct, we're talking about prices being up until 2028. You can do something about this. Save your family money. Buy rice, buy long-lasting foods now. Start learning how to preserve foods now. If you have a deep freezer, start stocking it up. The prices will go higher. Not just for vegetables and wheat and grain and rice, but also that's what's used to feed pigs and cattle. Excuse me. That feeds pigs and cattle. That means your beef prices are going to go up. Your pork chops are going to go up. Your hot dogs, your hamburgers are all going to go up. We saw this happen under the Biden-Harris administration. And then we didn't have anything except bad economics. The prices went up because Joe Biden was an idiot. And he had bad international policy as well as bad economic policies domestically. And so that's what drove up the prices by 17%. We had 17% inflation to start with, and we got to a peak of 22. We had 12.4% average food inflation under Joe Biden. I don't think it will be as bad right now under Donald Trump. He has better domestic economic policies, but this is still international policy. It will still affect everyone in the globe. The prices will go higher. So take this as you will, but this is my advice that I am putting out there for you. We know the ceasefires. We see the news. They're going to have ceasefire talks. That will take a week or two if it actually is moving forward. If it's not just an excuse by Iran to try and buy them more time to get more political pressure on Donald Trump. If it's actually a serious conversation, if it is actually real about opening up the Strait of Hormuz, it's still going to take another week. We still might miss the planting season. Take my advice now. Stock up on food. If I am wrong, you will wind up with some extra food that you will be able to donate to your local church, your local synagogue, your local mosque. You'll be able to help feed the homeless on your own anytime you want. You can help your family and friends that might be going through economic hardships. Or you can just have it there for a rainy day to feed you and your family. You've lost nothing. But if I'm right, you will save money and be able to feed your friends and family. It's worth the risk. It's worth taking some time out to stockpile just a little bit. Doesn't have to be a lot. Again, it's not that there will be no food. In most first world nations, in the United States, you're not going to run out of food. You may have fewer options of food. Instead of having 5 different brands of rice, you're going to have 3 brands of rice. You're not going to starve. You're not going to not have an option. You may just have fewer options, but the price will be higher. In second and third world nations, you might starve. Take this advice. That's what I believe. Now, if you think I'm wrong, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, I'm willing to have that conversation. If you think what I have said doesn't make sense, tell me why. I will have that conversation. If I am wrong, I will admit I am wrong. I don't believe I am. I believe this is a sound theory. And the reason why CNN, MSNBC, ABC, the New York Times, why aren't the major news media telling you this? Because one, they think that you're stupid. They think that you're going to go out and panic, and just like toilet paper, you're going to make a run on all the rice and there'll be no rice left in the stores. I don't think that's going to happen. because there's not enough fear behind it. The reason why people ran out during the pandemic and they were buying all the toilet paper is because they were filled with fear. They were told that they were going to die and they didn't know why. We saw the same kind of panic and fear. I'm old enough to remember that when AIDS first came out, everyone was terrified. Everyone was panicking. Nobody knew what it was. They were like, oh my God, you sneezed on me. I have AIDS. Oh my God, you cried and I touched your hand and touched your face and I got the tear on my hand and therefore I've got AIDS. People believed that. We thought it was airborne. Literally, people thought at the beginning of the AIDS crisis, we thought it was airborne. No one knew what it was. Didn't know if you could get it off of a doorknob. Literally, there were articles questioning whether or not you get AIDS off of a doorknob. We know better now. And you look at it and go, well, that's silly. That's just stupid. Why would anyone think that? Well, we didn't know anything else. And we were being filled with fear from the news media. Oh my God, this baby got it. Everyone's getting it. How did a baby get AIDS? We don't know. It must be in the air. And because of that, people panicked. And when people panic, they make stupid decisions. So being old enough to have seen people driven by fear and the fear mongering of the news media and seeing them panic and make the wrong decisions, when it came to the lockdowns and the pandemic in 2020, I had a different way of looking at it. I had previous experience with this same kind of fear-mongering, gut-wrenching reactions and said, no, this is probably not what they are making it out to be. It's probably not as deadly as they made it out to be. It wasn't. It probably wasn't as contagious as it was contagious. It just wasn't deadly unless you happen to be under either very old or you had a bunch of comorbidities. That's what we know today. But then they were like, oh my God, everyone's going to get it and everyone's going to die and the world's going to be a big graveyard. And remember what they were saying then? Overreaction, fear. And so that's because the news media doesn't know how to just have a conversation with you. They don't know how to inform you anymore without trying to manipulate you. They have been manipulating the news to get a political agenda done for so long, for about 2-3 decades now, that they don't know how to just tell you information and let you make up your own mind. They don't trust you anymore because they've never trusted you. They've been trying to manipulate you, to control you, to force you to do what they want. So they don't think you know how to think. They don't believe that you have the ability to make a choice for yourself. I do. I believe you're a grown adult. You have agency in your life. And if I just give you the information, you can make up your own mind. You can make a decision, whether you agree or disagree with any conclusion I may have. I've given you the information, the food of thought, and you can then do the research you think is necessary and make a decision, informed decision, and there will be no fear. So that's why I'm talking about this food crisis that the rest of the news media won't talk about, that they won't have this conversation with you, because they don't know how to turn that fear into getting you to vote Democrat. And I say that in the United States, 80% of the news media is controlled by the left. That's a fact. Over 80% are controlled by the left, and they want you to vote Democrat, to vote as progressive as possible, as many people as possible. And their manipulation of the major mainstream news media it's basically you're on railroad tracks. You only have one destination, and that is voting Democrat. And all of the news media is geared to try and get you to do that one thing. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that's the case. So that's why we're seeing the difference. Hang on one second, folks. Yeah. Hey, my puppy's here. He just ate his food. Come here. Come. Come here. No one's going to get it. Come here. You ready? Oh, yes, you're happy. Hi. Oh, hi. Say hi to everyone. Hi. This is Khan. Khan is 15. Yes, 15. No, he's not a puppy. And Old man here is happy because he just ate his food and he's looking around and he's looking at you guys. He's saying hi. He says, donate to Jericho. I love this guy. All right. Ready? Good boy. So he's very excited with himself. I love my dog. Good boy. He's a pain in my butt for 15 years, but I love him. Good boy. Lay down. So he just finished his food, and he always lets me know when he finishes his food because he's a good boy. So again, I think I do not fearmonger on this channel. I inform you and I tell you what I believe the conclusions are. I tend to be right. That's not bravado. It's just historical fact. I tend to be right on many of the predictions that I make. That's because I spend a lot of time doing research before I actually tell you this is what I think. This is what my conclusion is. So that's the reason why. It's not because I'm some kind of super genius. I mean, I am smart, but I'm not a super genius. I don't got a supercomputer doing this for me. It's just me paying attention to the details. That's why I'm telling you about the food crisis and the mainstream news media isn't. I do see we have some comments that came in. Let me address that. So we start off with Dow says, rice. Rice has gone from $1 a pound in 2022 to $2.25 a pound at our local bulk food store. I will note that they do not carry American domestic rice. Well, that's a problem right there. If we have domestic rice and America does grow rice, it will be less expensive. Of course, it's not the jasmine, extra long, wild grain rice that people pay extra money for. We're talking about the basics here. I'm not talking about luxury. I'm talking about basics that will keep you alive until prices come down, availability, supply comes, and then you can go back to buying whatever it is. You don't need avocado toast. You don't. You want toast, just get regular toast with or without butter, and that will keep you alive. If you have the luxury and the capability to get avocado toast, fantastic, knock yourself out, but it will be more expensive. There's a difference between survival and luxury. And in America, we often forget what that difference is. And part of the reason why the price of rice has gone from $1 to $2.25 is the prices never came back down from the Biden administration. It's been a year and a half, not even a year and a half, since Joe Biden was in office. Since we started switching from the Bidenomics into Trumponomics, I guess you would call it. I don't know what we call it now, into a new economic theory. We've only just started reversing a lot of the economic trends that Democrats have done, and that had a massive inflation. Again, inflation was 17.5%. Food inflation was 12.4%. We haven't had a chance to adjust yet. And that's why the prices are still high. And now we have this additional pressure that continues to push up the prices. Again, food is still 30% less food in the world than in 2019. So we haven't had a chance to catch up. And now the prices will go even higher. Let me go on. Dow goes on to say, pro tips, window boxes on south-facing buildings and balconies, rooftops, backyards. Take any opportunity to install or utilize lawn for food production. Now is the time. Well, Dow, I think, as I recall, you were with me in the audience back in 2022 when I started telling people to prepare themselves for food, to stockpile their food, to get more canned foods, to get more long-lasting foods. You were part of the audience back in 2022 when I was saying that. I was right then. I will be right now. I truly believe it. Dow goes on to say, then learn the skill of pickling, salting, and smoking meats, and wet canning. I don't know anything about wet canning. I know what it is, but I don't know anything really about wet canning. But I do know about smoking meats, and I have a couple of friends who were very much they learned that back in, again, during the pandemic lockdowns, they started smoking meats, got really into it. Now he's massively into it, loves it. He's got a whole setup for it, can do it all kinds of flavors and everything. Didn't take a long, took about a year and a half for him to really get into it and get good at it. So I do recommend a lot of people doing that. And you can do that, if you've got one of those hibachis, the little mobile grills, you can do it yourself. It cost about $150 for a grill with a smoking attachment, and you can smoke your own meats. So basically, you can go out into your backyard. You can go even in the city. You can go into a backyard. You can go to a park. If you've got a balcony, you can do it off of a balcony in most places. And you can have these little hibachis, and you can grill your own food and smoke your own meats. You can do this. So that's a good point. Dow goes on to say, revisiting Mandami for a minute, fantastic, wanted to say that this homeless policy was typical of many a communist policy. They always end in death. Well, communism is the scourge of political ideology in the world. It is a failed idea, and it is always packaged as, you just don't understand, next time it will be great. Next time it's going to work perfectly. That is always the pitch of communism. I'm old enough to have heard this pitch 3 or 4 times in my lifetime. I've had 3 or 4 different cycles of communism is great. You just don't understand how good communism can be. I think the first time I heard about communism being great was back when I was in high school. This is back in the 1980s. And that was a cycle. The cycle before that was probably the late 60s, when the hippies were trying to be more commune. They want to live in communes and be communist. And that didn't work. And then in the 80s, they tried to bring it back and said, communes are back and we're going to do it again. And communism's going to work this time, and completely failed. And then we saw it again. And we're probably in the 4th or 5th iteration of communism in my lifetime that we're seeing going around. It never works. So I'm not surprised. Mandami's a failure. He is an abject, absolute failure. Yes?
Kanye wants to go outside.
He's early.
He wants to go outside. He yelled at me.
Yeah, he yells at you all the time.
Well, he's very forceful and direct.
By the way, folks, if you're wondering, I'm talking to my sister in the background about my dog. He goes out about 4 times a day.
5.
And now he's trying to make it into 5 or 6 because he's older and he doesn't care. And he bullies my sister. He doesn't bully me. She'll tell you.
This is indirect bullying.
He bullies her to try and get me to do things that he knows that I won't let him do.
Well, he has to be.
We'll say, okay. So my puppy, which you just saw on camera, he now wants me to take him out an hour and a half ahead of his normal schedule. All right, he's a little bit older. Hello, native New Yorker. Thank you for joining us. I'm not familiar with your screen name, so thank you for taking a moment to join our podcast, our program, and to be able to be with us. I am going to walk my dog, and that won't be long, but I'm going to take a quick break just to do that. That'll give you guys, if you haven't had your breakfast yet, if you haven't had coffee yet, this will give you a chance to be able to do all of that. What I'm going to do is I will play Doom. Okay, here we go. I'm going to provide. God, I didn't even get through all the morning basic news. I'm shocked. Okay, I got to catch up to the news, but let me do this first. So I'm going to walk my dog in just a minute. What is that? Stop. There we go. Sorry, folks. I had nothing prepared. I wasn't expecting for another hour and a half before I would have to walk my dog. But what I will do is I will take a quick break. Again, we're going to be here for 12 hours. In the meantime, tell me, what do you want to talk about? I still want to talk a little bit more about what's happening with the U.S.-Iran ceasefire talks. We want to talk about the price of oil and where it's probably going. There's a prediction out there for $150 an hour, $150 a barrel of oil. I think that is the wrong prediction. That's by Morgan Stanley. I think the price will go higher than that, but I'll explain why and how long that will last. And there is a disease warning in California. I want to cover that. That's some of the breaking news today. Hey, Jan, I didn't know it was you, Jan. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. By the way, Janice just says she's the native New Yorker, New York City. And Janice is with us with Convention of States. And I love covering the Convention of States. Very interesting conversations, especially with Mark Meckler. You may recall I've done an interview with him about the Convention of States. You can always look that up. I'm happy for you guys to find out more about it. Let me take a quick break. Guys, go out, get your coffee, get your morning cigarette, walk your dog, whatever you need to do. Kiss your wife, kiss your husband, or don't. I don't know. That's up to you guys. But we're going to take a quick little break so I can walk my dog, and then we will be back. So with that. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Michael Voss. I'm your host for this very special moment where we're going to take a look at the Trump presidency to date, the 47th president. A lot has been happening in the world, and as we approach the 2026 midterm elections, as many people talk about 2028, as the world is changing before our eyes, we want to take a moment to look at where we have come from, where we are now, and where we will be going forward. I have with me two guests that I think will be very helpful in this to make sure that we are having the clearest view of the Trump presidency, the good and the bad. And I have with me two guests. On my right is my good friend. I do want you to know he is my good friend for over a decade, but also a candidate for governor, Libertarian Larry Sharpe. And on my right, I have with me also another great individual, and that is, and I have a great individual with me here on my left, and that is Mr. Cool Clyde. I'll call you Clyde.
Call me Clyde. It's easier. It makes it much easier. I'm okay with that.
Fantastic.
Brother Clyde.
He's obviously cool, so it's fine.
That works.
Oh, thank you.
So, I have my two guests, and so we have two independents, a little bit more left-leaning, a little more centrist, and of course, I myself am a conservative Republican. I've run for Congress, and I've also been deeply involved in politics and political commentary for the last 20 years. Hopefully, this balance will reach out to you, and everyone in the audience should be able to connect to at least one of my guests, if not all of us. Let me start off with something that's, I think, the easiest way to walk into this, because President Trump and his administration have been very controversial.
True.
A lot of very interesting ideas. So let's start with what has worked and what has not worked over the last, what is it, a year and 2 months now? So I'm going to ask each of my guests, first of all, what did Trump do that you agree with? What did you disagree with? The top one thing in his administration so far that has worked or has failed for each of you, and tell me why, and then I'll give you my points.
I think it's combined for me, right? I think one of the things Trump did so well was he put together a coalition of people, right? He put together the Tulsi Gabbards, the Elon Musk, the RFK Juniors, and he gave Americans a place to go who were just unhappy and bothered, right? People where I think if you look at 2024, 2025, a lot of people were looking at Democrats and going, this is not what I want. I'm unhappy with Biden. I'm unhappy with what's happening. Things aren't good. And everyone could rush to Trump as a kind of centralized figure. I think that was a good idea. Him doing that was good. It got people people to care again. People felt it was almost like, in a way, this insults me Republicans, it was almost like Obama's hope and change. It was almost like that, and that feeling of we can get something done, we can do good things. I think it did get a lot of people together who weren't Democrats, and that was a good thing of him getting the coalition together. But I think what happened is when he did that, he was able to get a mandate. He was able to win all 7 swing states. He was able to beat Kamala Harris in the popular vote. But I think it gave him and his establishment a bit too much hubris. I think they then began to go too far. I think they thought, I can do no wrong. I can do anything. I can keep going. And because of that, this is the part that I think was bad. They had terrible communication at, I think, almost every level. If Trump is trying to make the tariffs work, he did not communicate that well. If he's going to go to war and bomb somebody, he did not explain that well. None of his communication came across to America well. What he was trying to achieve did not work, and I think it happened because he had this coalition, he had this mandate, and he thought, I can do whatever I want, and he failed to communicate.
Good.
Well, I come from a different perspective on that. I think, Trump, what I think that he did pretty good was he fired so many high-ranking officials. I have never seen that. Most people would think that he would go after just black people. He fired high-ranking officials. And I just think for a person that will tell you straight to your face, no matter what it is, he doesn't shake, he tells you exactly what it is. I respect that. Then to sit at a table with somebody smiling with me, eating dinner with me, making me feel like everything is okay, and next thing you know, I'm being lynched. But he will tell you straight to his face. If I don't like you, I'll call you the N-word to your face. But I respect that because at least I know not to go down that alley. If I do, I knew what I was getting into.
Yeah, I want my clan members to be wearing the hood. I want to know they're wearing the hood, right? I want them to be wearing the hood, right? I want to make sure I know where they are. Okay, that's where you are. Okay, good.
Wait. That's an interesting point of view. We're going to address that in a second. But that's what you think he did right. So, Clyde, tell me, what do you think he did wrong?
He's very disobedient to the Lord Jesus Christ.
And what do you mean by that?
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not lie. He's the highest ranking president, official. What are our young and grassroots people, for that matter, people from around the world is watching our leader?
Okay.
Hypocrisy.
Interesting. Before we get into that, because I have a few questions about that on both of your points, let me give a slightly different point of view. I think one of the best things that Donald Trump has done as the 47th president is he has dealt with tariffs. Now, I know a lot of people look at the tariffs and they think of short-term prices go up. That is a means to an end. The first thing that we have to think about is what is the purpose of a tariff?
It's my point. You're hitting my point perfectly.
Yeah, it's long-term. This is, and it is and I'll get to that part. I know what you're thinking of. But the purpose is to create self-sufficiency within our country, to be able to build up manufacturing, to be less dependent on foreign countries for essential items, to build our economy. Now, this process takes
And why you better explain it than he is?
Wait a minute. Wait. Let me get... Hang on, Larry.
Go ahead.
I know you're very excited about this.
Go ahead.
By the way, folks, we've had this argument before. But this is essential for America to be self-sufficient, and it's a long-term 5-year, possibly 10-year plan. So that's one of the best things he did. He set up America to be self-sufficient. The problem, and one of his biggest failures in the administration to date, is that he has been communicating some of the essential items of his administration poorly. And that's usually when he's not directly connected to that issue, but he is the commander-in-chief. And so it is on him to make sure everything is clear. So I do fault him for this because people are looking at tariffs and allowing the media generally to say, well, this is short term. Next week, the price of X is going to go up. Next month, the price of Y will go up. But they fail to mention, and it's not being communicated well, yeah, but in about a year, in 2 years, 3 years, you're going to own a business. And that's going to make more money for you, your family, your community, and it's going to improve America. And by the way, the price will go down because you have that business. So that is the good and bad. And I think that's the biggest one because it has one of the largest impacts on America going forward. So that's a different perspective. Let me address something, Clyde, that you were alluding to, but you didn't mention. You're alluding a racial aspect of this. And I know there are many people who have a racial component to this president, more so than we've seen in many other presidents. Why?
Well, I never want to go and try to change anything into a racial aspect because I think we've been playing that pattern for so many years and it's gotten us nowhere.
You're right.
It's about the individual. Each individual. We are in a time that has never been seen before. Nothing like this. Sometimes when I look at this, I feel like I'm on Novocaine, like I'm half asleep, and this is just going to go away in about a week or so. But this is here to stay, at least in my time, in my generation.
I feel like we're going backwards in a way.
It seems that
right?
way.
I feel like we're going backwards.
But are we going backwards because of President Trump? Or is it something more cultural? Or is it more political? From my perspective, and maybe you gentlemen disagree with me, I feel that we've been led more backwards, but this is something that started with the Obama administration when he had the beer summit. And that entire environment of promoting BLM, that created a more racial aspect to America that we're all old enough to remember the 90s. And we know that America was coming together. And we had a more unified, universal view of Americans, which we don't have today. Am I wrong?
There's nothing new under the sun. All of these things is happening because of a lot of politics. This country is not a country, it's a corporation. Trump is a businessman, as we understand. However, he has plenty of family members that will benefit greatly from this.
But isn't that true of every president and all of the friends of every president, every politician, members of Senate, of the House? Everyone's connected to politics. That's normal. That's not unusual. That Trump isn't any different than any other president that has existed or any of the leaders.
I disagree.
Nancy Pelosi has brought in hundreds of millions.
No. That's
Okay.
not true. That's not true at all. There's no doubt that Trump has been more brazen, more open, more forward than any of the presidents before. I'm not saying other presidents don't do it, but Biden tried to hide everything. Biden tried to hide his son until the last minute. They all try to hide it. Trump does not.
He doesn't hide it, but it's not unusual, nor is it something that...
You said he's no different.
Well, yeah.
He is different. He doesn't hide anything. He's openly brazen about it.
Okay, my reference of he's not any different in that he is making money while he is president.
They all make money. I'm with you.
That's my point.
Nancy Pelosi tried to lie and hide it. They all try to lie. He does not. He just comes. He's the most gangster of all. He comes out and says, I'm doing it. I think that's your point,
I
right?
like his bravado, Trump's bravado.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying that he's not different. You're wrong. He's very different. He's straight up. He's got his kids going. I got my kids now going to go do stuff. I got my kids.
Okay.
That didn't happen before.
Okay.
It never happened like this before.
Okay. But
And this is his point of the example that it gives to everybody else.
Wait a minute,
Right?
wait a minute.
The example that the Trump gives everybody else is just go do it. Who cares? The others, they pretended like they weren't. It's a difference. You're saying they're the same. They're not the same.
Okay, what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, that it's more obvious to the public.
100%.
And I think that's what you're saying as well, that this is obvious to the public.
Yes.
But I don't think it's an inherent difference, and it doesn't really change the presidency or how the
So
president.
if you and I go and get a taxi, but you're butt naked and I'm not, there's a difference. We both get in a taxi. It's kind of different.
Okay, that is a horrible example, and you
No,
know
but
it.
it's the same.
That makes no sense.
Yes, no, because if I go
No,
and get a taxi and I'm dressed regular, no one notices me. No one cares. I'm getting a taxi.
Okay.
You go out there butt naked, people are like, what? Why are you out there?
Okay, while that's
Changes everything.
That's
I
very
think the
flamboyant,
politics
but
system
incorrect.
should
Go ahead.
be revamped all over again. I think we should come back because a lot of times people say you can't mix religion and politics. Well, who you think created politics? Jesus Christ. But what happened is once man gets involved, man starts to see what he can do and benefit, and he turns away from the way and the rules the way God had set things up. And so that's why there's so much corruption that's going on in the world. There's so much evil and wickedness. God has given us a chance to come back to him. This is a game that's being played over and over and over again. The next person that is coming in, they might have good intentions, good heart.
I bet a lot do.
But once they get in,
Yes.
and they start to see
Yes.
what's really going on, because I had a former manager. He was into politics, black man in particular, very good, family oriented. He took me behind the scenes and he told me, listen, when he got behind the scenes, them folks told him, there's not enough room for another Martin Luther King. He message.
I don't know. One, that's
Yeah,
a
but
very.
your community issue, you're talking about the community, right? And I'm agreeing with you completely.
Okay.
The more we have the government demagogue come in, whether it's Trump, whether it's Hochul, doesn't matter. Whatever government demagogue comes in, when you bring government in, you remove community.
Okay.
Every single time. So now I don't have to go someplace else. The Bible doesn't matter. I got law. Jesus doesn't matter. I got a governor. I got a president.
And it's
They all
not-
get,
wait a
my
minute.
family doesn't matter because I got programs.
Wait.
And we keep
Nothing
pushing
matters.
vote,
Hang on.
Thank you.
vote,
Thank you.
vote.
Hang on.
Thank
But
you.
is it about money, power,
Yes.
do it as I will?
Yes.
Hang on, gentlemen.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's correct. But hang on, because we're going off of what our purpose is when talking about the Trump administration. We're talking about a current presidency. We're talking about the current politics and what's going on in America. And I understand there are other viewpoints that come into this. Let me be very specific.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about religion doesn't really have a place in politics. It has a place in an individual and a person, and how you may apply your beliefs to any figure. That's on you. We have the freedom in America to do that. But what we're talking about is a government, which, yes, government does have some authority over the individual. I understand you're a libertarian. You want none of that.
I think a little bit. A little bit's fine. A little
Okay,
bit's fine.
but most people accept and understand that to have a society that functions, while it's a wonderful ideal as a libertarian to believe, well, we'll just all get along, that's not the reality we've seen in history. We do have governments for a purpose. And that purpose is separate of the religion. It's about having an orderly society. And I believe that Donald Trump, hang on,
Isn't it downstream from culture?
No, wait a minute. But I believe under the Trump administration, what we have seen is that we've had a return to more orderly government, something that we have not been receiving
They're shooting
for
people
several
in the
presidents.
streets. What are you talking about, more orderly
What do you
government?
mean shooting people in the
People
streets?
get shot in the streets.
Are you talking about the criminals? That happens all the time, yes. And we're trying to reduce that, and that is working. What specifically? You're talking about ICE.
You just said more orderly.
Yes.
I'm looking at the words you said. You said Trump is no different. I explained how he's different. You then said orderly. This is not orderly. If
Okay.
it was orderly, Minnesota was not orderly.
Okay,
That's not true. That's why he had to
hang
back
on.
out. That's why they didn't make a deal. That was not. Now,
Larry.
Memphis, orderly. Agreed. Texas, orderly. Agreed. Minnesota, no.
Okay.
That was not. It was not orderly.
Then let's address this, because I know you want to bring this up. And Larry, I
This
love
is your fault, not mine. You
It's
brought it
not
up.
my, no,
It's
it's
your
not my fault. It's perfectly fine.
What is the solution?
Well, first to address, is the nation and the world more orderly, more stable now under a Trump than, say, a Biden or an Obama? Or,
Oh, am I comparing them? Is that what you? What
well,
I'm doing?
that's what I'm doing, yes.
Okay.
And the answer is yes. Is there perfection in that? No.
No,
And
I agree.
And hang on. And we know that there are several factors, in particular the far left, and the further left you go, the more anti-Trump, it's called Trump derangement syndrome for a reason. We see that they are more actively and more violently against that control that we haven't seen under other presidents. Now, is Trump the same? That's a different context. You know, you're taking me out of context on that.
What are you talking
and
about?
That's what we were talking about, something completely different, and you know it, and that's okay. But
See what I put up with? See what I put up with?
yeah, we're friends,
See what I put
but
up
we
with?
disagree. Now, to come back, you had said your question was, how do we fix this?
What's the solution to this? Because I mean,
To-
you know, I always try to have an ear and fight for those people, regular working people,
Yes.
particularly grassroots people
Yep.
that might see two men on TV with business suits on or whatever, talking about politics, and change the channel.
You're not wrong.
Because they don't feel like they identify with what's going on every day. We're in these communities. We go into these stores. We see things get on the actual bus or the train or whatever. We see so many things that are not being addressed. We just keep getting pacified, putting a pacifier in your mouth, and thinking everything is just going to
distracted.
go away. Exactly.
I would say
now,
distracted.
And yeah, you mentioned something about Barack and President. I used to call him 45, but I guess he's President 47 now. Barack opened up the door for this alphabet city. Whereas Trump may say in front of the people, he may kind of try to appease the people and say, you know, he's not for it or he's for it. But I think behind the scenes, he's not for it.
Okay, well, before you go further, what alphabet? What do you mean alphabet?
Well,
what do you mean?
We're talking about, you know, the homosexual gay community. This is what we're talking
It's the
about.
alphabet people, LGBTQ
yeah.
plus,
Okay.
trans,
I just want to make sure
Yes.
we're clear about what
Yep.
we're
Yeah.
speaking about. So that isn't. First of all, they're Americans. They have rights like anyone else.
Sure.
The Trump administration hasn't restricted them in any way, and he shouldn't. Government doesn't have a place in our bedrooms or as how we interact as individuals, other than to make sure that no one is unduly.
Oh, they do
under
have a
duress.
place in our bedrooms. Most of our TVs have cameras in it that watch and hear what's going on. Oh, they do.
Okay,
When you sign on your cell phone, that's why they call them smartphones. When you log on to things, most people don't read the fine print. What you're signing on.
My
They just
FBI
want
agent, I
they
don't know
want
his
quick
name.
service, so they just click agree. But you're giving your information over to third
Clyde,
parties
Clyde, but
that get your information,
Clyde.
and the police departments
Clyde.
can now see everything
Clyde.
that you are doing.
One moment.
Come
Let me
on.
bring you back to.
That's what we need to talk to.
Wait a
We
minute.
can't keep putting a Band-Aid over cancer. We need to deal with it and get to the solution.
Okay, Clyde, what you're talking about, one, is an individual action, not government. Two, that has nothing to do with the Trump administration. What you're talking about, and I'm not disagreeing with you, yeah, people should read their contracts, the agreements that we all just scan through and click on. That's an individual choice. That is a corporation made that, and you signed on to it. You didn't have to. You didn't have to buy that TV. You made that choice. That has nothing to do with the government. That has nothing to do with the Trump administration. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's not appropriate. That has nothing to do with this.
I think
You can't blame Trump for that.
I think that's kind of a cop-out because
How?
because these are certain things that we need in order to survive in this society. Unless we're going to go into a whole totally different country where you're on an island by yourself, which is really unrealistic.
Okay.
We have to deal with reality.
Okay, and
all right,
here's-
because
here's the
sometimes
reality.
we use selective words
So you're
to.
saying things like your cell
we
phone is
need
now
to
like a
get to
utility
the root
almost.
of this stuff.
So
And
you're
this
saying
is
things
the-
like a cell phone and like internet access has become basically like utility now. You kind of have to. have it to
Yes,
survive.
absolutely.
I see what
You
you're saying.
understand. We
Yeah,
understand
I get
sheet
you.
of music.
Well,
we need to talk about
Then
that.
the answer to that, if you want to say that these things are utilities, again, then the answer is voting to have elected officials to pass a law to say that our cell phones, our internet access are now utilities in the public
I
square
think
and to manage
since the
them.
voting system was in existence, I think it failed us. I think that we need to come back to Almighty God, surrender to Him, be a slave to Him. These are the last days. There was
What
a
if I don't
time
agree with
when you
that?
had.
I don't want to hear that.
Wait a
Don't
minute,
tell
wait a
me
minute.
that. I don't want to
Wait
hear
a
that.
minute.
There was a
What if I
time
don't
when you
agree?
had
I don't want to hear
Noah,
that. No.
Noah's Ark.
You had me until that. And I'm like, no, I don't want to
Yeah,
hear that.
no, stop
say
right
that
there
one.
because
I
first of
was with
all,
you till that. I don't want that.
your religious beliefs or anyone's individual religious beliefs doesn't necessarily matter to anyone else besides you and your connection to your God.
But no
That
one knows
and
when the end
government-
times are. No one does.
and
Not
no one
even you.
does. No one does.
No one does.
No, I'm
No
not
one
claiming that.
No one does.
I'm saying Jesus Christ knows.
That's correct.
That's
Fantastic.
what I'm
That's
saying.
correct.
I'm being very
Fantastic.
clear
Wait a
with
minute.
that.
But
But
wait a
I was
minute.
just trying to
No.
make an analogy with then and now, because I don't want to just speak on the past without being relevant to what's going on, because people will
Okay.
look at us like dinosaurs. We need to know what's going on today
Well, I'm
and
trying to
compare the
address
two,
that.
because there's nothing new under the sun.
No, but that's what we're trying to address here today. But
Okay.
you're taking us into an entirely different.
I told you that
conversation.
I will. I didn't surprise you with
understand.
any uppercuts.
I'm not mad,
And this
Clyde.
is
I'm not-
what
I'm
we
not upset with
need
you.
Clyde.
for the people to listen to and to be. And I'm not trying to create controversy or anything or be disrespectful in any manner. I'm just trying to have a voice for those that are sitting at home watching their program and seeing a change, because constantly it's the same rhetoric. I watch world news, I watch CNN, I watch local news like in the tri-state area, CBS News or Eyewitness News, but most of the stuff is being controlled by money.
It's who
That's
buys-
why
it's
most
who
people
buys
go
the
to
ads.
Okay,
Who buys
who
the
buys
ads?
that from Madison. Madison
Wait.
Avenue sells that.
Hang on.
This is why people
Hang on.
open up the door for
Hang on.
YouTube,
Hang
because
on.
now they get
Wait,
real music,
wait a minute.
live,
I want to.
real
I
time.
understand, Clyde. Hang on.
All right, I'm passionate about this.
I know. You cooking. I'm good.
There's no problem with being
Okay.
passionate, but I'm also trying to make sure we all have a voice.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure we all get some clarity here for people who are watching. So, what you're talking about is individualism, and more importantly, American citizens being active and involved in the politics and our communities, rather than passively. What we have, on average, 6 out of 10 people don't vote,
Yeah.
don't pay attention to the issues,
Yep.
and of those 4 that are, they're voting straight down the line, party line, no matter what. And that's not working for America.
Hand-me-down religion
Hang on,
or
but I want to give it to
politics.
Larry.
Politics.
So, Larry, I believe that is the core of the question that Clyde's looking at, and I believe that's the core of the question that many people in the audience are looking at. Where do you stand with that? Am I wrong? Am I right? Where are we?
No. I think the bigger issue is it is community, right? And community is very often religious throughout our history. Our history has been heavily built upon the center being the church. In our community, it used to be the black church. Now the
Okay.
black church is now kind of suffering, as you can see everywhere. I think it's true. It is a part of it. I think if we had more people who were staying to our community, and the example you find is the Amish, right? The Amish have stayed true for a long time. They rally behind the church, and the Amish people are growing. There's more people there's more Amish now in America than there ever been. They're still growing. Mennonites, they're all growing. So people are moving back to community. They are moving back to the local church. They're moving back to a smaller type of local government. I think that's true. And many of them don't vote. You're seeing it here. Actually, you're even seeing it, believe it or not just with Christians, seeing it with Jews too. Hasidic Jews, Rockland County, Orange County, Brooklyn. You see many of them come back together to each other, same idea. I think you are seeing a lot of it because people are lost. To your point, they're not paying attention. And when they look at TV, what do they see? It's like gossip. It's
That's all
gossip.
it is.
And it's
Turn
not
the
gonna help
volume
me.
down and look. It's the same
wait a minute.
thing.
Yes.
It's
But-
like, well, you're not missing out.
So
Same
when I was
thing.
talking about
Go ahead.
Trump, and you were saying it's not about Trump, whether we like it or not, the guy at the top does have some cultural impact.
Of course.
The guy at the top has cultural impact. And if that guy at the top is doing or saying things, even though they may not have the physical power, they do have the influence, right? And the one thing that people like Clinton did very well, Clinton, even though he was literally putting extra cops into the city to crush the black community, he was talking in a way like he cared and he loved us. I'm
Yes,
not
he did.
joking.
He did. He
Absolutely
did.
true.
I know.
He was talking like he loved us, but while he was putting cops to our community, while he was fighting the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Right? So both of those matter. You can't just take one. You can't go, well, no, that's it. No, the rhetoric matters and the feeling matters. It's cultural and the policy matters. It's not one or the other. It's
Well,
both.
then it comes down to a question of culture versus policy, politics. Which one is first? And that's an egg, chicken or egg. Which one comes first? There's a little bit of that question. But let's focus on what's happening right now. Because right now, we have an economy that has improved since Biden, but is not the same as what we have under the previous Trump administration. So it's not as good. And people
True.
are wondering about that. We have questions that are facing us about our stance internationally as well as here domestically. We have a lot of domestic issues. And we're going to get to all of those in the second half of the program. And maybe we'll get back to, we're going to focus on some specific questions that perhaps will give a little more clarity towards what we can expect in the future as well as what is going on now. So we'll be returning with everybody in just a few moments. Please stay with us.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vaz roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vaz roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. The screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Thank you. All right. And here we are. We're back again. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here on my birthday marathon. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. And 1 second. What did I lose? I lost. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. I was in a little bit more of a rush to get back to you all than figuring out where I put everything. Okay. So now I'm back. All right. So I hope you had a good little break, got a cup of coffee or something to start off your day. We've covered a lot so far today, believe it or not. We've been talking about the Jericho project. We've talked about homelessness. We've talked a little bit about what's happening in the Middle East, the ceasefire that may be coming. We've talked about the global food crisis that is likely to happen and how you can do something about that to protect yourself, your family, your friends, to be able to weather the storm, which will be an increase in food prices, possibly about 10% higher prices in food throughout the entire globe, not just in the United States, but for every country in the world. And hopefully this will help people in the second, third world nations, as well as in the first world nations. So we've covered a lot of interesting details there. And of course, we took a little bit of a break. And what you were watching during the break was a special program that I did with Bronx Net Communications. They run the community TV channel here in the Bronx and in Manhattan. And that was a program with Larry Sharp and Cool Clay. It was such a successful program on community TV that they've given me 2 additional programs. And I will be taping an episode of the Bronx Net Community TV a special that you saw there. I'll be doing one on April 8th at Lehman College. And then again on April 11th, I'll be taping another program for the community TV So 8th and 11th, we got 2 more special programs because the one you just saw did so well, they asked me to come back and do 2 more. So I hope you find those interesting. And as soon as they are out and available for the public, I will post them on my channel. You'll be able to see them here as well as on cable channel 70, which is free access, open access to the public. That being said, we've talked a lot about a few things. Now, I do want to address the fact that Morgan Stanley has recently come out and they said that, I don't have it. Okay. Morgan Stanley came out this weekend and reiterated what they had said 2 weeks ago, a prediction at the beginning of the war that the price of oil will go to $150 a barrel. Now, this is something as a consequence of the Strait of Hormuz being closed down. 20% of the global oil is unavailable, cannot get to its destinations. And so Morgan Stanley says they believe that we will see an all-time new price of oil at $150 a barrel. I think they are wrong. I think looking at the speculation we've been seeing, we saw that on Sunday, where barrels of oil were trading intraday just amongst the day traders, upwards of, I saw 114, possibly $140 a barrel on Sunday when the markets were all closed. I think that you will see an intraday high of about $175 a barrel. Now, I don't know that that will be the actual trading values. Like at the moment, the price of oil, and let me just double check right now. Right now, the price of oil you'll see is trading at about 100 and let me get this. Oop, there. You see it's at about $112 a barrel. And we can see that overnight, the trading went up to about 112, 114. I saw high as 114, if not a little bit more. And then you saw it drop down closer to the open. And now it's back to about 112, about where it closed on Friday. You will see this kind of volatility. And the reason why you're hearing from Morgan Stanley saying it's going to hit $150 a barrel, it's an all-time new high. It's about day trading. It's about making money. Morgan Stanley isn't saying that because it's a direct impact from the reduction of oil in the world. It's because they make money on the trade of those commodities, of those barrels of oil. And there's a lot of people who are day trading, which are increasing the amount of volatility, which is why you're seeing such big swings in the price of oil on any given news announcement at any given moment. You're seeing it fly higher and drop lower, and you should not panic about that. Again, the news media, places like Morgan Stanley as well, financial institutions, they take advantage of fear. They want you to be afraid. They want you to think that either you can get rich quick on trading oil overnight, which you probably won't, or that you're going to lose all of your investments overnight, which they told us about with the pandemic and the lockdowns, that, you know, your economy was going to be crushed and everything locked down and you'll never come back again. And that was a lie as well. We've heard in the tariffs, if you remember just last year, this time last year, they were telling you that the tariffs were going to eliminate all of the American economy. Your investments would be worthless. Everything was going to crash. It would be a depression bigger than the Great Depression in the 1930s. And that was a lie as well. The fact is that there is more volatility. That's true. Prices will fluctuate more than they used to because more people, more average people are trading. And the problem with people trading is that individuals, you are attached to your money. I know this as a stockbroker. It was the number one battle that I had with all of my clients. They were attached to their money. So when they saw a number on, you know, they were catching the nightly news or something, and they saw a price that seemed like they were losing money, they were like, oh my God, Mike, we've lost money. It's like, we haven't sold anything. We haven't lost anything. And the reason why we bought or sold a stock may not have changed. Therefore, do not panic. That's the whole reason why people have stockbrokers. It's not because they're incapable of investing money themselves. We all are. The difference is when you have a qualified stock broker, well, they are detached. It's not their money. Their job is to make as much money off of your money as possible because they get paid a commission, normally about 5%, depending. It can be less, but maximum 5% on any given trade. So they want you to make as much money as possible so they can charge you as much money as possible. That's the whole point of being a stockbroker. I charge you very little to get into a position. When I'm right and we make the profit, I charge you as much as I can on the way out so that I make a bunch of money and you make a bunch of money, and you'll do it again and again because I'm making you money. And it works fine. I remember I had a client when I was a stockbroker. I taught him how to do options trading. And this guy, he lost $160,000. He had a different broker, a broker that I knew who was not very good. And so he convinced his friend to come and become my client. And he had lost $160,000. He had about $2,000, $2,500 left out of his initial investment, which was about $125,000. So he made some money and then he lost it all. So I taught him how to do options, and this is back in it was before 2000. It was 1998, thereabout. And I said, okay, we're going to 1999, maybe 98, 99, right in there. And I said, okay, we're going to take some flyers. We're going to take a risk because you've got $2,000 left. Does it matter if you lose it all? No. So I said, take my advice, do what I say. We're going to trade this option. We're going to see if we can double your money. It's high risk, but it'll be high reward. And you've only got $2,000 to lose. You've already lost $160,000. What else can you lose, really? Well, in the space of about 3 months, literally in 3 months, I took that guy. His name was Joe. I took Joe from $2,000 to $250,000 trading options. And this actually was 99. It was 1999. And we went from an account that was worth $2,000 net to $200,000, $250,000 at the peak. Great. And I can tell you, every morning I would call him up and go, okay, Joe, I've got 3 trades that I want to do, 3 different stocks I want to get into. And we're looking for X amount, about a 10, 15% gain on each of them in short-term trading. And as soon as it hits that, we're going to get out and we revalue the market. And the market was doing really well at the time. And he's like, go. Didn't ask what stock I was buying. Didn't ask how much. Didn't ask how much money I was spending. He didn't care. He didn't care because all he knew is Mike was on top of the job. And I would try to make as much money as possible. And when I sold the position, if we made the money I expected or more, I charged him 5%. If we lost money, then I charge him like 1 or 2%. Because I'm still working the job, I still get paid. But, and on balance at the end of the day, and the end of the week, end of the month, we would look at, okay, net, what have we done? Did we make money? Did we lose money overall? We had a strategy, we had a system, we were using it, it was making money, and obviously it was very successful. Then he went to another broker, decided he knew better than me, tried to trade on his own, lost the whole damn thing. I mean, the whole damn thing, $250,000, lost it all. Because he said he could do it better than me. Because I told him we disagreed on a certain transaction, and I made him put it in writing because I said, I don't want to do this. He said, no, I'm telling you to do it. Okay, fine. I'm charging you full boat, 5% in and out because I don't think this is going to make money. And I want it in writing. I want you to go and get a fax, send it to me saying I said that he had said to do this. He forced me to do it. And he did. And I did the transaction. And he lost money. Lost like $50,000, $75,000 on that one trade. And then he was pissed off because he thought I did something wrong. So then he left and lost everything because he was emotionally attached to his money. He thought he could just keep making money and make more money. He wasn't looking at the market or the investments in the proper way. He wasn't looking at what was happening around that one trade. He wasn't looking at the change in the market. And because he didn't do that, he wasn't detached and taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture of the markets were changing. That's why he lost money. And that's why most people, 70% of all investors, if they're investing their own money, lose every year. Every year, 70% lose some portion of their money when they're investing for themselves. Now, if you have a broker and you have a decent broker, you're going to make money about 65 to 85% of the time. Depends. It could be very small gain, but overall, month over month, if you have someone who is separate from you, who is investing your money, you tend to make more money because they are not attached to your money. If they lose, they lose. They gain, they gain. They want to gain because it's good. We make more money that way. And if we lose, well, that sucks and you might not be my client anymore. So we don't want to have big losses and we want to have as big a gain as we can, but we want to make money all the way through. Something to keep in mind. So that's why you see so much volatility when it comes to the price of oil. This is emotional. This is a bunch of people, many of them stockbrokers, but even more of them just regular people who are freaking out about how much money they are making or losing at any given moment. And they're making irrational decisions. Markets move on emotion and then they correct based on fact. Now, what does that mean to the average person? If you jump in right now at 1265, which looks like, oh, well, the price of oil is going up. That depends. We know that there's ceasefire talks going on. We know that Donald Trump has prepared to start bombing some bridges and infrastructure in Iran unless the Strait of Hormuz is opened up by tomorrow night. So with that in mind, we see that there's volatility. People are afraid. Will Iran back down? Is the ceasefire real? Are we going to destroy a bunch of bridges? Are we going to also destroy a bunch of power plants in Iran? Will that mean that there will be more terrorism in the world? Which countries might be the ones to be hit? That's a lot of instability, a lot of fear. And that's going to move the prices. So everyone's going to go out there, and whether or not they heard a whisper from their friend who had a friend who might know somebody who lives in DC that overheard a member of Congress having coffee, and they say that, Trump's going to just bomb all the bridges tomorrow, no matter what. And that means that the price of oil will go higher. So you're going to jump in at 112.86, and you think it's going to go to 120. And then it turns out that that chain of people didn't know what the hell they were talking about. Donald Trump doesn't bomb the bridges, and Iran does get into serious ceasefire talks, and the price of oil drops down to $90. And you lose. People freak out because you were basing it on emotion, and the fact actually corrected the market. So when you see these prices, keep in mind, this is emotional. Very little of it is based on fact. Morgan Stanley isn't your friend. Morgan Stanley is making money. They're the stockbroker, like I used to be. And they do the same thing that I did. They want to make as much money as possible. They're detached. They don't care about you or your IRA or their mutual fund. They have shareholders. They need to make money for them. All the money that they're making is for their shareholders to make the stock price go higher. So they will take advantage of any trend that they see. They will get in, they will get their money, and they will get out. It is not personal to them. They don't care if you as an individual make money or lose money. They don't care. They want at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, they want to show a profit. That's it. And however they get there, they don't care. So they will manipulate you and use you. That's why Morgan Stanley came out and said, it's going to be $150. No, and I'm telling you that's going to probably hit 175. If it breaks through 150, if we are in May, the first week of May, you will see the price of oil spike. If the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, you will see the price spike. And in that intraday emotional roller coaster will cause it to go to about $175, and then it will correct. Then you will see it come back down based on actual facts on the ground. and realistic projections based on what is really happening and not people's emotions. So keep that in mind when you're seeing this, because just watching the price go up and down at any given moment is not telling you the accurate story. Matter of fact, we saw that 2 weeks ago when Morgan Stanley came out and said, well, we're going to see oil at $150. Everyone said that we were going to be at $5 a barrel, $5 a gallon for gasoline. And they're wrong. They are wrong about that. They were always wrong about that, because the price of gasoline right now is $4.12 nationally. Now in California, yes, it is more expensive, but that's because California is filled with a bunch of climate change fanatics, and they have incredible taxes on everything, especially on fuel and energy. And so you pay more money. Same thing with New York State. We have a lot of eco-fanatic policies for climate change that are unnecessary, and they increase the price. Not that they know how they're going to make the energy, and it's just taxing you for no good reason, but that's what they do. But the rest of the nation, the majority of the nation, isn't seeing that hyper price increase. And so you're seeing that on average it's about $4.12. Is that more than 2 months ago? Yes. Is that more than under the Biden administration? No. The Biden administration peaked out at $5.02. That was the peak under Joe Biden. We're not there yet. Now, if we hit $150 a barrel for oil, you will see the $5 price. Matter of fact, we're probably getting closer to $4.25. Take that into account. Expect the price to be around $4.25, $4.50 until we get a resolution about the Strait of Hormuz. If it opens up, the price will drop. Not immediately. It won't be overnight. But within a week or so, you will see it drop. 2 weeks ago, we weren't at $4. We were in the $3.50 range. So taking that as a guideline, you would expect it takes about a week or two to increase about $1.50 in terms of gasoline. So that means by March, we would expect to be about, in May, the first week of May, we would expect to be somewhere around $5.50-ish, $5.50. That would also equal more than $150 per barrel oil price. That's what you're looking at. That's what I believe is the prediction. Again, I'm not a stockbroker anymore. I'm only giving you my insight based on my experiences and my predictions about what's happening in Iran right now and how the ceasefire talks seem to be going, and the intention, I'm guessing, from the White House. I could be wrong, but that's what I tend to see. So plan for that. Plan for oil, gas being about $4.50, $4.75 a gallon anywhere in America. The average price being about $4.50, $4.75. Plan for that in the next 2 weeks. Plan on your trips. Plan out your trips. Know that you shouldn't be making as many trips as you have been, useless trips that you could walk to the store instead. You know what? It's good for your health. Go and walk. Part of the reason why I look so good at 58, I walk everywhere. I've always walked pretty much everywhere, except when I lived in California. Then I had a motorcycle, but then I got hit on the motorcycle. So there you go. But I've always walked pretty much everywhere I've ever gone, and no matter where I lived in the world. And that's good and healthy. Maybe you need to walk a little bit more rather than just taking that 2-minute drive to the local grocery store to pick up a bunch of Twinkies. Instead of doing that, go and walk there, get your Twinkies, and walk back. This way, you'll save yourself a little bit of money. Plan ahead for some of the worst scenarios. And if it doesn't happen, fantastic. You saved money. If it does happen, you were ready for it. It's not a surprise to you. It doesn't destroy your livelihood. These are the ways to look at this. This is how I am looking at it. You may disagree. You may have a better plan. I'm happy to hear it. If you have a better outlook, a different prediction, if you have a better way for people to save money besides growing their own food in their backyard, besides planning out their trips with their car, if you've got better plans, share it with everyone. This audience is 100 different countries, not just America, but 100 countries watch this program. Everyone in the world is interested in finding out any kind of tip you may have. If you have a better one than me, let's hear it. I'm happy to hear that. So with that being said, let me take a moment to drop in on the comments, because I see there were a couple more from Dow. And Dow says, I think the biggest cultural push we need to revive the U.S. is the American culture. We can just do things, not wait for government to do something. Never wait for government to do something. I don't care what country you are in the world. I don't care what kind of governmental system you are under, whether it's the CCP in China, the Communist Party of China, or whether it's the United States and our representative oh God, why am I forgetting the term? We're not a democracy. We're a representative, not commonwealth. God, I can't think of it at this moment. This is what happens when you're doing stuff live. Sometimes you forget words that you know. Republic, that's it. Constitutional Republic. So whether it's the United States Constitutional Republic or the Chinese Communist Party, whatever government you're in, never rely on them to do anything. The government isn't following you around to fix things for you. Zoran Mandami promised there's no problem too big or too small for government to be involved in. That's because Zoran Mandami is a socialist. He's a progressive, and he wants bigger government. He wants to have more control over your life. He wants to control what you buy, what you say, what you do, and how that you do it. And that's authoritarian. Do not wait for him to try and do things for you. He will never do anything that's actually in your best interest. A lot of people say, oh, Mike, you just don't understand. Really? Look at the policies that Zoran Mandami is putting out. Are they actually helping individuals, or do they help government? There's a big difference between the two. He came out and said, oh, I'm going to lower all the prices and everything's going to be free. And then he turns around now that he got elected and goes, and I'm going to increase your taxes, because it's not free. It never was free. And he knew it. He was always going to increase taxes. It's the only way that he could possibly afford any of the policies that he put out there. But that means bigger government. And that's what he wanted. He's getting exactly what he wanted. No matter what, bigger government. And he's in charge of it. More authoritarianism. You get screwed. That's it. And he always knew that was going to happen. You didn't know because he didn't want you to, he was hoping you wouldn't pay attention. Zoran Mandami knew, and he told you, there's nothing that government can't do under Zoran Mandami, under the progressive socialist ideology, because government does everything. You do nothing. You are a peon, a slave. You only can react to what government has decided. That's not a constitutional republic. That's not a democracy. That's authoritarian. And he doesn't care. He uses different words. And by the way, he's not in Zoran Mandami. His policies, he is a democratic socialist. He doesn't want a constitution. He doesn't want the amendments. He wants to have control. He wants authoritarianism. He's not here to be constitutional. He's here to be in power. And if you pay attention to the details, you realize you can't trust government. They're not, especially under certain people like Zoran Mandami, they're not doing this to help you. They're doing this for more power for them. That's AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Zoran Mandami, Hakeem Jeffries. They don't care about you. They care about power for them. And whatever they need to do to get power for them, whatever promise they need to give you to get that power, they don't care. I guarantee you, Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, will be increasing taxes the day the week after the November elections, if she wins, she's going to increase taxes. Why? Because she's got 4 years there she doesn't care about. Remember, in 2022, right after she won her election, Kathy Hochul told all the Republicans, all the conservatives, all the business owners, everyone with money, told them all to get out of New York, to get onto a bus and to go to Florida, that she didn't need them and didn't want them. They weren't real New Yorkers. You don't have to take my word for it. Look it up. It's out on the internet. Everyone heard her on election night when she won and said, get out of my state. The people did. And now New York State is in debt, greater debt than it's ever been before. We can't balance the budget. And she's now begging those very same business owners, same Republicans, same conservatives, same people with money, and telling them, come back and pay taxes. Come back to New York so that she can charge them more in taxes so that she can pay for the things she wants, to have a bigger government and more power for Democrats. No one's listening because no one in their right mind will come back just to be taxed. No one's doing that. She said, get out. They left. Now she needs them. And I can't guarantee it, but I am absolutely sure that within a week of Kathy Hochul being reelected, if that happens, and I don't want it to, vote for Larry Sharp. But if you don't, and Kathy Hochul wins, within a week, she's going to turn around to those very same people that came back to New York, which I don't think there will be any, and to everyone who remains in New York, and she's going to say, higher taxes. She's going to increase your taxes. You're not going to get anything extra. You're not going to get anything new. She's just going to take more money for you from the things that she's already spending money on. You're getting nothing for it. So do not wait for government to do something. They will never do anything to help you without a benefit for themselves. Another way to look at it is protecting you. They keep government has been promising for my entire lifetime, half a century, government under Democrats, they have promised you, the socialists and progressives, that if you get rid of guns, you will be safe. And they passed 22,000 gun laws. That's local, state, and federal. And if you've been alive any time, if you are 20 or older, you have watched Democrat after Democrat after Democrat, administration, government, and they have promised you're going to be safe. We're going to pass one more gun law and have one more restriction on your freedom. We're going to take away a little bit more of your rights and your capabilities given to you by God. We're going to take a little bit more away from you. And this time you will be safe. And you are never safe. Their programs never work. They never have, and they never will. Because that's not the solution to gun violence. It has never been the solution to gun violence. And unless you have a police officer on every single corner of every single block, watching every single person as you come and go throughout your day, you will never be safe because of government. It's never going to happen. And remember, most of these progressives don't want police. So it's not even like one day they'll just have a cop on every corner and I'll be safe. No, they won't, because Zoran Mandami doesn't want police. He's actually getting rid of police. In New York City, he's gotten 5,000 less police officers. He wants to hire social workers, which is just stupid and has not worked anywhere that it has ever been tried. He's copying the model that was done in Oregon, and it failed in Boise, Oregon. It cost money and failed to help the public. But Zoran Mandami is going to run that experiment in the biggest city in America. And he says, well, this time it'll work because he's Zoran Mandami and it's new. It's not the same. Communism, it's different this time. No, it's not. No, it's not. But that's just a little bit of that. Let me go on to some of the other comment. The other comment that I see is Dow says, people have essentially abdicated all citizen duty and responsibility, which has empowered the government to go from a governance to ruling. Apathy is a big thing. Yeah. Voter apathy is huge. And that is one of the big problems we have right now because people are not involved. And if you're not involved in what's happening in your local government, your state, your federal, then politicians believe they can get away with anything. Think about it. The reason why Andrew Cuomo has never gone to jail, he was literally, remember, Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, who resigned in disgrace, the boss of Kathy Hochul, who taught her every trick in the book that she's using now. He was removed from office. He killed 16, because of his orders, 16,000 New Yorkers died that did not need to die. 16,000. And it was Letitia James, another Democrat, the Attorney General of New York, did an investigation on him that he was unable to stop, not like the Moreland Commission. And if you don't know what that is, look it up. We've covered it before. But she actually looked into him, and he was accused of 7 acts of sexual assault. And Letitia James came back and said, no, it's actually 11. It's not 7. It's 11 acts of sexual assault that she at the time said was confirmed, that her office had investigated and found it. Those were crimes. And so Andrew Cuomo said, you know what? I'll just resign and I'll donate some money to a bunch of Democrats across the country. Let it go. And they did. And they did. He did not get charged with any of this. He was so free and clear that he was able to come back last year and run for mayor of New York. Think about that. He's responsible for 16,000 people dying. He's responsible for at least 11 cases of sexual assault, according to Democrats. And he came back and ran for mayor. He's now got a radio program here in New York. He's rebuilding his political career. He's sitting on somewhere around $20 million for his next election campaign, or to give to any Democrats that are friends of his that help him out. Yeah, you can't trust government. You can't. Let's see. Shelley has a comment here. Shelley says, stopping by to wish you a happy birthday. Thank you, Shelley. I suspect that raising money for Jericho project while talking politics seems like something that would make you happy. It is. I am very happy to raise money for the Jericho project. I am an advocate for the homeless. Always have been. I can't always put my name on it because there's a lot of leftists that go, oh my God, you're working with that right-wing conservative black guy. Oh my God, how can you do that? He's obviously a racist because he's black and he's a Republican. And because of that stupidity, which I encountered massively in Broome County, I couldn't put my name on most of the things that I was doing. The charity work that I was doing, I couldn't put my name on it. I couldn't say that I was helping and to raise money and to do services to help people. I couldn't say anything about it because I was the black Republican. Oh my God, I'm skin folk, not kinfolk. Literally, I got that message many a time from the progressive leaders of tomorrow out of New York, out of Broome County. That group goes by the name PLOT, which means Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. Racist organization, absolutely abusive organization. I've said that to them to their face. I'll say it again here. I have no respect for them or any of their leadership. They're not looking out for the best interest of the public. They're looking for more power and money for them individually. And they were running around going, oh my God, Mike is skin folk, not kinfolk. For those who are not black, that's a massive insult. It's basically calling me an Uncle Tom in different words. And by the way, they called me that too, because they didn't like my politics. They didn't know what my politics were. They just knew I was a Republican. Therefore, my politics were bad and I was evil and somehow a racist. They didn't actually hear what my policies were. They didn't actually ask me what I was planning to do. Not once. Not once. And they know me. I know who those people were. They knew who I am. They never once sat down and said, well, tell me why you believe this is a good idea or a bad idea. They didn't care. All they heard was Republican, black man, can't be the same, one and the same, must be a racist, therefore hate him. We have to try and tear him apart. And any organization he was connected to. And they went after several organizations that I was helping to help the homeless and those in need. It's sad. But my answer to that is I'm still going to help people. I'm still going to go out and I'm still going to try and help people. And sometimes I can't put my name on it, and that's okay, because I'm not doing it to make myself look good. I'm not trying to make myself feel like I've done something great. Hang on one second. Good news for my friends over at the Liberty First Foundation. I just got a notice. Jan is doing well. Our good friend Jan Rains. She is doing well. She is recovering. She's feeling great. Jan, I'm happy to hear that you're doing well. Thank you for the message. I'm happy to hear that. So I just wanted to share that with a couple of my friends. I know they were looking forward to hearing about that. Give me a second. Okay, I can't answer that right now. All right, so that was an answer to that. Yes, and of course, I am throughout the entire show today. If every subscriber I have were to donate $5, we'd be able to get almost $5,000 donated to the Jericho Project to help families and veterans and the homeless to rebuild their lives. And that would make a massive difference in these individuals' lives. Please consider that. Just $5. I would love to have 2,000. We can hopefully maybe at the end of the show have 2,000 subscribers. But even we're at what, 1,800? That's $5 each. $5. I mean, if you can give $20, $100, fantastic. If you know someone who's rich and they can afford $1,000, fantastic. Let's give that to the Jericho Project. It is a worthy cause. Because again, we can't trust government. We can't trust Zoran Mandami. We have to do things ourselves. And the more we do it ourselves, the better everyone is. Let me see. Dow says, Empress Hochul, first of her name, bane of the middle class, crusher of livelihoods, friend of the criminal, enslaver, and tax base. Yeah, Hochul is not good. Shelley says, murder has no statute of limitations. That is true. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on one second. Oh, Charles is here. Where are you, Charles? Oh, there you are. Hang on one second, folks. Bingo. My guest.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I
no problem.
I forgot the time. When I'm talking, I lose track of time. By the way, folks,
Yeah.
I have a guest. And
Hey, everybody.
We'd have a couple of guests throughout the show, throughout the day. So for those who don't know, you know what? I'm not even going to introduce you. I'll let you introduce yourself. You do a better job talking about you than I do.
Well, hi, it's great to be on your show. Mike is on. I'm a host, as it says across the bottom there, of The Opinion Guy, which is on every Monday night. Mike is on along with a panel of typically a libertarian and a Democrat every now and then comes on. I'm also a freelance writer. So I'm in Daytona Beach, just outside Daytona Beach, and have been working for a newspaper. I actually left that newspaper, Mike, since the last time we spoke, called Hometown News. I still like them. There's nothing wrong with that. I just creative differences. So that's basically who I am. Freelance writer. Been published as an author since 2009. Started the show about 8 months ago. And the show basically covers news. There's a baseball show on Tuesday nights. I have political candidates on, artists. We talk about travel, special days in this area for family fun things, whatever. It goes in a million different directions. It's very much an old time show where you think about like Larry King and his CNN show, he'd have authors on and all types of different people in the news. So that's what I do as well on my show. Monday is the news night dedicated. Tuesday is the baseball night dedicated. I'm an ex-pro player on that night as well. And the rest of the week can be a combination of what I just mentioned.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff. And well, and that's a good thing. I mean, it gives people a bit of choices on what, I know there's a lot of people, of course, it's America. People love baseball.
Yes.
I used to. Reggie Jackson, Yankees, was peak baseball for me in my life.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of people love all the other guys, Jeter and all the rest. No one
Right.
matches Reggie Jackson. You know what? Jeter never had a television nor a candy bar named after him. Reggie
Yes, that's
Jackson
true.
did. So there you go. Reggie Jackson is the GOAT, as they call it. But so I mean, people get to see baseball with you. You've had a couple of ex-pro players on it, didn't you?
Yeah, so I have a baseball panel like we have the news panel. So my baseball panel is David Valdez, who was drafted by the Seattle Mariners, spent 10 years in the minor leagues with the Seattle Mariners, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and independent ball in the Midwest, a team called the Gateway Grizzlies. I have now he's a collegiate coach, and he's also a hitting instructor. I have another collegiate coach by the name of Smitty, Marcus Smith, and I have a freelance reporter who's got like an encyclopedic mind about baseball. And we just talk about the week that was. We have a power ranking, top 5. And we talk about, we just go off in different topics, much like the news show. You know, we can plan some stuff, but then I always will try to take it in a different direction. We could talk about a lot of different topics. Like out of the blue, we started talking about our favorite defensive players, names like Ozzie Smith and Andrew Jones and players like that. We were talking about. So it goes in a lot of different directions. We will definitely speak about Connor Griffin a lot for baseball fans, things like that. So it's a great show. Yep. And go ahead.
I want to mention there's our audience is asking a question of you. No one's asking a question of me, but they're asking questions of you. Okay, I'll live with that. They're asking,
Wow.
Are you familiar with Esther Cohen, aka the
No.
Book Doctor? She's a great woman and a friend.
No, I am not. But if you're suggesting for the show, I definitely will. I just screen saved that, so I have it, and I will definitely reach out to her. I love having authors on. I've had a whole bunch. So yes, I will definitely have her on and start following her and all that.
No, absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
I got a great audience. It's an international audience, believe it or not.
Right.
100 different countries watch this
Yeah.
program, and they partake in the birthday. And so far, and by the way, so far we've raised $65 out of our target to reach 1,000, which isn't that large, I know, but you know what?
That's awesome.
I don't have the largest audience in the universe. We're only at about 1,800. I'd like to get to 5,000. But more important today is I want to get $1,000. That's like $5.
Right.
200 people
Mhm.
donated $5. We'd hit our $1,000 target. So hopefully that will happen. We've got plenty of time left to go, but I mean, it's already a good start. We're at 65. So that's pretty good.
I cannot believe I forgot to say happy birthday. Of course. I'm so sorry about that. Happy birthday.
That's all right. I don't mind. I apologize because you were sitting there probably for like 10 minutes and I didn't notice because I was ranting away, which I do. When I'm not expecting, when I'm used to just being me, I just rant away. And usually I have a lot of good information.
You do. Yes.
But I do forget that. Oh no, I told people to come on today. Oops. So I have not missed anyone yet, but that's okay.
How old are you?
I'm 58 now.
Okay.
58. And damn, don't I look good?
You do.
And there are 30-year-old men out there who are jealous. Jealous of this.
Absolutely. Yes.
A little bit of the dad bod belly. Little.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But you know, I'm not out trying to be Schwarzenegger here. I'm not working out.
Yeah.
To be expected.
We had Easter celebration yesterday, and I couldn't open the jars. You know, I was like, so I got this guy like half my age. I'm like, just help a senior citizen out here. Can you just do this? A couple of salsa jars, you know. So,
That's what kids and young people are for. Here, you go do this. I mean, that when we were young, yeah, our parents sent us out and said, "Oh, go to the store, go get this." You know, change the TV. A lot of young people don't know this. Before modern TVs, you had tubes, tube TVs, vacuum tubes, and there was no such thing as a remote control. It was your kid, and you tell them get up and change the channel, and change the volume. You had to do it all manual. And that was always lots of fun.
Yeah.
Especially
Rich
when you
people
had
had
the
remote
you
control.
remember the rabbit ears? You had to hold up the
Oh yeah.
tin foil and like stand in a certain way so
Oh
everyone else could watch the TV, and you're just standing there like this, going,
yeah.
"This sucks."
Yeah, right. For folks who don't know, the rabbit ears, it was like a lot of them would be like a ball, and there'd be these two antennas on the
Mhm.
ball, and that's how you got your TV. So if you were closer to the city, so I lived on Long Island, but if you lived closer to the five boroughs, you had a better reception. You would just like move, and there'd be like a cord, much like this, attached to the rabbit ears, and you'd move it around your living room, trying to get the best reception possible.
Yeah. A lot of people were surprised. I mean, remember, I don't know if you were in the city at the time of 9/11, but
Yeah.
when the towers went down,
Mhm.
a lot of people freaked out because they lost cable. They
Yeah.
lost their internet, and they had never experienced that. A lot of younger people had never experienced that and didn't know that you can go to local TV, just go to the local, because local was still broadcasting up the Empire State Building. In particular,
Right.
that was CBS Channel 2 was
Yeah.
still broadcasting off the Empire State Building analog. So
Uh-huh.
you could still get news and you could still be connected. And a lot of young people, I was amazed by so many young people had no idea what to do. They were like,
Yeah.
there's nothing. It's like, CBS is on. We just change. We just need to change the channel from cable to regular, and you can pick up. And it was fuzzy, of course, but we got it.
Yes.
And a lot of people were just like, "Oh my god, I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could do
Yeah.
it." Like, no, it's still there.
That's amazing. I actually didn't know that either. And it used to get sometimes you get like double vision on the TV. You
Mhm.
like get a silhouette of the actors and actresses. So there was like a dial to try to dial
Yeah,
it in.
you had
So
to
you
turn it
could-
just to tune it in. Younger people have no idea about any of
Oh
that
man.
stuff.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you really should, because again, if something like a 9/11 were to happen, you lose your internet, you lose the
Yeah.
cable, and you're going to be like, well, what do I do? It's like,
Right.
no, analog still works. It's
Yeah.
still out there. You just have to
That's
know
why
how
you
to
need
access it.
and a radio, like an old, just have a radio around. So as a part of your emergency kit, with batteries. Yeah. I mean, down here in Florida, you have to, prepare. I mean, after 9/11, I actually worked right across the street from the World Trade Center when that happened.
I was
And
very close by. I was very close by
yeah,
myself.
yeah. Where were you?
I was doing most of my work in Midtown in the Helmsley building,
Uh-huh.
but I had a lot of friends because I had worked on Wall Street itself
Right.
for, I don't know, 5-7 years.
Mhm.
And had just recently gone to the Helmsley building for a different firm. But I had a lot of friends of mine who were traders in the building. And
Yes.
most of them were just late that day. It's amazing how many people I know all the conspiracies, like, oh, people were told. No one was told. Okay. I had day traders and market makers and brokers that I knew who worked in the Twin Towers. None of them knew. And
Right.
these are multimillionaires. These weren't small brokers. They were big brokers. I knew some very successful people at the time with major firms. No one knew. They just happened. A lot of my friends just happened to be late that day. Just happened.
Yes.
And so they survived, but there were a few people we lost.
If I wasn't late that day,
Huh?
I would have been right underneath when the plane,
What did you
first
just
plane
do?
hit. Yeah, I would have been. I got to the World Trade Center. The original World Trade Center had a subway underneath it, and that's where I'd get out every day. So if I worked for Lehman Brothers, and by the time we got down there, because I was running a little bit late, people were already running out of the subway. But still not knowing what happened.
Oh, God.
Nobody, because they were underneath. It was underneath. There was like a mall underneath the World Trade Center, and that's where I'd walk through. But that was such a beautiful day weather-wise that I probably would have just went straight upstairs and been walking outside. That was usually my MO. However, I was late, and it goes on from there. But we had so that was near-death experience number one. As you know, I went to Charlotte with Donna, and I went to Charlotte, and we had near-death experience number two because our plane, to quote the pilot, "This is an emergency." So we had an emergency on the plane. We never were told what it was, but it was a little scary because we didn't know if we were going to crash land or not. But that was going into Charlotte, but it landed safely. Obviously, it would have been on the news otherwise. But it was pretty scary. We didn't know what was going to happen, and we were in the exit row. So I was in the middle seat. Donna was to the aisle, and then the person to my left, the lady to my left, she and I strategized how we were going to break open. Like I was going to pull the lever on the emergency door. She was going to push out. We were all set. We didn't know what the heck was going to happen next. It was really, really scary.
I've never had. I've been through fires, floods, earthquakes, riots, coups,
Yes.
attempted coups. I've been hit by a car, threatened by a crackhead to be shot in the head, homeless, motorcycle accident. So that's a few things that I've gone through.
Wow.
Which is and that's the ones I'm remembering off the top of my head. So that's a lot.
Total life.
I've never had a problem with the plane.
Yeah.
I've been on, and it's funny because I've been in Russia and I lived in Russia for a good year and a half. Took a lot of flights, and a lot of people don't know, at least back in those days, back in the Soviet Union. I can't speak to today, but in the 90s, the Aeroflot, which is the national airline of Russia at the time, Soviet Union, they would literally give enough fuel onto the plane to actually make the trip. They didn't take into account headwinds, tailwinds. They didn't take into account you have to turn or anything. It's like
That's scary.
just enough. So you're literally landing on fumes. Literally. So if any kind of delay, you're probably going to have your plane falling out the sky. And it did happen a lot out there. And so whenever we would land, everyone clapped. Like the entire plane would clap. And so if you're ever on a plane and you see someone who's clapping, it's probably someone who lived in a country kind of like the Soviet Union, where their planes have exactly down to the gallon enough fuel to make the flight and nothing more. And they're clapping because we didn't fall out the sky and die.
Yeah.
So
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like they didn't care about their people. You know what I mean? Like we're just gonna.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
Russia
they did.
for you. That was the Soviet Union.
That's true.
They had more. They had more. If a plane went down, don't worry, we got more people.
Yeah, they had plenty of them. Oh man! So how about some news? What did you think of Trump's social media post where he called the Iranians crazy bastards?
Good. I think it was a great thing.
Cracked me up.
Amazing. So far today, I've only talked about oil prices and the coming food crisis, warning people about that a little bit. But I think Trump, again, going to Iran, his strategy overall is working. There is a strategy, first and foremost. It is working. And I think he's already hit them with the stick. He warned them, then he hit them with the stick, and now he's warning them again that he's going to hit them with a stick. Believe him. Don't doubt him. He's serious about this.
Yeah.
And I think they realize that. That's why there's this ceasefire. The fact that he swears really isn't that big a deal. We've had presidents do that before. President Johnson had one of the worst. He was a dirty mouth, racist, hateful man. And a Democrat. But he wasn't, and even he wasn't the only one. We've had lots of presidents like that. It's just that we're not used to it recently.
Right.
Both because the media isn't protecting the image of the president anymore, and they don't like Donald Trump. So those two things, they're more than willing to push that part of it. But let's be serious. He's talking with a country that hates us. Everyone wants to eliminate us. They've promised to eliminate us off the face of the earth for 47 years. And they've been working with various terrorist organizations to do exactly that. We're in a conflict with them at this moment, and they are trying to virtue signal their way out of this war. Yeah, curse them out. Why not? It's not like this is our best friend. We're not cursing out England. It's not cursing out Japan. We're cursing out people we're actively bombing. Yeah,
Whoops.
I'm not worried about that. You
Can
know?
you still see me?
Yeah, I still got
Oh,
you. I still got
everything,
you.
everything on my end all of a sudden just went like I got this crazy black and white image on the screen.
No, you're still good. But
Okay, good.
that's what I'm saying. Is
Huh. I can't
yeah,
see you.
I think it was. I think it makes perfect sense that he's saying, let's drop the diplomacy, let's drop the virtue signal, let's stop playing the game, and we're going to go and be, this is brass knuckles, this is reality, this is the real
Mhm.
world. You're going to take this serious, and if you don't, it's going to hurt you and your country. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, it cracked me up, man. When you open the Straight Home News, you crazy bastards. I'm not a Trump fan, just all your listeners know. I lean libertarian, but I just couldn't. I said he's like a performance artist president. I was cracking up. I just thought it was so funny.
Well, I think it's because we're not used to it,
Yeah,
and we haven't had, and to a certain extent, we haven't had presidents strong enough to do it. Obama wouldn't curse out another country. He was far too weak. He was far too apologetic. Joe Biden wouldn't do it because he didn't know where he was. He was a part-time zombie president,
Okay.
and
Yep.
people get upset about that, but it's true. He didn't know where he was. He could barely read the teleprompter.
I agree.
So we're not used to having a president who stands up in a position of strength and uses that strength. And they're like, "Oh my God, he cursed them out. We're dropping bombs on them. We killed the Ayatollah. We're trying to kill the next Ayatollah. We killed a bunch of their infrastructure, their generals, their mullahs." You think the worst thing they're worried about is what we said, that Donald Trump cursed them out? I don't
Yeah, I
think
don't think so.
I don't think that's their big issue right now.
What's going on with the peace plan now? There's a peace plan proposal. Did you hear about that?
It's being suggested now. I believe I haven't looked it through entirely. Iran is talking via Pakistan. Pakistan has tried to bring the United States and Iran together to have a peace talk. The thing about that is it's not Pakistan. That's China. It's China. China is using Pakistan as their mouthpiece because China doesn't want to be attached to Iran. Everyone in the world hates Iran, which is why America isn't being, the world didn't shut down and stop doing business with America because we attacked Iran, because they wanted to attack Iran. They just didn't have the balls. They're happy that America's doing this. They hoped America would do this a long time ago, because Iran's terrorism has killed people in every country in the world. So they don't like it. They want to see someone else. They want to see a regime change. So China doesn't want to piss off the rest of the world by looking like it's on the side of Iran, a nation of terrorists, or rather, I should say, a terrorist government. So they're using Pakistan as their go-between, their mouthpiece. Pakistan saying, "Hey, we're neighbors and we're both Shia Muslims, so we can talk to Iran where other countries can't. We speak kind of in the same way." So that's their excuse of saying, and we share a border and we want peace. We don't want to have a bunch of refugees. So that's how Pakistan gets to say it without bringing in the ire of the rest of the world.
Okay.
And so this is really a negotiation between China, Iran, and America. China they're part of the faction with Iran against America. And so we've got two people who don't like us in a conversation talking about peace, that they're saying this is even and fair. And it's like, but you guys hate me. You hate America. So I don't know how balanced it is. I don't have a lot of faith. I don't think they're going to get a ceasefire for the entire operation in Iran. They'll get the Strait of Hormuz opened up.
That would be good.
That I think will happen.
Yeah, that would be good. Price of gas around here is $4.29. What is it up by you?
About the same in New York, is about 425-ish. Whoop. We just lost Charles. Where is he? And you're back. Okay.
All right, cool. There you go. Yes, I heard you say it's about the same.
About 425. About That's
we're like 429, 427, right around there. It would be nice once that comes back down. Do you think it'll come back down to where it was before, or is it going to like never get back to what it was prior to the war?
oh no, it'll come back down.
Think so?
Absolutely. It's like under Biden, we were at $5.02 average national.
Yeah. It's been that high before, for sure. Yeah.
And that's
Horrible.
without a war. So this is just an artificial, mostly emotion driven price increase. We're just now, it's been about 37 days. So we're just now tapping into reserves around the world. It's just now starting to affect nations.
Yeah.
And so we really haven't seen a real impact. So if it ends relatively soon, you'll see that the prices will correct within about a week or so. I was just making the prediction. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed before May 1st, or the first week of May, you'll see the prices go back to roughly around probably 275-ish, I'd guess, within about a week and a half.
That would be great. I hope you're right about that.
I'm pretty confident in it. I'm pretty confident that that's going to be where it goes. But I spent the morning talking to everyone saying, hey, you know what? But prepare for the worst. Prepare for and let me ask you, my suggestion is that people need to start stockpiling rice, flour, wheat, long lasting foods like canned food, or to pickle and preserve foods, to grow carrots and whatever vegetables in their backyard or even on their windowsill.
Right.
Because I expect we already have a food crisis of 30% in the world. There's 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. That's because of the Ukraine fertilizer and their food that they grow is stopped because of the war.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the lack of oil, which is necessary for gasoline, which is necessary to run the farm, the tractors and the planters and all the farming equipment, if we don't, and we're in the spring planting season now. By about the second week of May, we're out of that window. So if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed until that time, we're going to see about 10, 15% less food in the world.
Gosh.
And that means the price, and that will last until 2028 effectively. Because you still have to, it's this year we'll have less crops. Then we've got to plant and collect all the crops next year. And then that food gets out. So you're talking about 18 months of higher food prices, probably about 15% more cost of food in America. But we are unique because we're such an economic power and we can do so much ourselves. The rest of the world, probably a bit more. About globally, 35, 40% less food in the world than compared to 2019. The crisis will increase.
Right.
So I'm telling people, stockpile now. It'll save you money and you'll have food available. Does that whole scenario, does that conclusion based on those facts, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, to stockpile food, yes, it makes sense. I mean, we do that. We do it as part of our hurricane preparedness, but I think everybody should do it, no matter what. I actually have these kits that last two people like 3 or 4 days. It's got food. It's got, the sticks that you break for lights.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're emergency kits. So we have like 5 of them. So that's like 2 weeks worth of food right there, and water and all that kind of stuff. And then we have shelves in our kitchen, cabinets, I should say, in our kitchen that are just filled with like canned tuna, salmon. We keep backups of like everything. When we buy something, we have backups of it, even right down to like nuts, because if you're destitute, if there is a food shortage, nuts are going to be a great thing to have around too. So yeah, we don't grow stuff. If you can, that would be awesome. I agree wholeheartedly with all that. Yeah, you should totally always be prepared. You should not be one of those people who's running to the store because it's about to snow, like in New York. You should have that stuff ahead of time so you don't have to run to the store. And you build it up slowly over time, right? Yeah. Like you buy a dozen eggs this week, even if you only use like 3 or 4 of them for the entire week. Next time you go shopping, buy another dozen. Then you got a backup. So we just kind of build it up over time. Yeah, but
and
we
that's what
are
I'm saying is you go
Yeah.
out and you buy maybe 10% more food,
right.
especially the long-lasting food. You buy,
Right. Yeah,
you
not the
buy
perishable.
a pound and a half of rice instead of just buying a pound
Yeah.
bag.
Mhm.
You buy 2 cans of chili instead of 1 can. Something, you don't have to go overboard all at once,
No.
but you build that up. And then as the price goes up or scarcity increases,
Right.
you're okay.
All right.
And if I'm wrong, well, then you can donate it.
Yeah,
But if I'm
well, we
right,
do that too. Yeah, because there are expiration dates on it, and so we either eat it down and then build it up, or just when they come around to I forget the name of the service, but there's a service that comes around and you just leave food out and they pick it up. Something that's close to the expiration date, we'll hand it off to them. So
there's
yeah,
a few things like chow. I think in upstate New York they call it chow. A
yeah.
bunch of the guys with the Santas.
Yeah,
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army. Yep, that's
Salvation Army does
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
There's a few programs depending on
Right.
what state you're in. They have different names sometimes, but
Yes.
a few of them like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So then when you have it, and when you're shopping, if you need one of something, just buy two. But of course, like the canned goods, like even rice is a good idea. But if you lose, I don't know if you have, if you have an electric stove and you lose your electricity, you're not gonna be able to cook it. You know what I mean? So you buy stuff that you can just open with a manual. Have a manual can opener. Don't rely on that. So if it's, I prepare for total destitution. I prepare for like a time where we're an hour from Orlando. There are 2 nuclear power plants just outside Orlando. If a terrorist hit those and nobody and we were a no-go zone because of that, it leaked this way, let's just say, or a hurricane came through and they couldn't get food into here. It was so horrible, like a Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. Then we have stuff so to survive. Not eating like we eat now. I'm talking about basically doing nothing other than sitting, total destitution, and eating once or twice a day. This is what we're prepared for. That's what we aim for. Not the luxuries that we're able to do now, where we eat 3 or 4 times a day or anything like that. But just sustain. That's what we shoot for, and I think everybody should. I think because every area has something, right? The Midwest has tornadoes. We have hurricanes. You guys get snowstorms where you're going to be snowed in, and what are those storms? Nor'easters. So if your electricity goes out, if you can't, Superstorm Sandy came through and people were out without electricity for like a week, you want to have that stuff. Absolutely. So not just what you're saying, which I agree with, but just normal course of events. You should always be prepared. Always. Yes.
See, folks, it's not just my idea. It is just good logic. But on top of that, I'm also brilliant. And so you should listen to me.
I'm not so smart, but I happen to agree with you on that one. I'm not brilliant, folks.
Hey, wisdom. I got wisdom as I got older. What can I say? Good looks, wisdom. It works. Follow.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so drop some wisdom here. Is Larry going to join Hochul? What's the latest on that?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. So in case anyone doesn't know, I have a very good friend. His name is Larry Sharp. He's a Marine like myself. Actually, we were in service almost the exact same time as well.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, with overlap. He went in a year before me and stayed in after I got out. And he grew up in the Bronx, and I grew up in the Bronx. He was on the other end. We probably would have fought in our teens if we had, because high schools have rivalries and all that.
Oh, yeah, we did too. Yeah.
But
what?
I met Larry about 10 years ago, and he was running for governor.
Okay. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Real quick, because I'm actually streaming this on YouTube. So for folks, Larry, we're talking about Larry Sharp, who's running for governor of New York, on the Libertarian line, RFK's line, We the People. And did he get the Republican line?
He did not get the Republican line. And it's not Libertarian, it's independent.
Oh, he didn't get Libertarian?
There is no Libertarian Party in New York. They killed it. Under Andrew Cuomo, he changed rules, and so he eliminated them.
Okay.
Um,
All right. But
so
he is a libertarian at heart. And
yeah, he is. He is.
and
He was trying to create a new libertarian party
okay.
to be
All
on the
right.
ballot, but
Great.
on the ballot, you'll see Larry Sharp, and it won't say libertarian, say independent.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to frame that so
Mhm.
folks who are listening on my channel, your channel, I'm sure they know Larry Sharp pretty well, but folks who may be tuning into my channel might not know him unless they're from New York originally. But anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you know him for about 10 years?
Yeah, I know him for about 10 years. I got to meet him because I do a lot of interviews with candidates, especially first-time candidates for various offices, local, state, and federal. And he was running for state. You know, he wanted to be governor. And he came to Binghamton. I was living out in Broome County at the time. And I asked him, hey, you got 15 minutes? I'll do an interview with you. Because he was live. He was there. He goes, absolutely. Because no one else would talk with him. No other news media in all of Southern Tier New York would talk to this man. And they all knew he was there. I was the only one broadcasting. So I said, you know, I'll give you 15 minutes. He came over to my studio, which was in my house at the time. And we wound up talking for 2.5 hours.
Wow.
And I was grilling him. It was the interviews, that interview and all the interviews are up on my channel still.
Oh, cool.
But it was 2.5 hours. And you'll hear in the interview, because I wasn't using video at the time, but you'll hear us talking. You'll hear me asking his handler every so often, do we still have time? Can we still keep going? And he's like, yeah, we can stretch another half hour. And it's like, great. And me and Larry would go at it. And I was hammering him. And to his credit, Larry he would provide an answer, whether I liked it or not, separate, but he provided an answer to everything I had as an issue.
Right.
And I got to know him from there. And for 10 years now, I still know Larry. We still talk. We still disagree on some things. And we'll argue with each other for 3 hours at a time still. He's running for governor this year, and I'm voting for him. I support him. He's not because he's my friend, but because he's the best choice.
Yeah.
And I've said that many a time. He actually has solutions, and none of the other candidates do. Hochul has no plan. She has no solutions, and we can see she's begging people to come back because everything she did, it failed. That is obvious. And Blakeman, he has no policies. Blakeman isn't trying to win. He is not. He's trying to get second place. He doesn't care if he wins. He's just trying to get a bunch of money and to make Republicans look decent before he walks away. It's embarrassing. So, well, I would like to see Larry win. It's a tough race, though.
Yeah. So he was approached. We were watching the other night.
Right.
Sharp Way.
Your question.
He was approached by Kathy Hochul's. He actually spoke with Hochul about being a part of the team. So that was, I don't know, that show probably aired like at least 4 days ago. So what's going on with that?
To be exact, it happened 5 days ago.
Okay.
And that's kind of important.
Yeah.
What was the date 5 days ago?
April 1st. That wasn't an April Fool's joke, was it?
Yes, it was.
It was, really?
Yeah. That's why.
Oh my God.
See, when Larry's talking politics, when he's talking campaign, he's on the Larry Sharp channel. When he's talking politics in general or life in general, he's on the Sharp Way. So when that was the first clue. And by the way, he didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell me or anyone else.
I realize that.
But the first clue for me was he was on the Sharp Way talking about the campaign. Right. And I was like, he doesn't do that. So, and it's April 1st. I'm like, okay. And I got to say, as he was going through it, I'm thinking, nah, this is just April Fool's joke. He's got everyone. But he made it so detailed. It sounded so real. And about halfway through, I'm like, this SOB, he actually did talk to Kathy. And when this thing is over, I'm going to be on the phone with him. His first phone call is like, I'm like, the second the camera stops, I'm on the phone with him, screaming about what he's doing with Kathy, Kathy Hochul, that he was making a deal. And then about 45 minutes, an hour in, he goes, by the way, folks, April Fools.
Oh my God. I should have realized because the Larry Sharp is he has the Sharp way, and then he has the Larry Sharp, and it's called GovShack. And yeah, I didn't pick that. I didn't think about that when we were
No
watching
one
it.
did.
Oh my gosh!
He fooled pretty much everyone.
Oh, that's great.
And he didn't tell anyone. He just did it all by
Yes.
himself. And he just laid it on thick. And it was really, he did a really good job of just, it was one of the best April Fools.
It was
It really
great.
surprised everyone because it sounded like he had, I have an anonymous source I can't reveal. It's a deputy.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of little details that people like you and I were listening for, those little details that make it more or less credible. And it's like, okay, he's filling in that block. That's a tick box. That's a tick box. Wait a minute. Did he actually do this? And he's like, no. It was so good. He was so flipped out.
Wait till I tell Donna. That's so funny. We were watching it. We were watching it the other night at dinner, and I got up to like around the point where he said like Kathy Hochul was going to give him his nuclear power plant idea.
Mm-hmm.
She said no to the mass transit idea. Like he had it all down.
All the little things that you would actually expect him to talk about if he were to ever have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
So, that's why it was so brilliant, because it's all the little things that you and I, anyone who's a political, well, I'm a political fanatic, but, anyone into politics, into commentary, all the little details that we're looking for, all the things that would make us say, well, that would be a real conversation. And, oh my God, is Kathy Hochul really going to make this announcement, in the NDA? No.
That's
really good.
great.
And I like that he has a sense of humor.
He pulled that off so well.
Yeah. A lot of people, well, it's funny because a lot of people, it's amazing when you know politicians and we're in this circle. And so we see each other, we see these politicians in the real world and these candidates in the real world. So we know people laugh, they joke. Some of them are stupid as a brick. Some of them are really intelligent. Or intelligent on a thing rather than a lot of things. Yeah. They're regular people. They get their regular
down here. Yep.
And most people don't think a lot of these people laugh or funny or interesting. And, that's kind of like a clue with Larry. Like, no, he's a fun guy. He's a regular kind of just average Joe fun guy. And he and I laugh a lot. And a lot of people have gone years without knowing, who only see me doing this. And they don't hear me laugh.
Right.
Usually on the program. It's very rare. So they don't like, I know a couple of people who've commented like, Mike, I never heard you laugh before. You're so funny. You can be funny at times. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, you can. In fact, people should watch Monday night, The Opinion Guy, when Michael's on, along with Joe Hanush and a fellow by the name of John Navarra on a couple of times. And we have laughs. I mean, the tagline, my trademark name for the show is The Opinion Guy, fun, friendly, informative. And we do. We have fun. We laugh. It is. So you'll see Mike laugh if you watch my show on Monday, but not tonight because he's got the marathon and John can't make it either. And in fact, I asked, Joe's running for political office. He's a leading libertarian voice in this county, which is Volusia County. And I asked if he wanted to do the candidate show because it looks like it's just going to be he and I tonight. He wants to wait till his website is up still. I talk.
You still didn't get the website up?
No, he doesn't have his website. So
he's got to do
okay.
that.
Oh, it's totally up to me. All right. He said it's totally up to me. So we're going to do it. So program note. Tune in tonight to hear libertarian. If you like Larry, you're going to like Joe. Used to comment on Larry's show quite a bit. He would comment almost every single night. So a lot of folks out there probably know the name Joe Hanush, who watch you and watch Larry. He is running for office. I always forget what it's statewide. But check in. We're gonna talk some issues revolving.
Assembly, I think it is.
Is that what it is? I always forget. Yeah, I forget that kind of stuff. But he is. We'll have him on tonight, and we have issues.
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
7 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much. Yes, and we'll talk about one of the big issues down here, folks, is actually turning toilet water into tap water, and we'll definitely talk about that. We'll definitely talk about resiliency, and we'll speak to overdevelopment, because all you guys in New York are moving down here. I keep on telling all the candidates I have on, the answer to overdevelopment in Florida is to have better government up north, so they don't all move down here.
Kathy is kicking us out. I mean, now that she needs money, she wants us back, but she only wants us back to get the paycheck, and then she doesn't care. She'll kick us out again.
Right.
So, you could either turn Florida into a crappy version of New York.
No.
I don't recommend it. Or you're just going to get a lot of people who decided, oh my God, I can't live under Democrats anymore.
That's what it is. Right. So
but now here's the thing. Toilet to tap.
Yeah.
Is that the actual term for it, by the way?
No, it's called black water.
Black water. Okay. Yeah. Black water. I don't know. Maybe we can call it toilet to tap, TTT. We'll coin the phrase. Because I think that's more, when you say toilet to tap, you've got an image in your mind. Black water, not so much.
Well, I think there's a group, an organization called Let Volusia Vote. They came up with the toilet to tap idea. And what they're saying is, they're not, I mean, obviously they don't want toilet to tap, but they don't officially say that. They're officially trying to move government to allow the people to vote on whether they want it or not. And so far, the county government has not allowed that. However, Daytona Beach has. Daytona Beach is going to allow their people to vote on whether or not it should be banned, the idea, never done. It'll go into the charter, which is like the constitution for the town. So they are going to do it. They're the first victory that this group has had. So that's they turned that. They came up. They coined that term, toilet to tap, and it is very, very effective.
Yeah, I think it is. But people may not know. I didn't know this, and I follow a lot of politics. I follow a lot of issues, but I'm still just one man. Unlike CNN, that got like 10,000, and they won't talk about this. But it's, believe it or not, folks, we are now having debates in cities and counties around the country, and in particular in Florida, where they're trying to decide, do they want to take your toilet water, your used toilet water, and to filter it and recycle it into your tap water? Yep. Think about that for a second. Yes, that's what we're talking about, folks. We're recycling that water back into your food and into your drinking water. And they're trying to decide, does that sound like a good idea? Do you trust government to build a recycling plant to clean the water enough that you can now drink it? And I know Dow, there he is. He's back.
Yeah.
And here's a question, because we got a question from Dow. Dow says, water recycling from wastewater to potable water.
Yes.
Yes, that's the question. Yes, that's what they're saying.
So first off, that's as gross as can possibly be. We do use reclaimed water here for reclaimed water is another term. Black water, reclaimed water to water lawns. You can do that. Like there's a town, Port Orange, and they do that. I know they do that. So which is fine, like whatever, that's fine. But you do, not only is it disgusting to think that they would do that through the tap, but you're also trusting government to put a chemical into the water to clean it. The whole thing is insane. It's like, why would you ever trust government to put a chemical in the water to clean it? We just fought to get fluoride taken out, and now we're gonna get the whole thing. You can't
fix the potholes in most of America. The local and state government can't fix the potholes, and they're talking about, we're going to fix the wastewater.
Yeah, we're going to treat the wastewater. And the crazy part is, like, the county government, and so I follow politics down here, and I show up to a lot of events, and I've spoken to mayors, and I've spoken to council people, and they all say, like, I would never allow that. So then just allow the people to vote it into their charter. They're not letting people vote, which is crazy too. Just let the people vote, put up an amendment like Daytona Beach is doing, put up an amendment so that people can vote it into their charter so it can be banned. But here's the catch for folks who aren't in Florida, who don't know this. Here's the catch. even if Daytona citizens pass it and it becomes a part of their charter, the state can override it. So if the state ever wants to do it, then all these municipalities have no choice anyway. So it's like a stopgap measure, but at least it's something, because you'd have to vote it out of the charter. You'd have it's like, again, it's the charter is the constitution of the town, right? So they would have to vote it out with like 60% vote, but to vote it in, you only need 50+1. So that's where the Daytona Beach is. Can be overridden by the state if the state ever wants to do it statewide. But just let the people vote is what this group wants. Now, there are folks who are saying, hey, that's a problem, but we already have PFAS in the water, which is some other type of chemical, and we should probably clean that up first because that causes all these other problems. So some folks are like, that's not a really a big concern, and other people think that it is. So that's where we stand. So that'll be a part of our discussion with Joe tonight.
Yeah, and now a question comes from Dal that, is this the same? There are different water treatments. I don't want to make it sound like there's none of this has ever happened in any form whatsoever. But I think in New York, there are more restrictions on what is wastewater and the treatment systems that they're using to flush it and clean it out. It's not the same as what's happening in Florida. The Florida system is a little bit more, how can I say, small scale. Not as, I'd say not as effective based on what I know about it, but am I misunderstanding that? Is Dow more correct?
I don't really know what the process would be to get the water potable. So is it the same as what in New York? I couldn't say.
I don't believe it. As I last checked, New York doesn't do that with black water.
Right.
There's different types of water that we recycle and we clean. That's not sewage water, but it is other waste water like laundry and some industrial waters that are used that we recycle, not wastewater, as far as I'm aware. And I checked it before, and I know that was a no, but just wanted to make sure in case anything changed. By the way, we do need to mention that Missy, hello, Missy. Missy just said happy birthday, and she added another $19.99 in donation, and this is helping the Jericho project.
Missy.
That brings us to about $85 for the Jericho project. Our goal is $1,000. I will be on until 8 p.m., at least until 8 p.m. tonight. So please, all we need 200 people hitting $5. We match our goal or more. So please do consider that, folks. That is something we can do.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to do $25. So we're going to. Is there a link? In the show notes.
Matter of fact, let me double check. Did I put it in there? No, because I'm an idiot.
You just said you were brilliant like 5 minutes ago.
Well, I have lapses. I'm old.
Those are big swings.
Yeah. So I'm putting it in there now.
All right.
Updating. So it looks like I'm talking to you, but right now I'm actually on another screen. So bear with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Blah, 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 blah. Bang. There it is.
All right.
So since I oversight forgot to add that before, it is now added on to the description on YouTube.
Cool.
And in 10 seconds, I'll have it on the description in Rumble as well. Bang. Okay,
Yeah,
so you can go to PayPal, and you can make and that's without super chats and Rumble rants. Obviously, Rumble and or YouTube take their cut.
Yeah.
YouTube a hell of a lot more than Rumble does.
Do they really?
But so you can donate there, or you can go through the link to the PayPal and make a direct payment there. And that's just a direct, there's no cut other than, like
right,
a couple of pennies by PayPal itself.
Yeah, they take some money. Yeah. So we'll do that. Yep, absolutely.
Well, that puts us at 110.
Oh, cool. You're at 110. Nice. You got another donation. That's awesome.
I love it. You know
Yeah.
what? This is how I spend my birthday.
It's so cool, man. It's awesome.
You know, hey, I could go out and get drunk, but I've done that. You know,
I did that
I've
yesterday.
had decades of going out and getting drunk. Done
Yeah,
that.
I made coquitos and I had 10 or 11 too many. I didn't last the party. Let's put it that way. Oh man.
That does happen.
Yes, it happens occasionally. All right.
What else? Anything else you're thinking about? Anything else you want to share with the audience?
No, I think that's it. That was those were my notes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
See, Charles is better than me. He comes in with notes and he's like,
Notes.
okay, I got all this stuff. Me, I just have either links and ideas and I just randomly go at it. I'm so totally unscripted.
That's because I am not smart enough to remember all this stuff. So, unlike in my car at a red light, that's why I had my phone. My phone was right here, and if people saw me looking down every now and then, I was looking at my notes. When we have the show, there's a little place to put your notes in, and so I have it right
just
up
looking
there.
at that and looking at the notes. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I just wing it all, but I'm crazy like that.
So at red lights, I was putting things in. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna talk to Mike about this. I'm gonna talk. Oh, what about that Larry and Hochul thing? So
Yeah, that was really funny. I tell you, so
man.
subversive. I love
Gosh,
it.
that's
I
great.
love it.
I can't wait to tell Donna. She's gonna laugh.
Yeah, definitely. Let me know how
Yeah.
she feels about it. Okay.
All right, this has been awesome. I love it.
All right. Thank you for stopping by. Look at that.
Thanks
You
for having
spent
me.
An hour with me on my birthday. I appreciate it so much. Folks, do remember to check him out. He is the Opinion Guy
Thank you.
on YouTube. Are you on the others as well? Like the
Yeah,
Rumble and all that?
I'm on like 5 right now. I'm on YouTube and it broadcasts on YouTube, X, 2 Facebook pages, my 2 Facebook pages, and Twitch. Rumble and Instagram, you have to have a pass key, and I haven't really gotten around to doing that, but eventually I will.
You probably
Oh, and
like
LinkedIn, and it's on LinkedIn too.
Oh, and LinkedIn too. You'll probably like Rumble better than Twitch. Twitch is dying, or at least that's what they tell me.
I get like one person watching on Twitch.
Yeah.
But I'm like, why not? It's free. It's not
Might
like,
as
I mean,
well.
I'm already, it's not free. I mean, it's part of what I pay for, so I might as well have it on there. Like, why not do it?
Yeah. No, I get that.
Yeah.
But folks, so now even if you're watching Twitch, so you can even watch there, the Opinion Guy. And I know all my baseball fanatics, all you people who remember, if you love the Yankees, you have to show up on Tuesday and tell Charles that, hey,
Yeah.
Yankees rule, especially with Reggie, and all the other teams suck. That's it. That's what you got to do on a Tuesday.
Just so folks know, I am a St. Louis Cardinal fan. That is my team, and
that's why
I'm
I'm
wearing.
telling him. That's why I'm saying we got to
Yeah.
support our Yankees. Go to his channel and be nice about it. Just Yankees
Wow.
rule. Everyone sucks, and Reggie Jackson's the greatest. That's it. Done.
What I like to say is that the Yankees are the best team. Well, the Yankees are the best team in baseball, yes, and the best, therefore the best in the American League. But the Cardinals are the greatest team in the National League. If you judge it on World Series, because the Yankees are number 1 and St. Louis is number 2, the Cardinals are number 2 in World Series wins. So that's fine. I could be number 2, number 1 in the National League. And if anybody knows baseball, as long as the Cubs don't win, it's always good.
Well, we used to say
Cardinals
the
are-
White Sox. That's Boston, right? Red Sox.
Red Sox, yeah, for
They
you
were
guys,
the Red
it's the Red
Sox. They-
Sox.
Yeah,
And they're
we
having a
let
bad
them-
season so far.
we let them slip by. We should have just kept crushing them. But don't forget Brooklyn Dodgers. Dow,
oh yeah.
his grandpa loved the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Hey, Dow, we're going to be talking Brooklyn Dodgers tomorrow night. I got a whole thing coming up.
Really?
There was that sign. I'm going to say it was in right field that says "Hit this sign, win a suit."
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that. I saw something that it'll be a part of the show tomorrow night. So definitely check it out, Dow. We'll be talking that, and of course everything else. This Week in Baseball is back. That show is back. I'm so excited. Anyway, I'll go another hour talking about baseball.
And that's when you'll hear me be very silent, folks. Again, there's only so much room for information I can put in baseball since Reggie hasn't been part of it. So I've used up all of my baseball knowledge at the moment.
There you
Hey,
go.
I got Jeter's name right. That's
Wait,
right.
did you ever eat a Reggie bar?
Of course.
So did I.
I'm in
I
the
had them.
Bronx. I mean, yeah, of course. It was
So did I.
fantastic. We loved it. It was like, Reggie's so cool. He's got a candy bar.
Yeah.
And
The
then he had
last
Reggie Vision and all that. Yeah.
the last person I remember, baseball player, I remember having a chocolate bar was Ken Griffey Jr. With Seattle before he got traded to
He had a
Cincinnati.
candy bar?
He had a candy bar, Ken Griffey
Oh,
Jr. Yeah,
I was just about to say, you can tell all the new guys suck because
they
nobody
don't have.
does that kind of stuff with them anymore.
Yeah,
But I would have been embarrassed because
that was like 30 years ago now, though. So I don't know. Like I haven't seen one since. But baseball's doing fine. It's, you know, they're
they're making the money at least. That's for sure.
The Seattle Mariners just signed a minor leaguer. He's never played Major League Baseball. His name is Colt Emerson to an 8-year, $95 million contract. The guy's never taken a swing in in the major leagues. And it could
$100
go
million.
8 years, 95 mil, and it could go to 9 years, 135 mil. It's an extension. Obviously, they signed him already. He's in their minor leagues. So it's an extension. The guy's never played a Major League Baseball game. He's like 20 years old.
That is astounding to me.
That is insane. Yeah, I know.
That is ridiculous.
Yep, we talked about that last week on the show. Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. I agree. I mean, that is such a risk because so many great minor league players are don't last in baseball like a year or two. Let's just say or they're very very average. What's
Look,
that?
that's pretty much. I'm not saying that they're not. There's like 10,000 athletes, all of them. Put them all together. There's like 10,000 athletes in the country.
Yeah,
Professional.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can understand. High risk, high reward, very small pool of people. They deserve a lot of money. I got no problem with that, and I have no problem. I believe in the capitalist system. If you can get $100 million for
I take it.
8 years, good, go for it, man. Make your money. I got no problem with that. But I think that's just ridiculous. It makes it too business.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about the old days, which was abusive of the players.
Yes, absolutely.
It was not Yogi Berra. It was Babe Ruth, and he was told, if you get a home run, we'll give you an extra like $1,000, which back in that day was huge. It's like $20,000, $50,000 today.
Right.
And he said, if you get the home run, if you strike out, we're taking away $1,000. So he got a home run.
They do? Yeah.
They used to do it like that.
Yeah.
Now that's unfair. We need a middle ground in there.
Yeah.
But I don't know, 100 million for 8 years. That just seems like so unbalanced.
Especially for a guy who isn't in the majors, he's never even proved himself. And it's Seattle, so everybody complains about the Dodgers and the Yankees and the amount of money they have, and they have an unfair advantage. Here's Seattle spending this money like that on a guy who's never taken a swing in the major leagues. It's really astounding. And they're going to have a CBA. The CBA is up at the end of the year, the collective bargaining agreement. How the heck does baseball? Go with their hand out like this and ask the players we don't have money for this or that when they're doing that. It's like, how's that going to work at the negotiating table?
A new stadium. Why? You look at you gave him $100 million. It's like
to a minor leaguer.
I got to pay for a new stadium. Why?
Yeah, no. I don't even get me going on the stadium thing. All right, man. This has been great.
All right. I appreciate you. I thank you for that. And I will see you next Monday.
Yes, absolutely.
At 7 p.m. and everyone else can join us then too. Okay.
Super. I love it. Okay. All right, folks. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So folks, that was Charles Guaria, who is the opinion guy and you can see him. And if you want to talk baseball with him every Tuesday at 7 p.m., you can do that. If you want to talk about politics, we have on my channel, I call it the Monday Roundtable. It's the opinion guy with Charles Guaria. It's with me, Joe Hanush usually, and sometimes Joe Navarra. And we're always happy to have you guys with us, listening and talking about the politics over the weekend and the different issues like tap to toilet water, which is a big issue. And I think you're going to hear more about that as our cities grow across the country and we're running out of water resources, clean water. You're going to hear more about this. So it is something that we've been covering for a while now. And I hope everyone enjoyed hearing a little bit about about baseball, which I know nothing about. Again, I'm willing to say what I know and what I don't know. I don't know sports. I haven't been a sports guy for a couple of decades, but that is something I know. Now, I know a lot of people wanted to talk about some of my life experiences. They wanted to talk about we talked a little bit about foreign policy. Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on in the politics right now. I wanted to mention, and I think this is kind of important as well. A lot of people may not have heard about this. It's just coming out that in San Francisco, there is disease out there. A bunch of cases of disease as old as the plague. Hang on one second. Wait. What you can probably hear in the background is my dog. He's letting me know that he wants his lunchtime. It's his lunchtime. He just woke up and it's lunchtime. Hang on. Come here, Tom. Come here. Oh, God. 23 pounds and he gets heavier every day. Hi. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for right up my nose. Say hi. Hi. This is Con again. Con is here. He woke up and he's saying, get out. Oh. So now he wants to go out. So now he woke up and he wants to go outside again. I tell you, my entire life revolves around that dog. It really does at this point. At this point, I do nothing else but this dog. So I'm going to talk very briefly. Let me cover that in California, you would think this is coming out of San Francisco. It's actually in LA, one of the highest human defecation cities in the world, with some of the biggest homelessness in the world. It is another example of failure of Gavin Newsom, of the Democrat progressive ideology in California, a failed state. And now they have a disease as old as plague. Fleas, to be exact. Fleas are now going and swamping LA County, and they are putting out a typhus, which is very, very old. This is not like a new thing. This is a very old thing, an old disease that generally is managed around the world. It's not something that you would normally hear about. Again, this is back in the days of medieval ages. And that's when typhus and the Black Plague, that's when those diseases were really running rampant around the world. And now suddenly in modern 2026, in one of the most modern cities in the world, we now have typhus coming back. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. And this isn't national news. This is relatively local news. San Francisco Gate, SF Gate. It's relatively local news being reported on this. But this is a big deal because it's absolutely simple. How many people travel through LA in a given week? I mean, flying in and out of the airport, going to and from tourist locations, doing business, driving in and out or driving through LA. This is something that could easily be worldwide. This is a threat to people worldwide. All you need is a couple of fleas to jump in. And in all of California at this moment, there are 277 cases total. 220 of the cases of typhus are in LA County. So when I say that this is something that could easily jump around throughout the entire world, 220 out of 277 cases of typhus in California are in LA County, which is LA, the city of LA. This could easily, someone could easily get one or two of these fleas on their dog or on themselves or in their luggage, and are in, all of a sudden they're in Ottawa, or they're down in Mexico City, or they're in New Orleans or New York City, and then it's around the rest of the world. We saw this kind of thing happen. Think about the pandemic. It was in China, and then it went over to Seattle. It was in an old folks' home. And then bang, it was across the entire world within about 2 weeks. This could be, and I'm not trying to fearmonger you, I'm trying to make you aware. If you are traveling in California, or you're around people who have been in California, in particular in LA, very, very specifically, if they've been in and through LA, then be on alert. If you suddenly see fleas, you get an infestation of fleas, your animals are affected by fleas, then be hyper aware about the potential of typhus. This is something that CNN isn't talking about. MSNBC, ABC, they're not talking about this. They don't want to tell you this, because now you're going to say, well, what did Gavin Newsom do? How did this happen? Why is this happening? And they're going to tell you, well, there's a lot of reasons why this could happen. Here it is. It's a flea-borne typhus. It's a serious illness, but it's preventable with simple steps. With cases at all-time high, most requiring hospitalization, it's critical that people take simple steps, like routinely using flea control on their pets, avoiding contact with stray animals, and preventing wildlife living in or around their home. Some of this you can do, but most of it you can't. You can't really do anything about this. It's always a little. This is according to Shannon Bennett, chief of science and microbiology at the California Academy of Sciences. She says it's always a little disconcerting to be hit with an old emerging infectious disease. Yeah, because no one's used to it. No one's prepared on how to deal with this. This is something straight out of nowhere. Typhus can be treated with antibiotics, and deaths are rare. Deaths are rare, account for less than 1% of cases. But we saw what the world was doing was something as survivable. The pandemic was 97% survivable. And look at what happened to the world. It shut down off of something that was 97% survivable. If you weren't extremely old and you didn't have a bunch of comorbidities, you were surviving. And the world changed irrevocably. This has less than 1%. It could change the entire world again. Where is it? Where was it? What's the cause of this? Somewhere in this article, they're talking about the reason why it's spreading around, and I can't find it at this moment, is because of the fleas. Why is it really spreading, and why is it so big in California, in particular in LA? Homelessness, that's one reason. Bad sanitation, bad management of the landscape. We don't manage our forests well, and fleas do populate there, do infect the animals because we're not taking care of the forest properly. We have bad policies. We have bad sanitation systems that aren't up to date. We know that's happening in California. Bad management. That's essentially the bottom line. Governor Newsom is screwing up. Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, has screwed up. That's the answer. They have allowed the city of LA to decay. It's just that simple. It's decayed. And because of that decay, what comes with decay? Disease. Every single time. And I guarantee you that if we're seeing this outbreak in in LA, It is not long before we start seeing that same outbreak in San Francisco, which is the capital, excuse me, the capital of human beings defecating on the streets. There is nowhere else on the earth where human beings just defecate as much on the streets publicly as in San Francisco. And imagine someone's going to go from LA and they're going to go to San Francisco and they're going to have a flea on them and they're going to transmit this. And those fleas are going to have a huge heyday going through all of the homeless and the drug addicted and the people defecating on the streets in San Francisco. Because in California, they're not talking about this in the mainstream news media. They're not warning people about this. They won't tell you this because you might not vote Democrat if you understand that a bluer than blue state with a bluer than blue city is having an outbreak of a medieval plague, something that has been virtually wiped out in first world nations. It's unheard of. And there is this massive outbreak that seems to be growing right underneath our nose. But you might not vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028 if you knew this news. You might not support a Karen Bass or other Democrat as mayor of LA if you know about this. You might not trust a Adam Schiff, a Nancy Pelosi, if you knew that a medieval plague is breaking out in their state, in their cities, because they don't know what they're doing, because they have allowed that much decay to take over. The next thing I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting typhus, that they may get bubonic plague too. That's also transmitted by fleas and by rodents. So why not? If the rats and the rodents and the fleas have typhus, how far of a stretch is it to say that they are going to be carrying the bubonic plague? Again, I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this to make you aware. I'm saying this so you can think about this, so that you can be prepared if you're traveling into and through LA, whether it's for business or pleasure or anything else, so that you can make sure that you will be safe. And that if your friends and family are traveling there, that they can be safe, so that this doesn't spread across the world and across our cities. Because it's something that can easily, New York City is falling apart almost as much as LA is. We have a huge rat problem. It's one of the major sanitation problems of New York City at this moment is the growth of the rat population. There are 3 times as many rats as there are people in New York City. That means somewhere around 24 million rats. And all you need is 1 or 2 of them infected by a typhus flea, and New York City will be covered with typhus. Every single borough, every single community, every single apartment building, I don't care how rich you are, there will be fleas and rats with typhus throughout the entire city. It's that easily transmitted. So we should, now that they have identified that there is this problem and that this problem is growing and that this could be significant, then we need to take proactive action. I understand less than 1% of people die. I'm not saying this because people are going to die all of a sudden. They're not. But people will get sick and people will be harmed. And the old or those who are have multiple comorbidities, who are susceptible to these kinds of things, like cancer patients, as an example, the very old, the very young, they're all going to be susceptible to this. They're going to have complications from this. This is going to have a massive, and it therefore affects healthcare costs. It's going to fill up our hospitals. That means people will have less opportunity to be taken care of. Some of the biggest populations that will be affected, not only is it poor people, but it will be illegal immigrants. They're some of the biggest communities to transfer this typhus and any other disease because they're not getting the best medical treatment and they don't live in the best housing. So they're more exposed to these rodents that are infected. They are more exposed to unsanitary conditions than the average American citizen. And so, therefore, they can transmit these things far more easily. That's in LA, that's in New York, that's in Boston, that's in Chicago, any of your bluer than blue cities with their open border policies. This is an inherent problem that they bring to each of these communities that affects everyone. No one wants to talk about it because now we're talking about open borders. We're talking about illegal aliens. We're talking about health care. We're talking about the decay of our cities, the poor management and policies of Democrats. And that may make you say, I don't want to vote Democrat because they failed. And the problem is cascading. And so you're not going to hear the New York Times talk about this if they don't have to. You're not going to hear CNN or ABC or any of the major news media that are 80% controlled by the left. They're not going to talk about this because they're more concerned about their political party and agenda than they're worried about your health. And they have the excuse, well, it's not life-threatening. This isn't a life-threatening thing. Less than 1% of people die. It's not that bad. They shut down the world for something that 97% of the public will survive. And this is less than 1%. Don't worry about it. Why? Because you need to vote Democrat. I honestly don't know another reason why they would not notify the public to make people aware. And again, it's not about fear mongering. I'm not trying to fear monger you. I'm trying to inform you. I'm trying to make you aware of a problem and to try and defeat that problem before it spreads. That's not fear mongering. And I'm trying to point out the only reason that any news agency wouldn't tell you about this potential threat that easily could overrun many of our older cities, our big, dense cities, is politics. There's no other reason not to tell you about it. There's no other reason not to make people aware. I can't think of a single reason. Shelley says, typhoid Newsom. Yes, that's true. That's accurate. This is a problem of his administration and Karen Bass as well. Dow says, typhus, seriously? Here's the news. This is a credible news organization. This isn't somebody's podcast that no one's ever heard of out of the blue, just tossing something out there. This is a credible news organization. This is Gillian Mahoney is the news editor. This is coming directly from the news editor of SF Gate, San Francisco Gate. This came out yesterday. I'm not making this up. I don't need to make this up. This is the truth. Shelley has a comment here. Lyme disease was our bioweapon that got loose. That's why I question the origins of typhus in California. I can't speak to that. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a biologist. I don't know enough about these diseases to say one thing or another, other than people should be aware. By the way, I own a dog. You may own a dog or a cat. Be extra aware of fleas on your animals because this could be deadly to the animal, and it could be a way it gets introduced into your household. You may be fine, but the animals may not. I am now extra concerned about my 15-year-old dog who might have Cushing's disease. He's old. He's already suffering from being older and possibly having Cushing's disease. And now I have to be worried about him getting typhus because someone went on a vacation into LA and decided to sit on a beach and their pet just happened to be infected by typhus because Gavin Newsom doesn't know how to run his state. This is ridiculous. In the 21st century, this is ridiculous. Modern cities. This should not be happening. Oh my God, this is so crazy. Do you have an air check into OAN? Hey, John, by the way, hello, John Solak, and happy birthday, John Solak. Thank you, John, for being around. I appreciate you. Are you saying News Nation? What do you mean by air check? I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what you mean an air check is. But if you're asking me, can I look at any of those channels if it's online? Do you have an air check? Are you saying that they should have me on their programs? Oh, okay. I think I get it now. You're saying that OAN or News Nation or Fox, would they hire me? They should. Please reach out to Fox News, News Nation, OAN. Say, this guy deserves to have a team. Put him on, and I'll be happy to be on their programs. Let's have that. I don't know anyone, but show them, give them the links, tell them, hey, talk to me. I'm open. I'll work for OAN. I'll work for News Nation or Fox. I have no problem with that. Definitely get in touch with them. If you know someone, tell them this guy's better than people you have on right now. And I am. And I have more experience than almost all of them. So yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Now, let's see here. What did Shelley say? Shelley said, also, I remain skeptical of wastewater as tap water. I do too. Especially given that it's illegal in Florida to camp in Florida without water and sewage hookup. You're talking about if you bring your trailer or a camper to a site. Yeah, that's true. You need to have water and you need to have a hookup for the sewer system. Incineration septic is the best way in Florida. Well, yes, but again, this is a topic that is growing. And think about it. Imagine if we're starting to see more and more plants and more black water or recycled water, more tap toilet water being used as regular water. That's fetid water, fetid. That's going to having that kind of waste, that sewage being treated in large batches near our big cities, that's prone to bring in rodents, that's prone to bring in ticks and fleas, and if it's not well managed, it can cause massive problems in wildlife and diseases. I don't trust government for this. I don't trust California for this. I don't trust Gavin Newsom. I mean, look at what Gavin Newsom did to save a couple of $100,000 on the multi-billion-dollar budget of California. He turned off the water in the Palisades. People forgot about that. The Palisades fire. It was started because of green energy, climate change policies and saving money in California. A couple $100,000 was saved on a budget in the tens of billions, and virtually the entire Palisades were burned up in a forest fire because they didn't do forest management and they were being cheap on water management and clean energy, clean climate change. And that wound up taking out an entire community and all that money. And by the way, the Palisades have not been rebuilt. It's been more than a year. They should have rebuilt something. They've built one building. The last report I have seen is they rebuilt one building in the Palisades that got burned down. That's it. The government hasn't done anything else. Gavin Newsom is a failure. There's no two ways to look at that. And now you add in really concerning and difficult questions like, should California, an earthquake zone, start doing toilet water to tap water reclamation? That scares the hell out of me. I don't know I trust that. And they have typhus already. What other disease would they have if they had this kind of fetid water reclamation? What else could go wrong? I don't trust them. I don't. They do not deserve our trust or our faith. They have failed us. Oh, hey, Alabama Barbie is with us. Hello, Alabama. Alabama says, I'm late to this party. You are not. You are here on my birthday marathon. I'm doing this for 12 hours at least, and you have joined us. I am happy that you have been here for my birthday, whether it's for 5 minutes or for any amount of time. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. He says, I'm late to this party. However, there was an article about DC setting up edible food to sterilize rats. What? Okay. Well, there's two stories here. One story, I'm going to get to that. Okay, edible rats. DC. Hang on, I'm looking this up. DC. Give me a second. Seems like it's an article out of. There's two articles. One is from the New York Post from 2 days ago, and one from NBC out of Washington State that is from 4 days ago. They're putting rats on birth control. Yeah, they're giving rats birth control. It's not that they're giving them edible food. They're giving them birth control. I'm not kidding. I'm starting to sound like Larry Sharp. I'm not joking about this. This is serious. This is real. Let me put this up on the screen for you guys. Alabama, thank you for bringing this up. Look at this, folks. This is local news. This is, even though this is NBC, this is not NBC national. They don't want to tell the nation about this. This is NBC local news so that you don't hear about it. This is why this is the first time I'm hearing about it, and others as well, because it's local news. So in the local news out of, this is coming out of Washington, DC is putting rats on birth control. Can you see this? I mean, this is crazy. Alabama, is this the story you're talking about? DC Health is using edible birth control bait and lethal bait to curb the rat population. They're giving rats birth control. How much money is this going to cost? Look, I know I was just talking about the fact that we have typhus, and that is a problem. And I know I'm talking about New York City. We have 3 times as many rats as we have humans in New York City. I understand the problem and the risk of disease, including bubonic plague, but also typhus spreading across the world. But do we really want to give rats birth control? That doesn't make sense to me. And there's a problem with that, because the same food that they're trying to bait these rats with, other animals will eat. It will get into our water supply. It will get into, so your cat eats it, or your dog eats a rat, or eats the food that's being baited for the rat. It could affect so many other things. This sounds like a really dumb idea. So if you spend any time in DC, there's a rat problem. According to NBC. They're being dumpsters. They're running in groups like 2 and 3 and a few too many. That sounds like New York City. Sounds like LA. Sounds like San Francisco. All Democrat cities. Let's see. There was a dead rat in my yard a couple of weeks ago, and I had to call a friend to come over and go into the yard and get it for me. I can't even look at it. It's terrifying. Steve Rickus, you are such a girly man. This is a 1980s reference to Saturday Night Live. You are a girly man, Steve. You had to call someone else to go into your yard to get a dead rat. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, Steve? Pick up a shovel. You know what? You can't stay. Oh my God, it's so scary. It's a dead rat. Put a newspaper, go out, get a newspaper, take a dirty rag, a towel, whatever, put it over the rat, pick up a shovel, and scoop him up. Put him in a garbage bag. Steve, it is not that difficult. You had to call. God, what's wrong with you? What society of men have we raised? You can't handle a dead rat? We're not talking about Spartacus here. We're not talking about going into the gladiator arena and fighting to the death. You girly man. That's embarrassing. And you let them quote you like you gave them your name. It's not just they could have just said another resident and not quote you. No, you wanted people to know your name and know that you, Steve Rickus, are such a girly man, you can't handle a dead rat in your yard without someone else, someone with testosterone, to come in and actually handle that. And that testosterone might have been the female next door, someone's wife or daughter or whatever. Some other human being, probably every human being, had more testosterone than you to take care of a dead rat. I mean, come on, man. Seriously. Totally sidetracked there. I can't help it. But that's just, my God, really. So DC Health announced it's going to try something unusual to curb the rat population: birth control. Gee, is it unusual because it doesn't work? Is that perhaps the reason why human birth control doesn't work on rats? I don't believe it would. And it just doesn't sound like a good idea. I don't think this will work the way they think it will work. Is it an unusual idea because it just doesn't work? It's a waste of money. The agency said they will put edible fertility control bait in areas prone to large numbers of rats. How possible is it for those rats to take that birth control and put it into the water supply? It's a question. I don't know the answer to that. Is it possible that these edible birth control, that through rain, maybe it rains and it washes the water into somewhere where the water is being recycled? I'm not sure. How likely? And it is a non-zero number. I know the number is not 0%. There is some percentage of this birth control that's being used against rats. And rats are very similar in biology to human beings. That's why we use rats as test subjects for most of the drugs and drug development that we make. We use rats instead of humans in the early stages of testing, because what the biology of a rat is similar in several ways to human beings. So that means the birth control being used against rats, if it is actually tailored to rats, it may not. It may be human versions of birth control. But even if it's rat versions of birth control, it could affect some human beings in some way. How much of this will get into tap water? How much of this will recycle back into the population? That is a legitimate question that there should have an answer to, because the answer is not zero. There is a number. There is a percentage. We don't know what it is. It isn't zero. It's not 100% either. But what is it? Residents who spoke to News 4 said, yes, it's fantastic. Is this Steve again? Is Steve Mr. Lack of Testosterone? Is he saying it's fantastic? If it's good enough for humans, then it's good enough for rats, I think. Okay. Like, why not? Get rid of them, said a woman. Which still could be Steve. I don't know. In addition to edible birth control, DC will also use lethal bait. Okay. The city will start using birth control and lethal bait in Adams Morgan, which is a hotspot for rats. I don't know what Adams Morgan is. we're going to get the rat population down in 3 weeks. They think this is going to work. And then they'll find out if the rats are still having babies. Okay. And that means that people can't be throwing food on the ground. The mayor doesn't like it, and it's helping the rats. No one cares if the mayor likes it or not. Most people don't even know that the mayor of DC is Mayor Bowser. Most people don't know that. A lot of Democrats are pissed at her because she worked with the Trump administration, with ICE agents, to reduce the number of illegal aliens in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. And since they did that, crime has gone down substantially. So by saying the mayor doesn't like it, well, Democrats don't like the mayor because she actually didn't have open border policies. She actually reduced the number of illegal aliens, and it worked. And it made Donald Trump and MAGA and Republicans look good. It defeated the illusion that having an open border, an open society, anyone and everyone can come into America. It defeated that completely. Crime went down, problems went down, and Democrats are pissed. No, I don't know. Maybe, again, maybe it's me. This troubles me. And it's April 2nd, so this isn't an April Fool's story. Thank you, Alabama Barbie, for bringing this up. I'm troubled by this. Oh, let's see. What we got? We've got John Solak says, Free Willard. The way, Willard is a movie. If you've never seen it, and if you have a fear of rats, don't watch Willard. But if you aren't afraid of rats, then yeah, Willard is an interesting movie. Remember Food of the Gods? Yeah. This is kind of like that. This is like Food of the Gods. It really is. Shelley mentions that. Where is it? Shelley mentions that rats can. Where is it? There it is. Rats can carry rabies. True. That's one of the problems with them. Shelley goes on to say lethal rat poison is going to be a problem because when they die in walls and such, decomposition makes a nasty smell. It does. And it does also help spread other disease. If they die in the walls, in buildings, if you're not able to find out and locate where they are, well, that means they're going to decay. That's going to bring in flies and other vermin, and that could spread any disease that they might have, and that could affect animals, your pets. It could affect young children. So it is a problem. Which is why they don't use lethal rat poison wide scale. It is something done more locally and more specifically, more targeted, not just citywide, because it can lead to a lot more disease being spread. So you kill the rats, but you increase the amount of disease, which would be typhus, which would be bubonic plague. A lot more ticks and fleas will be able to spread disease if you have this massive population of rats that just suddenly die in buildings, in the nooks and corners of buildings all over the place. It's a tricky problem. And usually the answer is target specific areas and to trap and kill those animals as much as humanely as we can so that we can be as sanitary as we can. That doesn't sound like what DC is doing. That sounds like a problem. I'm just checking on some of the comments here. Bear with me. So Shelley mentions that they have used edible sterilizers, so birth control, on woodchucks and raccoons in high rabies areas in upstate New York. Okay, but that's in the woods. That's a big difference than being in a city. I get it. And I understand the concept, but again, there's a big difference of being out in the woods or a more wooded location. A lot of the locations in upstate New York, they're not all just little villages surrounded by a forest. Please don't misunderstand me. That's not the case. I've lived in upstate New York, but it is far less populated and it is more wooded than, say, New York City, as an example. So woodchucks, raccoons, they're more likely to be in the woods or the wooded areas in these smaller cities. And you're not going to have the same kind of impact as a bunch of rats dead in a building in the middle of the walls, which is something that's happening in New York State, in New York City. So there is a difference there. I'm not sure that it's not exactly the same. John Solak still has many more jokes. He's saying, let Ben be Ben. That's the other. So Willard and Ben are movies about rats. I'm not giving away anything there. What is wrong with, why is it doing that? Come on. Okay. I don't know what's going on with my stat here, but okay. So Willard and Ben are movies about rats. If you don't like rats, if you're afraid of rats, don't watch Willard, don't watch Ben, don't watch Food of the Gods. It will freak you out. Just letting you, I'm being forewarning, okay? These are movies about rats. Really, really big rats in some of the cases in these movies. You will freak out. John Solak is scaring some of the audience. So Shelley goes on to say, lethal bait is a horrible idea. Kids could eat it. Yes. And dead rats are a health threat. Yes. Like I said, it's a problem because the rat could die. It could go into your house, could be ill, not quite dead, leave the rat poison and move on. Again, that could also happen with the birth control. They could be scared or something. Maybe they ate some of the rat poison and they ate some of the birth control, bring the birth control into a small house. A baby, a young child gets into a spot, a corner that you can't see necessarily, finds that little food there and starts eating that. And now you have a baby that's been sterilized or could be biologically affected by the sterilization. I don't like it. It's got problems. On a wide scale, it's got problems. Flowers for Algernon. Yeah. A lot of movie references everybody's making today. Okay. And let's see. We've got call me what Alabama Barbie says, call me what you may. However, changing hormones have destabilized the female body along with other drugs. Well, the male body too. Not just women, but men too. Yes. By injecting more hormones and chemicals that affect the hormones of men and women for the last several decades, we have been affecting our communities, and it is negative, and that's just the truth. There's nothing to say about that. It's just true in ways that shouldn't be happening. Let me see here. I'm going to take my dog out for lunch in just a moment, but before I do that, I did also want to cover, because I know that John had brought this up when he made his $20 donation. I want to bring up, he said that there was this case as covered by the New York Times. So we know, hey, this is left wing. Someone changed his party. Andrew Hevesy, a lifelong Democrat and New York State Assemblyman, so this is an elected official, was told his voter registration had been changed without his knowledge, and he has a culprit in mind. Okay, so the thing to keep in mind in here is he is a New York State Assemblyman from Queens. This is an elected official. Our elections are safe and secure, so we keep getting told. In our big cities, everything is fine. There's no problem. It's just Republicans are just lying to you. They're just making it up. They just don't want you to vote Democrat. Why is a Democrat having his, whether it was, now I haven't read the article, know nothing about it. I don't think a Republican did it. I think a Democrat, perhaps a progressive, did it because they're mad at Andrew Hevesy. He didn't vote left enough. And You can never be left enough for Democrats, for progressives. You can't be far enough left. And so he did something that wasn't quite left enough for the feelings of some other Democrats. And so they said, well, you're no longer a Democrat. So they changed, they went into the system and they changed. Well, this is me guessing here. They probably falsified information saying that they were him and that he changed his party affiliation. And because the system is super secure and there's no problems whatsoever, they got away with it. And they were able to change an elected official's party registration because how secure and safe our election systems are. That's what I think happened. I don't know. I don't think it was a Republican, but I definitely think it was a Democrat, a far leftist, who did this to him because he's not left enough. But with that said, that's my guess. You guys can make your guess. Write it in the chat right now. Let's check it out because I have not read the article. Let's read it together. Andrew Hevesy is a New York State Assemblyman from Queens. His rival in the Democratic primary, this is a Democrat thing, had a motive to file paperwork. So his rival in the Democratic primary filed paperwork to change his party. Democrat versus Democrat. They're eating their own. I'm right. And again, I didn't read this. I didn't see this beforehand. It was an ordinary Tuesday, blah, blah. I don't care. So Assemblyman Hevesy was on the assembly floor, and then he was told he's not a Democrat. He's 53 years old, Queens Democrat. He's thinking, what did I do? Did I sign something? So he has no idea how this happened. This is how safe and secure our elections are. This is how safe and secure that this happened to him about his party registration. He was never notified. He was never made aware until he's doing his job and other Democrats come and say, why'd you change your party? I'm sure someone in the news leaked it to him and said, hey, why'd you change your party? We just saw your party changed. Some guy was trying to get a scoop and came up to him, I'm sure of it, and said, how'd your party change? Why'd you do that? Why are you leaving Democrats? I'm sure that's what happened. Or some Democrat was leaked that this was going to be a news story, and so they ran over to him and said, dude, the news media is about to say that you just switched parties. Why did you switch parties? When did that happen? And that's how we found out about it. Because our system is so secure that, we can't change anything. Oh my God. Hevesy soon learned that the paperwork had been filed by mail, like mail-in ballots, like false mail-in ballots. Oh, that couldn't happen. It can't happen. Mailing in a ballot, mailing in your registration is safe and secure. There's no problems whatsoever. It's just a MAGA lie because you can't do that. Systems 2 is too secure for this, even though it's not used in most countries because mail-in ballots is not secure. Mail-in registration is not secure in most countries around the world. But in America, in Democrat blue states and blue cities, it is absolutely perfectly fine. It's absolutely secure, except for what happened to a Democrat in New York City. Paperwork was filed by mail to change his registration from the Working Families Party. He's a progressive. When you hear Working Families Party, that means progressive socialist. Not quite as far left as the Democratic Socialists of America, like AOC, but pretty damn close. It's almost the same. And if you ask members of the Working Families Party, they will tell you, every time I've spoken to a member of the Working Families Party, they will tell you they're not Democrats, they're progressives. If you ask members of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, they'll tell you they're not a Democrat, they're socialists. There is a difference, and they make it clear. So Hevesy is a progressive, not a Democrat. He's in the Democratic Party because that's how they win. That's where they get their money. But he's not a Democrat. He's a progressive, making him ineligible for the Democratic primary in June. So he's running the campaign. He's running for re-election. He's initially told that he has a primary. He just got in all of his ballots. Everyone had to go and get their petition signed. And now he's told, your petitions don't count. You're not in the race. You're not a Democrat. And no one told him for the last month. No one told him while he was out raising money as a Democrat. He's out raising money as a Democrat, filing paperwork as a Democrat, getting petitions signed as a Democrat, and no one in the Democratic Party, no one in New York State's Board of Elections stopped and said, hey, this looks kind of weird. When did this happen? He didn't make an announcement about changing parties. Why is he raising money? That's a campaign violation. If he's raising money, he's lying to the public. That would be a campaign violation. It's unethical. Oh, okay. But safe and secure. According to New York Times, according to all the Democrats, it's just a MAGA. This is all MAGA scam. He filed a complaint with the Queens District Attorney asking for a criminal investigation against Jonathan Rinaldi, another Democrat. Mr. Rinaldi acknowledged inventing fake false endorsements from mainstream figures. So Mr. Rinaldi's got a problem. Mr. Rinaldi is making up endorsements from Andrew Cuomo and even Hevesy. Wow, that's inventive. These are the choices in New York, in Queens. If you're a Democrat, your choice is a guy who's so clueless, didn't know what was going on with his own campaign, and another guy that just straight up lies. He's just making it up as he goes. What choices you have. Oh my God. What wonderful choices you have. A progressive who has no idea what's going on in his campaign, and another guy who just lies to you straight out. He's just making it up as he goes because he wants power and money. Oh, what a great choice for Queens. Okay, so he's just lied and lied. What was this? He posted altered versions of published articles and made up the information, like the fabricated withdrawal of a rival candidate. Okay, so he's done this before. So Rinaldi went out and made up news stories and pushed it on social media, lying about he ran for city council previously, and he lied then. Why didn't he get arrested, fined? What's going on? Why are they letting him do this? Okay. He has used AI to create what appears to be a mock advertisement. He made AI a mock. Well, if it's a mock, that's a parody. That's fine. But a mock advertisement for the Rinaldi Fertility Clinic featuring a black, pregnant, transgender man. I'm not sure what the joke would have been there. I mean, I can think of lots of jokes in that setup. A black, pregnant, transgender man. I can think of a lot of jokes you could make, but as a candidate, I don't see how saying that you're the Rinaldi Fertility Clinic and you're using trans men. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing there to think that was going to get him votes as a Democrat. I don't even really see a lot of ways that Republicans could make lots of jokes not to get elected. I can't see how you can use that to get elected, but okay. So this guy's special. And he ran against Hevesy 2 years ago as a Republican. Rinaldi was a Republican 2 years ago. And then he changed his voter registration this year to a Democrat. So this guy is just special. He's anything and everything that gets him. He'll run for any elected office. He will make up anything he needs to try and get himself attention. And he will cheat and lie and steal so he can be. So Rinaldi's just a bad guy. According to the New York Times, according to the information from the New York Times, Rinaldi is just the worst of the worst. Okay, I'm glad he's not a Republican anymore because that's not Republican values. I'm glad he's gotten kicked out and caught. I don't know why they're allowing him to continue to try and run like this and not paying more attention to him. This is bad. But it's also exposing that he can do all of these things, many of them illegal, or at least unethical, at the very least unethical, but also illegal. And he's able to do them year after year after year. 2 years ago, he was running for the assembly. Then he ran for city council. Now he's running for assembly again. He's switching parties left and right. He's making up documentation. He's going and using mail to abuse the election system because the system is rife for abuse. Okay. So the Times reached out to Rinaldi this Friday, the Friday that just passed, and he denied the charges. He said he had no involvement in any change to voter registration or anyone acting on his behalf. He's focused on engaging voters and earning support. If you say so. Now, this is editorializing because it's the New York Times. They can't help but editorialize. And they said, he did not seem especially surprised either. Every time I run, they try to arrest me. Well, the guy's done things that should have gotten him arrested. I agree. But he did not seem especially surprised. I don't know what that means. That is a reporter putting in their personal comment in a story that has nothing to do with them as a person. I don't care if you as a reporter are surprised or not surprised by the answer someone is giving to you. You're interviewing them. Your personal feeling about whether they are trustworthy or not is meaningless. The history of that guy is enough for me as the reader to say he may not be trustworthy. And I said that as we're reading through the evidence being presented by the New York Times, which if it was a lie, they'd be sued out of their mind. So these things did happen. Okay. So that painted the picture. Rinaldi's not a good guy. Got it. I don't need to know that the reporter doesn't trust him. I don't care. You're not important. The reporter is not important. I don't need to know your name. I don't need to know who that reporter is or what the editor is. I don't need that. You're not the story. Your feelings are not part of the story. No one cares what the feelings of this New York Times reporter is. Matter of fact, who is this reporter? Who is the reporter here? Come on. Yeah. Come on. Scroll up. Grace Ashford. Grace, no one cares about your feelings. Let me say that again. As readers of your news articles, no one cares about your feelings. Your family, your friends, they love you, I would hope. And they care about your feelings. Fantastic. No one else cares. Get your feelings out of your news articles. Stop injecting your feelings into your reporting. It's unnecessary and I don't care. Grace, if she goes by she, Grace is most likely a Democrat because it's the New York Times. So you're putting your political feelings about Rinaldi into this race. I don't care. That's not important. Grace, you are not important in the story. Keep your feelings out of it. Or do political commentary. I do political commentary. You want to hear about my feelings? Fantastic. By the way, I don't talk about my feelings. I don't care. I don't care about my feelings either. You're not here to hear my feelings. You're here to find out my analysis, my understanding, and the conclusions I make. But no one cares about my feelings. And I don't feel bad about that. It's just the truth. So deal with it. But okay, anyway, let me go on. First, he said there was an incident at a food pantry. He was charged with felony burglary. Wow, this guy Rinaldi's just a real winner there. Okay, Hevesy changed back his registration. That's nice. And he looks forward to re-election. Good for him. The incident nonetheless raises questions about the ease with which someone's political party could be altered. No, it raises question about mail-in registrations. It raises questions about the registration system. It raises questions about our election system and voting. Gee, maybe I'm going to go out on a wild guess here. I'm going out on a limb. Maybe if we had voter ID, maybe if we had the SAVE Act, not the SAFE Act, the SAVE Act, which requires ID and proof of identity to register or to change a registration and to vote, maybe this could never have happened. Again, the New York Times is saying this incident, Grace, the reporter, says this incident raises questions. It does, about the ease of someone's political party being altered. It raises the question of what you can do to a candidate and an election without ID. This is a great example of why we need voter ID laws. This is why 83% of America want voter ID laws. And this flies in the face of Democrats who tell us we don't need voter ID laws. Obviously, we do. Obviously, we need voter ID laws. And this is the proof of it. This is the Democrats telling us we need voter ID laws. We need to have IDs to verify who is who's making this registration to vote. And we shouldn't have mail-in ballots and mail-in registrations because it's too easy to abuse. Whether or not Rinaldi did it, whether or not anyone on Rinaldi's team or his supporters did it, doesn't matter. The point is that someone, I don't care who, changed the status of Hevesy, an elected official, without his notification, and it was officially changed. It wasn't like, someone caught this, they stopped it from happening. It was done. If Hevesy didn't get notified, probably by the news media, the New York Times, I'm sure, Grace may have been the one who actually told him. Before she wrote the article, she got in touch with him and said, "Why'd you do it?" And he's like, "Well, what do you mean? What did I do?" That's probably what happened. So he was in violation, or would have been in violation, of various election law statutes, and possibly in terms of money, some of these statutes there for the election law. And Democrats will tell you, we don't need voter ID. Under state law, no identification is required to file or change voter registration. Maybe there should be. Maybe this is a wake-up call saying there should be. How many times has someone tried this trick before? Whether either them directly or one of their campaigns or one of their supporters. How many times has this happened across not just New York State, across the United States? How many times has this happened in a bluer than blue city? And for all kinds of reasons. It doesn't have to be because I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat. No, it could be I'm a Democrat and you don't vote Democrat enough. You don't vote on the issue I believe in. That's all it takes. You don't vote the way I want you to vote. So you're not a true whatever political party. And therefore, you need to be punished. And so you're going to get kicked out of the party. How many times has that happened? We don't know because they won't tell anyone. And this news article, as much as I'm finding it interesting because it's pretty stupid and it's pretty funny, this is not going to be national news. It should be. Every Republican out there, John Fetterman, should be pushing this onto CNN and MS Now or whatever the hell they call themselves. He should be doing a video. There should be podcasters running around trying to go to every Democrat they can and say, hey, this is a problem because there was no ID to verify. This is a problem in our election system. Do you think seeing this story, assuming everything in this story is true, do you now agree voter ID is necessary? Just like 83% of all Americans say, just like 76% of Black people, 81% of Democrats agree there should be voter ID because the public knew this was a problem and have always known that this is a problem, and Democrats don't. And the only reason why Democrats who say no voter ID is because they want to cheat. That's it. Whether it's with illegal aliens or any other system, it doesn't matter. The only reason that Democrats, after seeing this evidence on top of everything else that has been presented, and most importantly, because the public wants it, regardless of whether the Democrat Party wants it or not, the public wants this. We should have voter ID. We should have voter ID. There's no excuse for it. None. Let's see. The paperwork filed by mail with the Queen's Board of Elections, shared with the New York Times, seems to bear his signature. So, false signature. That's a crime. That is a crime. Littered with errors. Reported that he had no driver's license or social security number. And they accept. Wait a minute. So, the Queen's Board of Elections in New York City, in New York State, because no ID is necessary, somebody forged his signature, filled it with errors. They had no driver's license. They had no social security number. No social security number? There was no verification of the identity whatsoever. And the Queen's Board of Elections said, good enough, and changed the elected official's position. Anyone can change anyone's. If this is the case, then any candidate can have their party, their registration, their vote stolen. If you can not have social security, you can have no driver's license, you can have it being illegible and a bad signature, and it's still official and it still counts, then there is no security in registration or mail-in ballots. It can't be. It can't be. Please share this with your local Democrat and tell them to explain how any election can be safe and secure, how any mail-in ballot registration can be safe and secure if this is acceptable. I'm not saying it. This is coming from the New York Times. So it's not a right-wing thing. It's not a MAGA thing. It's not a Donald Trump thing. This is the New York Times. Grace wrote this article. This went through her editor. This was verified, double-checked, and put out on the New York Times. There is no security in our elections if we do not add voter ID. It is that simple. It was missing his phone number and his email address, and it was accepted. It did not have a driver's license, a social security number. It didn't have a phone number. It didn't have an email. And it had a bad signature. But elections are safe and secure. You don't need an ID. Why would you need an ID to vote? There's only 5 different ways that anyone can completely forge and corrupt the election system. 5 ways. They did it to a sitting elected official and a sitting elected Democrat in New York City. And only five ways you could have identified this as being false and corrupt and fail. Voter ID would have protected the entire thing. None of this could have happened with voter ID. None. But Democrats are against voter ID. I mean, this makes no sense to me. So the answer from Vincent Ignazio, I think that's how you pronounce his name, Ignazio, it's Italian, a spokesman for the board of New York City's Board of Elections. So for the city, said, any attempt, this is quote, any attempt to exploit this provision by submitting false or fraudulent information, end quote, is a crime. Who cares? That's stupid. That is not an answer. That is not a legitimate, serious answer. That is such idiocy. Of course it's a crime. Forgery is a crime in and of itself. Identity theft is a crime in and of itself, separate of the election crime that went on. So we're talking about at least 3 different crimes happening all in the same case. The criminal didn't care. You're not protecting anyone by saying it's a crime. You can't do that because it's a crime. Who cares? Who cares? Criminals don't go, well, that's illegal. I can't do that. They're criminals. They break the law on a regular basis. That's why they're called criminals. They don't follow the law. So telling me and telling the criminals out there that that's a crime, they knew that already. That's why they did it. Because it is a crime. The question isn't, is it a crime? We knew that. We figured that out. Before I even got to this line, I figured out 5 different ways that this is a crime. So the question isn't, is it a crime? The question is, how do we prevent this crime from ever happening again? How do we stop this abuse of the system? The answer is voter ID. That's it. But Democrats are terrified of saying that. Democrats will not say that because that prevents them from cheating and allowing illegal aliens and others to vote. It takes away their ability to manipulate elections. So they're going to protect the manipulation and the abuse of the election system. And they will not, and they're fighting tooth and nail not to allow voting ID. There is no other way to explain this. Vincent, your answer is useless. Vincent goes on to say, we take these matters extremely seriously. No, you don't. No, you don't. If you took it seriously, it wouldn't have happened. Someone would have caught it. The article from the New York Times would be, this Rinaldi, supposedly, would have been caught, and we'd have an entirely different argument. We'd have a different story. This Hevesy would never have had his political party changed officially by the state of New York. It would never have happened. So you're not taking this seriously. This is not serious at all. And we will refer any illegal conduct, any findings of illegal conduct to district attorneys. Who cares? No one cares. The crimes don't care. The district attorney had nothing to say. Of course not. Let's see. They have problems with each other. Hevesy and Rinaldi don't like each other. I don't care. And here's more of this is more of Grace injecting herself into the story. There may be a germ of truth behind this so-called Rinaldi fertility clinic. Okay, does that mean he owns a building? He's a shareholder or a partner in a medical office or a clinic of some sort? Mr. Rinaldi has been interviewed numerous times by the Daily Mail, the New York Post, and Humans of New York. Humans of New York? What the hell is Humans of New York? The New York Post is credible. They're known internationally. They've been around for over 100 years. The Daily Mail, British, they're known for 100 years. Maybe they're not the New York Times, but yeah, they've been around for a long time. They are credible organizations. Humans of New York. What the hell is that? That's not credible. So she's just compiling a bunch of names. She doesn't care. She wants to now embarrass Rinaldi even more. About his prodigious sperm donor. Who cares? Whether or not Rinaldi is a sperm donor does not change any substantive fact in the entire story. It is not important. It does not change anything that we're talking about. The real issue is voter ID, which has been minimized in this news story. So Grace has done the best she could to try and avoid bringing up the issue of voter ID, which should have been prominent in this story, should have been the main focus of this story. This should be, if not the A plot, it should have been the B plot, and it should be something that it should be a question that, as a reporter, she's asking of any of these elected officials to say, and how do you feel about voter ID now? Now that this has happened, now that we know that this is a flaw in the system, now that we know that mail-in ballots and registrations are not secure, how do you feel about voter ID? That should have been responsible reporting. That's what we should have got. Instead, we're getting inserts of the reporter on her personal feelings that I don't give a damn about. That is absolutely inconsequential. I don't care how she feels. I don't care if she likes Rinaldi or not. I don't care if she's the girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever of Hevesy. It's meaningless to me. It has no impact on the story. And to tell me that Rinaldi was a sperm donor is meaningless. That changes nothing. It has nothing to do with the charges. It has nothing to do with election law. It has nothing to do with voter ID. It has nothing to do with Hevesy's position in the Democratic Party. It is useless. That is Grace injecting her personal feelings, which it seems is a dislike of Rinaldi, into her New York Times article. Get your feelings out of the news, Grace. No one cares. No one. No one read this because Grace Ashford wrote this article. No one cared. No one cares what you look like. No one cares about your gender. No one cares about your politics and your affiliation, which apparently is Democrat. No one cares. Stop doing that. The editor should have stripped out all of her personal anecdotes and feelings from this article and should have told her, go back out there and ask the question about voter ID. That's what the editor should have done. But it's the New York Times, so they are protecting Democrats, and they're protecting Democrats as they fight to make sure our election system is as weak as hell. I'm going to take them out.
And you also take down the trash.
Okay. I was going to do that later, but I'll do it now. Sorry. It's lunchtime. Family got to walk the dog again. Am I wrong? Does anyone think my assessment of the voter ID of what happened with this member of the Democratic Party, does anyone think I'm wrong? I'm happy to, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. So if you know Andrew Hevesy, if you are a Queens resident and your assemblyman is Mr. Hevesy, please ask him to respond. Ask him about his position on voter ID. Now that he's gone through this experience, now that the New York Times is reporting on it, thank you, John, for bringing it up. Hey, where do you stand now? Give me a second, folks. So, isn't this case an example of why we need voter ID? I say yes. Others may disagree. Clip this section, send it over to Assemblyman Hevesy or to any other member of the Democratic Party and ask them, now tell me why we don't need voter ID. And as for the New York Times, get your editor to do his job, to tell the reporter to do her job, to get her back out and ask the question of all the Democrats she interviews and say, where do you stand on voter ID based on this case, and take your feelings out the damn articles. That's where I believe. Okay. That being said, we've had quite a show. Let's see. We've already been doing 4.5 hours. Wow, that's a lot. We've done a lot of coverage, a lot of stuff today, and we're not done. We are not nearly done because I'll be going until 8 o'clock. We got another 8 hours. But what we will do is it's lunchtime. It's 12:30 right now, and I need to take a moment to walk my dog, and also to get something to eat. You guys want to have something to eat? Want to have a cigarette or something like that? Please do. Give me a moment. I'm just trying to find because I wasn't prepared. Oh, you know what? I will play an article, a video of my good friend Larry Sharp. And I interviewed him. And so I will play you that. So that this is about the New York, since we're talking about New York politics, since we're talking about elections in 2026, the midterms that are going on, election safety, then we'll talk about, I'll talk to you, I'll show you the interview with the future governor, hopefully, of New York. By the way, before I do that, I do need to mention, thank you, Joel, for the $20, the donation to help the Jericho project. I'm sorry, I was ranting away. I did see that when it came in on when I was talking about voter ID. Thank you. He goes, happy birthday, older man Voss. Yes, I'm old man Voss, all right. Thank you for the birthday wish. Thank you for the $20 to help the Jericho project. We appreciate that. We're getting closer and closer to our $1,000 target. You too can do it. All right. So what I'm going to do right now, as soon as I get this to load up, there we go. So bear with me. We're putting this out, and come on. Boom. We should be back in about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll just take lunch. So let me put that up. Boom. Everyone, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. And today is October 31st, but you'll be seeing this in November. Now, the reason for that is I have a special guest, and they have a very busy schedule, but we are happy and lucky to get them in today to speak with us. And I think it's going to be a great show. You've met this man before. In fact, most recently, you probably heard about him from Sabby Sabs or Kim Iverson. He's been on with Adam Moreno, Hardlands Media. Or maybe you heard about him first from Glenn Beck, Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin. Yeah, he's been everywhere. And who better to have on this program to talk with us about the future of New York and, well, just life in general is my very good friend, and I'm happy to introduce Larry Sharp. How are you, Larry?
My brother Michael, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, and I'm happy to have you here on the program. As I'm mentioning in the intro, you're crazy busy right now. It's been quite the last 30 days for you. And that's because, well, I'll let you describe it yourself.
We announced that we're running for governor. Governor of New York, the third time. Yes, I am insane. We actually, this is our third time doing it, and it's going to be our best chance to make it happen, and people know it. Some people say, well, wait a minute, Larry, why would you do a third time? There are several reasons. One of them is I've learned a lot. I've learned how to make this better, how this actually works, what we should be doing. And this is the best time for New York State for two reasons. One, you see New York State wants change. I mean, Mamdani in New York City is a symptom of New York City people desperately wanting change. Well, here I am. Not just that. Look, New York State has made it to where independent parties are just basically destroyed. They are gone. They're devastated. Someone's got to bring them back. We're not going to be able to change this state unless we're going to be able to create some single issue coalitions. And you know, that right now, if you're a Democrat and you want to change something and Republicans agree, you can't go to them because Republicans are evil. You can't do that. If you're a Republican and you want to go to a Democrat, you can't because, oh my God, I'll get primaried. So you can't have that conversation. But if there is a third party, if there is someone running independently, that person can be the center that others can get around, right? But it's a second piece of that. If we have actual third parties, we can move the major parties. If you're in New York State and you wish you had better Democrats or you wish you had better Republicans, if you have a third party, it'll change. And here is my perfect example, RFK Jr. Donald Trump didn't have any policies on food or medicine. That wasn't part of his thing. He was doing his own thing, right? Tons of other issues to deal with. Him or his team or both, I don't know who did it, but either he gets credit, whether it was him or his team, saw that RFK Jr. had millions of votes sitting in his pocket. 3 million, 2 million, 4 million, whatever, millions of votes. And they were like, you know what? We could use those votes. That could get us our mandate. That could get us not just win the election, but that could get us beating Harris in the popular vote and get the mandate that we need. So you know what? Maha it is. And all of a sudden now, Trump's got food and Trump's got nutrition. And you might say to yourself, but Larry, I don't want that stuff. I don't care about that stuff. Maybe you don't. But then you should find your guy or gal that has the issues that you care about, have them run independent, and that can move the major parties to do what you want them to do. That can't happen if we don't have independent parties.
Okay. And by the way, let me take a step back before I go any further. And people may notice that I was laughing when you mentioned Republicans are evil. A lot of people may not know, and you've been on my program 5 or 6 times. We've known each other for just under 10 years now.
Yep.
You're a personal friend like myself. You're a Marine. We both live in New York City right now, and we see each other on a regular basis.
Yep.
And we go at each other. When we agree wonderfully.
Sure.
When we disagree, it's a 3-hour conversation, and yet
True.
we're still friends.
Yes.
So people, I don't want anyone to see that I was laughing at that statement and think, oh my God, anything about that. This is how we speak. This is us.
Yeah.
We're real.
And to be forward, I don't think Republicans are evil, but
No.
you know that many Democrats do.
Yes, very much. I know that.
Yes.
But you're nowhere in that. That's why I thought it was so funny, because that's the media line. That's the message we get, especially in New York State or in California, Illinois, the blue
New
of
York
the
City.
state. Huh?
New York City.
Oh yeah. Wherever it's blue, where it's deep blue, that's the message that gets out there. It's not realistic. And I have to say, in the many years that I've known you now, and we've talked many times, various places across New York and otherwise, the number of people that surround you who are anything but libertarian. You've got Republicans that have conversation with you, Democrats. I've been present when we're out and about at various political events, and individuals from every political party speak with you on a regular basis. So it's just funny that we've become so politicized, but yet individually, some of us are very cross the board.
Absolutely. Generally speaking, I think, Mike, I think most Americans want a similar outcome. Not all. Some want really bad outcomes. But if you ask the average American wants a similar outcome to the other American next to him or her. Most of the time, that's true. The question becomes, do we get fooled by elites who actually don't want the same outcomes as us? That's option one. And option two, do we believe the narrative that, no, the other guy is evil, so whatever he or she is saying is obviously a lie because they're evil? Or worse, three, which I think is the most common, we just disagree on how to get there, even though we want to be in the same spot. I think all three of those are true.
Well, that brings up a great question. And even though I know you as a personal friend, and I have known about your run for governor because I am your friend, you let me know ahead of time. And I do support you, even though I am a conservative Republican. I do publicly announce that I support you completely. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be nice to you in the interview. Not that I'm a mean person, but I'm
sometimes
you're
mean. You can be mean. You can be mean.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yes.
Because looking at New York, and it's very much a reflection of the entire country. The top issues that everyone's looking at They're looking at their lifestyle, their living
Yes.
comfort, which may include housing for some people. They're looking at crime in their communities,
Sure.
which very often also may have some aspect of illegal aliens in it.
Sure.
They're looking at,
Particularly in poorer neighborhoods.
especially in poorer neighborhoods,
Yep.
and they're looking at their future, their livelihood going forward, whether it be wealth or whether it be raising their kids or just their retirement. These are especially critical issues in New York State. So I know it's a big, broad issue, but let me ask you, how are you looking, if you get to be governor this time, how can you address those issues when we've seen, well, only Democrats for the last 23 years have failed at that? So what is your approach?
Yeah, one of the most important things is looking for how do we wean New Yorkers off of taxation. Now that may seem odd, but that's the key. Now right away, most people go, wait a minute, like, that means you're going to start cutting stuff and now we're all going to starve to death. And that's what I hear. And the reality is, no, I don't want people to starve. I want us to find other ways of raising money, other ways of paying for things that we need. And also something else, I want our communities to be able to step up again to support people. People do fall down. It happens. People make mistakes. People get unlucky. That happens all the time. My issue is what we do is go, oh, let's have a government program for it. And then we create a industrial complex around it. As you saw in New York, we created a migrant industrial complex. We created a homeless industrial complex. Well, we've created a poverty industrial complex. That's why we can't. That's why now the government shut down and, oh my God, we're all going to starve to death. Why? We made a welfare industrial complex, right? We make these industrial complexes that are never meant to go away. Now, I think the people who initially supported it, now who started it, people who started it knew it was a scam. But the people who supported it thought, oh, this is going to be helpful. This is a good thing. We care about people. And I thought the people who supported it probably thought it was a good idea. They can't imagine that it's not. They can't imagine this is not how it should work. They can't imagine it. And they're like, we have to just do this. Democrats are saying it right now with the shutdown. Oh, we have to keep the Obama subsidies going. Not accepting that Obamacare has failed. They can't imagine it. It's just, well, this is how it's supposed to be. New York State has a similar issue. So we have to start focusing on that. The one thing I bring up constantly is the idea of finding alternatives to taxation. One of them is the New York State Social Trust. This is basically like a sovereign fund for New York State. What does that mean? We create an actual fund, which is separate from the government. Let me say that again. Separate from the government. It has its own CEO, its own board. If it is part of the government will just take it and wreck it. Just like the lottery. Remember the lottery was supposed to be for, yeah. They're just taking wreck it.
Supposed to be for education. Never used a dime of it for education.
Never used a dime for it. Exactly right. Yes, just took it. Now, how do I know that? Because that's how Norway does it, and that's how Singapore does it. It's a separate company with a separate CEO and a charter. Why does that matter? When they're spending money, they will be efficient because they're private sector. So we know that will happen. Not just that. Their goal was to raise money, so they will. How do I know that? Because all these sovereign funds raise money. All of them do. Every one of them. None of them fail. So this one will also succeed. Plus, we are New York City. This is the financial capital of our nation. If we can't do it, pack it in. It's done. Ball game's over. Pack it in. It's fine. Let's just, what are we going to give it to China? Who are we selling out to? Russia? Who are we selling out to? I don't know. Whoever the sellout we're selling out to, let's just sell out now because it's over, right? So that has to actually work. It can work. When that begins to work, we need several things. We can put whatever we want into it. If we want to put in some precious metals, if we want to put in some tax money to start off, if we want to sell and or lease state land, we can do that too. If we want to put cryptocurrency in it, that's fine too. Whatever we think is going to work, drawing people in, allowing the financial sector to do what it does best. Instead of investing in what they are now, real estate, taking up our farmland, taking up our housing, give them something else to actually invest in. They invest in this will go wild. Again, how do I know this? Because sovereign funds very often, for those of you who are in a financial world, know, very often in today's world, the sovereign funds are the biggest players. They are very often the biggest players. Not always, but very often. They're one of the biggest players. There's a big deal going on. A sovereign fund has something to do with it. They got to cut. They got to cut. They're 10%, 20%, whatever. They got to cut. They're in the biggest deals in the world right now. We should be part of that, making that money. The first thing that thing can do is that can begin to pay for schooling, education. As it begins to pay for education, it will be by default it will be more efficient. Why? It's paying for it. As it begins to pay for it, we make sure two things happen. No strings attached. It's not government. No strings attached. It is to give a flat fee to every single district per student. So the money by default follows the kid. Number one, we don't have that now. That's important for it to do. The money follows the kid. Second piece, once that happens, we do not require federal funds or state funds, which means no federal strings, no state strings. Local people actually control their own school district. Right now, they don't. So now we have problems with, oh, the teacher is a bad teacher and they got to sit in the thing and get paid for. Oh, now it's local. You do what you want now. Well, you can't because this doesn't matter. Well, the teachers unions, who cares? They have no power anymore. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's relevant.
I can see a few unions being upset about.
Oh, they're not going to vote for me anyway. If I win without them. So it's not like the unions are going to be like, oh, we love Larry Sharp. So if I win, I win without them.
Yeah, they only support Democrats. We've all
correct. So that's irrelevant. So it's relevant. But I go to the next part. Teachers actually love this. It's administrators who don't. Teachers actually support me because the problem's not the teachers. The problem's the administrators.
True.
When we start getting rid of all these administrators, teachers go, oh my God, I'm free. The average teacher in New York State makes about 70, 80K a year. The average administrator makes 2 or 3 times that. There are administrators in New York State right now who make $400,000 a year. And they don't even see any kids. They don't even see any kids. These are all people who are bureaucrats to keep the state and the federal government happy. They will begin to go away. We'll have principals and vice principals like we used to have when you and I were growing up. And somehow you and I learned how to read and write. Somehow we learned how to survive. Somehow we did, right?
We made
somehow we did. We made the internet, right? We somehow did this, right? With just principals and vice principals in schools. That will begin to happen. And that part's great, but I have to go one step further. Not only will that make education better, but for those of you in New York, you know, if you own a home, about half of your property tax is school tax, depending upon where you are in a state, but it's around half. Some places it's higher than half, some places less, but it's in that area around half, which means overall, once they're paying for school, no need for school tax. That means your property tax is cut in half. A lot of people can stay in their home now. A lot of people can afford to stay here in New York State once that happens. So we do that, things begin to change. And again, I did it without raising taxes, better schooling. Now, over time, that will raise. Let me give you an example of that. Right now, if you look at places like Norway and Singapore, the amount of money they have in their sovereign fund is insane. They have almost $1 trillion in their sovereign fund. There's only 5 million people in Norway.
True.
There's only 5 million people in Singapore. And they got $1 trillion. If I got $1 trillion, 5 million people, you get healthcare. You get healthcare. Everybody gets healthcare. I got $1 trillion and 5 million people. Who cares, right? Now, I'm not saying we should do that. But what I'm saying is, once we can deal with that with education over time, why can't we maybe take some of the burden off of the counties for Medicare and Medicaid? If we start taking some of the burden off, they can start rethinking healthcare. And that's what I want. Right now, the reason why people aren't rethinking healthcare is because they're afraid of no safety net. They are worried. Fear is what's stopping us. It is. Fear is stopping us. Oh my God. You see it now, Mike. Everyone's scared. Oh my God. Obamacare is not going to be there. The world's going to end. Obamacare made things worse. I know. It made things worse. That's why the government has to write us big checks, because the government made things worse. Now, but that's the problem. The fear is still there. But if I can tell you, don't worry. If things go bad, the sovereign fund can take care of it. The fear goes away. And now we go, all right, let's rethink healthcare, because we have this safety net here. And that's the point. That can help tremendously.
Okay. So part of the answer is creating the sovereign fund.
Yep.
Taking out the federal government, taking out the state government, getting rid of the regulations. And in the case of education, I do know this stat very much off the top of my head. Since 1980, we've seen the biggest growth in cost for education has been middle management. It's been administrators. They've actually tripled the cost of how many administrators we have, and therefore the cost has gone up as well. And that's just people moving paperwork around. So that does address one of the biggest concerns. It's all the paperwork, which is taking up all the money, because we haven't increased any money on books and supplies. We haven't increased the money for teachers. It's just administrators. So,
well, I'll add a piece to that, Mike. You're exactly right. And the problem is, a lot of people don't even know what is the right thing to do because they're controlled by federal guidelines. Imagine if now all of a sudden there's your money, there's no grants, there it is, and now locally you can decide, should we hire more teachers, or should we give teachers raises, or should we buy more computers? I don't know what the answer is. Hopefully locally they'll start doing that. Some school districts will hire more teachers, some will give raises, some will get more whatever. And now we can see, oh, that didn't work. Oh, that works better. Oh, they're doing better, or they're happier. And how we know? Remember, I'm districting, but I'm not telling you where the kids have to go. So if parents decide to put their kids in different districts, they may. And we'll see which districts work. Not just that. With my plan, it's $18,000 per year with a $6,000 credit if people want to homeschool or private school. Now, why only that amount? Because I still want the kids to be able to use the public facilities. So you homeschool your kid, you can still be in a football team. You private school your kid, you can still be in a math club. I want communities to stay together, even if the kids are educated differently. Now, how we know what's working and what's not? If half of your kids are homeschooled or private schooled, your public school is not working.
That's true.
It's not working.
Well, we
it
already
isn't.
know.
Yes, but what will happen is they'll have to respond in some way.
Mhm.
So as they respond, because there'll be less kids in the district, what'll start happening, right? There'll be problems. People look and go, why is only 10% of the population in the public school district? Wow, these guys suck. No one will do what they do. They'll have to change, is my point, right? That will have to begin to shift. And the market and the people in the communities will go, yeah, this is the way we want things to be done. We want it this way. We want it that way. And they will by default get better.
See, I like, you know what I always loved? And since the first time that we met, which was supposed to be a 15-minute interview, wound up being 2.5 hours. And I grilled you. That was me being mean. But we got a lot answered. But what I've always noticed is you always have a solution to the issue. Not just a promise, not just an idea, but an actual solution. Whether I agree with every one of them or not is immaterial to the fact that you have thought it out, you have a solution, you have a target, and we can work towards that. And sadly, I have to say, I know for a fact Democrats don't. They say throw more money at it.
No, they go orange man bad.
Well, that too. That's the new thing. Is orange man bad, then they say throw money at it.
Their money, yes.
And Republicans, and I'm a Republican, one of our biggest problems is in New York State, we keep saying, yeah, but they're bad guys. We don't have a solution. And that's upsetting. But
here's the weird part about Republicans here. And I'm going to give Republicans a bit of credit here. When it comes to the country, Republicans actually have answers.
Yes.
But when it comes to New York State, they've given up.
Yes. Sadly.
So that's why you hear me. I don't say the GOP has no answers. I say the New York State GOP has no answers because it is different. New York State GOP has given up. You see it with Curtis Sliwa. You and I discussed this before. They gave up on Sliwa way before he even started. This is an issue. This is an issue of New York State GOP thinking they cannot win, knowing they cannot win, and self-sabotaging to ensure they don't. This is a New York GOP issue. This is not a GOP nationwide issue.
No, I agree with you. And it's sad. And I'm willing to give critique where it deserves to be, because just because I'm a Republican doesn't mean they get a pass on that. So I'm calling them out for what they did wrong. And you're right. You know, they should have stood behind Sliwa, but also that indicates they should be standing behind Republican candidates across the state and providing.
And they don't.
And they're not. So, and I want a solution. New York needs solutions, not promises, not being willing to take second best, but we need solutions. But in listening to the Sovereign Fund, looking at the ways it can be applied to a couple of major issues that everyone in America, everyone in New York is looking at, healthcare, education, these are big issues that we don't really have a solution for. And sitting back and saying, well, it's their fault, doesn't answer it. But it also doesn't do something that we hear a lot in New York. And we've seen this with Mandami in particular. I like to say it's free stuff, but it's a little bit of free stuff, and I'm giving you something. The government is going to give you something, and you don't have to do anything. You're just going to get stuff. Now,
you deserve it.
Huh? Yeah, you're entitled to it. You deserve it.
You're entitled to it.
And then on the back end, well, now we didn't mention it up front, but on the back end, we're just going to be taking a lot of your freedoms. We're going to raise the cost of everything.
No,
And
we're
you're
going
just
to
gonna
magically tax the rich, Mike, and they're just going to pay. God,
yeah.
don't you listen?
Yeah, they're rich. They're going to move. They're going to move because they already are. 200 to 300,000 New Yorkers every year for the last decade. Every year for the last decade have been leaving, taking about $20 billion with them. Businesses, property, wealth, family, they're gone.
Right.
So considering that we're looking at this new wave under the Mondami Democratic Socialists of America movement, and they're trying to make it a movement, that they're saying, well, we're going to just give you free stuff. And policies that have failed, have proven to fail everywhere else in the country. But that's a pattern. People get used to that idea.
Yes.
How do you think they're going to take your idea? And let's just look at the sovereign fund. How are they going to deal with that? How do you address that?
My hope is that they will actually just want to put me on a stage and debate me. Now, will the leaders want that? No, but I hope the people will. The advantage that you have talking about a sovereign fund, even if you hate it, and some people don't like it, at least now they have to talk about it. And that's the key, because now I can ask the question, what's your answer? Why is Mamdani doing so well in New York City? Well, because they're all lefties. That isn't the reason why. He's doing well because he actually has answers and Cuomo has none. That's why, right? Cuomo has no answer. In theory, Cuomo should be winning, right? He's a former governor. He's got all the blah, blah, blah. He should be, right? He's clearly not, but he should be. Why not? Because he has no answers. And that's the issue. He does not have answers. And Mamdani does. So, and what happens? Now they've talked about answers. If they don't, people get upset. My hope is they'll talk about my answers. Now, sometimes they get mad at me, which is good. Because they go, that can't work because, or worse, that doesn't work because capitalism. That's a big issue, right? Because capitalism. Capitalism by default in many Americans' eyes, sadly, as you know, you've seen the polls. There's a lot of Americans now who think capitalism is just bad because capitalism. That's a reason for it to be bad. Because capitalism.
Makes no sense.
Yes. But again, we have done, as Americans in general, we have done a very poor job giving them an answer other than capitalism bad. Oh, the system doesn't work, right? They know the system doesn't work. That they're sure of. But they don't know what the answer is to repair that system. So when enough people on the left go, see, it's because capitalism, it's normal. That's how it works, blah, blah, blah. If they just keep saying that, people honestly go, I guess that makes sense. You've heard me say 1,000 times. When people have a bad answer or no answer, they take the bad answer. So my thought process is they'll hate my answer. Good. Then show me yours. Let's have this conversation. What will they do as a general rule? The left will dismiss me. Just dismiss me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, it's capitalism. He's bad. He's not the right kind of brown person or whatever they say there, right? You know what I'm talking about. They'll do that, right? Yeah. Whatever it is. They'll call me an hysterophobe or something like that, and then they'll just dismiss me.
Right.
But the people may not, because when they're looking for answers, you see me. I go on left-leaning shows constantly.
Savvy Sounds, one of the examples. Mm-hmm.
I go on there and I talk. I get insulted in the chat. I get brutalized in the chat. But that's fine. I have the conversations, and always some of them go, yeah, he's not bad. Some always do that. I don't know what percentage that is, but I'll take the 5 or 10% I get, because those people, if they actually turn them, boy, do they turn. I'll give you some libertarian inside baseball here. The right comes to us faster, but the right also leaves faster. The left doesn't come to us easy at all, but when the left comes, they stay. Some of our best activists are former lefties or former Democrats, because when that person actually shifts, it is like, oh my God, what was I thinking? And they hate the left. When that person does turn, and one of my best examples is Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is one of the best libertarian thinkers in the country that we have, and he used to be a Marxist.
Yep.
So it's harder to get the left to turn to us. It is. But when we get them, oh my God. So I want both. The right's easier to come, and they make more of our foot soldiers. But when the left comes, Oh my God, they're super soldiers. They're all Captain America. So I need a couple Captain Americas too. So yes,
Hey, Thomas Sowell is a great Captain America.
correct.
Got
Yes,
it. But since we're talking about these changes, the way that we're looking to change everything, to basically get aspects of both left and right into a solution, and then working the solution. The first part of our problem is identify the problem. We all know what the problems are. Great. Second part is have a solution, work the solution, we get it done. This is coming straight out of the Marine Corps. I mean, this is basic stuff. That's the problem. Let's target the problem. Okay. Immigration is a big problem in America and in New York. We're a sanctuary state. We're a border state, both on the coastline and also with Canada. We have had, over 200,000 in just 1 year. We got over 200,000 legal aliens, was breaking the infrastructure of the entire state. That's been a big problem. Now, in 2024, the nation uniformly said we want mass deportations, as promised by Donald Trump. And whether people love him or hate him, whether they like the way he's doing it or not, he is living up to the promise, mass deportations, to an extent. Could do maybe more, maybe he could target other people. That's process, but he's living up to the promise. But that means we're now seeing pushback from the left, bluer than blue cities, like and states, California, Illinois, Washington State. They're all pushing back, and we're seeing the conflict. How would you, as governor, deal with Donald Trump, the issue of illegal immigration and ICE? How would you deal with that, as opposed to what we're hearing from Kathy Hochul right now, what we're hearing from Gavin Newsom and some of the other Democrat leaders, which is go out, have a riot, maybe get in a fight with ICE, and nothing happens, nothing productive gets done. What would you do?
Yeah, the issue is, I think in this case, Curtis Sliwa is correct. Curtis Sliwa said, you don't want to fight Donald Trump. You're going to negotiate with him. I agree. I think that's the right answer. The idea is to negotiate with him. I have to understand that New Yorkers in general, particularly New York City people, they don't want ICE. They don't want to fight the immigrants the way the ICE is fighting. They want to magically make them happy somehow. What New York City wants is magic, which doesn't exist, right? So I'm just being forward. You know this. They want something that doesn't exist. They want magic. Okay. Now, I brought this up before, and I got to keep bringing it up. Sometimes people on the left don't understand Donald Trump, and people on the right get mad at him because he isn't conservative enough. And he'll break the conservative rules often. True. New York, look, he is what his personality is. And if you're a Trump supporter or not, you should understand this. He is a New York City real estate developer.
Sure.
That's his actual personality. That's how he thinks. That's what makes him so tenacious, because that's how you get shit built in this city. You just keep pushing. You sue. You go to court. You push until people surrender, and you scoot around any little law you can get around, and you get your boys. That's how you get stuff built. He's been doing it for decades. That's how he thinks. Not just that. He wants a deal done. I want that building up by the 13th. What do I got to do? Let's get this done. Who do I got to bully? Who do I got to yell at? Whose butt do I got to kiss? Whose palm do I got to grease? Right? He knows I want a deal done. And his core, he's a deal maker. So treat him as such and give him a deal. How do I deal with that? Here's what I do. As I told you before, I'm not against immigration. I'm against immigration with no plan. I'm not against ICE getting bad guys at all, but I want to give the good guys a shot. And that's not easy to do. What I'm planning is not easy, but this is what we need to do. We need to create, literally, I think in the Bronx, but closer in Brooklyn, privatized Ellis Islands. What does that mean? Literally get areas that either owned by the state or owned by the federal government, lease that land out to recruiting companies, get something built, similar to the idea of medical tourism in East Asia. Massively high hotels that could take hundreds, if not up to 1,000 people in it or more. You people who want to be legal, go there. You get vetted. You get checked medically. You get make sure you're not part of a cartel or the case may be. If you are part of that stuff, here come ICE. If you're not part of that stuff, you get an orange card. An orange card is very special. It is a 2-year work visa that allows several things. Number one, you may go to any state that opts in. If states don't want to opt in, they don't have to take you. If states want to opt in, they can do it. You get to be legally work in New York State. You can actually go back home and come back. I want that because a lot of people move here because they can't go across the border. Work here. Go back home to your family. Work here for 6 months in the factory, whatever. Work here for 6 months on the farm. Go back home to your family. You don't got to stay here if you don't want to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad at you. You get to come back and forth. Here are the rules. 1, you may not take any form of public assistance. 2, you must check in every 2 years. If you don't check in every 2 years, or we found out you have public assistance, you are now a criminal. Out you go. Here come ICE. You do that, it's fine. Go work. Go. You do that, families won't come. Some families who actually want to become Americans will come. Many won't. How do we know that? That's what happened before we did this. Back in the 50s and 60s, workers came across the border, worked, went back home.
Yeah, for a long time.
Let's allow them to do that if they want to. If you want to be here, great, you can stay here, but you got to pay taxes. You can't take public assistance. You got to check in every 2 years. Now, what will that do? Well, now that allows, 1, there'll be a holding cell for the people we catch, right? Number 1. So ICE doesn't have to go anyplace. They're right there. We got them for you. There they are, right? No worries. That's number 1. But number 2, what will happen is people will start going there. And the people who don't go there are the bad guys. It makes it easier for ICE and law enforcement to do their job. I don't think ICE is required. I think NYPD could do it if we had this system. I would rather NYPD do it. That's my choice. Now, if they need help, no wonder, no issues. You say, NYPD, your job is to get these undocumented workers. We're giving them an option to document. They don't want to document, then that's on them. That's on them. NYPD, go get them. If you feel you need help, call ICE in. This should be coordinated. ICE should come in when NYPD wants them. I don't like ICE coming without NYPD agreeing. NYPD said, you know what? We need some extra assistance. Come on in. I don't mind a federal government coming in. If NYPD wants the assistance, what we're doing right now is we're saying NYPD cannot do anything. Therefore, ICE is required. I'm saying the opposite. Once we give people the option of being legal, once we give them a choice to do so if they want to, now NYPD, go. Now NYPD runs this. And what will probably happen is at one point, like, we're overwhelmed. We can't do all this stuff. Then they will call in ICE. And now it's coordinated. The problem is ICE people don't know how to handle this shit. They don't know where to go and how. NYPD does. NYPD also has people on the streets who know where the bad guys and the good guys are. If NYPD coordinates with ICE, now we got a shot here.
It's funny that you say that. And I know people will look at it and go, well, that sounds nice, but I don't know. Because most people are used to what we're seeing in Seattle and Portland, Chicago, LA, where they're fighting, where we're seeing the mayors, the governor saying, stand down, don't help ICE.
Yes.
Which I think is a crime. And that antagonism has been creating more friction.
I don't want antagonism.
Here's the thing that most people don't realize. What you just described is actually happening in Memphis. The governor, the mayor of Memphis is working with ICE, and they're actually getting a lot of the illegal aliens that are guilty or criminal. Let me say violently criminal. They're getting them out, and crime is going down visibly. It's about 2.5, 3 weeks they've been doing this now. And the police have been working with ICE. There are no riots there.
Yes.
There are no, the governor's the governor's upset. The Democrats are upset, but the city's doing fine. So what you're saying isn't some imaginary idea.
Not at all.
It actually is happening real world.
Yes. I'm not, again, what I think we did poorly is we didn't give people the opportunity to be legal. And we need to make that happen. Now, you might go, but Larry, the federal government, and it's not fair because people are jumping the line. No, they're not. Why? This is private. This is basically, these are recruiting companies. Recruiting companies vet people across the world every day and move millions of people across the globe in private companies all day long. And where's all the criminals? Where's all the murderers? It doesn't exist. They know how to vet people. They pressly do it. Well, who's going to pay for it? They will. They're paying Pablo right now as a coyote. Don't pay Pablo. Pay the recruiting company instead. You're paying the bad guys. Pay the recruiting company. Half these guys are working on the black market anyway. Take your black market money and put it into the real market and pay the recruiting company and get out of the black market. You get out of the black market, you lower crime by default. Not just that. The people who become legal. There's people who become legal who who hate the cartels.
Oh yeah,
hate them.
Lots of.
They would happily, if they're legal and they now aren't going to jail and not getting deported and then go back home to their family what they want to and come back here and work, they would work directly with NYPD. Yep, bad Pablo right there. There he is. That's the guy. Get him. They would easily work. They would do it for vengeance.
Okay.
For how the cartels have treated some of these people in these villages. So all of a sudden now NYPD gets help. Well, NYPD might say, we don't need you, ICE. Thanks. We got it. Or they might go, you know what? No, we do need help. But now we know how to coordinate so you don't get all this bad press because we actually know where Bad Pablo is. You don't have to go to the Home Depot. He's right there. Go get him. Could change everything. Just you said it's happening in Memphis, right?
Yeah.
We're not having the problems in Memphis because the local police force, they know what's up. ICE guys don't know what's up. They're not from here. They have no idea.
No, it makes sense. Like I said, it's real world. It's happening. But that kind of brings me to a slightly different idea, a different question, which is especially because of the government shutdown right now.
Yep.
It's making people realize that, and we saw this before earlier this year with Donald Trump when he shut down all government funding to states for about 6 hours. And
I remember that.
hours,
Yes, the world was ending.
Yeah, we had New York, California, we had Michigan, all the blue states suddenly got on a live stream, all their attorney generals saying we can't run the state without federal funding. But in the shutdown right now, we're now coming to the point where we're going to see food stamps or SNAP, whatever you want to call it. EBT is going to be shut down.
Yep.
And so I think the bigger problem with that, it's being framed as, well, it's a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. Let's step away from that for a moment because it is a Democrat thing, but let's step away from that. I think the bigger problem there is those are all, everyone who's saying they can't survive, that they may or may not want to riot, you're a slave. You're dependent on the government. The government gave you something, and when the government takes it away, you've got nothing. And I think most people don't think of it that way, but that's what it is. That's the reality of it. Could you see a way that isn't the communist socialist idea of government-run stores, which we have seen fail?
Yep.
We saw it fail in Russia. I was in Moscow. I know for a fact it failed there. And in Kansas City, it failed there. It's failed everywhere it's been done in this country and around the world. So not going to the extent of government grocery stores, but also not going to, I'm dependent on the government to feed my family, feed myself. Is there a middle ground? And do you have an idea for that?
Yeah. What we want to do in our perfect world, we're not there yet. What we want to do is we want to have it to where community steps in. Here's the reason why. And you see it in certain community groups. When communities help you, right? If you're in trouble, you can't pay your rent, or you fell down and you got to feed your kids or whatever. If the government starts giving you a check, it's invisible. It's the government. I deserve it. I'm entitled to it. Whatever. I applied for the program, whatever the case may be. But imagine if it wasn't that. Imagine if instead it was part of your community group. It was some nonprofit, your church group, your local civic association, your Knights of Columbus, whatever, right? Something like that. Elks Club. And they said, no, we got you. We're going to take care of you. We're going to pay your rent for this month or next month, whatever the case may be. At that point, it becomes personal. Now it's, Mike, when I was in trouble, you helped me. You took me to the Elks Club, talked to the elders, and the Elks Club wrote me a check to pay my rent last month. You know what? My community was there for me. I want to pay that forward. Not just that. I don't want to keep asking every month for that same check. I don't want to do that. I want to step up. I want to try to fix things. They're going to help me. Not just that. When that happens, the guys are also going to go, okay, is Larry really a worker? Did he just fall down? Is he a deadbeat? Does he have an addiction problem? Right? What's happening? What's going on in his life? Who is this guy? And if they think Larry's a good guy, they might offer me a job, try to get me back in going up. They might help me in some other way, right? If I'm an addict, they might give me some addiction help. If I got a mental problem, they might put me into whatever. They might help me out because the goal is to get me better so I can join the Elks Club or join the Knights of Columbus or the church or whatever, and I can start paying it forward. So now some other guy's in trouble, and you guys help me out. And when that guy's in trouble, I'm going to be the one grabbing him, Mike, not you. You did it for me. I'm going to grab this guy. I'm going to bring him and say, hey, come on, I can help you out. That's how I want it to work. We don't have that now. We have go to government program. And whenever you add government, you by default lose community. How do we do that? Here's an actual program for that. Say you owe the state money at the end of the year. Fines, fees, taxes, whatever. You owe the government money. Speeding tickets. You got hammered for a as a restaurant owner. You got a fine from the government for restaurant, whatever. You owe the government money. You can take $250 of that, and instead of sending it to the government, give it to any non-government funded nonprofit in the state. If it's in your county, that's doubled to $500. So to keep it local, if you can, you might go $500. Larry, is that a lot? What happens when 1,000 people do it? 10,000 people do it, right? So now we decide that in my county, we have a problem. What's the problem? Our help for addicts is terrible. It's broken. Doesn't work. Oasis, which is the New York State group, is a goddamn joke, right? So it doesn't work at all in New York State. So and we decide we're going to do that locally. Great. So Mike, you say you got the plan. You're going to do it. Hey guys, give me your $500 and I'll go do it. And we do. 1,000 people give you $500. You got 500 grand. You open it up. Let's say you suck at it. You're terrible at it. No success, disaster. What happens the next year? We don't give you the money. You go under because you sucked at it. You said you're going to be good and you weren't good at it. What happens if the government says, we got it. We'll raise taxes and make a program. They raise taxes, make a program. The program sucks. What happens?
It stays there forever. It never
more
changes.
money. No, more money.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too. Yeah.
We give them more money. Their reward for failure is more money. Your reward for failure is you're gone. But say the opposite. You're successful. Mike's got the plan. We send people to Mike, and within 6 months, they're back in action. He's got the plan. What do? We give him more money. Mike, please take more people. Expand this thing. You got the plan. Oh, my God. Now, the opposite. You're the government. Government plan, and a government plan works. I can't imagine. But let's say, for the sake of argument, the government plan actually does work. What happens? You'll get cut.
Well, yeah, the government doesn't really do solutions. They do
It doesn't.
eternal problem that you constantly need to.
Because
keep
here's what
going back
happens.
to them for. So again, going back to my question, my problem with
Yes.
SNAP benefits. Once you're
Yes.
on, it's almost impossible to get off. And now
Correct.
you're afloat.
Correct, because there's a reward system, right? If you look at any non-governmental nonprofit, say there's one that's helping poor single moms as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you go to their gala every year, and they always have some kind of gala, whatever that is, you go to some gala, what do they always show you? Success stories. Here's the woman who we got off. She was a single mom of 3, and now she's got her own job and her own apartment. Success stories. If they don't give you success stories, you don't write them checks anymore.
True.
Right? You don't. So I got to see that you said you're helping out single moms. You got to actually help them out, or I don't give you money anymore. Now, the opposite is true when it comes to government. Here's how it works. In our fictitious case of our addiction piece, I'm going to ask you, Mike, because you're now running my new.
I'm getting all kinds
Bronx.
of jobs now.
Now you're the Bronx County anti-drug czar, whatever they make you, right? And he pay you $100,000 a year to fail. And they give you $100,000 a year. And I say, how many people are you servicing? You go, well, I started servicing 100 people. Awesome. I'm glad you get that money. How many servicing now? Well, only 10 because 90 worked. You're only servicing 10 people. Oh, we're going to cut your funding. I'm not joking. That's how it actually works. We're going to cut your funding.
Yeah.
Well, but why? I'm successful. Well, you're only servicing 10 people now. But I want to give you some marketing so I get another 100. Yeah, but you're only servicing 10 people. So you get your funding cut. That's how the government works. So it's in your best interest.
They're not looking at the outcome. They're looking at the process.
Yes. The government doesn't care about the outcome.
It's the do something problem.
Yes.
Yeah. We're doing something. We have 1,000 people. Yeah, but how many are succeeding and don't have to be here anymore? Who cares? We're
Who
doing
cares?
something. So give
Yes.
us more money. Yeah. I
If
hate
we
that.
fix the problem, we're no longer doing something. So we can't fix the problem.
Yeah. That one gets me, and I get your point, and
Yes.
I see where you're going. Let me go somewhere. Let me ask a question, because I know we don't have a lot of time. Because I know you just got a crazy schedule, but I want to get your vision on something, because I don't know if it makes sense. But
Okay.
I want to hear your vision on this. Clarify it for me. Because one of the things that bugs me is bail reform. And I know
Yes.
a lot of conservatives are never liked it to start with, including me. I was against it from day one. But there's a lot of people who said, no, this could be a good thing. And I know you were one of them. Now, we saw what the government did, which is a
Yes.
failure. It's a revolving door. It doesn't work.
Always.
But I know you and I, we've gone back and forth on this, on what happened and what could have happened. Now, I was looking at what the government has consistently done, what Democrats in government have consistently done, which is stupid. And now we have the proof that what they did, which they've always done, is stupid, didn't work.
True.
Confirmed criminals are going back out and doing more confirmed crimes.
Yep. True.
You have an idea to reform the bail reform.
Yep.
Give me that vision.
All right. If I could show you my vision, it is a vision of fairness to both the offender and the public. That's what the vision is. Fairness to both the offender, or accused, I should say, and the public. The concept of bail reform, conceptually, is a good idea. I don't want poor people suffering more than wealthy people, right? When it comes to being arrested and being accused. I agree with that conceptually. To your point, the way we put this together was a disaster. It was an embarrassment. Now, can I just all of a sudden go back and change it? I probably can't. Not immediately, but I can reform it. And here's the way you reform it. You say all the rules that we talked about, all of them, work only for first-time offenders. Why do I?
Hello, everybody. Thank you. We are back. All right. And bingo. All right. Took a little bit longer than I expected to walk my dog and take care of a couple things around the house. It is still a regular Monday, even though I'm here with you guys instead of listening, being out and doing my other work. Sarah, thank you for the birthday wishes. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for the $10, which helps with this. And with those $10, and we can see that's $10 in the super chat. That means that at this moment, without checking on PayPal, Patreon, Zazzle, anything else, just off of YouTube, not counting Rumble, we are currently at $140, and our goal is $1,000. We can get there, folks. We can get to $1,000. Realistically, all it takes is 200 people donating $5 a piece. That's it. And we are able to help fight homelessness in New York State. That's as simple as it is in New York City. We can do this together. But I want to thank Sarah for her $10 donation. I want to thank again Joel for his $20. That puts us at $140. Every dollar matters. Every dollar adds up. Think about it. Just 200 people. We have over 1,800 people who are subscribers to this channel. And I know there's another 60% who watch the program but aren't subscribed yet. One day I will earn your subscription, I hope. I want to get to 5,000 subscribers this year. Maybe 2,000 today, if at all possible. See, like, share, subscribe. It makes a difference. But with that understood, with the numbers we have, if 1,000 of our subscribers just donated $5, $1,000 of you, then we'd be able to hit our $1,000. We'd exceed our $1,000 target. We'd be able to give like up to $5,000 to the Jericho Project to help people who are homeless, who are veterans, that are in need, that served our nation, to families that need help. And I know you'll say, but Mike, they're spending $81,000 per homeless person in New York as it is. In New York City, we're spending over $368 million on homelessness. But here's the thing, we're not spending it on homeless people. We're not helping. We are spending $368 million on studies, on council meetings, and on bureaucracy. We're not spending it on actual people. It's kind of like our education system, where New York State leads the entire country, and I think the entire world, in spending per student. We spend like $40,000, between $36,000 and $40,000 per student in our schools. And our kids are some of the least educated, least prepared for the real world ever. So we can't say, oh, but we're doing a great job. We're helping all the kids are learning great. The money is being well spent. It isn't. It's not even close to true. It's a lie. And we know it's a lie. And yet we do it anyway. Where's the money in our schools going to? It's going to unions. It's going to administrators who are filing grants to get more money into the schools from the federal government. That's where the money's going. Literally, the biggest growth in whether it's high school or college, the biggest growth is not in teachers or teacher salaries. It's not in supplies for students. It's for administrators and paying for those administrators' needs to be able to file grants. That's the truth. That is an absolute fact. We've had a 300% since 1980. There has been a 300% increase in the number of administrators in our education system, that's high school and college, with that 300%, those administrators being the single greatest source of where we spend our money. We literally spend almost the same amount of money on teachers as we did in 1990. We absolutely spend, as a percentage, the exact same amount on school supplies as we did in 1990. We're not spending more on the students. We're spending it on the administration. The same thing is happening with our homeless, whether it's homeless because of mental issues or PTSD, having difficulty readjusting from military into civilian life, families that just happen to have a bad day. They lost their job, and they didn't get a new job, and they're just living out of a car. They're living under a bridge. They're living in a park. It happens to people. It happened to me when I was 26. I'm not embarrassed to say it. It happened to me when I was 26. I'm a pretty intelligent guy. I'm pretty versatile. I've done a lot of different things in my life. I've worked in car sale, in car insurance. I've done stockbroker. I've worked at pretty much every kind of basic job you can think of. I've worked in middle management. I've owned a couple of businesses. I've been a rather successful guy. I've had some failures too in my life, but had some successes. And it happened to me. It can happen to anyone. And it's happening more nowadays than ever before. New York is more in competition with California on being who can have the most homeless people. Think about that. New York is competing to be the progressive capital of the United States, or at least the East Coast. And we're also competing at the same time on how many homeless people we could possibly have. We're spending $81,000 a year per homeless person is theoretically going through the pipeline, but that's not reaching them. That's enough money that every single homeless person could have an apartment in New York City and have enough to feed themselves for an entire year off of that same money. Think about that. That's every homeless person could be in an apartment. Every single homeless person could be fed for a year on the money that we are spending, and we would have money left over if the money was spent on them. It's not. It's spent on the administration. It's spent on growing the size of government. It is spent on more power for the government, and in this state, for Democrats to maintain their power. It's going to unions and studies, but it's not actually getting to the people. That's why the Jericho project and projects like that across the country are so important, because they actually deal with the people and they help the real people to get real solutions, not a study, not a grant, not some administrator pushing paperwork, not bureaucracy. It's about helping the people. And that's why it's so important. And I thank everyone who is helping to raise money right now. We are getting closer to that 1,000 mark, and I am sure we can do it. I've got another at least another 6.5, 7.5 hours with you, and hopefully we can get there. By the way, at the same time, I hope you like, share, and subscribe. I really do. If you're enjoying this, if you enjoy what we've been doing for the last 20 years, that's right. I've been doing this 20 years, political commentary. And I've run for Congress, and I ran for county legislator. I've been deeply involved in politics for most of my life, and I'm now 58, and I look good. I know I look good. I've had enough ladies in my life to tell me I look pretty good, even with my age. So let's celebrate all of that by helping Jericho Project. And you can also it's free. Hit the subscribe button, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Rumble, doesn't really matter. X, wherever you are, just hit the subscribe, because that doesn't hurt either. And that is free. As well as talking to me in general. As you can see from people like Sarah, and you can see from Alabama, Barbie, Shelly, Joel was here with us. I know Dow was with us for a while. John Solak, John R. was with us. You can reach out. Any question you might have on any topic is fair game today. This is my birthday. I'm celebrating you, my audience, anywhere in the world. Anybody, anywhere in the world can contact me on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on X, a couple of other platforms. Reach out to me. I think it's on BitChute right now and a few others. Reach out and ask a question on any topic that you want to talk about. I'm open to it. We're talking primarily, of course, I'm good at politics, but if you want to hear about my life story, about some of the experiences I've had, I'll be happy to talk about that. Oh, you're doing taxes, Dow. Oh, that sucks. Taxes suck. Putting your face, holding your face. Oh, taxes. Yeah, I know. Taxes suck. Because it's more money going out to a government that overwhelmingly doesn't get the job done often enough. And that is a major problem for everyone across this country. Now, so far today, we've been talking about the New York Times has given us the argument and the proof why we need voter ID. And that's in the form of a Queens Democratic assemblyman who had his registration, his party registration, removed against his will without his notification. It's proof we need voter ID. And yet the Democrats tell us, no, we can't do voter ID. 83% of America, 81% of Democrats want voter ID. We're watching the abuse happen. Mail-in registrations, no verification, 5 different glaring errors that absolutely scream fraud. And the Board of Elections said, no problem, it's okay. And they want you to believe that our elections are safe and secure when we have that as evidence. And for the censors on YouTube, I have already shown the New York Times article by Grace Armstrong that proves it, came out today. So you can't say I'm just making it up. It's evidence. New York Times came up with that story, not me. That being said, we've talked a little bit about, what else did we talk about? We talked about DC. We talked about the rat problem. We talked about the feces problem. We talked about typhus that's coming back, that is running rampant. Well, could potentially run rampant throughout LA. It is a growing problem, a significant problem, and it only takes one flea, just one flea, to get into DC or into New York or into Chicago or Boston, Seattle or Portland, and we will have a nationwide run of typhus. That's all it takes. And that's a lot easier done than we would like to believe. It's a medieval plague, and yet it could be something that will affect all of us. That's a conversation we should be having. It's only regional news at the moment, but we should be aware. We talked about the food crisis that's happening, that has been happening since 2019 and is continuing at this moment, and how it may get about 10 to 15% worse than what it is right now. We could be looking at 37 to 40% of a food crisis, global food crisis, less food in the world than compared to 2019. That is on the horizon right now. That is a potential. And I've already said, and I'll say it again, the best thing you can do is not to panic. It's not to panic buy. When you go out to the store, buy 10% more of what you normally buy. If you're buying a pound of rice, buy a pound and a half. If you're getting 1 can of chili, get 2 cans of chili. If you're getting flour, get 2 bags of flour. It's as simple as that. 1 or 2 items every time you go to the store so that you will be prepared, because prices, if the conflict against Iran continues, if the Strait of Hormuz continues to be blocked by the end of April, there is nothing that can stop a food shortage on a global scale that will drive up the price of food. It has nothing to do with inflation. It has nothing, well, it does have something to do with inflation. I'll explain. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or the United States or any other country in the world. The fact is, we won't have the fuel to run the tractors to plant the food we need. That's just the way it works. That's just the facts. And that means that there will be less food planted, less food gathered, and that means that there will be less food in the world. Period. Full stop. Done. Now, does that mean people will starve to death in America? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Does it mean you'll have fewer choices in American stores? Yes. And the food that we import from other parts of the world, like avocados, will become more expensive. Probably, an avocado will go from 50 cents an avocado to about 75, 80 cents an avocado. I don't care about avocados. I don't care about guacamole. I don't need avocados on my toast. I'm not a yuppie. But maybe it's something that you love. Maybe it's something that you acquired a taste for. Fantastic. You can either spend more money on that, or you can do what normal people do, and that is put butter on your toast. Period. That's your choice. That's the reality. Because it's going to be more expensive if the Strait of Hormuz does not open up. And you can either prepare for that or not. You can either plant some potatoes in a windowsill garden or in your backyard. Maybe you could preserve some foods, or you can just pay higher prices. It's your choice. You're a grown adult. I'm giving you the information. You can do with that whatever you wish. It is your choice because you're an intelligent, grown adult. You have agency in your life. Democrats and socialists will tell you you don't, that you have to obey whatever the government says. Zara Mandami told you there is no problem that government can't answer. It will answer it no matter how big or how small. Government will be in your life. Government will be making the choices for you. And government is the reason why you have the problems in your life. Like Dal was talking about in terms of taxes. We're spending money. They're wasting the money. Trillions of dollars disappearing every single year. It's impossible. You and I could never spend and get into the same kind of proportionate debt that the United States government is in, nor could we do it for as long as the United States government has done it. Do you really want government in charge of fixing these things for you? We've also talked about the initiative that I believe is growing across the country of treating toilet water and turning it into tap water. It is an issue that's going on right now. We talked with my guest, Charles Guaria of The Opinion Guy, and we were talking about that for a little while. That is something that is real and going on in Florida right now. And I don't trust our government to be able to treat that water properly so that we don't have to deal with it. But it is an issue that is coming down the road. It is something we need to resolve, and you need to be aware of it. Otherwise, it'll just be passed because people like Zohar Mandami will say, it's okay. Trust me, bro. And that just doesn't work. That is not a good plan. We've, of course, talked a little bit about the U.S.-Iraq conflict on a couple of different levels of how it's going to affect gasoline prices, which we do expect to reach about $4, $4.50, $4.50, $4.75 over the next week and a half by the end of April. And it could spike a little bit higher if the Strait of Hormuz is not closed by May, the first week of May. That's a critical time. That's a critical point. We do believe that, I believe, that we're going to see that the Iran-U.S. conflict is going to continue for 3 to 6 months. That we're going to see up until about August, we will probably be involved in this conflict to some degree. Now, that is not counting on the fact of American troops putting their boots on the ground. That is a game changer. That changes a lot of things. And I think it changes the politics in the United States and around the world. If we do so, I have said this before. I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I stand by this. If American troops put their feet on the ground in Iran to hold the ground, that they are there, set up a base, set up a forward front to fight against the terrorist, fanatical Islamic government of Iran. That would be the Ayatollah and the mullahs and the IRGC. Then we better own Iran. It's our government. It's our country. We get to own it. We win it all. We take it all, and we turn it into a commonwealth, like Puerto Rico, like Samoa, like the U.S. Virgin Islands. We turn it into a territory of the United States, and in 2 generations, they get to decide if they want to become an independent country, a state of the United States, or remain a commonwealth. That's their choice. But we take it over. And if we cannot live with the consequences, the cost of taking over Iran, a nation of 92 million people with well-trained ground troops that have been actively fighting, that will be a very difficult fight. There's no joke about that. There's no way to think about that other than the fact it would be bloody, it will be difficult, it will be long. That will be a 5 to 10 year goal. It will be difficult. And we can do it. America can win that if our goal is to win. Unlike Iraq, unlike Afghanistan, where we went in and our goal was never to actually own those countries. We were there to put in a puppet government, and that never works. The problem that America has had is we have won almost every battle. We beat everybody in the world whenever we go out and put our military might on the line. We win consistently. And then we don't do what winners do. We don't do what the conquerors do. We don't own what we fought over. That has been our consistent biggest problem. I said this about G.W. Bush. I'll say it about Trump if he puts in Marines onto Iranian soil. If we don't own it, it's not worth doing. That's not a fight that we should be involved in. If we're going to fight to own the land, then we own the land. It becomes a territory. Period. Full stop. We develop the country, we build it up, we bring in the Constitution, we bring in schools, teachers, hospitals, we redo and rebuild the infrastructure of the country, and we make it the jewel of the Middle East. We can do that. And we must do that if we put troops on the ground. But if we don't, then we should be done with this by August. That's where I stand with that. And yes, I am a conservative Republican. Yes, I do support overwhelmingly the decisions of Donald Trump. They make sense. They are reasonable. They are in the best interest of America. Yes, I believe in making America great again. Yes, I'm Black and Hispanic. And I say these things because they're true. Not because I'm some kind of sellout. I wish I was. I'd have a lot more money in my pocket. I wouldn't be living in an apartment in the Bronx if I were to sell out. I'd have a hell of a lot of money in a better studio and a crew. But I don't. I'm poor. I'm in the Bronx, and I do this by myself for 20 years. So, no, I'm not a sellout. And I'm not some kind of racist. I'm not racist against Black people. I love being Black. I love being Hispanic. I love my family. I love my friends. It's not a big deal. That's not a problem. No, those are just the excuses that are used by people on the left who don't have an argument for the things that I am saying. They don't have a counter. They don't have a way to say anything in response to the things I'm telling you, the things that I'm sharing with you and discussing with you in this conversation that we are having over the internet, live stream across 100 different countries. They don't have an answer. They say, you just don't understand. I'm 58 years old. I've learned to speak 4-5 different languages in my life. I've had high-level positions, private businesses, and I've worked for various people. I've been involved in politics for 20 years. I've run for elected office. I'm not an idiot. May not be the brightest person in the world. I don't claim to be Einstein, but I'm not dumb. And I understand these things better than most politicians do. And I can debate with the best of everyone in Congress right now. Right now, if they were to come on and they said, Mike, let's do a debate right this second, right now, no notes, let's just go. I can do it on almost any topic you can name. From environmental science and eco-fanatical policies like climate change to transgender to international politics, I can discuss all of that. So to say that I don't understand, that's not realistic. That's not true. And I've got 2,300 videos and 2,300 articles that I have written over the last 25 years that can prove my point. Can they? So let's ditch this you don't understand talk. Let's get rid of this you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're an ist and a phobe. Let's throw that crap out the window because none of it's real. That's just meant to say, shut up and obey. That's just meant to say, you can't speak. And the fact is, I got the First Amendment. I can. I'm an American citizen. I can speak. You may not, you can say that in England, and maybe I can't in England or France, Germany, the EU, Saudi Arabia, Middle East, Africa, other parts of the world. You're right, especially in China. Oh, you can't speak in China or in Iran. But I'm not a citizen of those countries. I'm a citizen of the United States, always have been. I have the right to speak. And I have the right to discuss this with you. And you have the right to say, Mike, I don't agree or I do agree. That's fine. Let's have the conversation. And if more of our politicians did exactly what I do every week and have been doing for over 20 years, we'd have a better country. We'd have a much better country. So we got a comment from Alabama. Alabama Barbie says, helping at the Tent City in Huntsville. Oh, great. I'm glad that you're able to do. I know that you work at a soup kitchen too, right? You volunteer there. I love that you do that. And I know that you often, for those who don't know, Alabama Barbie's been a part of the audience in this channel for a couple of years now. And I know you work at a soup kitchen and help people. And I love that. Please always let me know if I can help with that in any kind of way, give you guys advertising, whatever. And so maybe even one day take a trip down and I'll help with the soup kitchen too. I don't mind. Says in Huntsville, it reminds you nothing is promised. I was blessed to find the rotisserie chickens for $2.12. That's a good price. Are being deboned and frozen right now. From there, I can give away, or I can, I think you're going on to say, or you can you can give them away or eat them and share them with other people. Alabama Barbie, that is a fantastic thing that you do. And I appreciate that you are helping people so much. And I know many people do. Look, I know the economy is difficult. It is difficult. Prices are high. Inflation is real, although not nearly as bad as Democrats would like you to believe. It's only 3.8%. That's the max right now. And a lot of economists say it's closer to 3% or 3.5. That's not a lot of inflation considering the average inflation, the standard inflation is 2%. We're maybe 2 points higher than average in terms of inflation. That's not a lot. I know it feels like a lot. And it feels like a lot because we never recovered from the Bidenomics, from Joe Biden and Build Back Better and the Inflation Reduction Act. We've never recovered from the wasteful spending and the stupid policies. We haven't had a chance to recover our nation yet. We're on that path and things have gotten better. That's why inflation went from 17.5% to 3.5%. There's a reason why it's gotten that much better. Not perfect, but better. And we're on a path to do even better than that. I haven't talked about tariffs. The tariffs are great. I've talked about this in various live streams for over a year now. The tariffs are part of a long-term plan. And a lot of people have been looking at what's going on with Trump. And you hear from the left, he's just out of his mind. He's just making this up. He has no idea what he's doing. He's a cowboy. Now, I know Europe loves to say America's cowboys. You know, people like Reagan, G.W. Bush, Donald Trump, they say, oh my God, those cowboys, which they love. They rely, they need the American cowboy to make sure that Europe is safe because Europe doesn't protect Europe. America does. That's a fact. It's not a question. It's not even a debate. It is an absolute 1000% fact. America protects Europe, not Europe. They spend their money on unions and being socialist and having a bunch of free policies paid for by the United States defending them. That's a fact. So they say, so Europe loves to say America is a bunch of cowboys just going wild and crazy, and yet they need us desperately. And they're just starting to understand that the Europe of the 1800s doesn't exist. Europe isn't important anymore. In terms of, they have some importance as trading partners, as people who buy some of the goods from America. Yes, they have importance to an extent on that, although they're not the biggest market. And they have never been the biggest market. But one of the things that we have to understand is that the empire of France, the empire of England, even the empire of Germany, they don't exist anymore. The power of England is absolute. They used to be the naval superpower of the world. They're not. It's the United States. And after the United States, excluding the United States, the next major super naval power in the world, that's China. They're in the process, they've just about finished doubling the size of their navy. They have a larger navy than any country in the world, including America. England isn't in the calculations anymore. The English Empire has fallen. It just really doesn't exist anymore. And the French haven't been a factor in anything since Napoleon. So but they have the gravitas, they have the impression, the self-image as a nation of still being the 1800s. They're the grand, great, powerful nations. They're not. And America finally stopped pretending that they are better than us, that there are betters, that they're somehow grander and more wise and more successful than America has been. They're not. Not at all. And we have the left that keeps pointing to Europe saying, no, let's get more leftist. Let's become more like Europe. Think about what's happening in Europe right now, whether it's England or any of the nations, with the exception of Poland. what you see is they're having their populations overrun. Ideologically, they are losing their sovereignty. They're losing their nations. There is internal conflict in everyone. In fact, those nations are now becoming more and more conservative, and they're closing down their borders finally, and they're starting to remigrate, which is a great way of saying taking the illegals and kicking them out of their country. They're remigrating their countries to get back to the base of what they are. And it's costing them dearly because the experiment, the social experiment of open borders and multiculturalism has failed. There is no other way to look at that. I don't care if you're on the left or the right, it has failed. Every objective of multiculturalism has not succeeded. It is not a winning success. And we have the left here in America saying, no, but they're doing it in Europe and we should be just like them. I'm sorry, I don't want to have no-go zones in my country. And we're getting damn close. Dearborn, Michigan is only one example of areas in our country that are damn near no-go zones. They're not part of America, or they're almost not part of America. You're going to Somalia in America, not America itself. There's a big difference. They're not Somali Americans, Somalis in that are part of America. They're Somalis that are in America using the American system and abusing the system for their benefit, their home country. And we see that massively when it comes to the Somali abuse of daycares. Billions of dollars bilked away from you and me, taken out of our pockets, and not given to children in need, but instead used to buy lavish houses and cars and clothing and vacations, and even some of it, billions of dollars, being given over to dictators and terrorists in Somalia and around the rest of the world. That's what Dearborn, Michigan has been doing. Dearborn, Michigan. That's what they've been doing there. That's what's been happening in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. And we've seen that evidence. We see that corruption. There's no way to say that multiculturalism has worked. It hasn't. It's abused the system. It's abused the generosity of the United States and our people. And because that abuse has happened, we have seen that abuse copied, pasted, and redone in other bluer than blue cities and bluer than blue states. We see that in California, in LA. We had CBS News. 2 weeks ago, I showed the news clip from CBS News where they walked into just one building in LA that had 80 different hospices in that one building. Many of them empty. 70 of those 80 had flags from the government saying that they are potentially committing acts of fraud. That's one building. And CBS News knew about this for years. That's according to the reporting of CBS itself, that these complaints, that these allegations of fraud have existed for years. Gavin Newsom did nothing about it. Karen Bass did nothing about it. The state legislature of California, run by Democrats, did nothing about it. And the news media said nothing. Not until a YouTuber, a young man named Nick Shirley, came out and said, hey, look at the abuse. Do you see the pattern? It's the exact same pattern that Nick Shirley pointed to in Minnesota and said, hey, this has been happening for years. Everyone knows it's happening locally, but no one nationally will talk about this. And the very first reaction of the national news media when they heard about Nick Shirley and his video highlighting the daycare fraud, billions of dollars being bilked, the first thing the news media did said, he's a racist, it's not true. And they tried to debunk him. Think about that. The first reaction of the news media on something that had been published, that was documented, that was known, wasn't to say, oops, we missed the story, or, hey, let's get the story out now. The answer was, he's a liar and a racist. Let's debunk him. And they couldn't. because he was 100% correct. The news media had failed, and they had covered up. They covered it up from themselves. They knew this was happening. And in California, we see the same thing. But this time, the news media has learned at least a little bit of its lesson. At least CBS came out and said, no, it's true. It's happening. And we're going to tell you all about it because they're doing the good job. They're actually they're out there fighting for you. The news media is going to protect you from the fraud that they knew about for years. Years that they knew about this, that it was available for them to cover the story and put it out to the national public. That's years of hundreds of millions of dollars a year that was being wasted. And they said nothing because that would look bad for Gavin Newsom, just like it looks bad for Tim Walz. Democrats might not get reelected. Democrats might lose some power. How can they possibly tell you about all the fraud and waste and abuse that's going on if that means that, well, multiculturalism failed? Democrats failed. Democrat leaders failed. You might not vote Democrat. Oh my God, they can't tell you that. You've got to vote Democrat. They want you to walk down a path, and it only leads to more Democrats getting elected and more power for the Democratic Party and the ideology of the progressives. You have to accept that. You have to go there. All of our entertainment, our news media, our social media has been geared around the idea of propaganda. You will vote leftist. You will become more leftist. You will accept it. You will live it. You will love it, even if you hate it. We heard that from BlackRock when they said back at the beginning of the pandemic that that was the time that the entertainment and the news media, they had to shove down your throat this radical leftist ideology, intersectionality, critical race theory. They had to shove that down your throat every day, and eventually you will just accept it because it will become normal. And you'll just live with it, even though it fails, even though it doesn't work, even though every single promise that is made about that and DEI have never come true. You will live with it because it is your normal. And yet that hasn't happened. And now we're seeing them back off. Now we're seeing them back up and say, well, that didn't work. What will we do next time? What are we going to do instead? That's where we are right now. Our nation is in this phase where the media and businesses have stepped back and said, well, we can't force this ideology on the American people. They won't accept it. There's still too many people who are my age or older who are talking to younger people saying, that's not America. That's not how things work. That's not what the government should be doing. That's not what business should be doing. That you are an intelligent adult, that you have agency in your life. You get to choose for your life, not Mandami, not the Democratic Party. You make those decisions, and you are accountable for the decisions you make. You're not entitled to a damn thing. You have to earn it. And if you don't earn it, that's on you. That's your fault. That's your problem. You have to earn everything that you get, and it's on you to do it, not to rely on someone else. And if you fall, if you stumble, if you fail, in America, we are such a great nation, and we are, that if you stumble, if you fail, someone will pick you up. Our communities, our nation will help pick you up and say, try again. You don't get that in other countries. That isn't how it works anywhere else in the world. And that's why people come to America. In the millions, in the tens of millions, they come to America every year, and they are willing to be slaves. And let's call them what they are, slaves. We call it human trafficking. If you're looking at the news media, they'll say it's human trafficking. What does human trafficking mean? Slavery. I know the left has they took ownership of slavery, BLM and those other and groups like them, Antifa and Plot. They've taken ownership of slavery and said, well, that's the 1860s. That's the 1860s in America. There's no other time in the history of mankind besides the American Civil War that slavery applies to, which is stupid, ignorant, and wrong. There are more slaves in the world today than ever in the history of mankind. The estimate is somewhere between 40 to 50 million slaves exist in the world right now. And we call them human traffickers or human trafficked. That's women, that's sex trafficking, child trafficking, human trafficking. That's what we call it now because it sounds nicer, because it doesn't have the negative connotation of slavery that's worldwide. And in America, slavery doesn't apply to people who are whatever nationality, doesn't matter, because it only means in America, slavery means Black Africans. That's not what slavery is. It's not isolated to that one group, that ethnic group in that one time period. That's not realistic. That's hiding from the truth. That's propaganda being used against you so that they can say things and do things that if they told you the truth, if they used plain English, you would never agree to. So Alabama says, Democrats look like they are creating forever jobs with benefits. They are. They are creating forever jobs. And that's why the government keeps growing. The number one thing in all of the downturns that we've seen, the only time we've seen significant downturns in the size of the government was in 2025, at least in my lifetime. Here I am, 58 years old today. And my family's lived in the same apartment in the Bronx for some over 55 years. I've seen this community change. And I've been paying attention to politics since I was in my 30s, realistically. I really started paying attention pretty much when I got into the Marines, and then really got into it when I got out of the Marines. I was about 30 years old. I was paying attention to the world. I traveled the world, and I started paying attention to international politics because it affected me directly. And I can tell you, the last time I recall in my lifetime where the government actually shrank in the size of the government, that we actually reduced the number of government workers on a local, state, and or federal level, was in 2025. That was with Doge. That's when the Doge was going through, and they were going through and trying to find all the waste and spending in the government, and the full power of the establishment, that's Republican and Democrat establishment, revolted. They did everything they could to remove Doge, and they got it done. They were successful, much to the detriment of America, because Doge was pointing out things like USAID. 83% of that money going through USAID that was approved every day, all the time, rubber stamp, go through, yes, yes, yes. We were paying dictators. We were paying terrorist groups. We were paying frauds, criminals in other countries all around the world. And we were paying them checks. And we knew, the American government knew, under Republicans and under Democrats, that we knew that this money were going to the bad guys for bad reasons. And we printed the check, we printed the money, and sent it to them anyway. Think about that. We never stopped printing money. We never shrank size of government. At this moment, the Department of U.S. Aid still exists. They are still getting paid. There are still checks and budget allocations being made for a department that has 0 employees. A lot of people don't realize that. We never closed it. The Trump administration defunded it, which means that all the money that's going in there should be going to other places. But the Department of U.S. Aid still exists. You get a Democrat in or a establishment Republican, if they take office after Trump, we're talking 2028, they can turn on U.S. aid with a flip of a switch. All they got to say is give them the money. And all of the government waste, all of those criminals around the world, all of those terrorists around the world that were getting checks from America, your money, they will be getting it again. All it has to do is just have a different president that says, okay, pay them. Done. It will be overnight. And we did have in 2025, Donald Trump did offer thousands, tens of thousands of government workers early retirement to shrink the size of the government. And we did. Barely. But it was the first time in my lifetime we had ever shrank the size of government. That we actively tried to reduce the number of people working for our government. Every other president, every other year, in the last 58 years that I've been alive, the government has done nothing but get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's true on the local level, the state level, and the federal level. That's establishment politics. Kick the can down the road, worry about it later. Modern monetary theory, that's the idea promoted by Andrew Yang and by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Should tell you right there, it's a failed idea. And the belief is that America can print money forever, and no one will ever call us on it. No one will ever say, you can't afford this. That we can spend as much money as we want forever. Doesn't matter about inflation. And that's an interesting theory that only works as long as America is the superpower of the world. The second that we become number 2, we become number 200 in the world. I want to be clear about that because a lot of people don't speak about this. They don't want you to think about this. It is only because America is the number 1 economic power in the world, because we are the number 1 military in the world, we are the number 1 freest nation in the world at the same time. Because we have all of those things happening at once, the world uses our currency, the dollar. Every country in the world, you can take a dollar, go anywhere in the world. I know, I did it in the 90s. When I lived in Moscow, if I had dollars, people were happy to take a dollar. The exchange rate at that time in 91 was 500 rubles to $1. $1. 500. By the way, the average Russian at that time was earning about 350 rubles a month. Let me say it again. $1 was worth 500 rubles. The average Russian was being paid about 350 rubles a month. Not even a dollar. That was the exchange rate in 91. Now that's changed a bit today because the Soviet Union no longer exists. They went bankrupt. But that just tells you how much power the United States and our economy have. That's how powerful we have been. And the second we're not that powerful, we become like the old Soviet Union. We fall apart and we disappear. That's the reality that we are facing. That's the reality that we are always, that America has been fighting against, because the tide of the world doesn't want an America to exist. That's why there is no other country that competes with us. There is no other country in the world that competes with us. No other country that has the same level of freedom of the individual, opportunity to succeed of the individual, the opportunity of the resources that we have here in America, and the support of the military that we have in America. No other country has these things. Not even our closest allies. Not Australia, not England, not Canada. They all benefit because America has all these things and that they are our closest ally. But none of them actually do it themselves, and they're not trying to. Australia is not trying to become more free. They were busy during the lockdowns knocking on people's doors with the entire force of their military, standing at the door saying, you've got to come with us. You're going to a camp. That's not something that was made up. That was the Australian nightly news. Same thing, similar thing was happening in California, in England, and not California, in Canada. Similarly, in Canada and in England right now, there's words you cannot say. Up until about a month ago, the English government was threatening people like me who go on to live streams and talk about international politics and talk about the failures of Keir Starmer and the Starmer government, the failure of the English government, that it is crumbling and falling apart. The English people are near to revolt. And to say these things, these honest and true facts, they were willing to arrest. They threatened to arrest us. And I said at the time, if you recall, look at the live streams, I said, hey, come get me. I'm in America. I'm easy to find. I'm not hiding. You know what my face looks like. I've been out for 20 years publicly speaking about these things. I have no problem. I dare the English government to come and arrest me in America because they don't like the way I critique the British government. They didn't. And up until a month ago, they had that threat floating in the air. They backed down because I'm in America. If I wasn't in America, they'd have arrested me. But America has its problems. Do you remember it was about two and a half years ago, we found out that the Chinese government had illegal police stations in New York City, in Chinatown, 2 of them. They were illegally having their police, the Chinese Communist Party police, go out and punish Chinese Americans and Chinese citizens, and punishing them according to the laws of China in America. And they were in 22 different cities in America. They had 3 offices in LA, as I recall. Oh, you forgot about that story. I didn't. I covered it then. I'm reminding you now. This is how fragile our hold on the leadership of the world is. And the second that goes away, our debt explodes. If we no longer are the economic leaders, if we're no longer the military leaders, if we're not the king of the hill, the police of the world, if the American empire ends, then we owe a lot of people a lot of money and we can't pay it. And everyone will come knocking on our door to take everything they can at a fire sale. They'll buy our land, they'll take our resources because we owe it. And inflation will skyrocket. We've seen this happen before. This is not new. For those who are less than 30 years of age, you're listening to me say this and you're saying, but that doesn't happen in the world. That's not possible. I'm 58. I've seen it happen. Half of South America, all of Central America, this happened to. It happened in the 80s and in the 90s, and that wasn't the first time. It had happened 2 or 3 times before that. That's why we used to call South America the banana republics, because they had inflation in the range of 2,000 to 4,000% per month. Not per year, per month. In fact, even recently, Argentina, with Milei, the Prime Minister Milei, he finally actually turned it around, and he's gotten inflation down in Argentina. He shrank it from 2,000% a month to just 20% a month. Now, you may say, Mike, 20% inflation a month, that's just ridiculous. Oh my God, that's insane in America right now. But that used to be a reality. For the people of Argentina, that's incredible savings. They're having almost 100 or 1,000% reduction in their inflation. They are ecstatic. They've never had it so good. In America, we've never seen it that bad. But modern monetary theory will bring us to that. Hang on one second, folks. No, I just heard you. That's all. Hey, everyone. So, yes, just talking to my sister. So, these are important things to think about, but you're not supposed to think about it. You're supposed to smile. You're supposed to say, I'm virtue signaling. I agree with Mondami or Hochul or Gavin Newsom, and just go along and do whatever they say without ever thinking what happens as a consequence of what they've done. Will any of their promises actually come true? We were told, again, going back to Kathy Hochul, she promised in 2022, the day she won the election, if you aren't her kind of New Yorker, if you don't obey without question her Democratic progressive policies, get out the state. And people did. Hundreds of thousands of people, 200,000 people per year walked out of New York State and went somewhere else. They took $20 billion a year with them. They closed the businesses, they sold their homes, they took their families, and they left. And now Kathy Hochul's begging for those people to come back. That is the future unless we change America, which we are in the process of trying to do. But this is a long-term fix. It doesn't happen tomorrow. It doesn't happen tomorrow. And we have, as a country, we've become too accustomed to the idea that everything will be fixed by next week, by the next election. The entire Biden-Harris administration was built around the idea of just getting to the next election, just win the next election. That's all they were trying to do across the state, local and state elections. They were just trying to have Democrats win and hold power. And that didn't work out well for us, did it? 17% inflation, 12% food inflation. People were losing their jobs. We were crushed and not respected around the world. That's the choice. And I can say these things because I've been alive for 58 years. I've seen this happening, and I've seen the alternative. I know America can be greater than this, that we have been better than this, and we haven't had these problems before. The news media can lie to you all you want. Social media, you can go to TikTok, which is designed to make you feel bad about being an American. This is why I don't like TikTok. It's designed to show you the worst of America, not the best of it. But we have been better. It was easier. Life was easier in the 80s. Life was easier in the 90s. And we had less technology, and we had less advancements, and people lived a happier, better life. We've done something wrong. And I think a big part of that is we stopped being individuals, being accountable for our decisions, and we started being entitled, thinking that the government's going to provide it to me. They're just going to give it to me. I mean, that's the whole thing about DEI, isn't it? Well, you're a woman. You're entitled to it. No, you're not. You're black or Hispanic. You're entitled to it. No, you're not. You're not entitled to a damn thing. Your gender, your gender preferences, who you want to sleep with at night, your color of skin, whether you have a suntan or not, and how deep that suntan is. Those are not reasons for you to earn anything. That's not, if you qualify people based on the color of their skin, their gender, or their gender preferences, you've done something wrong. Those are just characteristics you're born with. That has nothing to do with whether you're a good person or a bad person, whether you're smart or you're dumb. It's got nothing to do with are you capable of doing this, that, or the other. It's meaningless. And yet, this is one of the big criteria. This is one of the big virtue signals of the left. That's why we have Ketanji Brown Jackson as one of our Supreme Court justices, because she's running around going, I'm a black woman. You can't complain. You can't critique her because she's a black woman. She's a failure. She's a miserable Supreme Court justice. She is an embarrassment to the court. Embarrassment. Yesterday on my Sunday live stream, I made it very clear. Ketanji Brown Jackson talking about birthright citizenship. Whether you agree with it or not doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. At this moment, I don't care if you think that everyone who is born on U.S. soil, regardless of who they are or why they're here, should be able to, if you're born in America, you get American citizenship, or you disagree with that. Doesn't matter. Let's throw that out. Our Supreme Court Justice Jackson made the argument that the reason why someone can come to America, break our laws, and get citizenship is because they're on our soil. That makes no sense. Her example was if you stole a wallet in Japan. And I went into this in some detail yesterday, but let me do this a little bit different and I was talking about there's another way to make the example based exactly on what Justice Jackson said. And that is the real world example of Brittany Griner, the WNBA basketball star. I know most people don't know who the hell she is. And again, I don't know a whole lot about sports, but I know enough to know that Brittany Griner isn't popular. She's popular in the WNBA, which is like saying I'm popular on the internet. It's just not a reality. I would like to be, not a reality. And Brittany Griner, real world, she went to Russia. She went to Russia with drugs. She had marijuana, possibly other drugs as well. She walked and she knew. And she was going there to play basketball. That was her job. It was the off season for the WNBA. You may have forgotten the story. I didn't. This is under the Biden-Harris administration. And she went into Russia knowing that she was carrying drugs that are illegal in Russia. That's just a fact. It's not a question. It's not an opinion. And she walked in full well knowing, and she admitted in court, she knew that she was breaking Russia's laws, carrying marijuana, possibly other drugs, into Russia for her personal consumption. In America, in California, not a big deal. In Russia, it's a crime. She was arrested because she should be arrested. She was put on trial because she deserved to be on trial. She admitted her guilt, pleading for leniency from the government. But in Russia, you're guilty, not innocent, the second you walk into that courtroom. And leniency really isn't an option. She was charged and she lost her case and was going to go to jail for years. It's not like in America, oh, it's possession, don't worry, you'll pay a fine and you're out the door. No, it isn't the revolving door of bail reform or criminal justice reform. She was a criminal and she was going to jail for years. And by the way, if you want to compare U.S. jails, which I know the left love to scream, oh my God, they're the worst thing. They're like gulags. No, Russians actually have gulags. That's why it's called a gulag. And they are miserable experiences. Russians, why do you think the Russians and so many other criminals from other countries love to come to America? They don't care if they get arrested. It's like going to a hotel. The comparison of our prisons to their prisons is like the difference of going to a prison and going to a hotel. In America, that's a hotel stay compared to the Russian prison system. And that's what Brittany Griner was going to get. And then the American government saved her ass. No other way to explain it. Mind you, there are other Americans who were wrongfully tried in Russia. There's a Marine who's being tried as a spy right now in Russia, and Joe Biden let him lay there. I would love to see the Trump administration get that Marine out. He shouldn't be in jail as he has been, but that being a different story, different argument right there. But Joe Biden went and got her because she's black and a lesbian and a basketball player. And he thought that would help him win, help Democrats win in the midterm elections. And he was right. It did. Because virtue signal, LGBT, Joe Biden loves the alphabet community. Isn't that great? He freed Brittany Griner. You should vote Democrat too, because Democrats love you. No. He just used her. She was a useful tool. You want to talk about someone who got sold out? Brittany Griner sold out. She sold out for the Democrats. Now, mind you, I can understand she owed Joe Biden because he got her out of prison for something she did to herself because she's an idiot. And I'll say that to her face if I ever get the chance. She was an idiot. She broke the law. She knew she was breaking the law. She thought she was above the law. She was proven not to be. And she wasted the political capital of the United States on her when we had the Ukraine war and we had American citizens that didn't break a law that are serving time in prison. And we had to use that political capital on her dumb black ass than actually using it on people and places that were far more significant and important because Democrats wanted to win an election. She didn't earn this. She still has a net deficit in my balance book. But that's the example that Ketanji Brown Jackson made to the Supreme Court. And according to Ketanji Brown Jackson, in her discussion on birthright citizenship in the Supreme Court, Brittany Griner is a Russian citizen. What? Yes, according to the logic of Ketanji Brown Jackson, Brittany Griner became a citizen of Russia because she committed a crime and she was charged with the crime. She was brought to trial and she was convicted and she was going to jail in Russia. And according to the logic of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the activist DEI Supreme Court justice, that would make Brittany Griner a Russian citizen. Russia didn't agree with that. Brittany Griner doesn't agree with that. The Biden administration did not agree with that. That's stupid. DEI doesn't work. I don't know of a successful DEI hire in any field that I'm aware of. Not in politics, not in entertainment, not in business. There has never been, to my knowledge, someone who is hired based on the color of their skin, their gender, and their sexual preference. Nobody who has ever achieved their position because of those three primary factors, none of them have been a success. That's not to say that black women can't be successful. They can. Brittany Griner is successful because she's a basketball star. She's very good at bouncing a basketball. I may not value that a hell of a lot. It may not be important to me, but that is a career, and she's good at her career, and she makes a bunch of money at it. She wants more money. She doesn't deserve it. The WNBA doesn't deserve it, but they make great money as professional athletes, more than a lot of other professional athletes. They should be happy. They're not because they're greedy, but that's another question altogether. So you can be black and female, gay or straight. You can be a bunch of these characteristics and be a good or bad person, a success or a failure. But it's not because of your color of skin, your gender, or your gender preference. That's not it. But let me take a couple of comments because I was rattling off for a little bit there, and I need to always pay attention. I know I have two other guests that are supposed to be coming onto the program, so I got to keep an eye out for them. Let's see. We've got a comment here from Me Has a Cat. That's new. Okay. Me Has a Cat. Thank you for joining me for my birthday. I appreciate that you've taken some time out of your day to join us on the live stream. Please do consider subscribing, sharing this, and most of all, if you can, try and donate for the Jericho project. It would really, really help people who are homeless. And he goes, yo, dude. Okay. Yo, dude, have you been in California or Las Vegas? Yes to both. I've lived in California. I lived in Valencia. I lived in not Simi Valley, in not Apple Valley. God, I worked over there. I was in Woodlawn, not Woodlawn. No, it's Woodlawn. Yeah. I lived Woodlawn in the Valley. I lived in Woodlawn, Fair Oaks, Fairview. God, it's been a while. I think it was Fairview Avenue in Woodland Hills. That's it. I lived in it. I had to remember, it's been a long time. It was the 90s. I lived in Woodland Hills on Fallbrook. That's right. I lived on Fallbrook in Woodland Hills back in the 90s. And I lived in Hollywood, and I was homeless in Hollywood. This is all in the 90s. And that was California. So that was my time. I lived in LA for a while, in Hollywood and Woodland Hills. Rode my motorcycle until I got hit by a car. Shattered my leg. I got a rod in my leg as we speak. My legs are two different heights because of it. So yes, I lived there. And I have gone to Las Vegas 2 or 3 times now. I've been to Las Vegas. I think it's 2 times, might be 3 but I actually didn't live in Las Vegas. I like it. I like the weather. I enjoy the time there. But Las Vegas is very much like Atlantic City. I lived in Atlantic City. That would be back in the, God, was that in the 80s? I think it was in the 80s. I lived in Atlantic City. And if you've ever been to Atlantic City, if you go, all the casinos are on the boardwalk, right on the beach next to the ocean. And that's where all the casinos are. And if you go 2 blocks in, so 2 blocks away from the boardwalk, you're into Atlantic City, the actual city. And that is a slum. It is impoverished. It is incredibly poor. You would think that they would be more successful because Atlantic City, all the casinos, all the money. No, the money goes everywhere except to the people and to the systems that they need. Massive poverty, massive crime. Now, again, this is the 80s going into the 90s that I lived down there. So it may have changed. I don't think it's changed, but it might have changed since then. But that's how it was when I was living there. And I feel like Las Vegas, most recently I was there in 2024, as I recall. I was in 2024, I was in Las Vegas, and I was hanging out to an extent. I was staying at a hotel, but I was actually out and about in the town of Las Vegas with some of the townies, going to townie bars and regular people, mixing with them. And it felt a lot like Atlantic City. More middle class, not absolute poverty, but still a lot of crime, a lot of drugs, a lot of depressed people, a depressed economy. So once you get away from the casinos, the lifestyle drops dramatically for the rank and file average person. But a nice place, nice people. I had a great time, but not the shiny image that a lot of people make. So yes, I have been in both. Thank you for asking. I'm happy to answer. Again, I'm happy to answer any question that you guys have on any topic, no matter what it is. But I hope that answered your question. Me has a cat. Okay, so we got Dal. He has a question. Dal says, Justice Jackson, or makes the statement, Justice Jackson deliberately screwed up the definitions of jurisdiction and allegiance to make her argument, in his opinion, to try and push her activist agenda. She did. She actively lied, and she did actively confuse. There's a difference between obeying the law and being part of a country. And again, that's why I used the example of Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner broke the law, but that didn't make her a citizen or a subject of the Russian government. She's still an American citizen. So according to Ketanji Brown Jackson, she would be a Russian. She's not. So that whole argument, useless. And as a Supreme Court justice, she knows that. I'm not saying that Ketanji Brown Jackson is an idiot, or she's not ignorant. She knows the law. She knows what she was saying, but her activism is more important to her than the Constitution, than the amendments, than the laws, and the reality of the legal system in the world. She doesn't care about any of that. That's all second to her activism. And that's a problem in our legal system, in our government. It's a massive problem. So, Dow goes on to, jurisdiction applies regardless of domicile residency. Allegiance is based on domicile residency and applied citizenship. Another way to look at that is, again, I traveled to Russia. I lived in Russia. I am an American citizen. I owe allegiance to America because that is my home. I was in Russia. I was visiting Russia. I lived in Russia for a year and a half. That never once gave me the opportunity, nor did I want the opportunity, to become a Russian citizen. I instead always remained an American citizen, and I was always there with the intent to come back and to remain an American citizen. You can be in any country. Johnny Depp spent years living in France. Years. He was always an American citizen. He never renounced his American citizenship. He never became a French citizen. But he lived in France for years, raised his family in France for years. But he never was a French citizen. He was always an American. That is the way to think about that. He had to obey the laws in France, in Paris. He had to obey the laws because he lived there, because you have to respect the law, which is something we forget in America as well. You have to respect the law. You're not entitled to anything. You respect the law of the land. Whether you like it or not, that's just the law, and you obey it, or you suffer like Brittany Griner did. And that's the difference. I think that's another way to say it, but maybe I'm wrong. Sarah's with us. Hey, Sarah. And Sarah's back, and she says, I got you on in the background today, Mike. That's fine. A lot of people do. At least I hope a lot of people do. Let's get those numbers up. What kind of day is it in the Bronx today? My favorite high school teacher was from the Bronx. Well, right now, it's the day started at 39 degrees. That was at 6:30 this morning. Yes, I got up early. I was up at 6:30 in the morning walking my dog so that I could be prepared and on time today. So it was 39 degrees this morning and a bit damp. Felt like it was going to rain. It didn't rain. The sky is cleared up. The sun is out right now, and it's 52 degrees. So it's a decent day, a decent spring day. Now, 2-3 days ago, it was about 75 degrees, which I consider comfortable. I like warmer weather. I like it when it's 70 or higher. I love 70, 80, 100-degree weather. I enjoy that. I love that. A lot. My family, not so much. My friends, definitely not. But I love 70 and above. That's when I'm comfortable. So I was feeling great the last couple of days. It was 70, 75, 80. I was loving that. Now it's 52. I'm freezing. I don't like cold weather. If it's like 65 and under 60 degrees, it's cold. I wear a sweater. When I go out, I wear a sweater, a jacket, a hat because I have to. It's just cold. Too cold for me. I'm just a warm weather person. What can I say? And I've lived in the Bronx all my life. The Bronx is a unique place because uh, the Bronx is the dumping ground of New York City, to be fair, to be honest. And that's always been true to an extent. Um, we always had the South Bronx. When I was young in the 70s and the 80s, the dumping ground was considered the South Bronx. And it was just the South Bronx that was more run down. It was a lot more impoverished. And when I say poverty and such, don't think, and too many people think, well, poverty and poor, well, that means black people. No, it means everybody. The Bronx has always been very diverse because this is the place they dump most migrants, legal migrants, and illegal aliens are dumped in the Bronx first. And then as they make success or failure of their life, they may go to other boroughs and they live differently. They go to Queens and they bought houses. They'd go to Brooklyn and have apartments. They'd work in Manhattan, stuff like that. That was the 70s, 80s, how that worked out. And back in the 70s, when my family first came out here 55 years ago, this was the very same neighborhood I'm in as, again, 55 years, same place. This was a Greek Italian neighborhood. My family was one of the first black families, Hispanic families in the entire region. That's a lot of people may be surprised. There were trees a couple of miles down the road. Areas that now in the Bronx are developed and they have houses and they have the ghetto, what do you call it? The projects. They call it different things. City housing, essentially city housing. We call them the projects. They're basically a ghetto. Before Edenmore and all the rest of that was built up, that was all trees. Back when I was a kid, when I was like 10, there were trees over on 233rd Street, 235th Street. Yeah, that was all trees. Bunch of trees. I think there were even farms. When I was very, very young, like 5 years old, there were still farms out here. And then they cleared all that out. And it got developed over the years. And as it got developed, and some of the families here, a lot of the Italian families, they moved, they took the businesses with them, and they went to upstate. They'd start buying houses. So everyone would work in the Bronx. They'd put their money together. They'd go and buy some property upstate. The family would move, take everything with them, and now they'd be upstate. And someone new, a new immigrant, legal immigrant, would come in and buy the property, and their family would start living there. That's the system. That's the way it worked. It was pretty effective. Now, under the Italians and under the Greeks in this community, the area was very clean. This same block, so 55 years ago, we had 2 movie theaters within 1 block. 2 movie theaters within 1 block of where I grew up. We had 3 or 4 blocks down, we had a butcher shop. So we had fresh meat. We had a shoe store, a cobbler, that's someone who fixes shoes, and leather. We had a used furniture, secondhand furniture store downstairs, used furniture, right down below my building right now. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars, 6 bars within 2 blocks. We had, I mentioned the movie theaters. We had 1 supermarket. Yeah, 1 supermarket. And I don't mean a bodega. I don't mean a little store. I mean a supermarket. Okay. Kind of like a mini Walmart. We had one of those within 1 block of where I lived. We had a hardware store, 3 pharmaceutical pharmacists. We had a ice cream shop, 2 diners, 2 pizza parlors. I'm trying to think of everything else. And there was a bunch of other businesses. We had a television repair business in the area. That's everything I can think of. Oh, and a laundromat. And when I say a laundromat, Not like today where there's a bunch of machines and you just go in and do your own laundry. I mean, it's a laundromat. You come in with your laundry, you give it to the people that work in the laundromat, and they would wash and fold your clothes for you. And then you come back later and you would just pick it up. That's the laundromat. So not self-serve, but a service laundromat. We had one of those as well. That's the community I grew up in. That's the Bronx I grew up with. And it had its problems, had to deal with racism in elementary school, as a matter of fact. I think it was in first grade, as a matter of fact, that I was first confronted by someone because of the color of my skin, which I thought was really stupid and confusing. I actually had to talk to my mom and dad about it. And I was like, I don't understand. This older student, he was like in 7th grade. I was in first grade. And he's like, you can't talk to my sister in class. Because I said hello. In first grade, we're all sitting down. We're talking to each other. Not a big deal. Wasn't even thinking about it. It meant nothing to me. But it meant something to the older brother who was a racist. And he's like, you better stay away from my sister. Don't talk to her. You can't talk to her because you're black and blah, blah, blah. Something like that. Those were essentially his words. That was my first experience of racism, and I was in first grade. That was back in the 1970s something. So it wasn't a perfect, ideal kind of environment. It wasn't perfect. We had, there's a little kind of park. There's I forget what they call them now, the projects right next to me. They were really nice. It was really nice back in those days. It was well kept up. And we called it, and me and my friends, we would call it White Boy Park because that's where all the white kids were. They would play baseball in the park. And we would play handball. But all the white boys would be playing. There was no basketball courts. That wasn't a thing. It was baseball back in the 70s. And it was really nice, and they had some swings for kids and all that. It was well maintained, but that was called White Boy Park. So race was a factor in my growing up. It was very apparent, but it wasn't always negative either. There was about a block away from where I grew up, there was a corner of a street, and it was known that there were shady men. What I've learned over the years, and I found out, they're drug dealers. Italian drug dealers would be on this one corner, not on the corner of the block, but in the block a little bit. Not by the front of the storefront, but towards the back of like a couple of car lengths in. And they would hang out. It was right next to White Boy Park, bunch of trees, and they would hang out there and they'd sell drugs. I think back in those days, they were probably selling heroin more than anything else, not marijuana, but heroin. And that's about a block away from the elementary school that I went to. So my elementary school is only about a block and a half from where I am right now. Still there. So as a kid, as I got older, I would walk past that area. As I learned to walk on my own, to walk down the block. And sometimes I'd be with someone else. And the men, I remember one time, I don't remember why, but I was visiting one of my friends. And I had to be 10-ish, like 9, 10 years old. And I had gone to see my friend who lived next to White Boy Park, which is right next to where those drug dealers would be. And I remember I was just taking my time, and I kind of stopped and looked at this guy because didn't know what he was doing. He was just hanging out. It didn't make a lot of sense to me because men would go to work. It was like, I don't know, middle of the day. And most of the men would be at work. They wouldn't be just hanging out on a street. And so he said, no, hey, you better go. You're too young. You can't be around here. You don't get to hang out over here. Go and do whatever you're going to go do. This ain't a place for young kids. So I remember that to this day because there was a certain message, a certain idea that even though he's a drug dealer, and he was, children were not to be in the presence of drugs. There was a separation. There was a respect. Even though I was a black kid and he's an Italian guy and probably in a gang, probably in the mafia, didn't matter. Children, any children, do not get to be around drugs. You don't get to be around crime. That's not right for a kid. Kids aren't supposed to be around that. He would have gotten in trouble from his bosses if they saw a kid hanging around him as he was selling drugs, heroin, to other adults. That would have been a problem for him. They would have come down on him like a ton of bricks. And it didn't matter that I was black. That wasn't a factor. Race, what didn't matter about that? It was a matter of respect. Respect for children, respect for himself. You don't do that around kids. Kids don't get to be around you when you're doing those crimes. We don't see that anymore. That doesn't exist anymore. And it should. We still have drug dealers on the corner. Matter of fact, they moved the corner that they deal their drugs from. But right now, right downstairs at this second, there's at least 3 drug dealers on my corner. 3. Right now. I've seen them every day for the last 3 years. Every day. Winter, rain, snow, cold, hot, they're there. If it's bad weather, they hang out in their cars. This is their excuse. This is how they don't always seem omnipresent. They'll hang out in their cars. Yes, they have cars. And they drive on up, take a parking space, come on out, and hang out on the street corner all day, 10 hours, 12 hours a day, every day, rain or shine. They're drug dealers. You don't just hang out because you're having fun. They're not just guys just getting drunk on the corner. No, they're drug dealers. No question about it. No doubt. That's an absolute fact. And they don't get arrested. The police will not arrest them. I don't understand it. But that's the difference in the standards of 2026 versus 1976. In 1976, yeah, there were still drug dealers on some corners, and they were allowed to be there, but they were low key. They were real quiet. And like I said, they weren't trying to do any of that crap around moms or around children. No, that wasn't done. No. You don't deal with those people. Men could come by, and they would only do so at certain times, very quickly, very quietly, very respectfully. They didn't make a scene. They didn't want to be noticed. The guys downstairs are screaming all day and all night. All day, all night. Especially as the weather gets warmer, they're screaming, they're playing their music, their noise pollution. Big difference in attitude. We don't have any news. We don't have any of the movie theaters. They're all gone. We don't have the furniture stores. Oh, excuse me. There is one furniture store. There is one. We don't have a shoe store anymore. We don't have the doctor's office. That's gone. The dentist is gone. We don't have the diners are gone, long gone. The supermarket gone. Almost every business that was here is gone. We now have 5, maybe 6 hair shops, and I mean women's hair. We've got two barber shops now. We've got women's hair. There's 5 of them where women get their hair braided. There's 5 of those, and a women's hair care products. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 bodegas, little mini marts that we have that charge extra prices for simple things like soda. Soda from $1 from a grocery store for $1, they charge $1.50 at the bodega, that kind of thing. Let's see. We've got a jewelry store. The two pizza shops are still here. Only one of them is still owned by the original owner. He's still there. The other one's been sold 4 times. And now we have Mexicans running one of the pizza shops. The other one's still owned by the same Italian guy. And he, too, he has Mexican employees, Honduran employees. The other one is just all Hondurans or South Americans. We have a travel agency that's been there for like 2 decades. All the bars are closed down. No, there is one bar, one bar that's still around. It's a different location, different place. We used to have 3 banks, maybe 4. Back in the 70s, we had 3 or 4 banks, local neighborhood banks within 2 blocks of where I live. Now we have 1. Only 1. We used to have a post office, which used to be half a block away from where I live. There was a post office. Then it got moved about a block and a half away, and now it's closed. There is no post office nearby. Yeah, that's my neighborhood. The world has changed, not for the better. The migrants that are coming into America, legal migrants, and more importantly, the illegals. Legal migrants, and I know there's several in the building I'm in, nice people. They've got kids, they're raising their families, they're respectful, they keep to themselves. I got no problem with them. Very respectful neighbors. But the illegal aliens that are swamping the Bronx and are overwhelmingly the largest group of people, the type of people, not in terms of legal versus legal migration. Illegals outnumber legal migrants in the Bronx by like 5-1. It is swamped in New York, and they are impoverished. They're poor. Most of them are in gangs or drug dealers, I should say. And they're not a positive benefit to the community. And when I first came back from upstate New York back into this community about 3.5 years ago, I did a video walking down the street. Right now, if you walk down about 5 blocks, you will see 2 blocks of guys with mechanics, or guys who pretend to be mechanics. They've got a bunch of their mechanic tools and a bunch of cars that are up on lifts, and they're being worked on for 2 blocks. There's no parking for those 2 blocks. It's just 2 blocks of nothing but vehicles that are being worked on by homemade self-repair local mechanics on the street. Not in a business. It's just some guy, roll up your car, let me fix it. And he just does stuff right there on the sidewalk. It's not a benefit. It's not a bonus. Almost every diner, every movie theater, the ice cream shops, most of the bars, most of the entertainment, almost everything has closed. And everything that has replaced it is inferior. Inferior, lower quality, cheaper, worse. Every single aspect of it. Everything. Sorry, I went on for a little while there, but that's the difference of the Bronx in 55 years. That's the difference of the Bronx in 55 years. That's the reality of what happens when you get Democrat politics for 5 decades. Everything falls apart. And there are places that are worse in America, absolutely. But that's the experience I have in my home. So, Sarah, I hope that answered your question about the Bronx today. And mind you, there are good people out there, but it's harder to be a good person in this kind of environment. Sarah has a question for me, and I do love questions. Remember, folks, you can ask me anything you want on any topic. I talk a lot about politics, but you can ask me anything. She says, "Are you planning on seeing the biopic of Michael? They're making a bio history of Michael Jackson. This is the early years of the Michael Jackson, after he was with the Jackson 5, as he came out with his when he made his breakout solo album, The Wall, all the way through up until before the allegations started coming out with him and the kids. So before he lost his mind completely. The middle years of Michael Jackson, when Michael Jackson was in his 20s to late 30s, early 40s, right in there. No, because I don't like Michael Jackson. I've never liked Michael Jackson. Now, the reason why I never liked Michael Jackson isn't because of his music. I liked his music. His early music, especially The Wall, great song. ABC and I'll Be There. A lot of his music, Dirty Diana, a bunch of his songs were great. As a musician, as a musical talent, Michael Jackson was phenomenal. He was incredible. He understood how to be a showman and to do a show. He had a great voice that he was able to perform incredibly well. You cannot touch that man on that. There was a reason why he was the king of pop. He deserved every dollar that he earned, everything that they put into him. And when he made music videos. I mean, now music videos are kind of common and we see them all the time, but they're not standout. The world had a time clock back in the 80s for the Thriller album, for his Thriller music video, which was one of the longest music videos that was ever made. And it was kind of a little mini movie all of its own, which no one had ever done before. And he did. And the world was counting down. There was a global countdown to watch his music video from his new album. That's how impactful he was, that the world literally was waiting for this. They were counting it down to the second so that everyone could watch the Thriller music video, which was touted to be the longest ever and was like its own little movie, and it was really well done, well choreographed, well acted, good music, good integration. They did a great job. It was very cinematic. He set the standard for music videos. He created, he didn't create music videos, but he took that idea and elevated it to what we see now. Everything that exists now is all because of Michael Jackson. So again, in terms of his music and his capabilities, I have no question. I loved it. I thought he was great. As an individual, I didn't like him because I had an ex-girlfriend. Now, I had a girlfriend, what was it, junior high school? She loved Michael Jackson. She was apeshit about Michael Jackson. And a lot of young women were, especially black women. And the neighborhood, by the way, over the years became Jamaican, and then we got some Koreans that came in, and then more Jamaicans, and then we started getting people from other parts of the world coming in, and it's a big mix now. But in the 80s, it was about the 80s, early mid 80s. I had a girlfriend, and she loved Michael Jackson. She was apeshit about Michael Jackson, and that just pissed me off because I'm with her and she's talking about Michael Jackson, and I'm like, screw Michael Jackson, I'm here. What's with Michael Jackson? You're never going to meet Michael Jackson. You're never going to date Michael Jackson. Screw Michael Jackson. Michael Voss is right here. I'm right in front of you, and I'm actually the guy you're going out with. She broke up with me eventually, but that's the reason why I never. And from then, I was always tainted on Michael Jackson. I never liked him pretty much after that. So is that a stupid reason not to like Michael Jackson? Yes. Is it got anything to do with the rest of his life? No. Will I watch his biopic? No. I know enough about him. I don't need to know more. I don't need to know about his life to appreciate his music. And in fact, knowing more about his life makes me less interested in his music. The same thing about Ray Charles. And I thought the Ray movie was a great movie. I thought Jamie Foxx really did a breakout role there. It was phenomenal. But I liked Ray Charles' music anyway. And there are aspects of that movie that pissed me off about Ray Charles and made me less interested in hearing his music than beforehand. So I think it's actually counterproductive. I understand people want to celebrate this person and their life, the good parts of it, maybe even the bad parts of it. I'm not interested. I don't need that. It's like, why do we have so many prequels? Because, oh, well, the character, I need to know how Darth Vader became Darth Vader. No, I don't. I never needed to know that. That's not important. I don't need that story told to me. But the younger you are, the more you need to be told all that. I don't want that. The headcanon I had was better and more than enough. In fact, I never asked the question, how did Darth Vader become Darth Vader? I didn't care. Darth Vader was Darth Vader. I didn't need to know anything else. I didn't need to know how the Emperor became Emperor. I don't care. He is the Emperor. That's all I needed. I didn't need the backstory. I had the story. I'm done. And the more that you give me about that backstory, the more stuff I know about these people, the more reasons I have to not like it. And you ruin my experience by giving it to me. Mind you, yes, I did see the prequels of Star Wars. And yes, I thought they were mixed bag. I didn't really like the first one at all. Phantom Menace sucked. Second one, okay. That was the Clone Wars. And then the third one was Revenge of the Jedi, which, I mean, I like the fight between Anakin and oh God, I'm forgetting his name now. How could I forget? Ben Kenobi. I thought that was well thought. That was a nice choreography. Really stunning in that. And Yoda, watching Yoda kick ass was kind of cool too, but didn't need it. Didn't need any of that. I mean, I loved the Darth Maul fight. Loved it. It was the only thing good about the first movie, but didn't need it. It actually gave me reasons to not be happy with the entire series. I don't know. So I won't see it, and that's the reason why. I hope that answers your question about that. I know, I'm long-winded sometimes. We got another comment here. Dow says, today, you do see teens pushing now. You talking about drugs? Yeah, lots of it. Not that started more in the 90s. In the 90s, you really started seeing that. But it was something that was prevalent before then. I lost a third of the people I grew up with because of drugs and drug dealing. I remember my good friend, or guy who was a good friend of mine in elementary school and even in junior high school, O'Dane Williams. Decent kid, short kid, real short. O'Dane was like half the size of everyone else. He wasn't a dwarf. He was just short, just damn short. And O'Dane, he was a drug dealer. And he was pretty good at it. And he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He used to go around with a bulletproof vest because being a drug dealers, you'll have a great life until you die. You'll have a bunch of money, maybe a bunch of women up until you die. Because there's only two things that happen to drug dealers. They go to jail or they die, one or the other. And usually it's because they die. And O'Dane proved that. O'Dane got shot. This is in late junior high school. I think it was the 9th grade. And O'Dane was one of my friends that I grew up with that died because he was making a drug deal with a bunch of other guys, don't know who they were. And it went bad. And the guy shot him. And he shot him with the cop killer bullets. It went straight through O'Dane's bulletproof vest and killed him. It was 9th grade. I was what? 15? Something like that. I was like 15 years old. Maybe it was 14 or 15 years old. O'Dane was 14 or 15 years old. he died. He wasn't the first. He was one of the first friends I grew up with that died because of drugs. Most of them died because of overdoses or drug deals gone bad. But a few of them died because of being dealers, and they had fights with other drug dealers, friends. We grew up together, and they would fight each other, shooting at each other. And in the 80s, during the big crack epidemic, there were people running up and down Boston Road, the main street here, and they were just shooting off guns at each other. It was a nightly thing. It happened every night. And a lot of them were people I grew up with, who I knew, personal friends. They had street names and nicknames. I knew their real name. I grew up with them. I knew their real name. I knew their mom, their brothers, their sisters, their dad. I knew them. I knew how they grew up. A lot of these kids grew up in middle class, low end middle class, but middle class. Some of their parents owned houses over here. And I used to go and hang out with them on a regular basis, knew them well. And they were running around, drug dealing, getting high, killing each other. I lost over a third of the people I grew up with that way. By the time I got out of high school, a third of them had died. Another quarter of all the guys I grew up with have been in jail. In jail or running from jail, I should say that. They were either in jail or they were running away from being in jail. That means they went to Chicago, almost always. If you got in trouble in the Bronx and the police were looking to arrest you, most of the people in the neighborhood had family and friends in Chicago, and so they would send their kid to Chicago to grow up there or to finish, high school there, so that the police would forget about them and the statute of limitations would go up. So I know, side story, but this is part of the reason why I'm so against drugs, and I do not want to see drugs legalized. I hear all the stories from the libertarians and leftists and people who love their drugs, and fantastic. I'm glad you love them. You're an addict. That's just natural. It happens. I'm addicted to cigarettes, nicotine. Okay. We all got our things, but I do not support legalizing drugs. And these stories I'm sharing with you are part of the reason why I do not want to see drugs legalized, because I see no benefit, zero benefit. It destroyed my community. It destroyed my friends. It killed people that I grew up with. Good people who could have been really great, brilliant, productive people, dead, or the equivalent of being dead. They were so strung out on drugs. You'll never get me to agree that legalizing drugs is the answer to anything. It's just not. It's just not. It's not about police. And I know a lot of libertarians, it's about the police enforcement, black market. Screw that. Screw that. That's bullshit. It's a lie. It's a way to feel good about it. The answer isn't that. It is not legalizing drugs. But that's me. That's me. Not everyone will agree with that. But that's the experience I had. That's why I have that feeling. He goes on to say, the respect you describe is gone for sure. Almost like self-respect has been relegated as an outmoded code that doesn't get you anywhere because of the current justice system. He goes on to say, because of the current justice system, policies actually allow crime to be profitable. Yes. In my lifetime, crime has become far more accepted and far more profitable. And in part, I blame that on Hollywood. We had all the mafia movies that elevated being a member of the mafia, and took away from the brutality and the viciousness and the murder and the death that goes along with it. And I've known many gangsters throughout my life. Okay. Black gangsters, white gangsters, Italian, it doesn't matter. Russian. I've known a lot of gangsters in my life. But there is a brutality and a reality to that brutality that's never conveyed in the movies. They've always glamorized it. They've always made it, or not always, but in my lifetime, they started pretty much with The Godfather moving on. They made it seem like it's something you can live with, something that you can accept in your community. And you really, really couldn't I mean, there's that superficial level. And again, I point to, I was a little kid and I was told, don't hang out anywhere near a corner where men were dealing heroin with each other. Okay, I get that. And I understand the respect that was being done there. But that was the veneer, that was the surface level of it. We're talking about the violence that went behind the scenes that was there. It just wasn't something you saw every day, but it was always there. And that's the black gangs, that's the black crime lords, the Hispanic crime lords, the Italian ones. They're all the same. There is no difference from them. They have different languages, they have different outfits, they have different cultures. They're all the same. There is no difference. The net result is always the same. And so that always pissed me off. And we saw that the culture made more and more movies about criminals being the good guys, criminals being lauded. And I can't say I didn't like all the movies. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that I loved some of these movies. I thought they were cool movies at the time. I enjoyed them. But now I reflect back on it and I see, but there's a culture that's changing. And for the Black community, I think the big turnaround was 1992. Massive change in culture at about 1992. Rap music. Prior to that, rap music had been around, since the 80s. It was something that was done at house parties. That's why we had house music. House music is because this is the music that would be played at someone's house when we were having a party. That's the whole point of why it's called house music. And rap came out of house music. And yeah, it has traditions going back to the 1930s and jazz and all that. I don't care about that. The fact is, it came out of the Bronx. Not out of the West Coast. It had nothing to do with California, had nothing to do with any other state. Rap and hip hop came out of the Bronx. And it came out of Bronx people in their apartments, in their houses, having parties. That's where all that came from. And I know that intimately well. I lived it. I grew up with it. I know all about it. And once that got attention, it was the forbidden thing for young white kids to listen to. And then it started becoming normalized and it started hitting the radio, some of it, some of the more sanitized versions of it. But it always was somewhat more cheerful and fun and lively. Because again, it came out of having a party, having fun, hanging out with your friends, trying to get a date or a girlfriend. That's where it came out of. So its birth wasn't negative, and it did deal with reality. It was dealing with the truth very often, but it also had a lot of cheer and a lot of happiness, and like to look at the positive end of things as well as the reality of it. And as we focused in the executives at movies, movie studios and record studios, the more that they identified this, they saw an opportunity to abuse what hip hop was, what the Black culture was. This was their way in. They didn't have a way into Black culture, really. They really couldn't crack that nut. Black people weren't really buying the same things that white people would buy in the 70s, in the 80s. We didn't buy the same products. We didn't have the same view of what is popular and what is appropriate. And so they were looking for that thing that they could sell the Black community, Black culture, that thing that could make them a lot of money. And they found rap and hip hop. And in about 1992, that's when we got people like NWA. We got all the guys from the West Coast, and there was the West Coast, East Coast. And we started getting gritty and dark, and the criminals, people like Ice-T and the others. And Ice-T was, I've seen him since, he's a nice man now. He's an old man now. He's grown up, and he's changed his ways now. What he was back in the 80s, he was a straight up criminal. And he would tell you that himself. It was well known. He was a straight up pimp. And I don't mean that in a positive kind of any kind of glamorous way. That's not a compliment. He was a straight up pimp. He was a drug dealer. He was a gang member. He turned his life around, and I applaud and salute the fact that he has changed and he helped to lead the way for others to change. But where he came from was straight up dead on the doornail criminal, killer. And so were Eazy-E, who I've met as well in my life. I met him before he died. Eazy-E. I met him and a few others. I grew up with some of these people. Whether I knew it at the time or not, I actually knew some of these people, either directly or by acquaintance. I've known some of them over the years. And we started accepting criminals because the movies and our culture as America was accepting more of the criminals. And then the black culture said, okay, well, we can take that in. And you know what? We've got a lot of poor people, and we have a lot of crime, because where you have poor people, you have crime. It's not because they're black, it's because we're poor. And anywhere where you have a lot of poor white people, you have a lot of crime. You have a lot of poor Hispanic people, there's going to be a lot of crime. Wherever there's poor people, there's crime. And in the black community, there was a lot of poor people in our major cities, and there was a lot of crime. And this corralled that and focused that criminal aspect, and we got rap music as we know it today. That was one of the worst things that could have happened to the black community in America. 1992 was the downfall of the black community. Looking back now, as a 58-year-old man, I didn't think it was a good thing then, and I can tell you now, the downfall of the black community, the reason why blacks as a community in America are not as successful as our counterparts in the Hispanic communities, in Asian communities, as much as foreigners coming into America. Why are black communities doing worse? 1992. That was it. 1992 destroyed us. What's this? Dow says, what is it you're saying here, Dow? West Side? Remember that growing up? No. West Side? No, I don't. I knew, and that may, either it's not ringing a bell with me, or I knew a lot of gangsters. A lot of gangsters. Now that I think about it, I knew a lot of criminals when I grew up. Okay. They were friends. Again, the brothers of my friends, or my friends directly. A lot of them were criminals back in those days. They made that choice. They didn't have to be. And anyone who tells you, well, you're poor, so you're going to be a criminal, you're an idiot. You know nothing. Stop with the lies. Stop with that lie. It's not true. They made a choice because it was easy. It was the easiest way to get filthy rich. And the result, what they didn't know, is the consequence was you're either going to jail and dying, or you're going to just be dead. You don't get to be filthy rich as a drug lord, criminal, local punk, and you don't get to retire off that. There is no retirement. You die. That's the retirement. You're dead. If you're really lucky, you go to jail for 10 years, 15 years, you get out, and you maybe get a low-end job, and that's it. You don't really get any other options. There aren't very many successes. It just really doesn't happen. Although I did know the younger brother of one of my friends, close friend, one of my good close friends, and his younger brother, he got caught with $750,000 in cash on his kitchen table. $750,000 on his kitchen table when the cops came in on him. And I always asked him, what the hell? Why do you have $750,000 on a kitchen table? Why did you have the money just sitting there? He said, I didn't know what to do with it. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're living in the projects and you don't know what to do with $750,000 of all the things you could have done with the money. And maybe you get caught, but there's so much you could have done. And instead you just piled it up on the kitchen table. He's like, yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, he went away. He went away for like 10 years. It was stupid because he was smarter than that. Way smarter than that. His brother was way smarter than that. His brother wasn't involved in the crime. He was. He made that choice. His brother didn't make that choice. He did make that choice. And he went down that path and he suffered for it. He learned in prison to become a cook. And now he's a chef. Which is great. And I see him every so often now. And I wish nothing but the best for him. But that's a real story. That really happened. That destroyed his family. That whole process destroyed his family. That whole process destroyed people who knew him. It took something away from all of us. It was just the sheer audacity and stupidity of it. I mean, and that's the only way I can describe it. $750,000 sitting on a kitchen table because you didn't know what else to do with it, based on your life of crime at that time. And he was a very, very young man. Very young man when that happened. And he threw it all away. He didn't get to keep the money. He was constantly afraid that someone was going to shoot him dead. And he wasn't wrong. People were trying to. Wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. I don't know. But that's some of my life stories of me growing up as a young man in the Bronx, reflecting back on the Bronx today, 55 years later. Maybe it makes more sense now why I'm a Republican, why I'm a conservative, why I hold some of the views that I hold, like not legalizing drugs and punishing illegal aliens for breaking the law. Why I believe in law and order. And I have a pretty iron fist in my point of view of how to do that. And why I don't accept these stupid excuses of, well, I'm black, so what? But I grew up poor, so what? So did I. So did all the people I grew up with. So did all the people who died. Don't you dare use a stupid ass excuse like that. Don't try and use some kind of stupid, oh, feel bad for me sympathy. You made every choice. You made every decision, and you had more information now than I did back then. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have access to all the information. We didn't have cell phones so we could call people instantly and find out what's going on. We didn't have videos on YouTube and every platform you can think of showing us what would be the net result of all the decisions, these criminal actions that we were taking. Don't you dare tell me, oh, but I'm black and I have no choice. You're an idiot. You've given up on your life. Jump off a bridge. Don't tell me that crap. That's stupid. That's you looking for an excuse. That's you looking for sympathy. And if you're asking sympathy from me, you're not going to get it. You better go ask your 20-year-old friends, your 30-year-old friends. You better go ask the white yuppies and liberals. They'll give you sympathy, and they'll also put you on a leash for the rest of your life. That's what you'll get, because you're not getting sympathy from me. I know better. I've lived it. Imperfect, absolutely. Lots of ups and downs. But I've lived that life. I've lived the process. I've seen it happen. And I know you made a choice. You may want to lie to yourself and say it's because of the color of your skin. You're a liar. You're saying it's because you're poor. You're a liar. You're saying it's because I didn't get good school. You're a liar. Because you didn't want to do better. You accepted that someone said you can't. And you said, okay, because it was easy. They said you're entitled, and they said they'll give you this. They'll give you money every month. All you have to do is shut up and take it. And you did, and you got lazy and got used to it. And now you want to complain, oh, my life is so messed up. Oh, my God, they hold me back. No, they didn't. You did it to yourself. Accept that that's what you did to yourself. You ruined your life. You ruined the life of your friends and your family. You did that to you. Now, you have the choice, thankfully, because you're in America, and you have the choice to change your life at pretty much any moment, no matter how many mistakes you've made. Like I said, my friend was my best friend's brother got locked up with $750,000 on a kitchen table because he was selling drugs. Guess what? He turned his life around. He has a decent life now. I am all happy for him. I know several of these guys who used to be big time gangsters, and guess what? They have families. They've grown up. They've got kids. I'm happy for them. Guys who are driving trucks and running businesses. I got no problem with any one of them. They turned their life around. They paid for the consequences of what they did. And if you ask any of them, they'll tell you the same thing I'm saying, and they'll say it a lot less nicely than I do. I'm the one who grew up and got to say things nicely. I'm the wordsmith of my generation, of my community. They won't say it nearly as nice as I will say it. And they'll tell you the same damn thing. Don't you dare seek sympathy for me. You knew exactly what you were getting into, and you knew why you were doing it. And the fact that it didn't work out because you didn't think it through, you didn't understand the consequences, and you didn't ask anyone where this path is going to lead you, that is your fault and your fault alone. And I'm not going to try and bail you out. Sorry. That pisses me off. It's a sore spot for me. We can't coddle kids. We can't. Not when they're making stupid decisions. And I don't support drugs, legalizing drugs. It's not a winning strategy. It fails. It's affirmation therapy for Black people. It's affirmation therapy for poor people. That's what legalizing drugs is, affirmation therapy for poor people. That's what I think it is. I know a lot of libertarians. I know a lot of independents and a lot of liberals, and they say, Mike, you just don't understand. I've lived a lifetime of understanding it. You may not agree. You can say that. You can say, but Mike, I don't agree. Okay, fantastic. You don't have to agree. But you can't tell me I don't know. I have life experience. I lived it. I've lived this. I've seen this. You can't tell me I don't know. I know better than most of the people who say that to me. Anyway, moving forward, Sarah says, I think there are better examples than Brittany Griner when it comes to I think there are better examples than Brittany Griner. She only had vape cartridges and less than a gram of cannabis oil. I get your point, though. But the vape cartridges and the cannabis oil was illegal. My point isn't how much drugs she had or what type of drug she had. I don't care. It's meaningless. And I get your point, Sarah. I get what you're saying. But it's that she knew what she was doing was going to break the law. Her excuse to herself, to Brittany Griner's excuse to Brittany Griner is, it's not that big a deal. And she also had that she's, I'm a WNBA star, blah, 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 Black lesbian. Who cares? She said those all things made her entitled. The answer is she's not. She was never entitled, nor should she ever have been. She can be respected for being a star athlete. Fair enough. She earned that. She worked hard for that. Fantastic. Nothing else. She gets no other respect, she doesn't get a pass on anything else. And just because it's not important to me, it's still the law. The law is the law, and you broke it, and you knew it. If you ask me, Brittany Griner should still be in a Russian jail right now. America should never have bailed her out. She should have stayed in jail. Would have been a better example for young women and Black people in America. It would have been better if she stayed in jail. That Joe Biden said, I could use the power and influence of the United States to save your dumb ass. But you made a choice consciously, and you admitted that in the courtroom, that you knew what you were doing. So you get to live and have the consequences of what you did. You made that choice consciously with no one pressuring you. You did that. You get what you deserve. Stay in that Russian prison. That's what I would have done to her. Unpopular. I get it. A lot of people don't agree with me on it. That's fine. But that's why we have America. And we get to talk to people, and we get to talk to politicians, and we get to write laws, and we get to negotiate and say, okay, maybe I'm too far, but maybe you're not far enough. Let's find a middle ground. What can we bend? Where can we bend? Where won't we break? Let's find out what those things are, and then we can make a law. It's just that simple. And if you have more people who disagree with me than I have people that agree with me, you win. That's politics. I accept that. I don't necessarily like it all the time, but I accept. That's the rule of the game. That's how it goes. And I'm not upset about that. I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset, Sarah, that you have some different views than I do, or any of my libertarian friends, or any of my independent friends, people I know in third parties, even some of the people I know that are in the Republican and or Democrat Party. They disagree with me on these things, some of these things. That's okay. I can respect your point of view. I have a passion, as I think you can see. I have a passion for my point of view, and I have reason and experience to back that up. But I'm willing to hear and say, okay, but Mike, here's the part you're not getting. Okay, what is it? Now, that doesn't mean I'm still going to agree. And I've heard a lot of arguments and saying, Mike, but what about this aspect or that aspect? And I hear them. I don't think they outweigh the experiences I've seen consistently across America, not just in the Bronx. I saw that in LA when I was homeless in LA, when I was sleeping in the crack house in East LA. And that was an experience. Try going to sleep in a East LA crack house. That's not a good sleep. You're not going to be sleeping well there. I didn't. That was not a good time in my life. But it was a shining example that the same problems in the Bronx were the same problems in East LA. Same problems everywhere. And the same causes and the same easy fixes, the same kind of solution that feel like an easy fix short term, and yet long term always result in the same outcome. I knew a guy, Freddie, out in LA. Freddie was a nice guy. I like Freddie. Mind you, Freddie was also a beast of a man. And I don't mean like he's buff. Freddie was a fat guy. He was fat. So he wasn't weak. He wasn't flabby, but he was fat. And Freddie, if you owed him money, if you were on his wrong side, if you cheated him in a deal, he would beat you down bloody in a heartbeat. He was a vicious son of a bitch. He really was. But he was also my friend. He was someone I knew. And even though he was a drug dealer, and I never once bought a single drug from him ever in his life, and I never helped him commit a crime ever in his life, though he tried to convince me to do it. He did try and convince me quite a few times. Never worked. But Freddie also, I got to tell you, the reason why I could walk into that crack house, lay down and sleep, and get 3-4 hours of sleep without anyone touching me, without anyone taking anything of mine, without owing any favors, was because of Freddie. I don't know if I've talked much about the time I was homeless. I was just walking around the streets in East LA. And Freddie, the drug dealer that I knew in California, I forget how I met him through other people. And we just hung out and knew each other. Basically, I just ignored everything that he did in his life. And he tried never to do anything criminal, truly criminal, in front of me. Because he knew I'm absolutely abject against him. So he never tried to commit any real crime in front of me, and I ignored who he was and what he did for the most part. But I got to give it to him that part of the reason why I'm alive and 58 today is that very same vicious drug dealing guy was the guy who protected me. He saved me. He made sure none of those crackheads would ever touch me. He made sure none of those crackheads would steal any of my stuff while I slept. I didn't get to abuse that. I didn't get to stay there all the time. There were more than a few times where he kicked me out and said, no, we got no space for you. You got to go and just figure out something else. Sorry, Mike, that's the deal. Because he had paying customers. I mean, he had crackheads. They were paying him for that space. I get it. And, that's part of the thing is the crackheads were paying for it. They get the space. I was freeloading. I didn't get to have the space whenever I wanted. But the fact that he did give me the opportunity. And I don't know why he did. To this day, I don't know. I'm absolutely sure he's dead. I'm absolutely sure he died decades ago. No question. He got killed. For a dozen different reasons. He got killed. I have no doubt of that. But why Freddie? Why did he? No. I abhorred his lifestyle. I did not agree with his criminality. I didn't support his drug dealing. He knew it. It wasn't a hidden thing. It wasn't like, I never told you this, but surprise. No, he knew. I was absolutely against that. He knew I was a big law and order guy for the most part. And I mean, there was no illusion about who we were. And separate of our ideals, we were still people who could interact and could talk. And I had no problems with him as a human being per se. I had a problem with what he did as a human being, but not him as a human being. And you would think that guy, that vicious business, pure money-making, scamming criminal, you would think he'd never even put a pinky out to support me or help me, to keep me alive. He gained nothing from keeping me alive. He didn't make any money. He didn't get a client. He got nothing. Might have got grief. Might have gotten some grief from people saying, why is this guy here? Why is he taking up space? Why can't we take his stuff? Maybe. But he did. And to be fair, I haven't thought about Freddie or that situation probably in 3 decades. Something like that. It's been decades. Literally, it's been decades since the 90s. I have not thought about Freddie ever. This is pretty much the first time I've thought about him since the last time I saw his face, where he was ducking the police. He was about to get arrested. He was about to get arrested. He tried to draw me into a crime. I told him, get out. Just leave. Just leave. They know who you are. They know what's going down. Just get out of here. I'm not gonna rat you out, but don't be here in front of my fucking face when they're gonna arrest you. And he got it. And no problem. Say no more. And he left. I never saw him again after that. I know the police didn't arrest him that day. Not for that crime that he was doing. And I didn't get arrested because I didn't commit the crime. And I haven't thought about him ever since that moment. I hope he's alive. I hope he changed his life. Truly and honestly, I hope that he changed his life and gave up being a drug dealer and he did something better with his life. I don't believe he did. I don't believe that's the man he was. I don't think he would make that choice. Not from what I knew about him. I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong. I hope. Well, even if I never hear from him again and I never see him again and I'll never think about him again, I hope that he was able to find happiness without drugs and drug dealing and all the rest of the crime and all the rest of the violence. Now that I think of him, because it kind of makes me sad. And I owe him a favor. And Freddie, if you ever by chance happen to see any of my videos, and they are international, they're across the United States, there people in LA are playing them from time to time. And if you ever see me on YouTube, Freddie, reach out. Reach out to me. And you say you need help. I will help you as best as I can. Now, don't come to me and say, I just committed a triple murder and I need to get out of the country. Don't do something stupid, okay? Don't try and do that. Don't pull me into something that you know I'm just not going to help you with. I mean, but if you want me to help you, not crime, not violence, not drugs, Freddie, if you ever need help, reach out to me. I will help you. I've never forgotten what you did for me, man. And I would not be here today. I am absolutely sure that if you did not help me then, I would not be alive at 58 today. I would not be this man. I wouldn't have lived. And I probably should have sent this message to you, Freddie, decades ago. And for that, I apologize. I'm sorry I'd never thought of you for even a minute, for decades. I'm not apologizing that I didn't. I'm just realizing it. Maybe I am apologizing a little bit. Maybe I should have remembered you. Maybe I should have offered this to you decades ago, maybe. Maybe I wasn't ready. I'm human. We can only carry so much of a burden. There's only so many things that we can do. Maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I wasn't capable. Don't know. Maybe it was for other people to hear me talk about this. Don't know. But the offer stands. If you're alive, if you're not trying to be Noriega reborn, if you're trying to live a good life and you need help or just a conversation, reach out to me, man. Reach out to me. I'm willing to be there for you. Okay. So that's some of my life. Well, yeah, I told you guys, I'd share things with you that this is what I do with my audience. This is how I celebrate my birthday. And sometimes you get to learn things about me you never would have expected. I know most people are thinking only politics, but politics is a part of life. And life is what I'm talking about life. I talk about life through politics, but I talk about life. So there you go. I'm switching subjects. Anyway, so Dow says, maybe for Freddie, you were his bridge to a better place and time. That is a very sweet way of thinking about that, Dow. And I would love to say, yes, that absolutely is true. I can't say that. I was not a great. I was a decent person, but I'm not great enough for that, and I don't hold myself to that kind of high, lofty standard. I just don't. Um, Maybe he felt that I was, and if he did, great. If I helped him, I hope I did. Maybe, but I don't hold myself to that standard. I don't. That's more than I could do. Let's see. Okay, so Sarah says, "I love the same weather. I love the same weather as me. Great, yeah, warm weather is fantastic. You must have flip flopped weather in. You must have flip flopped weather us in or with us in Oregon. Okay, okay. New York must have flip flopped weather with Oregon. We have 3 days in the 70s and then back to the 50s, but this weather is appreciated. Well, I would always think the Northwest would be a lot colder. I don't know. I've never actually been in the Northwest of America. I've been in the Southeast of America, but I've never been to the Northwest. So I don't know because it's cold. And I don't like going places that are cold. I've never been to Maine because Maine is cold. So I don't know how Maine is. It's too cold for me. I've never been to Oregon. Too cold for me. But it's interesting because I've had people say it's really nice out there. Maybe one day I'll take a trip just to see what it's like. But if they've got 70-degree weather, that's a whole lot more likely for me to go and take a visit than if it's 50. That's for sure. That is an absolute fact. Okay. You know what? Let's take a look at the politics. I mean, there's not a whole lot of politics that I can't talk about. And if there's a political issue you guys want to talk about or anything, remember, we are trying to raise money today for the Jericho project to help people who are homeless, to help them turn around their lives. And I'm more than happy to do that. We have a $1,000 target. We want to get to $1,000. And the sooner we can do that, the better we are. So I want to try and get there. Let me check. Did I get any crazy messages? No, I did not. Okay. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. I want to check on any breaking news, any new news while we have been on. God, it's 4 o'clock. Wow. We've been on for 8 hours in a row. 8 hours so far today. We have raised $140 so far, which is great. Let's see. Trump and his officials are talking about details of the rescue of airmen from Iran. That's a good story, but they'll make it into a movie. I'll wait for the movie. Let's see. Oil prices choppy after Donald Trump threatens Iran. Expected. We talked about that this morning. Iran sends maximalist peace plan response as Trump deadline looms. What does that mean? Yes. You're early. A little bit. I'm just getting a message that my puppy, my dog, my Khan, he's looking to go back outside. We haven't been out for a couple hours, so now he's like, yeah, I'm awake. You know what I love about having a dog? He's 5 years old always. He grew up, he's really smart. He went from being a puppy to being 5 years old, and he's never changed. He is always, every day, every minute of every day, he's 5 years old unless he is scheming to get food. Then he suddenly gets an upgrade in his intelligence and he becomes a mastermind of trying to manipulate people to get extra food, especially your food. He loves people food. He loves meats and such. And so if he can outwit you, if he can sympathy or anything else to get your food, he will do it. And he becomes a mastermind. If he has to climb up and around things and just kind of just jungle, traverse, he will do it to get your food. Absolutely. He'll eat through a bag. Yeah, he'll do whatever it takes to get the food. But other than that, at any other moment, he's like 5. He's a good boy. So he's right here next to me now. I want to check out. Give me a second. So I'm going to walk my dog in a moment. Also, I want to have a cigarette. Oops. I also want to have a cigarette. So Iran sends maximalist peace plan response. I don't even know what that means. First of all, I don't trust Axios. They are not. They are a legitimate news agency. I won't take that away from them. I'm not Obama. I'm not going to tell you that they're not real. They are real. They have staff. They do their job, and they do it reasonably well. They have a bias, an extreme bias to the left, not quite as far as the Huffington Post or the Daily Kos, that's KOS, not quite as far as those lunatics, but they are a far left extremist organization. So I always take everything they say with a pound of salt, but I'm willing to listen to them and see what they have to say, because as extreme as they are, the baseline, the core of the story is always accurate. It's all the rest of it that is leftist propaganda. But they're saying they send a maximalist peace plan. I'm not sure what the hell that means. And it sounds like some leftist gobbledygook. It really does. But let's see. Iran sent a 10-point response to the proposal under the discussion with the U.S. for ending the war, according to U.S. officials. Okay. Chance for ceasefire deal by the end of Tuesday appears small. Yes, because we want to end the reign of the Ayatollah. And if we don't get the Ayatollah and the mullahs removed, I mean, it's not a matter of which Ayatollah is in charge. No Ayatollah can be in charge. They have to be gone. Not necessarily as religious leaders, but they cannot have political influence in Iran. As long as they do, they are a danger. As long as Iran is supporting terrorism around the world, they are a danger to the United States and all of our allies. And we know they have the capability of building ballistic missiles. It's unacceptable to keep them around. So let's see. Massive strikes on civilians, blah, blah. U.S. officials saw the Iranian response, called it maximalist. Trump told reporters Iran's response was significant, but not good enough. Good. He said it was highly unlikely he'd extend his deadline again. He's giving them a chance. They failed. Good. Consequences matter. U.S. and Iran had a group of regional mediators discussing this. Yeah, that's called Pakistan. For a two-phase deal, 45-day ceasefire, and which could be extended. Deep negotiations. Trump threatened to destroy the infrastructure. Iran response emphasized the need for permanent end. Yeah, they want to save their asses. Sources with knowledge of negotiations said the key sticking point at the moment, and the mediators are trying. Sources with knowledge of the negotiations said this is a key sticking point. What's a key sticking point? That makes no sense. That sentence makes no sense. Sources with knowledge. Okay, so according to the Iranian state news agency, the Iranian response was discussed for 2 weeks internally, then sent to Pakistan. So they basically made up a plan, sent it to China to let China approve of it, and then Pakistan gave it to the United States. That's what happened. They came up with an idea to save their asses in Iran and to keep the Ayatollah in power. They sent it to China. China said, looks good enough. Let's give that a try. And they gave it to Pakistan, who then said, hey, America, here's these 10 points. Keep the Ayatollah in power. Allow terrorism to continue to be used by Iran to kill everyone in the world. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. So the Iranian response emphasizes the need for a permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. Of course, again, they want to stay alive. They want to stay in power. Got it. Sources with knowledge of the negotiations. I guess that means the 2-week negotiations internally in Iran, said this is the key sticking point at the moment. That makes no sense. That sentence does not make sense. It is grammatically incorrect. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. What is the sticking point? That the Iranian leadership stays alive? That the war ends? What are you talking about, guys? What are you talking about? That sentence doesn't make any sense. In English, it is a useless sentence in English. Guys, I'm not wrong on this. This is a stupid sentence. It makes no sense. And mediators are working on different formulas to guarantee that the ceasefire would lead to a permanent end. We already said they're looking to get an end to the war. We know that. It makes sense. That was a given. This is stupid. Axios, what are you trying to say?
Not letting me work.
Iran includes a demand that ending the war in Iran. Iran says that they have a demand that ending the war in Iran also means that ending hostilities in Lebanon. Well, Israel's its own creature. Israel gets to do what Israel wants to do. That's got nothing to do with America. If you want to make a deal with Israel, make a deal with Israel. America is not Israel. America has a problem with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has a problem. Israel has a problem with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has a problem with Israel. That has nothing to do with America or this specific conflict. No, we don't give up blowing up your terrorist puppets just because you don't want to play anymore. That doesn't work. Israel can blow the hell out of Hezbollah if they want to. All right, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to walk my dog. And nope, that's not enough time. I need to let me get a live stream, something that I covered before. Do we have something here? He's not shaking. He's wondering why you're so weird.
No, he's shaking. He didn't eat his lunch.
Here we go. I am going to play for you guys my year end. I was talking to the Matthew J. Show at the end of 2025. We made some predictions. We made some predictions, and we were looking at the landscape. Some things we got right, some things we got wrong. We're going to take a look at that now and see how much I got wrong, how much I got right. And then we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more about Axios. So I'm going to go and walk my dog. I'm going to have a cigarette. You guys can get something to eat real quick. And then we'll be coming back. Remember, we're still trying to raise money for the Jericho project. We are not done. I still got at least until 8 o'clock before we finish up. So let's see. Here it is. This is me with the Matthew J. Show. Please do check that out. And I will be back.
And welcome to another episode of the Matthew J. Show. I'm so glad you could join us tonight on a very cold night here in Philadelphia. I'm sure it's cold where Michael is as well. We're going to be going over a lot of stuff tonight, possibly even getting to like a year and end review if we get time to it, because there's so many pressing events domestically and internationally that Michael and I hope to get to. Michael, how are you in a cold New York City?
It's just below freezing here in New York City. Very quiet, believe it or not. Very, very quiet, even though it's New York City. I'm having a great time. Had some family over for Christmas, and that is always a good thing. We had some food. We were warm. Can't really ask for too much more than that on a holiday. God knows I've had a few holidays. I didn't have any of that. So I was actually having a great time.
That's great. I am so glad to hear that. And family is everything. Speaking of family, not that I want to put out my stuff out in the street like that. I hadn't spoke to two of the siblings for many, many years, and this was the first Christmas we had together in a long time.
That's good.
So it was very nice. There were no 911 calls. It went very smooth.
They're obviously not fans of Joy Reid.
Michael, let's get right to it. Okay. Sure. And let me give you a little bit of background here, Michael, before, because I want your spin on this. Now, obviously we've been following closely the situation that's happening in Minnesota with the Somalian criminal gangs and some fraud, child care fraud and whatnot. But my question to Michael Voss tonight, and I'm not just picking on, New York City, but I'm reading where New York spends almost $120 billion on Medicaid. That's $6,000 per resident, far more than any other state. About half of New York City is on Medicaid, including payments for trans surgery. Now, Michael, is this situation not just confined to Minnesota, but in virtually, I guess, every type of Democrat-run area?
Well, I would expect the answer has to be yes. Fraud, if any one crime is very successful in terms of like phishing or a scam, it's never isolated to one place. When you add in politics to that and NGOs and that type of environment, that's something that spreads like wildfire. Other organizations will see and learn from what's been done, and they will copy it.
Yes.
Whether they have good intentions or not, and very often not, you will see that same process. Why? Because that's what got the money. We're talking about some estimates say $18 billion going into these programs. And if you have a legitimate program that helps children, helps the homeless, helps refugees from around the world, and you're only bringing in $500,000, and you see this program, you hear about it because they speak to each other. These programs work together very often on various levels. Why wouldn't you say, well, let's do a little bit of what they're doing to get, I don't know, even $1 billion, even, several $100 million, which is way more than you're already bringing in. So I don't fault them necessarily for that. I do fault that we've seen the left media cover this up to the extent that they have. They knew about this in 2024. They didn't tell the American people. Therefore, we didn't have the opportunity to to investigate how bad it was in Minnesota, and therefore to say, hey, these are the things we need to look for so that it doesn't exist in New York or in Pennsylvania, California, or any other state. It's amazing.
Michael, I know this could probably apply Minnesota, New York City, here in Philadelphia. I guess my question is, Michael, is let me phrase this to you for the Minnesota thing, Michael. Mm-hmm. How can the state's attorney general, Ellison in Minnesota, mm-hmm. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, how can this type of malfeasance or this type of fraud go on for such a protracted period of time without anybody really noticing? And this goes for the whole political apparatus in Minnesota. And I include Amy Klobuchar. I've been going after her all day about this. And she's like, oh, I don't know anything about it. And like you said, Michael, and I was going to bring it up, and I'm glad you brought it up first, is that the media, just watching this afternoon, is running cover for them. Like, I watched ABC World News. My wife watches, so of course I have to watch it too for a few minutes. But then I walk out. Saying that, well, Walz had a lot of investigations into these alleged scandals of child care centers. And you're saying to yourself, what type of investigations were they?
Well, obviously he didn't have investigation because a YouTuber, and not large YouTuber, two-man crew walks on in and they're able to track down, I've heard anywhere from $4 million for any one location and up to $100 million of scammed money.
Big money, Mike.
That's a lot of money. And this is a guy, and I'm not downplaying him. Nick Shirley is his name. I'm not trying to take anything away from what he did, but he was one small YouTuber, and he was able to find this information and present it to the public in 42 minutes You mean to tell me ABC, 10,000 employees, CBS, 10,000 employees, the New York Times, 10,000 employees, Washington Post, you name your major news media organization, they have tens of thousands of employees, and you mean to tell me in every major city, and not one of them could have heard the rumor in the politics saying, there seems to be a bunch of money. And we know that the Minnesota government did question several times from 2018 up until 2024. They did question several times these escalating amounts that were being given away in Minnesota to these organizations. So the rumor was out there. The media obviously would have heard about that. None of them investigated. It took this one guy, apparently, a week, a day, to go through and suddenly expose what they could have exposed years ago. And why didn't they? Because Tim Walz was a rising star. He was going to be a presidential candidate, they expected at some point, and he became a vice presidential candidate. And remember, you're running for president or vice president, they're going to vet you. That means they're going to look at your entire history, and they should find things like, stolen valor. You are claiming you got a rank you didn't actually have, that you were in combat when you weren't. They're going to check out your finances. They're going to check your work history and see, are there any skeletons, any scandals that haven't come out or might be coming out or already have come out and were died down? They're going to be looking for all of that. And you mean to tell me in that investigation on the presidential level, in the White House press pool, no one figured out, hey, look what's happening in Minnesota. That seems very suspicious. And I have to say, if they weren't willing to reveal that for Minnesota with Tim Walz, let's see, Gavin Newsom, he's running for president. He's made no bones about that. What's going on in California?
Michael, let's get to the meat of the matter.
Yeah.
Is this money, Michael, that's been this we're talking billions, right? Hundreds of millions at least.
Billions.
Did it make its way back to Democrat campaign coffers? Did it make its way back to politicians? Your best guess on it.
Invariably, it had to. That's what was feeding this. Now, it could have been, and we know some of the individuals connected to some of these scams were business owners that had restaurants where Ilhan Omar would go, and she was doing fundraisers in those organizations. Some of those individuals were and are donors to Ilhan Omar, amongst other Democrats. So, yeah, whether it's direct or indirect, whether it was honest or not honest, money did go back to Democrats from the funding that was coming from the federal government that was meant for children that never touched children. And that's the portion that stayed in America. We're not even talking about the money that went over to Somalia, which we believe may have gone to help fund terrorism on a global basis. I mean, this is a problem. And again, how many other states did this happen in? And I'm not saying it's only the Somalis that did it. I'm sure, because all of the groups, refugees or illegal aliens, whatever the organization, they're looking at this and they're saying, oh, wait a minute, these Somalis in Minnesota, they're suddenly getting billions of dollars in 2 years. They're getting billions of dollars. Maybe we should do a little bit of what they're doing.
I understand, Michael. Listen, I understand there could be certainly other criminal gangs or bad
I'm
actors
sure
in
there
the
are.
situation.
There have to
But
be.
Michael, we should be laying a little bit of foundation for what's been transpiring in Minnesota over the last few years, more than that, 10, 15 years. My question, Michael, who laid the foundation for all this corruption and Somalis being where they are now? How did such large numbers end up in Minnesota?
Well, first, we were taking in refugees from Somalia, which tells you at the very first thing, Somalia is not some heaven on earth. There's a reason why we're taking refugees since the 1980s into America, because Somalia isn't a pleasant place to be. It's not a safe place to be. And you can tell me, oh, Somalia is so great. You go live there. Their own people don't want to live there. They came here and they're not going back. So that tells you something right there. So they came over, and that's part of the largesse of the United States. We're a generous nation. We took them in, we gave them a place to have a home. They all congregated, many of them congregated in a few locations, like Dearborn, Michigan, as an example. We have these congregations, and that's fine, where they're all there, except they were being Somalians in America, not Somali Americans, not Americans. They weren't melting pot. They were not assimilating. They were separate in our nation, using our resources to help themselves and to help their people back in Somalia. That's a problem. Doesn't matter what you may, all the people will go, oh, but they could do that. No, that's a problem. And that leads to what we see happening. They're here. Some 70 to 85% of those Somalis that have come are unemployed and on federal aid. That means their kids are in need. Okay, that seems very high. It's one of the highest numbers I've seen.
Michael, I don't know if Michael. Listen, sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if you're going to be getting to this or not. Who kick-started the massive amount of Somalis coming to Minnesota? A former president. Kick-started it and put it out. But I listened to every word you said, Michael, and I'm glad you laid it out and said, Matthew, the conditions there for refugee. I do understand that. I'm glad you got that out there. That is a valid point. But my understanding is Obama put this in overdrive, and that's why you have Minnesota in the state it is now.
He much like we saw with the Afghans under Biden, because of the failures of Biden, we had an obligation to some Afghans. And then we took in 20,000 that we had a definite direct responsibility for. And then we took in another 60,000 that we didn't know who the hell they were. Similar to what we see with Obama with the Somalis. They were having a problem. He expedited taking them in, not fully vetting each and every one of these individuals, putting them at a higher priority to come into America. And that's where we get this result. So he let them in. Again, does that mean that initially they were all unscrupulous? No. As we can see, it's a pretty small group. 100, maybe it's 1,000, don't know for sure, but we know it's at least about 100 people out of the 80,000, roughly 80,000 Somalis in Minnesota. Still a high percentage, given such a low concentration of people. But at the same time, it's not everyone. Fine. But look at what that few people did. And that's where my problem. See, that's where my problem is. It's not that we had the Somalis come in. Although I think we need to readjust our views on refugees. You're here for a temporary safe haven. We've turned it into you'll be here forever. And you're forever on the government teat. You're forever getting government aid. You have no need to do anything. The government will provide for you because you and your kids and your grandkids are always going to be classified as refugees. Well, the whole point of being a refugee is temporary, not permanent. That's not an immigration. They're not a part of immigration. They're here for an emergency. It's our generosity. And now it's coming to be.
Michael, do you concur what came out in the last couple hours that the Trump administration is temporarily stopping federal funding to child care centers in Minnesota until they find out exactly the extent of the fraud? Do you concur that was a prudent move by the Trump administration?
I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. I know we froze a lot of the refugee process and certain forms of immigration. We've frozen it because of this. That was a good first step. Second step, or even simultaneous, shut off the funding. Shut down, I would suggest, shut down all federal funding to Minnesota. Because we don't know if there's this much corruption in just that one community on these very few aspects, how much corruption is in the rest of Minnesota. Crime begets more crime. If this is happening, other criminals would have seen it, saw that Minnesota is open to this corruption on a political basis, and they would have integrated into that. So I'd shut down the entire state until we could determine what programs are actually clean and doing their job and which ones aren't.
Michael, do
Say
you
it's
think
harsh? It's not.
do you think the corruption actually ends at this child care scandal?
Oh, absolutely.
Or is it much do the tentacles, if this is happening, Michael, then election fraud must also be a rampant in Minnesota and most Democrat-run jurisdictions. I would tie the two together.
I can't. One doesn't necessarily mean the other, although we do see that, as we were mentioning, there are ties to Ilhan Omar, to several of the elected officials on the local and state level that are tied to this. Again, many of the people who were involved, who've been arrested and found guilty already, have direct ties to the Democratic Party, their donors and sponsors. So there is a problem in that aspect. Now, does that connect to election fraud? Well, not necessarily. Although that, again, is why I say shut down everything on a federal level. We need to investigate, because it is possible. If they're willing to lie about taking care of children and those who are ill, those who are in great need, why wouldn't they lie
Michael,
about any other aspect?
these are Democrat officials. They knew this was going on.
Yes.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, and you don't have to agree with me, Michael, is that if they let that go on to this magnitude, I don't think they have a lot of problem with election malfeasance either. That's all the point I was making.
Well, it's possible. I can't say yes, because we don't have a clear picture of how much corruption and in how many directions. It could be the entire state is corrupt, and there could be dozens of these kinds of problems happening on every level of government operation. And considering Tim Walz, he's more busy trying to cover this up and to minimize it. And, we talk about this. They're going to call you and me, we're racist. Oh, we're racist because we're talking about Somalis and a scam and a scandal that is in the billions of dollars and potential corruption throughout an entire state. And we're racist for talking about it without regard to the fact that there is a factual basis for our question, and it deserves to be answered. Matter of fact, it's not deserved. There's an obligation to answer this, both for the citizens of Minnesota and also for the entire nation. Because if it's happening there, it is highly probable that it's happening in multiple other locations across this country. It is costing us potentially hundreds of billions of dollars, and we need to eliminate this. This is corruption that does not need to exist.
Well, Michael, I want you to extrapolate what you're saying right now, and just to get your thoughts on this. If this is happening, if it's happening, and it is proven in court and whatnot, what do you think of a couple of years ago when you had all the COVID money going out? Big, what, $1 or $2 trillion? What do you think was happening then, Michael, if all this stuff was so well embedded into a lot of the, state bureaucracy and people getting loans that shouldn't have been getting loans? I mean, how deep is the well?
Well, we know for a fact that there was massive corruption with the PPP loans. These were loans during COVID to businesses across America. And we know for a fact that there was massive corruption. Much of that money has never been repaid and never will be. It was never really intended to ever be repaid. We know that there was corruption on multiple of that money. Again, this is another symptom of we have a very bloated system that no one wants to look at with a fine-tooth comb that allows for corruption. And we have seen a lot of that corruption has come from the Democratic Party, because these are their policies that are enabling these things to happen. These are Democratic policies that are being used, not Republican policies. These are, by and large, over 80-90% of them are Democratic initiatives that are being abused, not Republican ones. And they're being done in bluer than blue states by individuals who are directly connected or sometimes tangentially connected to the Democratic Party. But I won't say it's only Democrats that have done that. Crime is done by people across the board. It just happens to be that all the evidence we keep finding, and I am sure that the New York Times and the Huffington Post are trying to find an equivalent situation in a red state with I don't know, some other group that they can't find, that doesn't exist, that we're not seeing the same kind of corruption, and neither in magnitude nor in the quantity of corruption that we see. It doesn't exist.
Michael, how much confidence do you have in Pam Bondi now following through with some arrest after all this hoopla? We're running around. That kid's video's got 120 million views. After all this, okay, if we don't see serious sentences going out, arrest, and let's face it, in some instances, deportations, okay, if we don't see that, what kind of confidence will we have in the DOJ or the FBI if they don't get to the bottom of this?
Well, again, the media has downplayed the situation. We know that there were 89 individuals who are currently under investigation and or have been arrested. We know that 56 people have already been convicted out of that 89. And there are trials that are pending on this. The media doesn't talk about that. They don't talk about the fact that all but 6 of the people that have been under investigation and or arrested are all Somalis. Every single one, all but 6. And the investigations are still going on. And now we have another round of individuals being arrested, as they should be. So I like that Pam Bondi has reacted. There have been several things throughout this year where she should have had as strong a reaction and as immediate a response. But it's good to see that she's doing at least this. So I am happy she's doing it. Does that redeem some of her failures from earlier in the year? No. But it also gives me some confidence that she, when presented with obvious violations, obvious corruption, she is going to step forward. The political cover from Washington, from D.C., from the Democrats is not strong enough to hold her back. That's a
Michael,
good thing.
let me run this by you, because I'm going to refer again to this ABC News report. The reporter on the ground there in Minnesota was saying, well, no, it was a politician in Minnesota was saying, well, we don't know when this YouTuber, what time of the day, did he come on the weekends? Was it a holiday? I mean, they're pulling shit out of their ass, Michael, like you wouldn't believe, man.
Yeah, they have to discredit him, because that's often what Democrats do. They discredit people that are presenting the obvious facts. They can't fight the fact. They can't fight that the corruption is there. We've identified and been able to detail to the dollar billions in corruption. They can't fight that. So the only thing they can do, when we're seeing how widespread and how this corruption has been happening, what the actual reality of it, showing us the sign that can't spell learning, and it's a learning center in a building that's empty, that no children ever go into. Matter of fact, today they bust in dozens of kids into that center, and the entire community is going, we've never seen these many kids in that building or in this community ever. This is the first time in the years that place has existed that everyone's ever seen children show up. Why? So that they can get a photo op and say, see, but he was wrong. No, that's just you covering your ass. That's just a cover up.
Michael,
that's not the reality.
Michael, do you believe the Democratic Party are using the Somalis as their surrogate for this corruption?
Not surrogate. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by surrogate.
Like they're using, they brought them over, and now they're using the hell out of them to commit these crimes.
I don't think this is led by the Democrats. Democrats are benefiting as a byproduct. Right. I think this is Somalis, and Somalia is known for corruption. It's a corrupt country. There is no question about that. We've known that for a long time. And some of the corrupt elements of Somalia have come to America, took the opportunity to abuse the system, and Democrats were more than happy to allow it to happen because they get a benefit. Again, there's kickback. Many of the Democrats in the state are getting directly and indirectly some of the money that's being squeezed out of the system. They didn't have a reason to stop this. It was good for them, and they got all the votes. The Somalis voted, then we can understand now. You're voting 100%, or not 100%, but in majority, they're voting as a block for Democrats because, well, what? There could be, and we've seen this, some of the families they're getting what, $5,000 to claim that their kid's going to a center that they never actually go to because it's $5,000 free, clear, and untaxed. I can understand why the family would do that. And they're told, by the way, next year, do you want to get 7,000? Fantastic. You have to vote Democrat.
Michael, the Minnesota State Senate is controlled by the Republicans. Why no action prior to this?
Because the corruption doesn't, and I've said, it's not just with Democrats. There are Republicans that are corrupt in this process too.
I agree.
Haven't identified them all.
Michael, in this instance, and again, I'm not trying to push it one way or the other. I'm still trying to gather information on it. If you had to put numbers on it, 90-10 Democrats as far as leading the corruption, or Republicans, you wouldn't say it's 50-50, would you?
No, it's not 50-50 because Minnesota isn't a 50-50. It's not a purple state. And it is a heavily Democrat state in terms of the leadership and the elected officials. So overwhelmingly, again, you'd see 70% or so are Democrats, because that's the makeup of their legislature. That's the makeup of the government, is heavily, well over 2/3 Democratic. So yeah, I would expect that would be the same kind of proportion.
Michael, do you see down the road that Tim Walz is going to resign?
No. He thinks
it's not that big. It's not that big of a scandal.
It is that big. He's getting a lot of cover because Democrats, they've got to make it through 2026. They got to get through the midterms. So if he, in defeat and in ambition of the scandal and how widespread it is and how much he had failed, and he's been protected all this time, he was a vice presidential candidate, no one would say anything. That makes every Democrat look bad. That means they get less votes in the 2026 midterms. They have less of a chance to be able to win the House or the Senate. So they have to protect him at least until November. At that point, then he can suffer the consequences because he's no longer needed. But they've got to keep him in. They've got to make this as small issue as possible and try and make him as innocent as possible so that they can maintain their momentum, what they think is
Michael,
their momentum.
Do you believe that this is something the Republicans, and maybe the wrong word is exploit for the midterms? I think you may have mentioned it briefly early, Michael, that Gavin Newsom, look what he's done to California. I mean, you could write a book about what he's done and destroyed the state. Would it be prudent for the Republican Party, with relation to the midterms, to start to piecemeal this and to illuminate the amount of corruption that the Democrat Party is putting upon our country? Is it prudent to really expose this, and will that help us win next year in the midterms?
I would expect, and if Democrats were truly smart, they would, on their own, initiate investigations on all of their government offices to show that there is no corruption, or to highlight where the corruption is and root it out right now. That being proactive and being something that wasn't required by government, or something that was identified by a crime or an investigation, whether it's by law enforcement or by either independent or mainstream media. If they did that, they would bolster the public's trust in Democrats and in their governance. That would be the smart thing. They're not doing that. Instead, they're doubling down and saying, there's nothing wrong here. Don't look. And if you do look, well, that's when they come out with the ist and the phobe and all the defenses trying to deflect and diffuse and to discredit anyone that says, well, we should check because we didn't check in Minnesota and look at what we found. This could be a problem. We look at what's happening with the Palisades, the rebuilding of the Palisades in California. The money's gone. Millions were given to Governor Newsom and his wife to rebuild, and they've rebuilt one building. It's been it's been a year. We've rebuilt one building with millions, tens of millions of dollars that had gone in. That's ridiculous. But it's no corruption. The money's just gone. Don't worry about that. Everything's fine. See, we should be doing this state by state. We should really just be checking. There's so many programs. BLM with its $90 million there are so many programs that are questionable where we have either hinted at or seen directly that there is something that looks corrupt going on, and we're not investigating it because the media and very often Democrats are protecting and saying, stop looking. Just stop
Right.
looking. It's okay. Trust us. It's,
No, I got you.
and
All right,
that's
well,
not-
Mike, no, I agree, Mike, all valid points there. And I'm glad I wanted to spend some time on there, and we spent over 30 minutes on it because I think the American people want to know what's going on. And we pretty much dissected it right there. Now I want to move on before we move on here. Michael Voss is joining us tonight live from New York City. We are also live on Rumble, YouTube, and X. Michael, let's get back to New York City. Okay. I mentioned that earlier. I wanted to discuss it. Now we're looking at Mamdani. He'll be taking over in 48 hours, Michael? 72 hours?
God help me. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me ask
midnight,
you this.
midnight on
It's-
the first.
it was national, Michael, and I guess this is what we're probably going to be expecting out of Mamdani is he selected, I think, the new head of the New York Fire Department, LGBT pick, a DEI pick, however
Yeah.
you want to look at it, woke pick. Is she qualified for the position?
No.
I understand she was chief of the ambulance corps or director
No.
of that, but no actual firefighter experience. Is she the best qualified candidate for that position?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And there's no way to defend it. She is a 30-year veteran of EMS, emergency medical services. So a lot of people would think of the first responders there, the guys with the stretchers and the ambulance going to see if anyone's injured. That has nothing to do with fighting a fire. I'm not saying that they're not important individuals, and they do work in tandem very much and very closely with the fire department. Fantastic. Essential service. I have no complaints that she's qualified at EMS. She has never spent a single day as a firefighter, and for whatever reason, she's never done that. She knows nothing about the fire department. She knows tons about emergency medical services. She knows nothing about firefighting. She does not deserve that position. She got it because she's a woman of color and she's the alphabet, LGB plus, whatever. That's why she got the job, because it's a virtue signal. The problem here is that means people will die.
Wow.
There is no way to sugarcoat that, although the Democrats are trying to. Well, she's a woman. You're anti-woman if you're against her. You're anti-race because of her. You're anti-LGBT community if you don't support her. Those are all lies. None of those things have anything to do with her qualification to do the job. They're like, but she's a woman. That's not a qualification. She's gay or whatever. That's not a qualification. Who she sleeps with is not a qualification. Does she know how to be a firefighter and what firefighters need to do the job, put out fires? She knows nothing. Therefore, she's
Michael, is
unqualified.
the New York Fire Department the largest fire department in the country?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I believe it is too. And it is scary. And I do believe when you say that this could actually cost lives.
Oh, guaranteed.
Now, based on Mr. Mamdani's selection there, and some people were trying to say to me, "Oh, he might surprise you, Matthew. He may, do all the administrative things right." I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think he's going to come in with a big splash. But my question to Michael Voss is, do you see the exiting from the ranks as we are seeing in early retirements, as in the NYPD, affecting the NYFD the same way?
Well, we have been seeing, and we've been seeing a continuous series of early retirements and lower recruitment into the police department and the fire department and most of the essential services, all the first responders in New York City, not just in New York City, New York State, California, most of the bluer than blue cities, as a response of 2020, not just the lockdowns and the mandates, which was a major factor, where we saw in places like New York, 35,000 doctors were removed. Many of them were emergency responders or first responders, EMS and such. But we also saw 11,000 police officers that were removed because they refused to get a jab of an experimental drug that we now know has many side effects, and we don't even know the full extent of that. And that started a downturn. Then add in the BLM riots. They called it the Summer of Love. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being with us. We are in hour 8, almost hour 9 of the marathon, and I'm still feeling pretty strong today. Feeling pretty good. Oops. There we go. I'm feeling pretty good right now, and I'm enjoying the program. I hope everyone is enjoying what we've been talking about. I do believe we have a 5 o'clock and a 6 o'clock guest joining us. And so that should be interesting. I have no idea. I know who it will be. I don't know what they're going to say. So this will be interesting. And what you were just listening to is me speaking with Matthew J. from the Matthew J. Show. You can see him on X. And every so often, every couple of months, me and Matthew meet up and we do a show on his program. And as you can see, it's a lightning round kind of conversation where he just runs through everything. And I never know. He never tells me what the conversation is going to be about. I always find out at the last minute as he asks me the question. So those are my live reactions to him. Please remember that today, even though it is my birthday and it is a marathon, and I'm answering any and all questions that you may have, please keep in mind that at the same time, we are trying to raise money for the Jericho project to help the homeless, veterans, and families in need. Please keep that in mind. Hang on one second. Forgot to set my lighting. Okay, so you can see me a little bit better now. So we are trying to raise money for the Jericho project. We want to raise $1,000. That's $5 from 200 people. And I hope that this will reach 200 people. I'm pretty sure it will at some point. But we're trying to raise that. That's $5 per person if you're doing on PayPal, or you can go on to Patreon, or you can go here and YouTube and Rumble through the Rumble Rant, YouTube Super Chat. Every dollar, every dime, we're going to be putting that towards making a donation to the Jericho project, which I will pay live and in person. And remember, it's 50%. I'll probably give the whole thing. We haven't hit the $1,000 mark, so I'll probably give every single penny that we've raised so far, $140 to the Jericho project. That's what I expect to be doing right now. Let me see. There was a comment. I know Sarah was sharing with us that one of her brothers is getting out of San Quentin. I hope that the experience in San Quentin was enough to change his life, to help him find a new and different path. And I hope that he has great success. You know, as much as I'm into law and order, fire and brimstone, and I am, I'm also forgiving. You know, if someone seeks to repent and to change their way, then we should give them that opportunity. I have my doubts, of course. I've dealt with far too many recovering addicts that aren't serious about recovering. I've dealt with too many criminals who aren't serious about getting out of the life of crime. So I'm a harder person to convince. But at the same time, I'm also willing to give them that opportunity. I think we should. You know, if they've changed their way, they want to get on a better path, then we should be able to help guide them there. And I hope that your brother makes a better choice for himself. And I understand he may be going to a community that's more like the Bronx, but even in the Bronx, people have choices. They don't have to be in crime. They don't have to live in poverty. They can do better. Just a lot of people choose not to because it's easier not to do that. I see that you also mentioned, are there $1 million? A lot of people don't know. There are a ton of $1 million houses all over the Bronx. A neighbor a family. Used to be an Italian home right next door to my apartment building that I grew up in. And I know the family, the initial family was an Italian family. They moved out in the 80s. And a Jamaican family, middle class, moved in, Mr. Cameron. And I always remember, I don't know what his first name is. I just know him as Mr. Cameron. He was always Mr. Cameron throughout my entire life. I never found out his first name. And he had his kids there, and he raised his kids and his family in his house right next to my apartment building. I think he bought the house for about $100,000 back in the 80s, thereabouts, maybe even a little bit less. We all got older. His kids grew up. He died. He lived a full life. He was well into his 70s. And the house was passed on to his daughter. His daughter sold it. $900,000. $900,000. They didn't change anything in the building. They didn't change anything to the house. $900,000 in the space of 45, 50 years. Now, about 40 years. In about 40 years' time, that house went from about $100,000 to $900,000. There are a lot of $1 million houses throughout all of New York, even in the Bronx, even in poor sections of the Bronx. It's not hard to find. It's not that the value isn't there. Isn't that money isn't available. It's the way people use the money. That's the real big thing. I think that's the big difference there. By the way, Sarah, Khan did not mind that you called him a girl, but he is a boy and he is 15 years old. So and I think he may have Cushing's disease, which is sad. But he is an old dog. He doesn't seem like it to most people. Most people think he's still a puppy, but he is an old dog, and we think he may have Cushing's disease. Waiting for the test results to come back on that. Let's see. And I think we caught up with all of that. And of course, you heard me talking with Matthew J. in reference to what we see about the Somali fraud. Now we're seeing the exact same things in California in the hospice fraud. And I think that's going to be rampant. I think that's just as rampant as the crime. In fact, I think there's probably more hospice fraud in LA, not just all of California. It's there in San Francisco as well. You'll probably find it in San Diego. You're going to see it across the entire state because the state is so open to corruption. I think it's going to be far, far worse. Just LA alone will dwarf the amount of corruption we saw from Minnesota and from Minneapolis and from Minnesota. And that's a problem. And I reiterate what I said in December, and I've said it several times since and before. We need a state-by-state evaluation, a fine-tooth comb going through each and every single state, looking at the healthcare services that are being provided out there, whether it be daycare and or hospice care or any of the other affiliated care systems, and look for fraud. Look for individuals who aren't getting care, but we're spending hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars year after year, looking for programs that went from $100,000 a year to being paid in federal funds, millions and tens of millions of dollars. We need to check that all out. We need to do this. And I think you'll find the greatest amount of fraud and criminality are going to be in the bluest of blue states. You're going to find it in Massachusetts. You're going to find it in Ohio. It's damn sure it's in New York State. Absolutely in New York City. It's in Illinois and in Chicago. You're going to see it in Seattle and Portland and Washington and Oregon. It's there. It's going to be in Austin in Texas, and you'll probably find it in Colorado, over in Boulder and Aurora, Colorado. You're going to see this fraud is there. It's just a matter of how much, and I think we're talking about tens of billions of each and every state. That's over $100 billion that I just laid out of fraud. And $100 billion, easily $100 billion, if I'm right, and that is the and assuming that's the most, let's say that's the maximum, $100 million in the states I just mentioned, that's enough money to feed every child in America. That's enough to take care of every homeless person in America. And we still have billions, tens of billions left over. We could fund education. We could private education. We could do a ton of things. That's a lot of money. That's a stupid amount of money. And we're Democrats are allowing the fraud to happen because they want to win another election. That's the reality. They're willing to do whatever it takes just to win another election. They're willing to have voter ID fraud. We showed you earlier today the fraud that was reported by the New York Times about how voter ID is so corrupt and so broken in New York State. Not only do the dead vote in our elections every year, every single election in New York, there are cases of the dead voting every year. We always find it. It's so common and so consistent that it's a joke now, that it's something that everyone takes as normal. Like we expect to find out that a bunch of 150-year-old people were voting in an election in New York. And of course, when they do that, they vote as Democrats every single time. It's amazing how the zombies get up out of the grave and they make it to go and have a vote. And they're never a libertarian. They're never a conservative. They're never a third party. They're never a Republican. They're always just Democrats. You ever notice that? Doesn't make any sense, but that's what happens every single election. It'll happen this year too. Guaranteed. There'll be at least a dozen people found that were dead and dead for decades, and yet they're still voting in our elections. And yet the Democrats will tell you, we don't need voter ID. We don't need to go through the voter rolls and to clear out all the people who shouldn't be there. There is no illegal aliens votings. How do you know? You don't ever check. You refuse to clear up the problems. And that's a problem. And that is one of the big issues. And it's a major issue. It's affecting everything. And people go, well, it's not that big a deal. I love when the Democrats, they've gone from saying there were no cases of illegal aliens ever voting in elections. They stopped saying that about 3 years ago. They stopped saying there's no illegal aliens voting because there are. And now they switched to it's very rare. Okay, what is rare? Once an election? Once every other election? Only during the midterms? Only during presidential races? How often is rare? And they say it's just a few people. How many is a few people? I have seen dozens of races across New York State and across the country that have been decided by 10 or less votes. 10 or less votes at the local and the state level. I've even seen a federal, a congressional race that was decided by a handful of votes. So, yeah, you tell me that, oh, well, it's not a lot of people. How many is a few? How many is not a lot of illegal votes? Because depending on where you were and what year it was, 10 votes could have decided who's in Congress. 5 votes could have decided who's the mayor of your city. 3 votes could have decided who's on your county legislature. To tell me that it's only a few, that isn't an answer. That doesn't give me any comfort, nor should it give anyone comfort. The fact that it happens at all is a reason why we need voter ID. It is the reason why we have a problem. And we have seen from the New York Times today, the system is completely broken. Completely broken. And that's because of the Queen's Democrat. That's the proof. That's the only proof we need. Members of Congress, hear me as one of the constituents. Pass the voter ID laws. I'm in the New York 15th district, and my congressman is Richie Torres. Richie Torres, get off your ass, vote for voter ID. Vote for the SAVE Act, because you're useless otherwise. You've done nothing of any use. Be useful. do what your constituents want, which is to vote for voter ID. Do something useful in your career, because so far, Richie Torres, you have been absolutely useless. You're a yes man for your party. Stop being a yes man. Stop praying and bowing down to your party and do your job, what you swore an oath to do. Listen to your constituents. Vote for the SAVE Act. That's what I have to say to Richie Torres. And by the way, Richie Torres, if you ever want to be on this program, you ever want to debate me, you ever want to prove me wrong, you have an open door. I say this every single time I do a live stream. If there is anyone on the left, any politician on the left that disagrees with anything that I have said in any degree, I will give them as much time as they want. As much time as they want to be able to get on and to prove me wrong. In 20 years, they've never done it. But let's see. I think we have something a little special about to happen here. I'm pretty sure we do. In fact, there we go. We have Larry Sharp.
Yes, indeed. I have joined because I want to say one important thing. No matter how old I get, your ass will always be older. Is all I want to say. That's it.
You say that when I'm getting the sip of coffee. And for people who don't know, that's not a joke. He's serious. He's right.
It's true. It's true.
I am older.
It's true. It's true. What's up, man? Happy birthday.
Hey, man.
I'm very happy you're doing this. You're crazy for doing this, but you do it every year. So just keep doing it.
Now we're in hour 9. If you didn't know,
yes.
I'm sure I don't look it. I hope I don't look like I've been doing this for 9 hours. But yeah, this is hour 9.
Yes.
So far. And I feel just about as good as when we were at hour 4.
There we go.
So
I like that. I like that. So tell me what's been the coolest thing this year? Like this year, what's been the coolest thing?
In reference to what? Remember, it's my birthday. The topic is like wide open to everything.
I know. And this is for you to pick, brother. Like what's been the coolest thing that's happened since April of last year? How about this? To you. How about that? What's been the coolest thing that's happened either to you or with you in this last year since April?
Oh, God. Now, that's a question I don't get asked often. I got to give you that.
See, I'm good at what I do.
Yeah, right. Believe it or not, there was an event that you and I went to.
Okay.
And they recognized me and they recognized you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great conversation. We have a bunch of little conversations all around. Actually, it was Brooklyn. It was Brooklyn. That's it.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yes.
We were in Brooklyn and a bunch of people recognized me and they recognized you running for governor. And we were having a bunch of side conversations as well as the main conversation. And you just blew up. You had one hater that was in the room.
Yep.
And he was trying to tear you apart and like, I hate this idea. And mind you, folks, Larry and I, we agree on most things. I'd say like 60, 70% of everything, probably 70% of everything we agree on in terms of your solutions that you're offering and everything. And there's 30% that to varying degrees we disagree on.
True.
And when we disagree, Larry and I will go at this for 3 hours, just going, no, you're just wrong. You know?
Yep.
But this guy was nowhere in the ballpark. All he had to say was, Blakeman's a great guy. He's doing fantastic. He'll make a great Republican. I'm like, I'm a Republican, dude. Don't blow smoke up my ass. You're lying to me.
Right.
I've talked to way too many candidates and elected officials at every level of government. You got nothing. He's like, no. He's a great guy. And I don't think you're right, Larry. You just blew him up. I loved it.
Let me say something that a lot of people may not know about you. They may not know, but he's a Republican. He's a proud conservative and Republican. He's a real conservative Republican, but he doesn't just bend the knee. He doesn't do that. He'll bend the knee if he thinks it's appropriate, if it's the right person, if he thinks it's okay, and they're going to go, okay, yeah, you're the guy. I'm in. He will if it's that guy, but he won't just bend the knee. You have to earn it for him.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
have
true.
to earn it for him. That's true. I've seen you go against the grain. I've seen you go against the system. You're like, no, this guy, I'm not bending this guy. This guy's not real. This
Yeah.
guy's not real. I'm not going to be there. I'm not doing it. And people don't always know that about you. And I think they should know that. That's the thing that I've always respected about you, and I still do. And I'm glad you're in my world, and I'm glad you're around. And happy birthday again, brother.
Oh, I love you, man. And you're my brother. And not just as a Marine, but just because of all the stuff we talk about. And we've been doing it for a decade. And, you are a good guy. I don't hang around a lot of people for a decade, and partially because a lot of people can't put up with me. It can be a handful from time to time.
True. You can be. You're not wrong.
Hey,
You're not wrong.
I can be obstinate.
Yes.
I admit that. When I have an opinion, I'm like, no, you really got to try and prove me wrong here. But when they do, and when you do, I will go, and I'm done. You know what?
Yep.
Change.
No.
I've
Absolutely.
been proven wrong. I'm there.
Yep. I'm with you. I think that we actually share. People have watched me literally on my show change my mind. Like you and I have been in meetings when you've been like, Larry, X, Y, and Z. And I go, you know what? All right, I get it. Okay. Like I changed my mind. Yeah. Because you say, look, Larry, this. And I go, yeah, I thought of it that way. Done. I am also biased by my upbringing. I'm also biased by, look, I wear my libertarianism on my sleeve. Duh. So I'm obviously biased by that. Of course I am. It's just who I have to accept that as true. So just because I'm biased doesn't mean I have to be an asshole about it.
That's
right. So,
that's true.
I don't have to be. Yes.
I'm not as good at that. But you're right, and that's true. By the way, that reminded me of something else that I thought was really great. One of the many. Remember, we were doing the Thursday lunchtime show. It was you
yes.
and the Democrat
and
woman,
Charla.
Charla.
I love Charla. She can't do it anymore because Charla is in DC doing a government job now. So she can't do like opinion stuff because now she's a government. She can't do it anymore. So yes.
There's so many times she annoyed the hell out of me, and I just loved ripping into her when she was wrong, which was like always. But but that was fun. That was a lot of fun. I wish we could get another Democrat that would be willing to be on with you and me at the same time, and they just won't.
Right.
Because they're afraid of us. And I don't know why. I'm a pussycat in real life.
You know why? I think the reason is, and there was a difference. Charla actually respected you. And I think you saw that. Yeah. She actually respected you. She actually liked you.
I guess she was mad at me like all the time.
Oh, no, she didn't, because she didn't like your opinions.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Yes, but she wasn't like, no. In fact, she tried to make you laugh sometimes. Remember, she tried to make you laugh?
That's true. She did. And as a person, I have nothing against her. She's a sweetheart. She was always fun.
And she absolutely made that difference in her own mind too. She was like, "Oh no, I think Mike's too conservative for me." Because clearly, she was obviously very left leaning, right?
Oh yeah.
So she thought you were too conservative, but she didn't think you were a bad guy.
Yeah, I don't think she was.
She just thought you were wrong. She thought you were too conservative.
Yeah, and we had the same feeling that no, you're just wrong. You're a good person. You're wrong, but you're a good person. And I thought that was really, but that was interesting because we could have that conversation.
Right.
And it's kind of like with you and me, where we can have the conversation and I can say, oh, my dear naive friend, and you'll turn back and go, you blind, ignorant Republican. And yet, as soon as that's done, we talk about it, blah, blah, and then we go on to the next thing. And it's like, oh, yeah, whatever,
Right.
And we talk about how you can't play video games.
But it's true, but that isn't the point. The issue here is, and again, I don't know if people know this about you or not. Mike is always actually trying to make things better. Even when he's being aggressive, even when he's scolding people, even when he's uppity and mad and shit, even when he's not doing it because he wants to be a jerk. He can be a jerk to you. He can. If you mess with him, he can be a jerk to you. But he's not doing it because of that. He actually wants to make things better. And he thinks that what he's telling you is like, dude, listen to me. This is what makes things better. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people actually get. And that's why you've had staying power.
Well, I can actually remember several times actually saying those exact words. It's like, are you not listening to me? I'm trying to help you here.
Yes. Yes.
And I do. I have
Yes.
said that before. Yeah.
But if you've seen that, there is, and it's just sad on both sides. You see it on left and the right. But sadly, what's also very popular is just blood sport for blood sport. Right? So I just want to own Mike. I don't care if I'm right. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm lying. I don't care if Mike's. I just got to get up on Mike. I just gotta get him. And I don't care. And I'll lie and I'll make stuff up and I'll whatever. And sadly, that often does make a lot of clicks. But that's not who you are, Mike. You don't just get over on somebody. And you
know who did that?
People do it.
Dan from what is it? Dan from the internet.
Oh,
that
yes.
Guy, he was there doing. That's another show I was on with Larry. He was doing a panel, and we had a guy named Dan from the internet. He's pretty popular amongst the left.
He is.
To an extent. And he was there. He was just trying to own me. That was it.
Yes.
That was the only thing he wanted to do is just own Mike.
Yep. That's all. And that's
so
blood sport.
Yeah.
It's blood sport.
And that was
it's
annoying.
blood sport for blood sport. It is, because nothing gets solved. No answers get talked about. No real issues get. It's just like, ooh, can I get one more point? Can I get one more point? And the other part is the people who didn't like him, he didn't convince any of them. Like none of them went, oh, Dan, that's a great point. That didn't happen. What happened was the people who liked him went, great, get him, Dan. His people like, yay. But nobody was turned over. Like he didn't move anybody. Yeah. And in that kind of blood sport, the goal isn't to move anybody. The goal is to get your team to go, yay. That's the only thing they care about. They don't have anything else.
I can't say.
Yes.
And you know what? I've been on with you. I've been on with Kit Cabello as another example.
Yes.
And Kit's, who's also a Marine, and much respect for him and what he does. And Kit and I don't agree on a bunch of things, a lot more than I don't agree with you.
Kit's much further left than I. He is much farther left than both of us.
And I have a lot of respect for him. And he's had me on his program. He hasn't had any Republicans. Literally to this day, I'm the only Republican that's ever been on his program because he respected my opinion. He didn't agree, but he respected it. And we talk like real people. We just talk every so often. And, it's great. Because we're not there trying to go and you suck and you no
like, right.
Here's what I see, and maybe if you think it's different, great. Tell me why. But we need more of that.
100%.
Just a couple of people we're talking about. Charlotte, she's absolutely on the left. Kit's absolutely on the left. Dan, I'm going to skip over. And you and I, we disagree. But yet, and by the way, each of these people I've met because of you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you've helped me reach even more people than I could possibly reach on my own. But I love it because the people you've surrounded yourself with are people that we can talk to.
Yes.
And vehemently, passionately disagree with, but we can have the conversation and get into it. And I love that.
It's how a lot of people are surprised on how well I can talk to the left. Yeah. And I can talk to the left well because I have a lot of left-leaning people around me, right? I find the ones who can actually, have conversations like you're talking about, and I talk with them. So I understand what they're thinking. I can get in there and go, that's why that's important to you. That's what you're going for. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we got a couple of people who are making some comments. They just see that Blakeman is a non-starter. Matter of fact, while we have the moment, wait a minute, let's see here. We got a comment from Sarah. Thanks for the good wishes for my brother. Her brother is getting out of San Quentin. And I was just saying, I hope that he's made the decision to go on to a better path with his life. And if he does, I want him all the success. I want him to have all the success.
100%.
Because I know you have a passion about this, and we can go into it in just a second, but I believe you should be punished harshly if you break the law. You know me. I'm big law and order. Brimstone. You broke the law. You made that choice. You need to be punished. But if you then, after that, you seek redemption, you seek to go on a better path, I'm not going to hold you back. I agree completely against you. I'm going to say, okay, here's the path. Go.
You've heard my policies. I don't say when you're in jail, life should be easy. That's not what I say. When I say when you're in jail, you shouldn't fear for your life, and neither should the corrections officers. We should have it to where no one fears for their life. That's true. Let's have that. And once you've paid your debt, you've paid your debt. Now get out in life. You've paid your debt. You did your time for your crime. Now go off and have a second chance at life. I agree completely. I'm not someone who's like abolish prisons. I'm not that guy.
No,
right? I know
no.
some people are. That's not me.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
just
out of their
saying,
minds.
don't fear for your life. Again, neither prisoner nor CO. Sadly, we have both in New York State that fear for their lives. It's terrible.
True.
But we should have neither fear for their life, right? Do your time, pay your dues, get back out in life.
I agree with you. And it's one of the things why I love supporting you. And a lot of people, I've mentioned before that you're running for governor, and I do support you. I've always supported you vocally and publicly, which pissed off a lot of Republicans again.
Let me bring that up, because a lot of people don't know this. Mike took a lot of shit for supporting me back in 2018. He didn't have to. He could have kept his mouth shut. He could have if he wanted to. He could have. That was a choice he could have made, but he didn't. He stood behind me in 2018, and a lot of Republicans didn't like it, and he took a lot of shit for it. And I will never forget him for that. He was always loyal. He was always a good man for me, and he was honest. He said, he was like, this is the guy, and the guy you're giving me is not the guy. And that was it. And that's my whole point. So thank you for that, Mike. I will never forget that. I appreciate it.
No, it's deserved. It is well deserved. And I've always held my head high, saying I have absolutely no problem with knowing, supporting, and helping Larry Sharpe. I have no problem with that whatsoever, because I got reasons. It's not just, oh, he's a Marine. It's not just, oh, he's a black guy or he's a guy I know. It's that, no, he's the best qualified person. And how many times have you heard me say over the years, I want the most effective, efficient person in every elected office every time.
You do say
normally
that.
That usually means a Republican, but not always. Not always.
No, I agree. And that's my point. I've seen you. You don't just go, oh, he's got an R by his name, therefore he's my Lord and Savior. That's not what you do.
No.
And sadly, too many people, and I'm thinking Republicans, Democrats too, too many people who are party people in general just go, oh, that's our guy. Okay, I guess that's our guy. Yeah, but this is a Democrat who's crazy. But that's my guy because I'm on the blue team, so that's my guy. There's far too many who do that. Far too many.
It's crazy. I'll give you a great example. We were talking about this early this morning. There was, I don't know if you heard about this from the New York Times. They reported there was a Democrat in Queens, and I know you live in Queens.
I do.
You may have heard about this. I'm just looking for his name. He had his party affiliation removed. Andrew Hevesy. That's it. Assemblyman Andrew Hevesy.
I actually know him personally.
Okay.
His daughter and my daughter are friends.
Oh, cool. That's very cool.
Yes. Yes.
I
met him like a couple weeks ago.
Okay. I don't know if you know this, but the New York Times reported today, this morning about this. His opponent is a guy named Rinaldi. Used to be a Republican, switched to a Democrat. He seems to have, at least by the reporting of the New York Times, he's a shady kind of guy. He does some wonky, pretty much criminal stuff. And how is he running if he did all that? I don't know. But what the most recent thing, allegedly, that he did, he actually changed. He went to the Board of Elections or submitted a mail-in change of registration from Democrat to some other party they never mentioned, probably Republican, for Hevesy.
Oh my God.
And when you look at, and the New York Times got the actual form, it's a horrible signature that doesn't match. It didn't have a social security number. It didn't have a driver's license. It got just about everything wrong you could get on it had no phone number. It had no email. So just about everything wrong that could verify this.
And BOA did it?
And they did it anyway. He was on the floor of the Assembly of New York State when he got told by someone, which means the New York Times, they obviously saw this and said, hey, dude, exclusive, why'd you change to Republican?
Why are you not a Democrat anymore?
Yeah. And he's like, what are you talking about? Of course I am. I mean, I'm running for re-election. You know, I got a primary I'm working on. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. And yet the Democrats are like, but we don't need voter ID. We don't need voter ID. No.
Who needs that? Who needs that? That's facility people. That's facility people.
Yeah, so you didn't hear about that.
I did not. That's amazing. I'm gonna tease him.
You got to, man.
I'm literally gonna tease him now. Yes.
They didn't say
Absolutely, yeah.
which party he was switched to. I didn't notice that. So tell him, hey, so you joined the Libertarians for a day. How it
I
feel?
love it. I'm gonna go. I know his daughter and my daughter are friends, and they hang out often. In fact, I literally think his daughter and my daughter hang out today.
The youngest one.
Yes, Josephine, my younger one. Yes, yeah. So yeah, I think they went to an actual acting class together years ago, and they've been buddies ever since.
Oh, cool.
That's how I know him.
Okay.
I'll give you another weird one. You want to hear another weird coincidence too? The people I hang out with, that's just really weird. My oldest daughter, Barbara, dated Cynthia Nixon's stepson.
Really? Okay, I didn't know about that one.
Yes. So Cynthia Nixon, who was running for governor against me in 2018, we were connected through our kids. And now
weird.
Hevesy, we're connected through my youngest kid.
And here they are breaking news and
Yes.
some of the funniest news. I mean,
Very weird. Yes. And it's a city of 8.5 million people. How did that happen? I have no idea.
Like the odds of that happening are like
Yes.
nothing.
Yes.
You know, it's like
Correct.
almost impossible.
Absolutely. And somehow it happened. So yeah. So
Good
anyway,
nature.
yes. But that's how I know these people. That's how I know them. It's because my daughters play with them. That's it. So yes, there we go.
By the
See,
way,
Mike, you should have had more kids. You'd know more cool people. That's your fault.
tried.
Have more kids. There we go. Yes.
Lots of practice.
There we go.
and a whole other series of stories. Let me just say that's one of the reasons why I'm pro-choice. I'm actually pro-life, but I abide by pro-choice. You know,
What I would say is it's not too late, brother. Not too late.
58. I
Not
don't
too
know.
late. Just
There might be
saying.
some 37-year-olds out there looking.
There
like
could be.
they need
I'm
a
just
daddy.
saying. There we go. Not too late. Not too late. You can still give it a shot.
Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows?
By the way, let me give you a second here. Tell people you're running for governor, and there may be people who don't know about that. My birthday marathon reaches about 100 countries, and sometimes we never know when people are coming in or if they watch it afterwards. Tell them a little bit about what's going on with you.
Yes, if you guys want to support the one and only Larry Sharpe, who's been running for governor of New York for the past 8 years, 3 times in a row. It's my 3rd run at it. We are trying our best to get on the ballot so that we can actually make change in New York State. New York State, for those of you who don't know, if you don't live here, we have not had a Republican win this statewide election in 24 years. The Democrats have dominated this state for 24 years, and it shows. We have had just constant decay, just decay. We have to change it. Sadly, the Republican establishment has not been eager to change it. They've been happy being second fiddle for far too long. I think someone like me has to walk in, create a coalition, and make things happen. And that is our goal. That's what I'm working on now. For those of you who care, LarrySharpe.com, see what I'm doing. Or just Google Larry Sharpe. I'm the most popular Larry Sharpe in the country. It's not a very popular name. But that's not the point. The funny part, for those of you who don't know, there was a more popular Larry Sharpe. He was a wrestler from the 70s. His name was Pretty Boy Larry Sharpe. I used to watch him when I was a kid in the 70s. And the funny part is, his name wasn't Larry Sharpe. His name was actually Larry Wheel. I don't know why he picked Sharpe as his name. Larry was his first name, but he changed his last name, I guess, because he didn't want people to know he was in wrestling. I don't know. But he became popular to where he actually started a school for wrestlers. And he called it the Monster Factory because he built monsters. He built wrestling monsters. Okay. So he called it a monster family. Sadly for him and his family, he passed away in 2018. And prior to 2018, he was the most popular Larry Sharpe in the country. As they say, the king is dead. Long live the king.
There you go.
So there we go.
And actually, you got a fan here. I don't know if you know about Dal. Dal used to be with me on the Liberty First Foundation, and he's been a longtime supporter. I've met him in person. He actually was supporting me in my congressional race, as a matter of fact. And Dal says, people that I've been talking to hear about Larry from me ad nauseum. Larry is correct in his assessment that we need that coalition to affect real change here in New York. Now,
yes. And Trump showed us this in 2024. I keep telling people this. They're like, I don't know. I'm like, look at what happened in 2024. Even if you're listening, you don't like Trump. I don't care if you like Trump or not. The fact is, he was right. What he did in 2024 by bringing in Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., all those people saying, come to me. He became don't be a Democrat, just became that group. He was able to put them together. That coalition is the reason why he was able to win all 7 swing states and beat Kamala Harris in the popular vote. He still might have won the election. I don't know about that. But there was no way he would have gotten all 7 swing states and beaten Kamala Harris in the popular vote without that coalition. That coalition is what gave him the mandate. And I say the same idea. A coalition here in New York State can do the same thing.
No, you're right. He would have won.
Okay.
But hey, I knew the numbers.
You did. You were right 100%. You were right.
So he would have won, but you're right. He wouldn't have had a mandate. He'd have taken 5 out of the 7 swing states. I'm pretty confident on that.
Yep.
He'd have had a strong win versus Kamala. Really wouldn't have been a big debate about that, but he would be just short of a mandate.
Yep.
Realistically. And so that's what really made that difference. And that's true. It is absolutely true.
And I think that's the answer now. He showed us the way and we should be following it. But I have people who just go, oh, I love Trump. Okay, are you going to do what he does? Oh, no. I'm just going to announce that I love him and that's all, just so I can get votes. Well, you could do what he said. Like you could actually do it. No. I'm just going to announce I love Trump and that's it. That's what the Republicans are doing now in the state.
But that doesn't work.
Correct.
It's not a good play. I support a lot of the policies of Trump, even policies that other people don't like or I believe misunderstand. Because I agree, he's done a lot of miscommunication with his team.
100%.
I agree with you there. And that's why Pam Bondi is gone. Because she was part of that miscommunication a lot.
I did call Pam Bondi too.
You did.
Yep.
And I agreed with you. In fact, I actually thought, I think I was talking with you. I think we said this publicly that I thought Pam would be the first one to go.
Yes.
And I was wrong.
Yep. I thought Kristi Noem was gone. I called Kristi first.
Going to go.
We both agreed on Pam, but I did say Kristi goes first.
You did, and I said I said no. She's going to make it for a while. It was definitely going to be Pam first, and I'm wrong.
Yep.
But this is how. Sometimes this is how I work out the fine details of some of the predictions I make, Focus, because I'm talking with Larry and some other people. I'm like, and getting their feedback on like, okay, I kind of agree with you here, but is it more or less? It's interesting. Just to give you an idea of how I work through some things. But I was mentioning Pam for a reason.
No, but her communication on the can I say EpiPen? Can I say the word?
You can say it all. I don't care.
Okay, yeah. Her communication on Epstein files, I don't think could have been worse.
No,
I don't think it could have been worse. I think if I was planning to make it crappy, I would do what she did. Like literally, if I'm like, you know what? How do I wreck communication with Epstein? Do what Pam did. Like it was that bad. Her communication was terrible. It was the worst.
That is the number one. That is why I don't care whatever excuse they come up with. Everything else they say is secondary. That's what did it to her.
100%.
That was always going to sink her at some point. It was just a matter of when. And right now, there's too many other distractions. The story's already dead. It's a dead story. So it was perfect timing. In terms of firing someone, you really couldn't pick a better moment than right now because no one gives a damn.
Well, they're not really paying much attention. I agree. Yeah.
I
agree.
But I think that what we've been looking at throughout the public, there's just not a lot of people paying attention to the details. Am I wrong? I think that's
no.
One of the
You have
we have for our country.
This drives me crazy. You are so right, Mike. Sadly, most of our politics, our chat or the chattering class has become The View. It's just gossip. It's gossip. It's not what's the policy. It's what did Candace Owens say today? It's not policy. It's, oh my God, did you see what Dave Smith said today? That's our discussion now.
Which means nothing, which is useless. It's like,
and yes,
it's like when people go, well, Kim Kardashian, I could care less about Kim Kardashian. Okay.
But I'm not. I didn't mind that though. No, Mike, there's a difference. before it used to be Kim Kardashian was this level of something, and people who like that would go and watch the Kim Kardashian gossip. I'm not mad at them for it. Go watch gossip. You like gossip. It's great. Good for you. But that didn't translate into mainstream politics. It was two separate things.
Yeah.
That's not true anymore. Now they just it might as well be Kim Kardashian now. And that's my problem. I don't mind if people like gossip. People like gossip. Go watch The View, like gossip. I don't care. Right? Good for you. I'm not going to watch it, but I know people enjoy gossip. Enjoy it. But now you've made your garbage gossip into what I like. That's why I'm mad. Put your gossip back over there. Why is it with me? That's the part that bothers me.
It is. By the way, Chuck joined us. He was on earlier, and we were talking a little bit back and forth, and he loves baseball. He's a big baseball nut, although he doesn't love the Yankees. So, there's a sore point there. One day, he'll
I used
learn.
to like Chuck. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yankees. You got to go for the Yankees, dude.
That's it.
But
Yes.
we also have from Shelly. She agrees with me, but she thinks that part of the reason is that people feel like they can't contribute. I think that's wrong.
Oh,
And I try and say
interesting.
this a lot.
Okay.
And I think you do too. We keep telling everyone, what was the way I used to describe it? There's 10 people. Let's say all of the voters are 10 people. Okay. 6 of them don't count instantly because they don't vote. And if you don't vote, you're meaningless. You don't exist. You're not part of the pool. And that's the biggest problem we have in our elections.
Agreed.
Right now. Why we have such bad candidates. Like we got Jasmine Crockett down in Texas. We get terrible people like that. Why? You're not voting.
Right.
And that's the easiest way to change everything. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't get. But there's a lot of apathy out there. I get it.
Yes.
How do you deal when you're talking to people? How are you dealing with it?
One of the two things I deal with is I ask people, if you see me do it before, what's their issue? What's your issue? And when they tell me what their issue is, I give it actual attention. And when I give their issue attention, they recognize that someone else had that issue. Most people think they're alone, right? So if I'm a farmer and my farm is collapsing, I think I'm the only guy, right? If I'm sitting at home and I can't get a girlfriend or a boyfriend, I think I'm the only one. If I just lost my job, I feel like I'm the only one. Whatever problem's happening, I always feel like I'm the only, because it's hit me personally, right? So I feel like I'm the only one. So when I go to someone and I say, hey, what's your issue? And they go, my issue is this thing. And I go, you know what? I heard that before. Let me tell you how we can fix it, what we can do about it, what's happening because of it. And they begin to go, oh my God, I'm not alone. That is what makes people want to be engaged when they see that someone else is having that same issue or concern.
I think that's that does make a lot of people feel a lot better. I approach it from a somewhat, well, you know me, I'm more of a stats, a data.
Yep.
I like concrete facts. Like,
Yep.
here's the information I'm giving.
I am much more touchy-feely than you are.
Yeah, I'm not a touchy-feely.
Absolutely.
That's just not me.
Yep.
It's a different approach. It's a different approach. I'm not as successful as you, so maybe I need more of your approach.
See, a
and
little
maybe-
more touchy-feely, Mike. A little more touchy-feely.
Yeah, probably when I get to be 70, I'll get there, but that's just not my way. But that's, it's interesting. A lot of people don't even think of it that way.
Yeah. And the other piece is when I tell people sometimes that, look, it's very often that only several thousand votes affect an election.
Mhm.
Right? That's all. That's common. That only sometimes some places only a couple hundred, depends upon how local the election is.
I was talking about it earlier about the voter ID and illegal aliens voting, and they say it's rare and few. And it's like, what does rare mean? Does that mean every election, every other election? And they say few. And I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen congressional races decided by 10 people. I've seen local races decided by 1.
Yes.
Few, what does that mean? That's enough to change an election.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I agree. I 100% agree. And I think when you start bringing those things up, people start realizing, wait a minute, it actually can work. Particularly when you have someone actually do something where someone else comes on board, right? So if someone goes out and gets their friend to come on board, or their cousin or their sister or their brother, now they go, man, I am making an impact. Because I didn't just, support Mike's plan, but so did my cousin. Wow, I'm making impact here. So I think you can do it that way too. It's the idea of stewardship, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Churches do it, right? With stewardship. They try to get someone to steward someone else in. It brings people closer to church, that kind of thing. I think politics can be similar. More stewardship, the better.
So everyone right now is talking about Zoran Mandami.
Yep.
And to be fair, I'm kind of talking about him too. Because
I did in my radio show today at 1.
Huh?
I did my radio show on him today at 1 o'clock. My radio
Yeah,
show.
you did. Yeah.
Yep.
I was doing this, but I think I heard a bit of the show while I was walking the dog. But we're raising money in part because of Zoran Mandami, the Jericho Project.
Yes.
Which is a local helping the homeless, veterans, and families. And we're trying to get to $1,000. We've raised so far $140.
How do I donate, man? What do I got to do?
Huh?
How do I donate?
You can go to PayPal. There's a link in the description for PayPal, or you can do a super chat or Rumble Rant, whatever. Any of those.
Oh, I see it. All right. I'm going to give $50 right now.
Oh, cool. Oh, thank you.
So, yep, $50 right now. I'm going to do it so that we know I'm not just talking trash. I'm putting my money where my mouth is right now.
Oh, I know you always put your money where your mouth is.
Yes, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. All right. So everyone thinks, wait a minute, Larry just came on to just yell at Mike. Well, no, I just came to insult him once and give cash. So at least he's getting paid for it. Say something, right? Do something.
You're yelling at me.
No, I did call you old, but that's besides that part. Yeah.
I don't mind.
I know.
Did you guys realize how much we yell at each other? Like in real
True.
life?
True. Absolutely
We're
true.
not on camera. We yell at
You're
each
not
other
wrong.
all the time. It's not a big
It's
deal.
true. It's true.
But it's that loving camaraderie of guys. Just like we just go at each other and just be like, it's not a big deal. It's not vicious ever. But it is jabbing. And if you've ever been around the military, that's
Exactly right. Exactly right.
happens
Yes, indeed.
all the time.
Absolutely true.
But we've done a great job. I mean, I don't know. Last year we got about 250, and in December we were able to raise another 200, which was just in time for Mandami killing 19 people because of his.
Oh, I remember that because of the cold.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Am I wrong? We've never, Democrat, Republican, we've never had a mayor that killed 19 homeless people in 1 month.
I don't remember that ever happening. I don't.
No. So, and that gives me no confidence that he's going to be able to help the homeless. He's spending $400 million is his proposal.
All right. I just sent it. It came through.
They did it? Oh, cool. But he's going to spend $400 million or more on the homeless. None of that's going to the people. It's supposed to be like $82,000, $81,000 and change per person. None of that reaches any homeless person. It's all in offices and studies.
Of course. Yeah. That's all giving his friends cash. Okay, here's what you understand. Government matters more than anything else. So therefore, just keep feeding government because what could go wrong? That's how he thinks. That's literally how he thinks. What could go wrong? It's just, just give more money to more government. Just give more money, more government, more money, more government. Done. That's how he thinks. Now, look, the reality of it is he also believes in his heart. He believes that government is the only way to be successful with the people. He honestly believes that. He's not making that up. He believes it. And he's just utterly wrong. And the idea is, oh, wait a minute. If I give government more money, that will give people more money through government, and therefore people will be happier. It's utterly not wrong, but you can see it in all his policies, how he thinks.
Yeah, that's incredible. You want to take a question? Do you mind?
Sure.
I got a question from Dal. He says, would his blanket pardon for supporting the 2A, and I have a lot of people who love the 2A. I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment on this channel. So I know there's a bunch of people who have some confusion about what you mean by when you say a blanket for this Second Amendment. But going on, he says, will that blanket pardon finally get Dexter Taylor free of his political imprisonment? I know the answer to that, but you go ahead.
Yeah, no, people get confused because when I say blanket pardon, they think it means all gun charges. It does not mean all gun charges. It means all possession charges. So you don't get charged with having the firearm. If you rob somebody, you still get charged with robbery. If you hit somebody, you still get charged with hitting somebody. If you shoot somebody, whatever, right? If you do something with that firearm, you still get charged with it. That's the issue. It's the action that you should be punished for. I do not believe having the firearm is breaking the law. I don't believe it at all. The Second Amendment says that's not a violation. Am I brandishing it? Am I threatening people? Am I doing something? Okay, those are all crimes. Pay for it. Absolutely. So would it deal with Dexter Taylor? Of course. That's what he had. It was possession. There was no victim for Dexter Taylor. There's no victim. There's no one who he harmed, no one that he scared, no one he threatened, no one he robbed, no one he shot. There is no victim. And if there's no victim, there's no crime. So yes, the blanket pardon would absolutely get Dexter Taylor out of prison. And what it would do is it would shock the entire system. Do I think we should actually have that? I would love that, but the state's not going to handle it. The state is simply too anti-Second Amendment to retain that. I understand that. People say, Larry, what are you going to do with it? I'm going to keep it in place until the state goes back and starts to rethink all of our gun laws. And I would bring our gun laws back to 2012, before the SAFE Act. At that point, we weren't like checking all our ammunition and having the size of our magazines and all that kind of good stuff. And people actually could get firearms. Now, people say, well, Larry, why did we go back? Because this is New York State. And most people in New York State still want more gun control. They do. So most people support Kathy Hochul's ghost guns, whatever garbage she has. God. They support that garbage. So if it's up to me, I'm not going back to 2012. I'm going back to 1912, right? If it's up to me, that's where I'm going back to. But I'm being realistic. What can I get? And here's the most important piece. If we go back to 2012 and we don't see a huge change in gun violence, and we won't because the laws don't affect gun violence at all. So if we don't see a change in gun violence, we now have a place to stay and we can start going backwards more. We will allow New Yorkers to feel safer over the course of, say, 5 or 10 years, whatever that time period is, so that now we can start even going further back. We will be able to move back once we get New Yorkers to stop being so afraid.
I think that fear-mongering is one of the greatest tools of Democrats
100%.
Right now. That
100%.
They love to use fear. Aren't you afraid? Do this and you'll be safe and we'll take care of you. But their policies never do that, and the results never do that. We have 22,000 gun laws. They don't work.
Not at all.
They don't stop criminals. We got the guy in Minnesota who's going into the Jewish school and he's trying to kill all the kids. We've got the 2 kids down with Mandami. We've got all the crime. It's not like working. They don't know they're committing crime. They know, they don't care.
Correct.
The law doesn't stop them.
Yes. Doesn't make it. Well, if you want the government to take care of you and say, oh, that works, ask Native Americans how that worked out for them.
Good point.
Ask them we took their guns too. How'd that work out for them?
Yeah. And they had treaties. They had all the treaties and laws, and
they had lots of stuff. But
didn't
in the end,
end well for them, or
didn't end well. Yes. When the government goes, I got you, they don't got you. That's not how that works. Not how that works.
That's
yes.
true. But we need some real people out there. I mean, I notice, like when I'm talking on this program, when people actually listen, I've had leftists come on and who are trolling me initially on the chat. And I know you talk a lot in your chat as well. Actually, I'm in your chat a lot as well. But I know you talk to people in your chat and they sometimes try and troll.
Yep.
And it's like, no, but okay, stop and listen to what I'm saying. And then if you don't agree, well, you don't agree. That's right. Your choice. But I'm going to treat you like an adult. I don't think a lot of people get treated like adults by politicians anymore. Schumer or AOC, they're talking down to us and saying, no,
always.
You're not grown. Here I'm 58. And they're like, you don't understand. You're not grown yet. Do what I'm saying. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm older than you, AOC. And Schumer, I ain't that much younger than you. Don't try and act like I don't know what's been going on. I've been living around the world for a long time. And is that a feeling that only I get, or do you think it's correct?
Yep, I think it's true. And I think sadly, there's a group of people who actually are okay with it. Right? There's a group of people who are like, yeah, let's let them lead. I see it all the time. Republicans and Democrats have a different way of looking at leadership. And I think one of the things that Democrats like is credentialing. That matters a lot to Democrats. Does a person have the credential? Does the person have the experience? Do they have the resume? That thing matters a lot to Democrats. So, Mike, you don't have the right resume. You don't have the right blah, 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 right? You don't have the right documentation that I deem to be appropriate for whatever you want to do, right? So why can I can't trust you. It doesn't matter, right? That's, I think, Democrats. Republicans are much more concerned about, do you have the strength of leadership? It's a different way of looking at it, right? Both can be bad, both can be good, but it's a different way of looking at it. Republicans are much more like, can you go do the thing, right? And if you can, Republicans are more like, okay, go do the thing. Democrats like, do you have the right resume? It's a different way of looking at things.
Well, you're right. We got one other question that I'll drop in on you. We got until 6, so we got like 15 minutes. Dow says, do you think there would come a point under a sharp governorship where we might actually have stand your ground and castle doctrine laws? Now, for people to understand what those are, stand your ground literally means what it says. It's also very similar to castle. It means that if someone breaks into your house, and I had this happen to me, I was in Binghamton. I lived in Binghamton. I had a house at the time, and it was a Saturday at 4 in the morning, and a guy was trying to break down. I had the old oak doors that are like 2 inches thick. He wasn't getting through that, but he was banging on trying to get through. He eventually got through my back door, burst that open, and came into the house. And according to New York, and he was high on PCP at the time. Now, the police were on their way. I was going to protect my house. But according to New York law, if I just blasted him on the stairs as he was coming up to the second floor where I was sleeping, and I had guests with me as well, my girlfriend, I would have been thrown in jail.
Correct.
Because I didn't retreat.
Correct.
So I did get everybody into a room, blockaded it, and he was trying to break that door down. I'm like, he gets through this door, he's done. He's just gone. Right. And I almost took him at the stairs, but then the police came in and got him, and he got arrested. I don't know if I tell people about that a lot, but that happened. It's documented.
No, I'm with you. The issue we have is I want to make a very simple rule, and that is you have a right to defend yourself. In New York State, you don't. I wish you did, but you don't. The idea that you have a duty to retreat. If you're in the street, I understand that, right? I understand that if you're in the street, you're hanging out and some guy wants to yell at you and you have a firearm, you shouldn't just blast them. You should try to leave the area. I could understand that if you want to say that's the issue. But we have a duty to retreat in our own homes, on our own property. That to me is insane. I can't imagine that being something that makes any sense whatsoever. So no, you have a right to defend yourself and your property. Of course you do. The issue is, again, if you want to have a duty to retreat, I'm open to the argument out in the street. I'm open to the argument that, hey, you don't want to go directly to violence. You should leave the area if you have a firearm. All right, fine. But in your home, that makes no sense. If you're coming into my home and I did not invite you into my home and I have threatened you and said, don't be in my home, and you happen to take a shot of Ledium, and you take a shot of Ledium. I'm just saying, you took a shot of Ledium. That was up to you, right? You didn't have to take that shot, but you chose to keep coming in. Now, I don't have a problem if you have to do a warning. There are little rules I don't mind because you feel good. And I know a lot of people want to feel good in New York. I get that. I'm not mad at them wanting to feel good. Great. Then say you have to yell a warning. Okay, I accept that. Go away or I'm going to blast you. I'm coming in. Then you're getting blasted.
Well,
that's how that works.
I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. And if I'm governor, you're square. You're good. You're good.
But New York City, and that's the thing that never made sense to me. Wait a minute. You came into my house.
Correct.
You broke my door.
Yes.
You heard me say, get the hell out. The cops are coming, and you won't like it when you get up here. If you get up here, I don't need to give you another warning. I don't have to.
I agree.
I don't have the time, and most people don't have the wherewithal, thankfully. And the good news is you and I both have military training. So to a certain extent, that puts us, and I'm not saying that makes us Superman, but sometimes that kicks in, and so
It
we
does.
feel a little bit calmer and
Yep.
more deliberate in the actions we're doing in that kind of scenario. Most people are panicking. They're not
Yes, of
thinking
course.
through this. They're
Yes.
just reacting. You don't got time for all that
Yep.
as a regular person.
I agree. And look, I'm not saying you have to have that, but I understand my state. And if they have to have some feel good parts of the law, great. Say you have to give them a warning. Fine. I'm not going to fight over that. But let's make sure you can defend yourself and defend your property and defend everybody. If you should be able to defend yourself, your loved ones, and your property, period. You have a right to do so. In New York State, you don't. The idea that that guy, Jose Alba was his name in Queens, who the guy came over and tried to beat him up. He was in a bodega.
Oh,
and then
yeah, and he stabbed him. Yeah,
and he stabbed him, and he went to jail.
Yeah, and then the store owner, I forget what his name was. He was the bad guy in New York, and he's the guy who got thrown in jail for defending his life as this guy's trying
Correct.
to stab him to death. I'm
Yes. No,
what are
the
you
guy
talking about?
the guy is physically bigger, threatens him, had already struck him more than once.
Mhm.
So he's already been hit, and the guy's not walking away. He's coming at him. That guy might have killed him. You have no idea. He might have killed him. He might
Very
not have.
likely.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yes. And so he stabs the guy in self-defense, and he goes to jail. What is wrong with you as a DA? What is wrong with you as a judge?
Should never
not-
have been a case. Should
I'm
never
not
have been a
mad
case.
at cops for this one. Cops got to do what most people don't realize. Most people think that cops respond mostly to the police chief. That's actually not true. The police chief has power, but cops respond mostly to DAs. What the DA says arrest for and charge, cops will do because that's who gets charged. When the DA stop charging, cops stop arresting. That's how it works. DAs
A waste of
control
time.
tremendous.
Well, it makes sense.
Yes,
It would be a waste
Correct.
of time to arrest someone. He's not going to get charged for that.
correct. He's not going to get charged. Why am I going to arrest him? Why do you think the cops stopped arresting all these people loitering? The DAs weren't charging them. That's
Yeah.
the reason why. If the DAs were charging, they'd arrest. So I'm not mad at the cops for that. They have to do what the DAs tell them to do. I get it. That's how it works. The DA should have been like, why did you bring this here?
Mhm. Yeah.
And he didn't. The DA was like, good, another guy, put him away. Instead of going, why'd you bring this guy here? And now all that has to happen is the DA goes to a couple of cops, goes, why'd you bring him here? That's all he has to say to them. And the cops go, oh, I'll stop arresting guys who do this. They'll stop. Is that the
Especially when
cops
it's clear cut. It's clear
Correct.
cut. Absolute. There is no we got the video. There's no question in this.
Correct. Cops respond to incentives like every other person does. Cops respond to environment like every other. Cops are human beings trying to do the best job to the best of their ability. And we always blame the cop or we blame the police chief. And sometimes there's bad cops. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, cops
yeah.
are perfect.
And
Sometimes
when,
there's bad cops.
when they do something, you hold them accountable. and you
100%.
charge them and put them
Yes.
through the system.
But
Fine.
when there's a bunch of problems, it's not the cop's fault when it's a bunch of problems. It's either DA's fault or some system or some law's fault. They are responding to the system. That's how it works. They're just human beings.
Yeah. I know it's about 6 o'clock. I'm gonna let
Oh,
you
yeah.
go.
You got to
Now,
run, brother.
I would like to. I know you did a show every Monday. You do a show at 1 o'clock with WYSL. It's a radio program throughout
Yep.
New York. Is that national, by the way?
No, it was because I play it on YouTube. Yes, but no, it's not.
Okay,
It's
so it's New
Yeah,
York.
it's Western New York. The some of the Western Southern Tier, Hornell, those areas, Steuben County, Genesee County, Monroe County. It's all those areas up there.
Okay, and tonight, every Monday night, you're doing. It's the Gov Shack.
7 p.m. Gov Shack tonight.
That's about your governor's race, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. And so people just put in Larry Sharp into YouTube or into Rumble or Facebook,
All the
pretty
things.
much all of them, and they'll get you for your Monday night show. That's 7 o'clock tonight, right?
There we
Do
go.
get a
7
hint?
o'clock
What
Eastern.
are you thinking you're going to do it on?
I'm talking about how I'm running for Republican, or am I doing independent, or both, and who's my lieutenant governor.
That'll be interesting. That will be very interesting. All right. I don't know. I'm supposed to be ending at about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, somewhere in there. So we'll see if I know you usually go an hour or two. I'll try and make it for that. All right.
Perfect. All right, my friend. Good seeing you.
All right. Thank you, Larry.
All righty. Bye.
All right, folks. So that was Larry Sharp, who was with us. and I thank you for that. I have a 6 o'clock that should be coming in as well. Hang on one second. I got a 6 o'clock. I took him out to make sure that I would have a 6 o'clock clear.
I am not in charge of his bladder.
And here is my 6 o'clock right now. Hey, Gonzalo.
Hey, how you doing, Michael?
Right on time, man. Perfectly on time. Like 2 minutes early, even. Everybody, this is Gonzalo Duran, and he is joining us tonight as we are. Well, we just were talking to Larry Sharp. I don't know if you got a chance to see that. Did you?
No, I had to set up my stuff right now.
Oh God, did I get you too soon?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I can't see anything, so I don't know if I'm like in the green room or.
No, you're in.
Okay.
You are in. You're in front of everyone. I can see you fine. I can hear you fine.
Perfect.
So, Gonzalo, what's going on with you, man? It's been a little while.
I mean, besides the, are we on right now or am I?
Yeah, we are live right now.
Well, hello everyone. Well, to begin, on regards to Devil Dog USA, we're celebrating our 13th year anniversary, and we started off with our newest initiative, but our longest running project, which is trying to get housing for student veterans trying to use the GI Bill. So that's the newest thing going on right now.
All right. Now, I know a bit about this because you brought it up to me before, and I don't think a lot of people realize this. So most people know if you're in the military, you get paid by the government. Okay. And the government pays some of your bills. And when you get out, you get the GI Bill. And that's been very popular. It's been around since like the 80s. And that helps for many former members of the military to get housing or to pay for school, stuff like that. And you're saying that there's a problem with people accepting federal money?
Yes. Well, just to clarify a little bit, just backtrack a little bit. When you're in the military, you do get services provided, but you are paying for them. So it comes out of your paycheck. Even if you're, a private in the military, you're paying for your medical, your housing, everything like that through your paycheck. It just they take it before you get it. That's so it's not taxed on you. That's the only difference. When you get out, right now, the rules have changed. When I was getting the post 9/11 GI Bill, you had to be, I think, at a minimum of 2 years, a combat veteran, et cetera, et cetera. And it's gone. They've made it more accessible over the years. So like right now, I think the only requirement really is 2 years, and other than dishonorable discharge, pretty much you're given the option for the post 9/11 GI Bill. When you get out of the military, let's stick with New York. In New York, in 2011, when I got out, I became homeless. But it wasn't because I didn't have money in my pocket, and it wasn't because I didn't have a plan. It was because the landlords, brokers, and real estate agents wouldn't accept the post 9/11 GI Bill as credible income. And somebody coming out of the military with the post 9/11 GI Bill at Fordham University, which is like a $60,000 a year tuition, was being paid for because they had the yellow ribbon attached to the post 9/11. So why not go take that advantage and go to school full time, especially when the post 9/11 GI Bill will give you a stipend to cover for housing, and it's pretty abundant for New York. It's at the time it was like almost $4,000, and now I believe it's over $4,500, give or take.
Wait a minute. So let me stop for a second. So you're using the GI Bill and the opportunities from the federal government because you served your contract in the in the Army. Oh, no, Marines. Sorry. You served with the Marines. You did your time. You got out, and we're looking at landlords that are looking at you and saying, "Oh, but your money's not good. It's federal money,"
Yes.
and they're saying it's not good.
Yes, and at the time, I understood their issue. I don't want to be negative towards them. It's a document from the Department of Defense saying this is how much money you are entitled to. This is the length and time and service and etc. But it was just a document. It was just one piece of paper. It's not something that they were used to seeing. So there was no W-2. There was no city stamp on it. There was nothing to show that it was coming. But the colleges had no problem taking the money, and the banks had no problem taking the money. So the problem was New York City laws are pretty, difficult when it comes to housing rights. So there was the assumption that it was like public assistance, like Section 8 or something like that, or the fact that if the veterans stopped going to school, then they would not pay anymore. But and those are valid issues to be upset about, but it's not the right to deny the ability when we have the money. That was my whole fight in the beginning. And I spent um about a year after that situation, gathering information from veterans across the country. So all of 2012 was me gathering information and writing articles on behalf of the situation. And so it wasn't just a New York City thing; it was happening in LA, in a lot of the blue states, but also in Ohio, Arkansas, and other places you wouldn't assume. But it was happening. It just wasn't being documented or published anywhere really.
So
And
no one was talking about any of our service members becoming homeless because our government didn't know how to write a proper document to prove, yeah, you served. This is something we are giving you that you are entitled for, that you have served and earned. And because they didn't have something that was stamped properly, people were going homeless. Not just not just New York City. We're talking the state. We're talking across the country.
yes,
And
yes,
no one's talking about this. No, the news media. I know I talked to you a little bit about it directly, but the news media, they weren't covering this. This
no,
wasn't something that they mentioned at all. I never saw any articles about that.
nope, nope. And you know, in 2013, when I was at Fordham University, and just to go back just a little bit, I was when I my homelessness was only 3 months, and it went from sleeping in my car to um, walking into a halfway house to a rectory, sleeping on friends' couches, and then moving in with my mother. It was only a 3 month period for me, and it was a hard hit. It was a hard wall that I hit facing these issues. But once again, I got out of it, and then when I did, I started Double Dog USA, and then accumulating the information. And in 2013, at the Fordham University Library in the Bronx, I met Igor Zubarik, and for about a week and a half, I was fine tuning a lot of the policies that I wanted to publish, and some range from one part of the spectrum to the other. And I'm talking about like either making the post 9/11 GI Bill taxable, which was like veterans did not want that to happen, but I was
Obviously, yeah.
but it was a solution to a problem. And then the far right, all the way to the other side of the spectrum, would have been for it to be recognized by the city, like the city stamping it saying this is your income, you can't do it. And there was a lot of in between stuff. And then while we were working that week and a half, he had to leave around 5 o'clock every single time. And he wasn't into sports and he wasn't doing anything specific. So at the time I was working as a case manager, and I knew there was something going on there. And come to find out, he was living in a shelter while going to Fordham University. And it was over 6 months. So that blew my mind. Like I completely changed the trajectory of my life from being at Fordham University trying to study pre-med to becoming an advocate for veterans. And for Igor, I was able to help him over the weekend. So I think that I found out the problem Thursday or Friday, and by Monday morning I was helping him move into his new apartment with his trash bags from the shelter.
That's fantastic. That's beautiful.
And it wasn't that much work. It just me knocking on doors, talking to people, and telling them, look, this guy is going to Fordham University. He has this much money. You know, this, and that. He's you know, he's a he's a veteran. Why? What? You know, there wasn't that much problems with it, but there was a gap that was in there. And then for 3 years, we went on a campaign of publishing articles, talking to elected officials, holding town hall meetings, and we made national attention. And in 2016, another organization wrote the legislation. In 2017, New York City passed the first of its kind. It was a local law 119-2017 under the Human Rights Act that made the post 9/11 GI Bill credible income for the purpose of its housing. And for me, at that time, I was like, you know what, my job is done. Let me focus on other things. And I built Devil Dog up more from there on, and Igor went on his journey for becoming a lawyer. Unfortunately, in December of 2020, he passed away, and they asked me to speak at his funeral. And before I got on stage, Igor's mother asked me to do her a favor to tell the people who her son was, because up until that point, most people didn't even know how intricate he was in helping thousands of New Yorkers and veterans up until that point. And after that day, I spent the last couple years trying to build Devil Dog across the country. So making venues in journalism, media. We've had our own talk show on public access in New York for over 13 years now. I founded the Big Apple Gazette, which is a nonprofit journalism that covers the New York City area, and at the same time finding advocates from across the country in different states to help me in what we started February 2026. On February 21st, we published the Corporal Igor Zubrick Veterans Bill, and it's a bill in honor of Igor. And I have roughly 25 veteran advocates across the country in different states helping me to push this law.
That's cool. And so the national bill is to do the same thing that the New York City bill does, the local ordinance, and to make it national, that no matter what state you find yourself in, if you have served, and this is part of the GI Bill, what you're using, the post 9/11, that every landlord, every institution will be able to see and recognize and accept that this is a payment guaranteed by the United States. Am I right on that?
Well, it makes it that you can't discriminate against veterans from using the post 9/11 GI Bill. The title 38 still has its own rules. I mean, you have to be enrolled in school for over 30 days before you get your first payment, and how many months, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of rules on that part, but for the general public, it's so that you can't discriminate against using the post 9/11 GI Bill if they want to use it for housing. So, for example, once again, for New York City, it's the per diem and BH allowance, which it goes off of for active duty military, goes off of us as veterans. It's over $4,500. It's more than enough to cover an apartment. And for this particular bill, it actually covers three amendments of it, and it encompasses the embodiment of Igor. So, just to give a little background, Igor was a Russian-born individual who came to this country, joined the military, and became a citizen while he was on active duty in the military. And so this bill covers the housing portion, which is the first part. The second part is naturalization of non-citizen veterans. It fast tracks it for those that receive honorable discharge, because there are individuals that have served our country that were made a promise that if they served that they would receive citizenship, and many are facing months to years after exiting the military. Some that I found even for over a decade that haven't received citizenship. And
Decades long.
yeah,
That's a long time.
and the third is individuals that or excuse me, organizations that help veterans with mental health to get streamlined in their reimbursements. There's a lot of organizations where it could take up to 6 months to more than a year until they receive their reimbursement for the work that they have done, or the one that what they were promised. And the problem is, for a large nonprofit, it may not hurt them too badly, but for the smaller ones that do a lot of the work, it could devastate their whole organization. So, these are three issues that I believe that Igor went through, and things that are facing veterans at the moment. And since I've been a part of each one of them over the years, it just worked out perfectly. And I'm happy to say that after we published the article on February 21st, we just recently, about 2 weeks ago, got the great news that Senator Chang from Queens will be drafting up the bill. So obviously, we're waiting for the budgetary from the state officials to happen, and then once that's the next thing is waiting for the draft to happen.
So, is it a congressman or state senator?
So it's good. Yeah, Senator Chan, he's a state senator.
State senator.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we want to make sure that it's 100% in New York, and then we push it to the congressional level. About a week and a half ago, with another organization, Veterans and Veteran Poverty Now, we went to Washington D.C. to speak to Hakeem Jeffries, and he was all about it. So he's looking forward, and as soon as once done,
I'm glad that he's positive about it, but I can't stand Hakeem Jeffries. I can't stand him, but I still want him to support. I still want the support for the bill. Yes.
Politically wise, in the end of the day, he's the minority leader for the Senate. So,
he's a useless sack of. But anyway, if he can do this, that redeems him a little bit, because otherwise he has no purpose. So he could. It's the least that he could do, in my opinion. Other people may have different opinions about him. But I'm not going to talk him down if he's going to do this. Hey, Hakeem, you want me to not be mad at you anymore? Well, that won't happen. But what will happen is I will at least say that you did something right in the time you were in office. So I'll be that nice at least.
I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, I'm not the silver tongue to talk to Hakeem Jeffries about that. But if he's given interest, are there other members of Congress that are looking at? So, because obviously you need a consensus, you need some momentum. So not just one person, but 2 or 3, maybe 5, to really push that to the rest of the Congress. Are you getting that kind of response?
So I haven't gone to the congressional level at the moment. I'm strictly focused on the Senate part. So we already have the foundation and everything built. So like, if anybody wants, they can go to www.devildogusainc.org, and under the Corporal Igor Zubrick Veterans portion, you can click on it. It'll give you the information of Igor's background, the work that and how we got the work done for the local law to be passed in New York City, the liaison program that we have of the other veterans across the country. So these aren't, I'm not saying this as just somebody that I know in Arkansas or somebody I know in California. I'm talking about somebody or individual, that I've worked with for the last 10 years to build a relationship so that we have key people in different areas. So we have a liaison in Albany, so that if I can't make it to Albany, I have somebody there. We have our president of Devil Dog, who is in Baltimore. So if I can't make it to DC, he's right there. We have candidates, or excuse me, liaisons in Arizona, in Minnesota, individuals that are either in key parts of the maybe in a Senate's office, somebody who has access to chambers over in on the West Coast. We have retired generals that are waiting for their retirements to go in so they can come on board publicly. So this is intricate so that once the bill is drafted, because the major media, the mainstream media won't really jump on it until the bill is drafted, and then we have everything in place to get everything else rolling. And once the Senate part is done, then the next step is jumping on the congressional level, which once again, once we have a big push, veterans are in focus, the elections will most likely be over. So everything will be on board for the next wave of bills to go through.
Okay, so state Senate is the first step, national is the next step, and we're moving forward with the state Senate at this moment. How do people help you? So in my audience, which is international, and a lot of people are checking out because it's my birthday, so this is a great opportunity. Let me ask, when they're hearing about this and say, well, of course I want to help my veterans, I want to help the people who actually signed up to defend and serve in America, what is it that they can do? I know there was a petition. I think that was to try and get attention on the state level. Don't know if that's still available or if that's still useful. What can people do?
Well, the number one thing is, once again, on the website, everybody can go on the website and they can go on to the Corporate Igor Zubruk section, and on the first link that they can press is the Corporate Igor Zubruk bill. And in that, when you click that, it will send you to the link to the petition. So we're still trying to get more signatures for the petition to bring more awareness so that people can read about it. It's hosted on change.org. So the petition can be signed by anybody, anywhere in the world. Obviously, it makes more sense to do it in the United States, anywhere in the U.S. But we're happy to take signatures from outside because we know there are veterans and supporters that are outside of the country. So signing the petition is the number one thing. There's also gathering information. If you would like to be a liaison, you're more than welcome to jump on. All the information on how to become a liaison and information to contact me as well. There's always donations. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. So any funds that come to us will be used for the programs that we do. And then a small portion, or excuse me, a portion of it will be used to pass off information regarding the bill. As a nonprofit 501c3, only a certain amount of money or funds can be utilized for policies and not for the programs. So just be aware of that part.
Okay. What else do people need to know about this bill and making it statewide or making it national?
So the most crucial and critical thing that I left out, which I appreciate you, pinging me on it, is that this bill does not bring in any new entitlements, and it doesn't cost the taxpayers any money. And I think that's really important because what I've always tried to show the people is that a lot can be done while spending very little, but a lot of work can be put in in the front end and the back end. So it doesn't cost any more money, and there's no extra entitlements that need to be done. So there's no reason why this is not something that should be pushed fast and immediately. And I think that's what the appeal for the Senate to grab it so quickly, and then the congressional level that's going to grab it as well.
Well, politically, it should be a win-win.
Yes.
They spend $0. No taxpayer money is going to this. It's already been allocated. This is money that's already been spent by the DOD. So there's no money that's coming out of anyone's pocket. This is just to help veterans, to help them because of their service. It's already been allocated to them. So we're just making life, quality of life better.
Yeah.
So
And
I can't think of why anyone on the left, even New York is obviously very progressive, but even the progressives, I can't see them being upset about this. I can't see Republicans being upset about this. I'm not aware of any political group that would be pissed off about helping people with the quality of life for money that has already been spent that costs them nothing. I can't see anything that would hold people back on that.
And the way I look at it, me specifically, is, we made a promise to these individuals, these veterans, and it's only right that our government and keeps that promise to our nation's heroes. So for me, it's a slam dunk all around.
I can see that. And I support that. And I do want people to be involved in that because it is something so essential. By chance, do you have any idea the numbers we're talking about of how many veterans in New York State or across this country that are either they're becoming homeless or have been in danger of becoming homeless because this bill hasn't been put in place, because no one did this before?
No, unfortunately not, and that's one of the problems on getting, the ball rolling in the beginning 10 years ago. Veterans coming back didn't want to. I saw didn't want to say that they were homeless. That was one big thing. Second, it the statistical data for somebody to be homeless. Let's keep it more focused on New York. For a veteran to be considered homeless, they have to enter the shelter system. That's one. What veteran wants to when they have money in their pockets and they have, going to school full time? They don't want to. That's something they want to do. Third is the situation is they're more like couch surfers, so it's almost impossible to get the data on if they're homeless. The wording on it, for example, in New York, for a veteran to get housing assistance, they have to be um, homeless or verifiable homeless for almost a year before they get the assistance.
How the
Or
hell do you verify homeless? You got
exactly,
no address.
exactly.
What are you talking about?
So
I've never heard that term before, and it's on its face stupid. I was
yeah,
sleeping on steps in front of a church. My own experience. I was sleeping either on the steps in front of a church, or I was sleeping in a bed in a crack house. There is no address. That's stupid. If I had an address, I wouldn't have been homeless.
yeah.
So that this makes no sense to me.
Yes, and now the and this is the system in place right here, the cracks in the system. Technically, while you're being verifiably homeless, if you get a bed to sleep on, it zeroes out and starts all over again.
So you got to count all over the new counter. That's just
Yeah.
stupid.
So
Why do they make it that hard? It shouldn't be that hard.
it shouldn't be that hard, and politically wise, we could talk all day on all the things that have made these situations bad. Like, why is the shelter system so packed? Why are the funds not being allocated correct? There's a lot of things that we could talk about, but this situation right here, it's hard to get the statistical data because normally a veteran coming back home is able to get a job or go to school. It's just the housing portion and how they can get the statistical data out of it is the problem. Now, overall, for the country and for New York City specifically, the numbers for homelessness has gone down. Now, whether you choose to believe those numbers or not, from when I had the situation, I think in New York City there was like maybe anywhere close to 60,000 per night that were homeless in New York City. But now we're like towards the 2,000 range. I apologize. My numbers are a little off, but that's roughly the range. Right.
I've heard similar numbers, which I don't agree. I think it's the way they're counting.
Yes, and that's another thing. The way they count it is an issue. And then
I've seen 4,000, and like that's not an accurate number. I mean, you can just go down to the Bowery, you can just walk around the parks. That's not an accurate number.
But for me, the way I look at this situation is this is something that can be fixed and it shouldn't come up. And it's a problem that I know that can be fixed easily. And this is the solution to that. It's not going to cover it 100%, but it's going to be a great start to it. And to save the issues of veterans coming back, in the next couple weeks, I'm going to be publishing more articles from when I started to now of other veterans that are suffering this still to this day in not only New York City but in other parts of the country.
No, I think this is a subject that needs more attention, needs more public awareness. This is something that we owe our veterans, and it's a simple thing. Again, it's not like more money's coming out of our pocket to do this. This is just a simple thing that we can do to help them, and they have earned that help. It's just that simple. It's not like we're doing something difficult. And it sounds like, once again, that it's a paperwork, bureaucratic crap that we're going through that shouldn't be a factor, should never be a factor, and yet it is.
Yeah.
And that's what it sounds like. I don't know. It's crazy to me, but I'm glad that that's something that you are working on, and that it is something that we can feel pretty confident is going to get resolved.
Yes, I've dedicated the last almost 13 years of my life to this, and I wish Igor was here so that he could see how far we've gotten. But in keeping the promise to his mother, it's my way of keeping that promise to her, him, and to the other veterans that I've served for this time period.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing that, man. That's really commendable. It's a great thing to do, and I'm glad that you were able to share that with the audience and tell people about this. So now that they're aware and they can help, just push out the word and say, "Hey, you're a politician. You want my vote? Support this." It's simple. It's just it won't hurt you politically. There's no reason not to do it, and I hope they'll be able to do that. I hope that will get you a little extra boost there.
I appreciate that, Michael. And I started out because I didn't realize that we had jumped straight into it, but I just want to say happy birthday. I wish you many more, and I appreciate everything you do on your end as well, for not only for the veteran community, for politics, and the community at large as well.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And by the way, folks, you may not be aware, Gonzalo had already told me, and I think I mentioned it first thing in the morning. So right now we've raised about $190 for the Jericho project, and in that's including $20 that Gonzalo had mentioned to me yesterday when I knew he was coming on, and he already made his commitment. He was the first one to make a commitment towards the Jericho project. So I've already counted that in there. He was actually one of the first numbers that I provided to everybody. So we knew that was happening. And so that's helping so it's not just working with the veterans. He's also helping our veterans who are homeless in another format as well. So I just want to make sure people are aware that you've been on board with all of that right from the jump. First thing, I didn't even have to ask. He was like, yeah, I can help on that.
Well, thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And thank you for coming on, man. And I know we got some stuff coming up. We'll be talking again very soon. All right.
Bye.
All right. So everyone, I want to bring up now, I need to go to the head. I need to take a quick break. I'm going to walk my dog. I'm going to take a break to hit the head, and I'm going to go and walk the dog, get something to eat, and I'll be right back. We've got the end of the show to deal with. We've gone through 10 and a half hours, folks. 10 and a half hours together. We've had a great show. We've had Larry Sharp on. We've had on Charles Guaria. We just had Gonzalo Duran. We've been raising money. We are so close to matching what we did last year at $250. We're $60 away from matching last year, $250. We can do this, folks. We can do it. I'm going to put you back with Matthew J. Show, and then I will be back very, very soon. As they burned down city after city after city, had arson and riots and vandalism, destruction of property, attacks on individuals, murders of individuals. And that also forced out more officers, more firefighters, fewer people being recruited into emergency medical services. So we've seen that depleting our resources, these essential services, not just in New York City. We're talking in multiple states, and the most severe have been in the bluer than blue states and the bluer than blue cities. So this is just a continuation of that, because they have been virtue signaling since 2020, saying you've got to get the jab or you get fired, followed up with, well, you have to agree with the riot and burning down cities and killing people, otherwise you're a racist, and then you're fired. And now we've gotten to, yet again, even more virtue signaling. You have to agree with someone who's unqualified, because if you don't, well, then you're a ist and a phobe, and you're going to get fired. It's ridiculous.
Michael, can I ask you, a few programs ago, I think I asked you a similar question, but it is very important that you get it back out there. And I was asking you, Michael, about how do you pay for free transit, $30 minimum wages, something they're doing, and I'm not real familiar with the rent freezes and all that other stuff, and free childcare and all that. And I asked you a question, who's going to pay? And I think I followed up and said, is Albany going to green light all this stuff, Michael? Is Mamdani going to get anywhere near what he wants to propel as his agenda?
No, he never was going to, and he still isn't. He wanted to increase the taxes on a specific class of people. By the way, that's unconstitutional. That's targeting a specific group for punishment that is not related to any crime, and it is unconstitutional. That's what's the word? Oh God, I'm forgetting it. Prejudicial.
Yes.
And so you can't do that on one end. And two, if they did do this, then it would have to be a statewide action. And Governor Hochul wants to get reelected. She's not about to start targeting the top 5% of the state that are right now questioning whether they want to even stay in New York State because it's falling apart. And now she's going to tack on another tax on them, which would, many of them have been leaving because of the taxes as is for the last over a decade now. And that's why New York State leads all states in the most people leaving every single year. We lose somewhere around 250,000 people per year in New York State every year. That's including the fact that we have illegal aliens that are counted as part of our population, and we're still losing 250,000 people every year. Most of those conservatives, Republicans, small business owners. They're just leaving. New York State is losing about $20 trillion a year, according to the IRS, because of all these people leaving. That's unsustainable. And you're going to add more taxes to that? And Madami's answer is, well, they'll just, I love his answer. They're going to stay and just pay the extra tax because they use the services. Let's understand very clearly. I used to be a stockbroker. I've made incomes in the six figures before in my life. And I know many people when I was working down in Wall Street and in that environment, I knew many people who were making $500,000, $750,000, $1 million and more a year. I can tell you, none of them took the subway. None of them took the bus. You didn't need to. You could afford to get a taxi, what we would call a black car, which is basically an Uber now. You'd get that. It's paid for by the business, or you could just flat out afford it. You're not going where the masses are because it's not efficient and effective, and you can afford better comfort. So no, they're not taking the same services. Let me see. I make $1 million a year. How likely am I to use Obamacare for my medical services? You're not. You're going to go directly to the doctor and paying cash, or you have a Cadillac healthcare plan. So it doesn't make sense. Why would they stay and pay extra money for something they get no benefit from?
No, I agree. That's well said. Now, Michael, I want to stay with New York politics. And the governor's race, which what's another year away. But I had Larry Sharp, as you know.
Hmm.
I interviewed him. It was a great interview. A sound guy. He has a lot of great ideas. And I think Stefanik dropped out of the New York governor's race.
Oh yeah.
What is the overall current picture for the New York governor race as it stands today?
There are 4 candidates, of which 1, 2, 3 are declared. Kathy Hochul hasn't declared, but it's presumed that she's going to run again for the governor's race. So she would be the 4th. There's her current lieutenant governor, a former congressman, that's Antonio Delgado. He used to be in charge of the New York 19th district. He abandoned those people to become the lieutenant governor because it's an easier job. He doesn't have to do anything, and he gets paid a lot of money. As opposed to being a congressman, he was going to lose his election, his congressional race. So he went and said, hey, I'll be the race card for, he's the black guy working in her government. He gets paid, and you've never heard about him. You don't see him do anything because he's useless. I followed him as a congressman. Useless. Only thing he had is, I'm black. That's literally his main reason for being elected. You've got Bruce Blakeman. He's a Republican. He's a very big fish in Long Island. He is completely unknown anywhere outside of Long Island, including in New York City. Nobody knows who he is. No one cares. That's not to say that Bruce Blakeman is a bad man. He's not. I'm not saying that he's ineffective. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that if you're on Long Island, if you're in Nassau County, he is a great county executive. He's done a lot. And he gets votes from Democrats and independents and Republicans. Great. But if you're from Tioga County, you don't know him and you don't care. If you're from Oneida County, if you live in Rome, New York, you don't know who he is and you don't care. All of that I've just mentioned, that he's doing fantastic and Democrats vote for him in Long Island, mean nothing to you. And that's Bruce's problem. He's 30%. Most of the recent polling says he's at least unknown to New York State by 30%. And by the way, if you go to his website right now, he has no policies. Not one. Why would I vote for somebody? And I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I've run as a Republican for Congress. And I have to say, why would I vote for Bruce Blakeman? He's a big fish in a very small pond. That's Long Island. And he has no policies. Not one. He's told me, he's going to cut taxes. How? He's going to make New York safe. How? He has no answer.
Michael, do you think that Larry Sharp has a better chance than previous attempts to be governor of New York?
Yes. And I do support Larry. And if I had, some people may not be aware. Yes, I'm a conservative Republican, and I support Larry Sharp, who is a libertarian. Because he, again, using the same example I did with Bruce Blakeman, you can go right now to Larry Sharp's website. You can look up his policies, and he has a huge page of exact policies on issues that everyone has a concern about. He has an 8-hour video of discussing all of his policies to address the concerns of pretty much most of the people of New York State. I can vote for that. Doesn't mean I agree with all of his policies. I don't. And I know Larry personally. I've told him to his face. I've told him in interviews before. I don't agree with all of his policies and his ideology, but I agree with more of it than empty promises that all the other candidates are providing.
Michael, do you believe Larry Sharp is the hardest working candidate for governor that many people have seen in many years? I look at some of his stuff. He's all over the place in New York.
He's traveled to every county in New York State. He's in the middle of his eighth trip to every single county, 62 counties.
That's
throughout
big.
the state. He's done this for 8 years.
That's interesting. We're going to follow that, and I'm certainly we're going to be asking you more questions about that. Now, Michael, I want to move around here, if you don't mind. I actually want to ask you. This is a big question, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to navigate us through this. and I know this will draw emotions when I even say the name, but Nick Fuentes and people like Nick Fuentes. And I monitor his site along with other people that are in a similar vein as his, because he does attract a pretty big audience, particularly people under the age of 30. However, here's my question to you, Michael. I look with Nick Fuentes' agenda, and he pounds Trump every day and just says, Trump's not doing this, he's not doing that. Inflation's still problems, where overseas wars, all these kinds of things. And then I go on the site. I'm going to be honest with you. I go on the site. I get ripped apart by his followers, but I get a lot of responses out of this, and I'm curious to see what's going on in that in the whole Fuentes world and how he has 1 million+ followers. But my question to you, Michael, is Nick Fuentes says, "Okay, the Republican Party's useless. Let's get. Don't vote for Trump. Don't vote for J.D. Vance. Don't vote for any Republicans in the midterms." My question to Michael Voss is, what are we doing in the interim, other than letting the Democrats rule indefinitely? If we just drop out, or if we start from scratch, like it appears Nick Fuentes wants to do. So in essence, is Fuentes actually destroying the Republican Party at the expense of a lot of the people that vote for it?
Well, the first thing I'll say is Nick Fuentes is evil and vile, and I disavow him. I've never, ever found him to be representative of anything except Nick Fuentes. I've heard of and I've known about Nick Fuentes since 2018. So my information, and I know his followers are rabid. His people are rabid. They're believers. And they blur the line between religious faith and just political party membership. They are believers. And that's some of the most dangerous people you can find in the world, because they're following something based on faith, not objective reality. That's been my experience. I've known about Fuentes. I've heard about him. He's been in the shadows since 2018. Most of the public they're hearing about him now because he is the easy target of the mainstream media. When they want to paint the right as being evil or being alt-right or nationalists, they point to Nick Fuentes. They're trying to supplant Charlie Kirk with Nick Fuentes. Those two men have nothing in common. Nothing. There's nothing similar to them, but the media needs something to dog whistle about, something to point at and say, see, that's who you should be afraid of. And that's why we hear so much about Nick Fuentes today. Meanwhile, he's been in the shadows of the Republican Party since 2018. He was never regarded as anyone serious. He was never respected, and he still isn't, as he shouldn't be. So that's my the initial thought about him. Now, he is trying to get his small, and let's understand, it's 1 million people. There's 350 million people in America. He has a small group of followers, 1 million or so. That's not a lot, believe it or not. It sounds like a lot. It's not. And that small group of fanatics that he has surrounding him and following him are the hyper extreme right. There is no second guessing that. That's the fact. He can't convince Republicans that aren't extremist radicals. He is the equivalent of Antifa for the right. That's how extreme he is. There's Antifa, there's Nick Fuentes. They're examples of the extremes. The mainstream isn't following him. He can say, oh, you shouldn't vote for, I don't care who. He's meaningless. What he says means nothing. He's getting attention. Why? Because once he's on CBS, once he's on ABC, once he's being talked about in the mainstream news media, the entire media circuit will have him on. Why? Is he newsworthy? Yes, he is. Now that they've been talking about him, now that they have tried to raise him up, to install him as the next Charlie Kirk, so that they can then say, see, he is the demon we've been warning about. He is the thing that you should be afraid of. This is why you must vote for the left. That's why they're trying to raise him up. That's why he's newsworthy. And that's why he's in the media. He should never be.
So,
He is a
Michael,
horrible person.
I'm pretty sure I'm inferring what you're saying, and the question I did ask you is his intention to burn the Republican Party down. That's what I'm asking you.
I don't think it's that. No, his intention is to get a lot of power and fame for himself. He's a selfish individual. And the Republican Party is a byproduct. He's been trying since 2018 to get recognized by the mainstream establishment and or mainstream Republican Party. He's never succeeded. And he won't ever succeed.
No, Michael, listen. I understand that, and that's you certainly brought up some valid points about that. But we also have to look at the big picture here, particularly on the Matthew J. show, whether we agree or disagree with it. The fact of the matter is, I know 1.2 million on X, 700,000 on Rumble, everywhere. He still appeals to a group of men under the age of 30, possibly even under the age of 40. Now, you don't have to acknowledge this, but I think even the mainstream would acknowledge this. A lot of younger, I think you and I talked about this before, a lot of younger people, the people that can't buy the house, the people that can't get the first car, the people that are struggling with 2 jobs, 3 jobs to pay things. That, I think, is still a reality. That's what he's dipping into, Michael. And again, I'm not saying you're correct, and he's not in the mainstream, but he certainly he's on the periphery, Michael. And if I was a Republican, I mean, again, regardless you disagree, agree, hate his guts, whatever, he can bring out valid points. I know what he is, and he
but so
demagogue or whatever. But the situation is, I'm saying, is he illuminates there's some points that as a party we should be aware of, and that is people are struggling.
Well, yes, but that's Adolf and Mao and Stalin. They all had certain things that were points that were actually solid. I wouldn't recommend any of them. So, and I don't mean to say that facetiously. I'm being very serious. Just because he's right on 1 or 2 issues that are of concern, but they're not things that no one else has realized and no one else has addressed. A lot of people are addressing the same things he's talking about, and there are solutions that are being worked on. None of them are instantaneous, although he's trying to promote like he's got the instant answer. They're not. There is no instant answer on this. We didn't get into the problem instantly. We're not getting out of it instantly. But that doesn't mean that he is deserving of the attention that has been put on him. And the reason why I've emphasized what I have, he's not helping the Republican Party or America with his ideology. And we should be identifying the fact that he is one of the greater problems for a lot of our youth. And that if we magnify him, if we glorify him at a time where our youth don't know the difference between infamy and fame, that's a problem. That's the problem. They don't know the difference. They just know that he's gotten attention. He's a rising star of fame. He's getting attention, and there is no difference between infamy and fame. Therefore, whether he's good or bad, they just know, I should check him out. Why? Because everyone's talking about him. No, his qualities are vile, disgusting, and we shouldn't be talking about him as much, especially since we know that it's like any of the TikTok trends. It's like home cafes. Did you hear about this? Home cafes?
No.
Okay, Gen Z and Gen Alpha have somehow just realized, and it's a TikTok trend, this is real, you can look this up, where they're doing home cafes. They have finally figured out how to have coffee at home. I'm not kidding. They finally realized that spending $12 for an Italian named coffee in Starbucks isn't worth $12. They can go home, put it into, brew it up in their house, and they can save money. And what they're doing is their twist. Oh yeah, they'll have coffee and they're on the internet at the same time. And they call it a home cafe. This is stupid, but this is what they're doing. And they just realized that. Oh my God. That's ludicrous. It's not a new idea. It's not something surprising. People have been having coffee. I'm having coffee right now, and I'm on with you. I'm not calling this my home cafe that I'm sharing a home cafe with Matthew J. Not that you couldn't, but that's not the point. And yet that's the ideology or the trend right now among the youth. That is Nick Fuentes. He's pointing out obvious things, and he's packaged it and said, see, isn't this new and amazing and incredible and something worthwhile? And if you objectively step back and look at it and go, that's nothing that no one hasn't known about and isn't an issue we aren't working on. You're trying to take credit for nothing.
Michael, listen, I understand all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I understand this. As I told you, I was just on a site yesterday, viciously attacked by his followers and many replies. All I said is this is all I said in reply to Fuentes. I'm pretty sure he probably sees it because I get large numbers and views. Do you realize that you're giving all the levers of power to the Democrats by saying you never vote for Trump or never vote for J.D. Vance or any Republican? Okay. And all the responses, the majority of the responses from the gropers or whatever they call themselves was, you're the reason we have problems, old timer, and all this other stuff. We have to, we have to wipe it clean. What I'm getting at here, Michael, he's not, and I'm not trying to, piss you off or anything. He's not a flash in the pan. He's going to be around, and he is getting bigger. The unfortunate part about this, and we'll get to talk about this, is the horrible assassination of Charlie Kirk somewhat elevated him to a different level where more people are paying attention. He's on Piers Morgan. He's on Tucker Carlson. I don't know, Megyn Kelly. He's everywhere. Doesn't mean he's right. But Michael, he is being elevated, whether right, wrong, or indifferent. And I have to add this again. I know you're not going to agree with this. A lot of the stuff he breaks down. When I watched the 2-hour Piers Morgan interview, he sliced and diced Piers Morgan. I mean, just sliced and diced him with no problem. Okay. Yeah, but the thing is, he's out there. He does bring up some legitimate points, and I know he's way out in the stratosphere on others, but it's somebody you want to keep an eye on because he does have a certain degree of influence.
No, the scariest thing, and I understand all that you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with those things. My explicit point is that he is being elevated for a purpose. Look at who is elevating him and why. He is not rising up to replace Charlie Kirk. He is being pushed into a role to replace Charlie Kirk, which he's happy to do because it benefits him. Very selfish. But Charlie Kirk was a great symbol for anyone on the right or even independents by saying, this is an individual who would have a conversation with you. Whether you agreed or disagreed, he would passionately go through the issue with you and explain his point of view, which was great for the right, conservatives, and many others. Great. When he went away, Nick Fuentes isn't someone who sits and calmly talks about his positions passionately on something that is beneficial to America. He's talking about his selfish points of view. Did he tear apart Piers Morgan? Many people have. That's not an accomplishment. And quite honestly, Matthew, you and I, we probably could too, depending on what the subject is that we talk to Pierce with. If it's
Michael, just for the record, with Piers Morgan, he's gotten mad at me, and he got no big fight with me. And I got over 1 million views on it, and plus I got a lot of solid people that started following me around the world, reporters and whatnot, because they hate Piers so much. But that's beside the point. Go ahead.
Pierce he's good at what he does, which is a little bit more theatrical than what you and I do. Yeah. And I understand it. I'm not holding him back. I mean, let him make his money. Great. He's good at what he does. So when people who are more serious really address very specific issues, you're going to blow him up. Many people have. That's how Ben Shapiro got to be known in the first place. He made his bones blowing up Pierce. And that's not that hard. What we should be terrified of is that people are telling us that Charlie Kirk is the equivalent of Nick Fuentes, and Fuentes is going to replace
Michael, they hated each other. They
course
hated
did.
each other.
Of course they did.
Listen, I'm not trying to be combative with you, but from what I can ascertain, Fuentes asked multiple times to have a debate with Charlie Kirk, and he said absolutely not. I'm sure Kirk and TPUSA had many reasons, like we don't want to give him a platform or anything like that.
Yeah.
But there were attempts for it, and I'm not suggesting that the Charlie Kirk crowd has all of a sudden maneuvered over to the Fuentes crowd. Like you said, they're two separate people there as far as beliefs and whatnot.
Yeah. But look who is doing it. It's the left. And again, the reason why they're doing that is because Fuentes is their dream. He is something that the left can look at and go, I'm afraid. He's getting power. He's getting to be a position of power. Therefore, I have to vote left. I have to vote even when it's not in your best interest, even when it's going to,
Right.
the policies are going to fail. That's why they're raising him up. That's why he's getting attention. He's been around since 2018. No one cared. They care now because he's being pushed into a role that is beneficial for the left.
I got you, Michael. Listen, we'll go from that because we got so much more to cover.
Okay.
They're just joining us. Welcome aboard. Michael Voss is joining us tonight. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, and X. Michael, let me go over to the UK now. And we had a discussion about this. It was months ago, but I'm going to need your expertise on this again. This was trending yesterday, Michael, all over X. UK government internal job posting was leaked for an 81 million pound position, which is, I guess, is roughly about 90,000 a year, for a digital ID director. This is happening in Britain. Eventually you'll need it to work, bank, shop, school, healthcare. But initially, the government is rolling it out like, well, you want to fight all this illegal immigration and people coming on the boat, so we all need digital ID. It looks like, Michael, the UK is moving forward with it. Now, I think I've asked you this question before, and you've been able to really lay it out way better than I ever could. What are the dangers? How concerned should we be? I know that's over in the UK, but how concerned should we be that stuff makes it over here in a big way?
The UK, with their Online Safety Act and digital ID, are the testing ground, and they will then import their proven policies into the United States. It is absolutely terrifying. It is Big Brother. It is giving up your life to the micromanagement of government. There is no free speech if you have digital ID. They will be able to track everything you do everywhere you go. This also is a component of having digital currency, governmental currency. This is a horrible, it's a BCDG or BCDG. No, I'm sorry. It's government digital currency. Sorry, it has an abbreviation. I always forget what it is. And this is the ability of the government to not only track every purchase you've ever made to every business and any individual that you've made a purchase to, but also the ability to turn off your money, to be able to devalue all of your savings in an instant at a keystroke. And this could be done by someone who's legitimately saying, well, you may be a danger to the public, as well as someone who goes, I don't like the way you voted. I don't like your tweet. It can be abused by anyone in the government, and it will detrimentally follow you. You have no more secrets. You have no more freedom. And that's the problem with digital ID, which also goes into the currency, which also goes into the Online Safety Act. And they will tell you that they're doing this to protect you and your kids. We're protecting kids. Really? Then why do you keep targeting adults? That's just mind-blowing. You're targeting adults. All of the complaints we're seeing, all the charges, all the repercussions are going to adults, but it's supposed to be protecting kids. Well, why are adults involved in this? And they'll always say that because there's a reason why Reagan said the 9 most dangerous words you'll ever hear is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Why is that so terrifying? Because government always gets it wrong, and government always wants more power.
Michael, is it your belief if these things are incorporated like they have the CCP does in China, that this will all be controlled by AI, that it will be a machine or this form of intelligence, however you want to characterize it, will be making decisions like you're saying, like in China, you can't take a train today. Why? Because we didn't like your post, or you crossed against a red sign or something like that. Is it? I mean, I hope we're a freedom-loving people, Michael, but I think with the bought and sold media and whatnot, and the wrong politicians in there, incrementally we could go into that, like right below the surface. It could just rise up. Most Americans would probably laugh at what you and I are saying. It's happening in the UK right now.
It's happening in the US right now. People don't realize it. We're seeing the thought control already happening. We already know there's certain words you can't use in polite company. And those words aren't nearly as, we're not talking about offensive things like the N word. We're just talking about just saying that you're a he or a she is offensive. And oh my God, I've just offended someone because I said you're a he or a she, or I call you an it, because in English, correct English grammar is he, she, it, not they.
Michael,
them.
do you think a kind of a globalist mechanism is to control speech? When you can control speech, you can really bring in all the mechanisms of suppression or tyranny. When you, like you're saying, wait a minute, you just misgendered me. That's 6 months in jail and a $5,000 fine. Is that all part of the woke? And I would almost say like a globalist mindset.
Yes, it's woke. Yes, it's intersectional politics. No, it's not globalist. It is absolutely virtuosing. And it is about control. And I think this is something that was happening regionally, and it spread. It was something amongst the academics. The academics passed it on to their students. Those students came into our communities, into businesses and jobs, and they promoted their ideology through those businesses, especially in entertainment, especially in news, which gave it even more of a reach. We exported it to countries, first world nations, like in England, the UK. They have run with that because they didn't have nearly as much freedom as us, nor as many protections on freedom as we do. So the government was able to take it even further than what we saw here in the United States. They've been refining it, and now they have a more refined wording and a more refined process. That's coming back to us at the same time that we're getting AI, which AI is now being integrated into every aspect of our lives. Well, here's a problem. If AI is only as smart as the program that was created for, that created it, and it will only have the bias that its creator puts into it. And people say, well, they're making it's not biased at all. Are you sure? Have you done the searches? Because I can tell you that I've gone through many things depending on your topic. In particular, I know when I've done some of my research on gun control, which I've been doing for 20 years now, and the resources, government sites and reports that I rely on for the last 20 years, that they don't cite. I can go into ChatGPT. They don't cite it. They don't bring it up. In fact, they will tell me, and you see this all the time, you'll ask the question of ChatGPT and some of these AI, and they will give you back the answer couched around an ideology. They will tell you things that you did not ask about, framing like, well, many people think there's been this many mass shootings in a year. I didn't ask you about mass shootings. I asked you about how many times a rifle has been used in a shooting in America. Well, we're talking about mass shootings. No, that isn't the question. But that's the thing it wants to push on me. Why?
Michael, listen, I agree with you, and I want to ask you about this. I have Grok 4 or whatever Grok it is, and Elon Musk is running around saying, oh, isn't Grok great? And it's giving you all the great information. You don't even got to use Google anymore. I agree with you. This guy, Elon, is talking about free speech and how everything is just so great. And I'm glad he did purchase Twitter, but unfortunately, we're back into almost a Twitter-type mode. It's like, I don't know, put your money where your mouth is. Or Grok is, like you're saying, with all the AIs, Michael, they're all left-leaning. So it's only what the programmers or whatever put into it. Well, Michael, that's going to be a real dangerous dystopian world in the future then, because people will think like, well, it's AI, it's neutral. It's not, like you're saying.
It's never been neutral. It was never intended to be neutral. And its operation is not neutral, just like we've seen with government. It's being tainted, and it has an outcome. I like to say that it's like when we watch the news media, you see this during the elections, the presidential and midterms. All roads lead to a very preferred partisan ideology. They, if you follow the news, they're speaking about Republicans. The mainstream news media in the United States talks about Republicans in a very specific type of way to bias you slowly and steadily, week after week, month after month, until the next election. And therefore, your only choice is, oh, we're going to talk about just voting one way. Great example, going back to when we were talking about Larry Sharpe, the New York governor's race. You hear about Hochul all the time. You kind of hear about Blakeman now. You don't hear about anyone else. Antonio Delgado doesn't get any press. They won't talk about Larry Sharpe. Well, why? Because they want you to only have two paths. And if you're going to pick between Blakeman and Hochul, they think that you'll pick Hochul because he's the incumbent. And they're Hello, everybody. Okay, we are in the final stretch. We are at 11 hours in on our marathon live stream today. And I appreciate everybody who's been in and out. And I think there's been a couple of people who've been watching the whole show, which is fantastic. I don't know what you've been doing all day. Hey, if your boss isn't upset, I'm not upset either. So I want to thank everyone. I've had a couple of great guests. I've had Larry Sharpe, who's running for governor. I've had Charles Guaria with the opinion guy. And I had Gonzalo Duran, who came on as well. I'm very happy to have him. And he's talking about helping our veterans be able to get housing and to prevent homelessness, which is the main theme today. Talking about the Jericho Project, trying to raise money for the Jericho Project. So far, we have been able to raise $190, but I'm not done yet, and neither are you. And please do share this with people everywhere that we can. And we want to raise as much money as possible for the Jericho Project so that we can help the homeless, our veterans, and families in need in New York City. Every dollar that we spend, every dollar that you are able to donate is a massive help because our government isn't doing anything. Zoran Mandami isn't helping. He's helping to build a bigger government, to make more government, but he's not helping the people who have the need. He's creating a new department. He's hiring new people. There's more and more and more paperwork and bureaucracy, but there isn't more help. And that's what our homeless need. That's what our veterans need. That's what families need. They need actual help, not bureaucratic paperwork. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to raise as much money as we can to give to the Jericho Project to help them, to help others. And I think it's wonderful that we've been able to raise $190. We're almost at our target for last year. We brought in $250. We're about $60 short of bringing that in again, and hopefully we'll be able to do it. Hopefully we can do that. And maybe I'll extend this and we'll go the entire month of raising money for the Jericho Project so we can get as much money to pay them. And by the way, for people who are wondering, normally the next month in May, when all of the money comes in from YouTube, all the money is received from PayPal and it's all cleared, then I will go on live and I will make a live payment during my Sunday. Every Sunday, I do my Sunday live stream. And I've been doing that for 9 years in a row now. And once all the money clears, we will go on during the Sunday live stream, most likely in May. And I will, during the live stream, go on to the website for the Jericho Project and I will make the payment in front of everyone. And you will see that we will give them that money. I did that last year. I did that in January this year. And I will do it again on my as soon as the money clears for my birthday. So we will do that because we believe in it. Hang on one second. I got my puppy here. Hi. What? You're a good boy. That's my 15-year-old dog, and he's complaining at me. I haven't spent a whole lot of time with him today because I've been online with you guys. So it's a trade-off there. He's a little upset with me, but you guys hopefully are benefiting. We've had great conversations, talked about a lot of politics, a lot of issues. There's some other things to talk about. Let me take a moment and just off the top of my head, just to hit something on entertainment. I meant to mention it before. I hate the current entertainment. It's just not entertaining. Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, garbage. Absolute, utter garbage. I'm so happy that it got canceled. I'm upset that there's a season 2. Hopefully that will be dumped and gone, and we will never see the Kurtzman Star Trek again. I'm a big sci-fi fan. I love my sci-fi shows. I love Star Trek. I love Star Wars more, but I love Star Trek. I love Farscape more than pretty much anything in sci-fi. And I'm just happy that Kurtzman is no longer going to be negatively impacting the name of and the memory of Star Trek itself. So I can't wait until Star Trek Academy is gone. I don't think that Supergirl is going to make any money whatsoever. It just looks like an abysmal movie, and there's nothing pleasant about it that I see. You may like it. You may enjoy it. I hope you can enjoy it if you go to see it. I'm not going to. I don't see anything positive there. That's just me. I did see The Ballerina recently, which is in the John Wick universe, and I do recommend that movie. Now, is The Ballerina a girl boss? Kinda. Not quite. She did earn it. I mean, she did train. She has a good backstory and somewhat believable. The ending wasn't the best in that movie. It's an action movie. It's very much in the John Wick genre. It's a bit unbelievable, the things that she was doing at the end of the movie. She's a little too competent. She's a little too Baba Yaga in the way she's able to accomplish things. I mean, it's just astounding how many people she's able to take out. But as a John Wick film, it's pretty good. And if you like John Wick, most likely, I'm very confident that you'll like The Ballerina too. So I just wanted to get out some of that entertainment. Oh, and Hal is with us, by the way. We got a comment here from Kintsugi, and Kintsugi says, happy birthday. See, Kintsugi, you did make it. You were worried you wouldn't be able to make any of the show, and here you are. You're with me at the end of the show, so you did make it, and that's great. I'm happy that you're here with us. And I do see Hal. Hal has joined us, and Hal says, what about Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone? Space Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. I don't remember that one. Let me double check. Is it an anime? I love anime. Oh, okay. It's not an anime. I thought it has a title like an anime or a manga, and I love manga. I love anime, and I really enjoy watching that a lot. But Space Hunter in 3D, I know nothing about this movie. But it's got Ernie Hudson. That's a good thing. It's got Michael Ironside. That's a good thing. Let's see. It's got Molly Ringwald. That's a give or take. It's got Elisa Shirley. I don't know who she is. And Andrea Markovich. I don't know who she is. I don't recognize her. So a bunch of older actors in this. I'm a little surprised by that. When did this come out? No, it's coming out. It came out in February. I never saw it. I see it's got a 5.5 IMDb. It's rated about 50, 60%. Never saw it. I don't watch a lot of movies. It's an 80s sci-fi. It is 1980s. Then why am I seeing that it came out on Rotten Tomatoes? And that was a rating on it. I apologize. I'm just checking this out. Just so you guys can see what I'm seeing real quick. Let me just show you that. So I was looking here, and I was reading the Rotten Tomatoes, and I saw that it said it's an enjoyable adventure, February 7th of 2026. So I was like, did this come out in 2026? But everybody's so old, and the pictures look so young. I wasn't sure what it was. and it's got about 5.5. But I've never seen this, so I don't know. I will check it out. Sounds like it's good. 1983 it came out. Okay, yeah, I'd check it out. I like sci-fi, so anything decent in the sci-fi genre, normally I will enjoy. Not Star Trek Starfleet Academy. That isn't sci-fi. That's crap. That's CW. I can't stand it. But most things in sci-fi I do enjoy. So there is that. I just wanted to throw that in there just because. Let's take a look at the breaking news that's going on right now. I know that Hassan Piker has come out and he said we are now seeing that he deleted his tweet that was hoping that the United States airman who was flying the F-15E fighter that was shot down over Iraq, he was hoping that he would die. That he would not be able to be recovered by the United States. Hassan Piker is evil. He is a malignant toad living in the United States. I'm upset that he's made money. I don't know why Twitch continues to employ him. I have nothing positive to say about Hassan Piker and his hate of America. You know, he went over to Cuba and he's a hateful person. Hassan Piker went to Cuba and the entire city is in a blackout. And just because Hassan Piker and his far left friends had shown up, the only building in the entire city that had electricity was for Hassan Piker, who's out having a party with his friends, being treated like the best of the very best. It's kind of like when Bernie Sanders went to the Soviet Union and they treated him like a special guest of the government. So he never got to see how people actually live in socialism. Same thing for Hassan Piker. He never got to see how the actual Cuban people live in their blackout while he's having a party, supposedly helping them somehow by taking away all their electricity. He's an evil, evil man. And I would love for him to be deported and not in America anymore. That's my personal opinion. If you like Hassan Piker, I can't imagine why you're watching my channel, but I just wanted to share that with people because I did see that some news about that came out today. Now, let's see. Trump warns. Matter of fact, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. This is just Google News right now, and I'm just looking at the breaking news out there. Trump, again, is still warning that Iran is in danger. They have not promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, which means that Donald Trump is still willing to bomb the infrastructure, in particular the bridges and power plants. And I do believe that Donald Trump will target power plants in the industrial zones. And that would be most likely where he would strike, as well as bridges, industrial bridges that help to manufacture the weapons that Iran uses and that it ships out to Hamas, the Houthis, and to Hezbollah. And so we could see that. Iran came up with a stupid plan, as reported by Axios very badly, saying that one of the conditions, and the condition that absolutely is preventing anything, is that the United States would have to tell Israel to stop fighting Hezbollah. Well, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that is dedicated to the eradication of Israel, just like Iran. No, we're not going to tell. That's their country. And if they have to defend their country by taking out Hezbollah, good for them. That has nothing to do with the United States. That has nothing to do with the U.S. fighting Iran and the reason why we're fighting it. So it's a no-go. It's not a real request. And Iran knows that. I don't know why they think that. I guess they think that they'll get some brownie points because far leftists will suddenly say, well, Donald Trump is owned by Netanyahu. Well, literally last year, this day, you heard the same leftists were saying that Donald Trump was owned by Vladimir Putin. And then you heard that he was owned by Chairman Xi over the summer. It's just rhetoric. It's useless. It is just name calling for the sake of name calling from the left. It doesn't advance this. It's not going to have an impact. And I agree with President Trump. If we're going to do this, let's do this. Let's make the impact. Let's help that the Iranian regime, the terrorist fanatical theological government to collapse. Let the Iranian people rise up and let them go out and run their own country. I know part of the problem, and I think part of the reason why we haven't seen that yet is because all of the news media has been turned off. The internet has been turned off. The Iranian people don't know what's going on. The average person, they have no access to anything except government-run TV. And this is one of the problems with the government being in charge of news media and interfering with news media. You only hear what the government wants to be said. That brings us back to what we heard from Obama during the Obama administration. It reminds me of the Biden administration when he was coercing social media to censor people like myself and Larry Sharp and Kit Cabello and so many others. They were censoring us under the Biden-Harris administration, not the Trump administration, not as Trump 45, not as Trump 47. He's not censoring the news media, but the left did. And for the left, oh, that was good. That was the proper thing to do. No, it's not. It's never proper. But, Trump is the bad guy because they need a bad guy. Because the left, in particular Democrats, they want to win the 2026 midterm elections, and they have no plan to actually do so. They have nothing to offer. I truly believe that. If others disagree, I'm happy to hear your reasoning. Let me see what else is there. Trump threatens to jail journalist to find source of second missing Iranian airport report. I don't know what that's about. That may take a little bit of research. This is coming out from The Guardian. I don't know if that's exactly what happened. I would need to find out more about that. I need to do research. Supreme Court sides with Steve Bannon in bid to dismiss January 6th conviction. Good for Steve Bannon. He shouldn't have been convicted. There was no crime. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but January 6th, no crime. There was no coercion. There was no attempt to take over the government. If, I've said this many, many times, if the 300,000 Americans that appeared on January 6th in front of and throughout the Congress, if they wanted to take over the government, they would have. If there was a plan, it would have happened. Nothing could have stopped it. And we have seen many nations around the world that have been toppled because 3,000 citizens decided to take over the government. We had 300,000 people in Washington, D.C. at the Congress. If they wanted to take over the government, it would have happened. They didn't because they never intended to. That's why they didn't bring any weapons with them. And yes, there were about a dozen people who were violent, and those people deserved to go to jail, and they did. Everyone else should be absolved. This isn't what the left wants it to be. That's part of fear-mongering. Now, you may not agree with the people who protested on January 6th. You may not agree with the way that they protested on January 6th. They didn't burn down Washington, D.C. The left does burn down their cities. We do see arson often wherever we see the leftists get together and have their rallies. We do see vandalism. We do see violence from the left on a regular basis. You don't see that from the right. And you didn't see that on January 6th. Again, other than a dozen people. That's it. That wasn't, there shouldn't have been the nationwide reaction that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. They were trying to make an example. They were trying to fearmonger people into being controlled. It didn't work. And that's a good thing. It didn't work, and that's good. Let me go on. Let's see. The U.S. launched Air Armada to rescue the F-15 crew in Iran. That's a good thing. We should be happy about that. We should be very happy that we did everything we could to save that airman who was doing his job. I have no complaints about that. If anyone on the left is complaining about that, I don't understand why. I don't understand your reasoning. Tell me why. I think it's a good thing. Let's see. Wall Street Journal, why no Kings protesters won't win the long game. I am interested in that. This is from, the Wall Street Journal won't let me see it. Well, that's annoying. But I agree. The No Kings marches are useless propaganda. And something about the No Kings marches that we have seen consistently, they reach less than 3% of America. Less than 3% of America get involved with the No King marches. And we're told that they're the greatest things, they're the biggest rallies, and this is really important. Less than 3% of America, less than 20% of progressives actually support the No Kings protests because they're fake. This is funded by the left, by the same kind of billionaires that the left complains about are the ones that pay for these protests. These are paid protesters, many of them, not all of them, many of them are. These events are paid events with signs being pre-printed for these people so that they can go out and protest. And what did they really have to say at the No Kings March? America has been around for 250 years. I've been on this planet for 58. Thankfully, because I'm an American citizen, it's been a pretty good time. There has been no better time to be alive in the world than the last 58 years. And more importantly, there has been no better place to be alive during the last 58 years than in America. That's just a fact. And we're going to be celebrating our 250th birthday. Mind you, I was alive and I remember 1976 when we had the 200th birthday of America. So I'm alive to see that celebration. And in July, I'll be saying the 250th celebration of America. And I'm happy to be able to see both of those events in my lifetime. And I just have to say, for all the people who want to say America is such an evil country, such a terrible country, such a broken country, have you looked at anywhere else in the world? Have you lived anywhere else in the world? You're taking this from other people. I don't know how many times I've gone to a college and I've spoken, whether at Rutgers University, SUNY, Broome, and others, and I've heard people say, well, socialism is such a great thing by people who've never lived in a socialist nation. I have. I've listened to people who say, America is such a terrible country. They've never lived anywhere but in America. And they have no idea. They have no understanding of the privilege, the wonderful benefit they have of being an American. You don't get to have iPhones and Starbucks and $500 jeans in other parts of the world. People can't afford that kind of crap. They don't live that kind of lifestyle. They can't. It's not possible for most of the world. The poor in America, if you make $12,000 in America, you are richer than 62%. Matter of fact, I'll bring that up. How rich? And let me show you what I'm bringing up on the screen right now. So my question that I just asked is, how rich is $12,000? Not 1.2 million or anything like that. $12,000 poverty. That is below the poverty level in the United States. It's not just poverty, it's below poverty in the United States. How rich is that compared to other parts of the world? As of the first response this is from Google AI, so take it with a grain of salt. As of 2021, that would put middle class or higher. Below the poverty line in America is considered middle class or upper class in the rest of the world. That's just ridiculous. That's how great it is to be in America. I know there's a calculator for that. Where is it? There is a calculator for this. How rich? That's it. Maybe how rich am I? The United States, one adult with $12,000. Let's do this. 80%. The number has changed. It used to be, I did this a couple of years ago, and it was 62%. If you're an adult in America, you are among the 20% richest people in the world. That's below poverty in the United States. There is no better time in the world to be alive and no better place to be alive than in America. You cannot live the quality of life you have right now in the rest of the world. Not when people in our country below poverty are in the 20 percentile, the top richest people in the planet. Think about that. That's how great our country is. That's how great this time in the world is. I know people go, but Mike, what about the LGP, the alphabet? Where else in the world could they live and demand the rights that they have been given and all of the privileges that they have? You could go nowhere else in the world. If you're in the Middle East, they get thrown off of a building. Most other countries, they are silenced and ignored. In the United States, they're valued like any other American citizen. Nowhere else in the world can you do that. Nowhere else in the world can you live like we see right here. It's just not possible. Think about that. 80% of the world. That's just insane. That's just insane. That's how great we have it. And we've had 250 years of this nation. And I want to see it continue. I want to see more. Let me see. We got a couple of comments here. Nope. No, there it is. And let's see. We've got a comment coming from Kintsugi. And she says, the people who hate America don't realize how great we have it compared to the rest of the world. I wouldn't want to live, she goes on to say, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I agree with you. I think you're absolutely correct. And I think that example I just showed, and there are other calculators, and they'll all show you that you can be in abject poverty in America, and your quality of life is greater than almost anywhere else on virtually everywhere in the planet. That's because America has earned it. It's not entitled. You're not born into America and the world just gave you stuff. It's because America earns it. Because we are the superpower of the world. Because we have the greatest economy. Because we have the greatest technology. Because we have the greatest amount of freedom. We have the best quality of life. Because we have all of those things at the same time, there is no nation better on the face of the earth. In the history, I would even say, in the history of mankind, there has never been another government, another country that has uplifted as many people out of poverty, lifted the entire world out of poverty, and advanced human interactions and capabilities more than the United States in capitalism. That's just a reality check. It's true. It's never been done before. Never. We should be so thankful, and I am thankful. This is my birthday, and I am thankful for spending 12 hours more with you just to talk with you. And if it weren't for it being America, I could never have this conversation. I could never be able to speak about these issues and have the people on that I've had. It wouldn't be possible. You can't have this conversation that I've had today for 12 hours. You can't have this conversation in England or in Canada or in France or in Germany. We're talking about first world democratic nations, and you can't have the conversation we've had today in those countries. And God help you if you try and do it in the Congo, or if you're trying to do it in Laos, or if you're, God forbid, you'll never get the chance to do anything like this in the Chinese Communist Party of China. You can't do it. we have such a great country and such a great time. And we should appreciate these moments that we have and recognize that it's all at risk. It can be taken away overnight. Literally overnight, we could lose it all if we're not careful. And we can, if we're not paying attention to the foundation of our nation, we could lose everything. The next generation, the generation after them, could lose it all. And there are a lot of people around the world, like Iran, that want to see that happen. They want to burn it all down. We've got people like the Democratic Socialists of America. They want to destroy the Constitution. You don't believe me? Go ask AOC. Go ask Hakeem Jeffries. Go ask the members of the Democratic Socialists of America. They'll tell you. They want to burn down the Constitution. They want to put up human rights approved by the UN. And any right and privilege that is given to you by government can be taken away from you by that same government on a whim. You got people like Zoran Mandami who wants to say, oh yeah, I'm going to give you everything free, and then turns around and once he's got power says, oh, by the way, it's going to cost you. He lied to you. He lied to your face. You got people like Kathy Hochul who's going around saying, oh, get out of my state when it's convenient for her, when she has the power, when she's in control. She says, get out of my state. I don't need you. And then only the next time that she's up for an election, she begs and says, please, you better come back. I need your money. She doesn't need the people. She needs the money because her policies don't work. They don't make life better. If they did, she wouldn't need to go begging for people to come back from Florida to come to New York. If her policies actually worked, we'd be making money. We wouldn't be in debt. Same thing about what's happening in California under Gavin Newsom. He has failed the people of California. That's why the Palisades remains burnt down. It's why they have so many difficulties, why there's probes right now, fraud of hospice cares. Over 220 out of 277 hospice businesses are identified as fraudulent in LA alone. Not even thinking about San Francisco, not even thinking about San Diego, not thinking about Fresno or Berkeley. No one's even looked into the statewide fraud, just looking at LA. Billions of dollars wasted. And these are the same leftists, the same people who will tell you, oh, but we need money. Then you should have maybe cut off the fraud. Maybe if you didn't have as much fraud going on, you would have balanced the books. You'd have the money to give away to people because of the color of their skin in terms of reparations. Maybe you'd have the money to be able to house the homeless instead of letting them defecate in the streets. You'd have the money already. And all it would take is being responsible and listening to the public rather than listening to the political party. And that's the problem we have in America right now. And I pick on Democrats a lot. I do. Because they are a significant threat to the quality of life of America. But Republicans in the establishment are, well, not equally bad, but bad enough on their own too. They've been kicking the can down the road just as much as the Democrats have, and just as readily and fast, blaming the other side just as much, and doing nothing to fix these problems. We should have already shut down all federal funding for the state of Minnesota. All of it. We know the Somali fraud. We know that there's billions there that are being lost. Shut down all federal funding. All of it. Do investigations top to bottom and find out how much fraud is actually happening, for how long, and who is responsible. The people who are responsible, arrest them right now. It doesn't matter what their political position is. It doesn't matter what elected office they were in. If they are attached and they are responsible, they get to go to jail. We hold them accountable for what they did, not what they promised, not the political party that they're part of. And we don't use the excuse of, well, they're gay or they're brown skinned or they're female. Those aren't excuses. They knew what they were doing. Just like in the 1980s, the crack epidemic was happening in the Bronx, and more people kept taking crack. And I could never understand it. And it's the same mentality that we're seeing now, where they're saying, oh, no, we've got to protect the people who committed the fraud. No, you don't. Just like, why are you taking crack? You saw the crackhead down the block. You've seen the crackheads all throughout the community. And now you're going to try crack and become another one of them because you think, well, that happened to them. It's not going to happen to me, but it's happening to you too. It happens to everyone who takes crack. It's the fraud and the corruption affects everyone in the state. Oh, I'm a good politician. Then why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you do anything about this? Why didn't you hold your fellow politicians accountable? But they're in the same party as me. So what? So what? But I might not win the next election. Then don't win the next election. It's just that simple. The principle is far more important. But we're not doing that in America. We used to. And I know we used to because I've been alive long enough. I've seen it. I saw when we did. And that's not to say that America was perfect in the past. We weren't. And we had everything fixed in the past. We didn't. We still had our waste. We still had our fraud. We had our corruption. We had bad politicians on the right and on the left. That's not something new. The problem is we have more of it now than we had then. And theoretically, we learned lessons. We were supposed to have learned lessons from all of the prior crimes, the prior corruption, and we were supposed to fix it. We haven't. We've allowed it to fester and to get bigger and worse. We've allowed our government at the local, state, and federal level to swell to sizes that are unmanageable. They're incapable of being efficient or effective. We need to just clean house. And if we don't, we will lose our nation. We will lose everything that was built up over 250 years. I hear people tell me, Mike, but Donald Trump's destroying America. No, he's not. You don't have to like Donald Trump. I'm not telling you to like him. That's not important. And really, you shouldn't like any president. They should all piss you off. It's kind of like, who was it? Saul from the Bible. And I believe he had to make a decision. And he said, well, if everyone's pissed off, I've made the right decision. If both sides are upset about something, then this is the correct decision. And that's the way you should look at politics. If you're doing the right thing, people on the left and the right will be upset because no one's going to get exactly what they want. There'll be a compromise. And the part that's being compromised, some people will be upset about. That's a politician that's actually doing their job. That's actually doing the best thing for the people 9 out of 10 times. This is Occam's razor. The simplest thing is doing your job effectively and efficiently. But Mike, then we wouldn't need these politicians. Great. Then shrink the size of government. We don't need them. Very much I look at the government today and I think of Twitter. And I don't think a lot of people put it that way, but very much when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and I don't care if you like Elon Musk or if you hate Elon Musk, that's irrelevant. That's you mentioned, but I don't like Elon Musk. I don't care. That doesn't mean anything in the example I'm making. You're getting hung up on the wrong thing. Elon Musk bought Twitter, and Twitter was bloated. It was overwhelmed with bureaucracy and waste. And Elon Musk fired 75% of all the employees, top to bottom, and got rid of them. And people were going, oh my God, Twitter can't exist. X will never be able to exist. The ego of Elon Musk got ahead of him, and he just destroyed the entire company, and it can never function properly ever again. And Twitter still exists today. And it does just as well as it has always done. It's just the same system. If anything, it's a little bit more fair because so many people went to Blue Sky, which is failing. But Twitter did not break. And that's with 1/4 the number of people working in the company. And that's just because it was bloated beyond belief. It was a waste. That's our government. Bloated beyond belief and a waste. We have far too many people pushing paperwork at every level of our government, and it's seeping into every level of our lives. We've got more administrators at schools than we have teachers in some schools. And they get paid more, hundreds of thousands of dollars to push pieces of paper back and forth. They don't teach a single student. They never see a student. Why do we need them? When the generation before me was able to get to the moon, they didn't need new math. They didn't need a new way to be taught. They didn't need fancy anything. They didn't need fancy calculators or anything. They learned by hand. And that was able to build every computer that exists today that was capable of getting human beings to the moon and back multiple times. We don't need this. We're wasting money for nothing. And we're watching the scores of our students go lower and lower and lower, even as we spend more and more and more. Again, New York is the greatest example. $40,000 per student we spend, and our kids can't read. Our kids can't do math. And it's not because they're this color or that color or this or that gender or gender preference. It's all of them. It's not, stop throwing money at the problem. The problem isn't there isn't enough money. Yeah. I need about 15.
I know, but it ain't me.
Mm. Con, be nice. This is my dog.
Try that. It's not working.
Yeah, but it's different when I say it.
Maybe that's what you're saying.
Con, come here. My dog, I don't know. He's been very hyperactive lately. Maybe it's because it's spring. Don't know. I don't know. I've got about 15 minutes here with you guys. And I'm just wondering, do you still love America? I do. I love my country. I put my life on the line. I signed up. I swore the oath. And I said I would die for America. I still would. And that isn't because America's the perfect country. It isn't. But it's damn closer than pretty much every other country I've ever seen. And it's not balanced and it's not perfectly fair. But then again, we're human beings. There is no such country. That's fairy dust. It's not true. There is no fair country where everyone gets treated perfectly the same. It doesn't exist. Equity doesn't work. We've seen it. DEI doesn't work. We've seen it. It has failed us. Stop doing social experiments with the people. Let's go back to what's tried and true and build from that on solid ground with a solid foundation. I don't know. Kintsugi has a comment here. And Kintsugi says, I do love America, but I just want us to do better. I agree. And we can and we have done better. In my lifetime alone, 58 years, we went from, and I started this morning, I was talking about it. In my first experience of racism in America, true, absolute, real racism, not just a word that's being thrown around because you don't like someone, but I mean, seriously, someone said, you can't talk to my sister because you're black. That was in first grade. That was first grade. Today, no one would ever say that. Not because they can't say it, because no one believes it. The overwhelming majority of Americans agree that that is inappropriate, and more than that, it doesn't apply. We did that in my lifetime, actually less than my lifetime. By the time I was in junior high school, no one cared. To be fair, before I left elementary school at sixth grade, no one would ever say something like that. It wasn't a reality. We have done better. But politicians need conflict because they can't figure out how to get elected without it, without fear mongering, without hate. They don't know, and they need these things to keep being problems. Race is not a problem in America unless you make it a problem. That's the reality. 58 years I've seen. We've already advanced. We've already gotten past that. We really have. For overwhelmingly, it's not an issue, except for the people who make money off of it being an issue. The people like Joy Reid who peddle hate, Al Sharpton, who has historically always peddled hate. They need that friction because they don't know how else to make money. They're hustlers. Dal says, I love the USA. So do I. That doesn't mean that you stop making the country better. It doesn't mean that we don't continue to advance things. It's kind of like the eco-fanatics. They're like, we've got to make solar panels everywhere and solar wind and renewable energy. It doesn't work. It's not effective. You jumped before you leaped before when you should have jumped. We still need to work on that. And the real stopgap, the real solution is nuclear power, which the left says, oh, no, you can't do nuclear power. Fourth generation thorium power plants work. It's effective. It's efficient. We can do that. But instead, they want to say, well, we're still trying to figure out how to make solar. We have been working on solar for 80 years, and we have yet to perfect solar collection and distribution and batteries. We can't do it. It isn't effective. That doesn't mean we stop, but it means that we look at this realistically and say, no, I shouldn't commit everything in the country and everything in my city and state dedicated to something that doesn't work. We keep doing the research. We keep trying to make it work. And in the meantime, we use something like nuclear. That's how you improve America. That's how you make America better without destroying America in the process. But some politicians, some political parties need conflict. They need someone to blame because they don't have a solution. Some of the smartest people I've met and I've had conversations with, sometimes they just answer, I don't know. And I respect them for that. And I've said that myself. Sometimes people will ask me a question. I'm like, I don't know the answer. I don't have the solution. That's okay. That doesn't mean that I'm weak or I'm dumb or I failed. It just means I don't know. I'm only a human being. We're all